Upon traversing into the realm of Harry Potter, one finds oneself ensconced in the role of a second-generation antagonist. The political inclinations of my father, a rather disreputable figure, render his plight unbearable to witness. Thus arises the question, should one embrace the mantle of a hero or a villain? Chapter 1. Transmigration and the Golden Finger. In 1987, on the outskirts of Wiltshire, England, there stood an ancient manor. This estate sprawled across a vast expanse, imbued with an air of antiquity and foreboding. Those with audacity might be tempted to venture within, curious to uncover any supernatural occurrences. Yet, the common folk were barred from entering this domain, for it belonged to wizards, encircled by enchantments to deter ordinary individuals from encroaching upon the wizarding world. The manor's owner was none other than Lucius Malfoy, a former Death Eater. At long last, it is over, Draco Malfoy exhaled heavily as he closed the tome, the weight of intense reading proving a formidable challenge for his mere 80-year-old frame. The cover bore the title Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Unbeknownst to me, I have resided in this world for 8 years. Draco gazed into the full-length mirror in his study, observing his platinum hair and slight physique, still grappling with an overwhelming sense of unreality. He had transmigrated, having merely saved a schoolboy, only to be struck by a vehicle and subsequently transported to this alternate existence, where he now occupied the role of Malfoy, a pivotal secondary character in his previous life. As an avid reader and film enthusiast, he was intimately familiar with the original plot and felt a twinge of sympathy for the character of Malfoy. Born into privilege and blessed with striking looks, yet he engages in the antics of a petty villain, failing to fully embrace his malevolence, constantly undermining himself in opposition to Harry Potter, while his father is but a scheming opportunist. However, these thoughts belong to the period before his transmigration. Now he was determined not to adhere to the original narrative, recognizing that to live in accordance with the established trajectory would be a squandered opportunity for change. It seems the only benefit of this transmigration is this, Draco mused, surveying the towering piles of books in his study, a faint smile gracing his lips. What level of advantage does a photographic memory and enhanced comprehension truly represent? He pondered. Realizing the necessity of altering his life's trajectory, he understood that strength was paramount. If he were to possess abilities akin to Voldemort's, yet remain virtuous, coupled with his inherited charm and lineage, he would embody the quintessential archetype of success. With the soul of an adult inhabiting his youthful form, Draco was far from the typical exuberance of childhood. Instead, as a product of a refined upbringing, he understood a profound truth. Knowledge is power. Without a solid theoretical foundation, all magic is but a castle in the air. Had Tom Riddle not been guided into Hogwarts by Dumbledore, he would have remained merely a rogue wizard. Having grasped this concept early on, Draco seized the rare opportunity of leisure to delve into the fundamentals of magic, diligently studying herbology, standardized incantations, and other essential subjects that in my previous life, I failed to become an academic prodigy. It seems I am destined to indulge in that ambition in this one. With his goals firmly established, Draco embarked on a quest for knowledge, astonishingly discovering that his memory and comprehension had transcended previous limits. Perhaps a gift of his transmigration, the series of knocks echoed from the door. "Young master, your father requests your presence," came the voice of the butler. "Father, what do you require of me?" Following his acceptance of reality, Draco resolved to embrace his role as a dutiful son. It was an inescapable circumstance to have such a father, and though the original narrative painted him as a villain, he had always shown a degree of care for his family. Merely an opportunity to impart the art of allegiance. The ranks of Voldemort are not to be taken lightly. Had it not been for Narcissa saving Harry, should the Dark Lord have met defeat, who knows if our family would have ended up in Azkaban? Am I not merely aspiring for my father's success? As he regarded Lucius, Draco's thoughts began to wander. "How progresses your studies?" Lucius inquired, standing by the window, the sunlight casting shadows upon his already pallid visage, accentuating his somber countenance. Yet, the genuine concern in his tone was unmistakable. Unlike other children his age, Draco had been remarkably silent since infancy, rarely crying or making a fuss. As he grew, his reticence continued, prompting some loquacious servants to speculate. "It seems the young master is mute if he cannot even utter spells. He is no better than a dud." This infuriated Lucius, leading him to deal harshly with those servants. Yet, doubts began to creep into his mind. Surely, my child cannot be truly mute. However, when Lucius personally undertook Draco's education, he discovered his son to be an unadulterated genius. Beyond excelling in daily activities, Draco exhibited an extraordinary fascination with magic, mastering reading at an astonishing pace. He even demonstrated conscious control over his magical abilities. Once, in a moment of curiosity, Lucius entrusted his wand to Draco and taught him a simple spell, which Draco executed flawlessly on his first attempt. The initial silence transformed into a manifestation of exceptional talent, dispelling the notion of him being mute. What parent does not wish for their child to achieve greatness? Given Draco's fervor for magic, which even surpassed Lucius's own, the elder Malfoy naturally held high expectations for him. All is proceeding smoothly, father. In terms of knowledge retention, I should already be at a 3rd grade level, Draco replied. Excellent, truly befitting the heir of the Malfoy lineage, Lucius expressed with satisfaction, a hint of a smile breaking through his pale face. Tomorrow, the Parkinson family will visit, and I hear there is a girl of your age among them. What say you? Are you interested? Lucius, in an uncharacteristically playful manner, broached the subject, perhaps buoyed by Draco's remarkable talents, which lightened his typically brooding demeanor. Draco's precociousness and the tradition of pure-blood intermarriage underscored that Lucius's words were not mere jest. Chapter 2. Pansy. The following morning, Malfoy, as was his custom, continued his studies in his study. After 3 deliberate knocks, the voice of the old steward echoed, "Young master. Members of the Parkinson family have arrived. Your father requests your presence." "Very well. I shall be there shortly," Malfoy replied, slowly closing his book. He made his way to the drawing room, where he beheld 2 figures, one tall and one short, presumably the visitors from the Parkinson family. "Hector, it has indeed been a long time. You remain as ever," Lucius remarked, a rare smile gracing his face, though none could discern the sincerity behind it. "Indeed, it has been a while," Hector responded, exchanging pleasantries. "Young Draco, come here," Lucius beckoned. "This is your Uncle Hector, one of my closest friends in my youth, and remains so." "Hello, Uncle Hector," Malfoy said with a slight bow, offering a polite greeting before falling into silence. "I hear you are mute?" A crisp voice suddenly interjected. The speaker needed no introduction. It was none other than his supposed match, Pansy Parkinson. Her character, predictably, was as unpleasant as anticipated. Malfoy silently assessed Pansy, noting her chestnut hair, which fell chaotically around her ears, her bangs obscuring much of her forehead. Dressed in a gothic black pleated dress, and with an air of arrogance, she could easily be likened to a princess. However, given her pampered status within the Parkinson family, the term little princess would not be an exaggeration. Yet, her sharp-tongued remarks shattered any semblance of noble grace. "Pansy, is this how I have instructed you to conduct yourself?" Hector's expression shifted, and he promptly reprimanded her. "Apologize to your Uncle Lucius and young Master Malfoy at once." Pansy turned away, remaining silent. "Children can be thoughtless. Hector, there's no need for anger. Malfoy, take Pansy around the estate. Your uncle and I have matters to discuss," Lucius remarked, seemingly unfazed by the earlier disrespectful comments. "Very well, father," Malfoy nodded slightly. "Pansy, accompany Malfoy and remember to apologize." "I have no desire to walk alongside a mute," Pansy muttered under her breath. "Pansy," Hector's tone grew more severe. Lucius chuckled lightly. "Children speak without a filter. Let them engage with one another for a while. It will be beneficial." Turning to Malfoy, he added, "I trust you will get along splendidly. Ensure Pansy is well entertained. Your uncle and I shall retire upstairs. It has been some time since we caught up." With that, he and Hector ascended the staircase, disappearing at its summit. The ensuing silence was palpable, as if bewitched into a spell of muteness. Yet, it was Malfoy who eventually broke the stillness. "I imagine that even if you find me distasteful, merely standing here must be more tedious than accompanying me. Within this estate, you may discover something that piques your interest. As an adult soul, there is no need to bicker with a young girl." Thus it was Malfoy who first spoke, shattering the silence. Seemingly feeling that standing idly was rather tedious, Pansy reluctantly nodded. "Then I shall graciously allow you to be my guide." Beneath her expression of exasperation, there lingered a hint of expectation. After all, the Malfoy family was indeed one of the ancient wizarding lineages. Within the mysterious manor, one could certainly anticipate the occurrence of intriguing events. The young girl was indeed not easily appeased. Malfoy, who had remained single in his previous life, could not help but inwardly grumble. "You have repeated that phrase thrice. Are you not tired of it, you little chatterbox?" Pansy remarked with visible impatience. "Did you not promise to show me something fascinating? Where is it? Don't tell me it's merely these wretched paintings in the corridor." The winding passageway had already drained Pansy's patience. She complained to Malfoy. "If the authors of these paintings and the ancestors of the Malfoy family were to hear your words, they would weep." Malfoy thought to himself, "What a challenging little girl to please. How does one manage to amuse her?" Malfoy pondered as he walked. "This room is quite peculiar," came a sudden remark from behind. At this, Malfoy swiftly turned around, and in the dim light, he saw Pansy standing before a stone door, which bore strange symbols and emanated a chilling aura. This room is not right, Malfoy thought, recalling a book he had once read on dark magic, which featured numerous symbols akin to ancient spells. Pansy, do not enter. Malfoy shouted urgently, but it was too late. The curious Pansy had already pushed the door open and stepped inside. Oddly enough, the seemingly heavy stone door yielded to the push of an 8-year-old girl. What followed was even more bizarre. The door began to close on its own, unnoticed by Pansy, who was too busy examining the room beyond. With a sigh, Malfoy shook his head and dashed through the door before it fully shut. Fortunately, it was not a forbidden place. Upon entering, Malfoy quickly surveyed the room by the faint light, noting various magical materials and a broken wand. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he immediately deduced the nature of this space. Such lax security measures, and you dare to conduct research on dark magic. Father, aren't you concerned that the Ministry of Magic might launch a surprise attack? Based solely on the clues present, his mental repository of knowledge, and his understanding of Lucius, Malfoy swiftly concluded that this chamber was none other than Lucius's laboratory for studying dark magic. Malfoy scoffed inwardly. However, now was not the time for such musings. The priority was to find a way out. He wondered if this young lady had been frightened. Malfoy began to feel a headache coming on. Without this burden, remaining in this dark chamber would not be an issue. Although he had yet to embark on any profound study of dark magic, he could certainly manage a flickering Lumos charm. Coupled with the books within the chamber to pass the time, spending a day here would pose no significant problem. But now, the situation was markedly different. Pansy, attempting to maintain her composure, remarked, "What kind of place is this? It's so grim and devoid of light. I thought the Malfoy family was renowned for their wealth. Can they not even afford a lamp? My home certainly does not have such dreary corners." Although fear coursed through her, her sharp tongue remained unchanged. She had decided to teach this little girl a small lesson. "Why don't you say something? Have you been rendered speechless by fright?" Pansy continued, yet silence prevailed. After a moment, the chamber remained eerily quiet. "Malfoy, I no longer consider you mute. Are you still here? If so, speak up." Her tone softened slightly. The terror of the darkness stemmed not only from the fear of the unknown, but also from the profound sense of isolation. Coupled with the rumor she had heard at home about Lucius being an aficionado of dark magic, Pansy's emotional state began to waver. After all, not all pure-blood wizards embrace dark arts, and even within the Parkinson family, their reverence for blood purity did not equate to an affinity for dark magic. Rather, it was a matter of taboo and trepidation. If even adult wizards harbored fear towards dark magic, one could only imagine the anxiety of a young girl like Pansy. Enough of this. It's hardly amusing to torment a little girl, Malfoy thought to himself. I recall that there was a complete wand here just a moment ago. With a swift glance, he moved towards the bookshelf and retrieved the wand. Indeed, I cannot bear to see a girl suffer. Malfoy mused as he hastily waved the wand and uttered an incantation. A burst of light illuminated the pitch-black chamber, startled by the sudden brightness. Pansy lifted her gaze towards the source of light. Their eyes met, and Malfoy noted the redness around Pansy's eyes, with traces of tears hinting at her fright. Had it not been for her pride, she might have succumbed to tears long ago. This has turned into quite the predicament, Malfoy contemplated. Had I known, I would not have teased her. Well, you should not hold it against me. You did call me mute several times. Less considerate even. Malfoy spoke. The lessons of his upbringing still etched in his memory, for it is hardly a matter of pride for a man to make a girl cry. Yet, he needed to find a way to ease the tension. At his words, Pansy fell into silence. Her lips sealed as the only sounds in the chamber were their faint breaths. Compared to the pure darkness that had enveloped them, the magical glow did little to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. The two figures stood still against the wall, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With a creak, the stone door swung open, shattering the silence and drawing their gazes toward the entrance. Lucius strode in briskly, followed closely by Hector. They surveyed the room, noting the tension. Hector's expression shifted to one of displeasure. A solitary man and woman in the same room, with traces of tears still lingering at the corners of the girl's eyes, painted a clear picture of recent distress. Had they been a few years older, Hector might have contemplated delivering Malfoy a lethal curse, although he would not actually do so. Nevertheless, even so, upon witnessing his precious daughter with tearful eyes, Hector naturally felt the need for an explanation and turned his gaze towards Lucius. "How did you bring Pansy here?" Lucius inquired sternly, fully aware that Malfoy, in his usual demeanor, would never engage in anything that could tarnish the honor of the Malfoy lineage. Yet, The current situation clearly indicated that Pansy was at a disadvantage. And as the host, he could not exhibit favoritism toward his own child. Hector, observing from the side, understood that certain formalities were still necessary. Just as Malfoy was about to explain, Pansy suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Hector's expression softened considerably. "Then why don't you express your gratitude?" he prompted. "Thank you, Malfoy. I was in the wrong earlier, being so rude to you, and yet you were so patient with me," Pansy said, lowering her head like a shy fawn. Lucius felt his lips twitch slightly at her words. Instinct told him that this matter would not be so easily resolved. "Nonetheless," he replied, "no need to dwell on it. It was I who failed to host you properly, causing you distress." He then turned to Hector and bowed slightly. "Uncle Hector, I apologize for not taking better care of Pansy. Time was getting late, and it was time for them to take their leave." After a bit more idle chatter, Hector bid farewell to Lucius. "However, my old friend, let me say one last thing. I hope the next time we meet is not in Azkaban. It would be wise to address matters sooner rather than later. Pure-blood wizards are dwindling in number. If you're to be imprisoned, it would not bode well." Although Hector had little interest in dark arts, as a family leader, he possessed a measure of insight and was aware of the implications of the chamber's purpose. Thus, he offered Lucius his counsel. Of course, Lucius replied with a chuckle, deftly brushing aside the topic. Afterward, the Malfoy father-son duo escorted Pansy and her father to the entrance of the manor. "This is where we part ways, Lucius," Hector declared, coming to a halt. "I truly apologize for the inadequate hospitality today." Lucius maintained the requisite expression of regret. "There is no need for such formalities between us. Perhaps this little princess of mine may even change her ways because of this, and for that, I might have you to thank," Hector mused, glancing down at Pansy. "Isn't that right, my little princess?" Pansy murmured, nodding her head softly, then returned her gaze to the ground, falling silent once more. As the two elders engaged in amiable conversation, Malfoy refrained from interjecting, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance at the sight of Pansy, who now appeared so docile. Having inadvertently lingered for quite some time, Hector finally raised his head and remarked, "The hour is growing late. We truly must take our leave." "Then I shall not see you off further. Safe travels," Lucius replied. At this, Malfoy inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, aware that his daily schedule was meticulously planned, with spell practice and foundational studies that could not be neglected. Today's hosting of the two guests had been an unexpected diversion, consuming a considerable amount of time. It seemed he would need to work late today. Since he possessed a sense of awareness, Malfoy naturally held himself to the standards of an academic overachiever, allowing not the slightest hint of negligence. Just as he was devising his study schedule for the evening, an unexpected event unfolded. What an astonishing development! Before Malfoy could fully appreciate the warm touch of the little girl's lips, his mind was already stunned by the unfolding drama. Was the little girl, in essence, a submissive? Did a mere reprimand ignite her affections? What a preposterous notion! All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The two adults seemed equally astonished by the scene before them. "It appeared that your lad was about to whisk away, my little princess." It was Hector who first regained his composure, jesting, "You certainly have the charm of your younger days." "You jest," came Lucius's reply, though a slight smile betrayed his typically sullen demeanor. After all, it was a source of pride to have a captivating child. However, if one were to observe closely, they would notice Pansy sporting a sly grin, akin to that of a cunning little fox. "Father, let us go," Pansy cooed, playfully tugging at Hector's arm, seemingly still shy about the earlier incident. All right, Lucius, our Pansy is urging me to leave, since she is so taken with your lad. It seems we shall meet again quite soon," Hector remarked, unable to resist Pansy's insistence. Thus, Malfoy finally concluded nearly a day's worth of hosting, bidding farewell to Hector and his daughter, and could now find time to pursue his own plans. Chapter 3, The Accomplice. What a disappointment. Malfoy closed the book with a sigh, his face betraying his discontent. Earlier, in the chamber, he had stealthily tucked a book into his pocket, and given that it was Lucius's usual laboratory, the contents were far from ordinary. The book, unsurprisingly, dealt with the intricacies of dark magic. For instance, it posed questions such as whether magical energy gradually increases over time, or what the cost of spellcasting might be. Does it deplete mental strength or one's inherent magical power? In the original text, the false Moody had remarked during his lessons that while students could attempt to cast the killing curse upon him, he would merely suffer a nosebleed, as they lacked a solid foundation in magic. But what exactly constitutes that so-called magical foundation? Is it a reservoir of knowledge, innate magical ability, personal willpower, or perhaps a combination of all? Malfoy had hoped to uncover answers through the book, Yet regrettably, it turned out to be merely a tome of spells, containing minor curses and ancient tales of dark magic. Thus, he was left greatly disappointed. Ah, Malfoy stretched, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The youth was in need of slumber, having labored throughout the day. He certainly did not wish for his growth to be hindered by lack of sleep. After attending to his nightly rituals, he retired to bed. As he touched his forehead, a thought crossed his mind. Something felt amiss. But then he reconsidered. Surely, it was not to my detriment. Regardless, being kissed by a little girl was, after all, a rather gratifying experience. Thus, Malfoy chose not to dwell on it further. As Malfoy peacefully drifted into slumber, unrest brewed within Pansy's chamber at the Hector Manor. The little deceiver, who could speak yet chose silence, deliberately sought to embarrass me. On her small bed, Pansy was fiercely tormenting her plush bear, evidently projecting her animosity onto the toy as if it were some adversary. How dare he lead me to such a dark place to frighten me? And why did he not illuminate the room with his magic sooner? In front of adults, he feigned politeness greater than anyone else. With a heart brimming with malice, Pansy muttered to herself as she tugged at the bear's ears, "I am not so easily appeased." Had she chosen to report him, Malfoy would undoubtedly have faced a harsh reprimand. However, such an action would strain their relationship, making future encounters awkward. Out of a sense of pride befitting a young lady, Pansy could not resort to seeking revenge through her false father. She would take matters into her own hands. Thus, she orchestrated a self-starring performance of heroism to lay the groundwork for their next meeting. One must concede that women are born actresses, though Pansy remained a mere child. Her talent was undeniable. Rest assured, I have captured your weakness. I am confident you will yield. The thought of successfully avenging herself upon Malfoy filled Pansy with glee, eliciting a soft giggle. My first kiss shall not be so easily won. As she reminisced about that moment, a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. Yet that little robe does possess a certain charm. She mused, her thoughts dancing through myriad paths. Just as she was lost in her reverie, a voice called from outside her door. "Pansy, it is late. You should retire for the night. You must be exhausted." The voice belonged to her mother. "Very well, mother," Pansy replied. "I shall be sure to torment you next time we meet." Even as she prepared for sleep, she could not resist tugging at her bear's ear once more. Filled with lingering resentment, the night swiftly passed. The sound of an alarm clock echoed from Malfoy's room, heralding the dawn. As a mentally mature individual, Malfoy adhered to a disciplined regimen. Time was of the essence, and he sought to bolster his abilities before departing for Hogwarts, necessitating meticulous planning and unwavering diligence. With sleep still clinging to his eyes, Malfoy rose from his bed, ready to embark on the day's agenda. A creaking noise announced Lucius's entrance into Malfoy's room. Though his expression was somewhat grim. "We shall set today's plans aside. Your mother wishes you to meet two new friends," Lucius stated with a stiff tone. The previous night had seen a fierce quarrel between Lucius and Narcissa, who was increasingly discontented with Malfoy's upbringing. Her son spent his days confined to the study, lacking any semblance of youthful vigor, a situation Narcissa found intolerable. To her, a lively child was a delightful one. Sitting in books all day was simply foolishness. Yet, this was merely Narcissa's perspective. In Lucius's eyes, Malfoy was exceptionally gifted with the potential to surpass even the Dark Lord and Dumbledore's prodigies. How could he afford to squander his time on frivolities? Most importantly, Malfoy himself found joy in the situation. However, women are inherently unreasonable creatures. Narcissa held a dominant position at home, and after countless arguments, Lucius had no choice but to relent and seek two companions for Malfoy. Naturally, he had his own motives, for eventually, Malfoy would attend Hogwarts, and being alone would certainly be inconvenient. Finding two lackeys now seemed a prudent choice, and he happened to have suitable candidates in mind. Nevertheless, as the head of the family, Lucius felt compelled to express a semblance of dissatisfaction. Thus his tone was decidedly less than cordial. "Prepare yourselves and follow me. You may find that your time together will be quite extensive in the future." Lucius's demeanor remained cold. "Very well, father," Malfoy replied, yet inwardly mused. "I suppose these must be Crabbe and Goyle. Only the original Malfoy would deign to command them." Malfoy lamented silently, pondering how one could forge friendships when intellects existed on disparate planes. Presently, Malfoy had little enthusiasm for playing the game of retainers. Magic was his ultimate pursuit, rendering him rather disinterested. However, out of respect for his mother's good intentions, he decided to acquiesce. Malfoy held a fond regard for his mother, regardless of her indulgence. Narcissa's love for her son was undoubtedly evident, as demonstrated by her willingness to conceal the truth in order to ascertain his fate. in their everyday life. Her affection was lavish and nearly unyielding, and Malfoy was disinclined to oppose her goodwill. Let me see my future companions, he thought. Soon, he accompanied Lucius to the sitting room, where Narcissa sat elegantly on a lavish sofa, with the timid figures of Crabbe and Goyle standing beside her. The fathers of the three had once been Death Eaters, yet in terms of standing, Lucius reigned supreme. After all, wealth and power are the most common metrics by which society evaluates an individual, and Voldemort, in his quest for expansion, undoubtedly relied on Lucius's assistance. Even after Voldemort's downfall, Lucius's position within the wizarding world remained unassailable. This, of course, foretold that Malfoy would play a leading role in future endeavors, a notion echoed in the original narrative. Crabbe was a short, stout boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle, while Goyle was notably taller, sporting short, coarse hair. Both possessed disproportionately long arms, which, combined with their physiques, rendered them akin to two gorillas. How can one forge friendships when the aesthetics are so vastly different? Malfoy sighed internally. Nevertheless, he approached Narcissa's side to greet her, casting a glance toward the two boys. My dear, I can only imagine how stifling it must be for you to remain cooped up in the study all day. Your father is truly something else, making you toil even before school begins. How utterly unfortunate. Narcissa exaggeratedly expressed her discontent toward Lucius. However, today I have found you two playmates. They're the sons of your father's friends, and I believe you will enjoy your time together immensely. With that, Narcissa introduced Malfoy to the day's two protagonists. This is Vincent Crabbe. Narcissa pointed at the chubby boy and said, hello. Crabbe, whether due to nervousness or an inherent disposition, stammered slightly. This is Gregory Goyle, Narcissa continued, gesturing towards the taller child. Compared to Crabbe, Goyle exhibited slightly better composure and offered a greeting, though his sense of awkwardness remained palpable. In both the human and wizarding societies, one must concede the existence of class. Power and wealth dictate an individual's status, and in the wizarding world, this is further complicated by a distorted notion of blood purity. Crabbe and Goyle's fathers had once been comrades, or perhaps mere followers, of Lucius, a relationship that inevitably influenced the next generation. It was evident that their parents had instilled certain beliefs, leading to an attitude towards Malfoy that transcended the typical demeanor expected among peers. As for Malfoy himself, he was disinterested in the frivolities of friendship. He found value in having them as mere lackeys. Nonetheless, Malfoy maintained an impeccable facade, bowing gracefully and stating, I am Draco Malfoy. Welcome to my home. I believe we shall get along splendidly in the future. Seeing her son finally make two friends of his own age, Narcissa beamed with delight, a smile gracing her lips. In order to appease Narcissa, Draco had to feign a youthful exuberance, mingling with the two boys and recalling a game or two from his memory. For a fleeting moment, he too found joy in their company, momentarily escaping the confines of his studies. However, Malfoy soon recognized a rather alarming reality. Muscle-bound and simple-minded was indeed an apt description. He breathed heavily, noting that while their minds raced with eagerness, it appeared their talents were disproportionately allocated to physical prowess. Engaging in the same activities, he felt fatigue creeping in, while Crabbe and Goyle remained unperturbed. Physical training was undoubtedly essential. Although Narcissa's arrangements disrupted Malfoy's academic schedule, they simultaneously illuminated a personal shortcoming he needed to address. Combat among wizards cannot be confined solely to spells and wands. Physical conditioning is of utmost importance. Agility and strength are critical factors. After all, what use are powerful spells if they cannot make contact? This is not a simplistic video game where casting spells guarantees a hit. For a wizard, the ability to evade an attack could very well determine success or survival. Knowledge is power, but the vessel that bears that knowledge cannot be disregarded. It seems Malfoy, who had previously immersed himself in studies, was, in truth, a person who relished physical activity. After all, he had once saved a child from beneath a vehicle. Perhaps the influence of his reincarnation played a role. The allure of magic was overwhelming for someone unacquainted with it, causing him to neglect his exercise habits. I truly detest those pretty boys, Malfoy mused, shaking his head in a wry smile, thus solidifying his resolve to enhance his physical fitness. It appeared that his daily routine would require yet another addition. Gazing at the three individuals joyfully frolicking in the open space, Narcissa couldn't help but smile. This is what childhood should be. Spending all day cooped up in a room would surely drive one to folly, she remarked to Lucius. Look at him, how blissfully he smiles. The die had been cast, and since she harbored no particular objections, Lucius too concealed his previously feigned stern expression. He replied mildly, as long as he is happy. Time passed swiftly, and before long, noon arrived. After engaging in physical activity, one naturally expends a considerable amount of energy, and the best way to replenish it is through nourishment. The servants in the manor had already prepared lunch. Yet, as Draco observed Crabbe and Goyle devouring their meals with gusto, he found himself utterly devoid of appetite. After 8 years, he still had not acclimatized. As a member of the aristocratic class in the Wizarding Society, Draco experienced only the pinnacle of luxury. Clothing and material comforts surely reached the zenith of indulgence. But the first element, food, was an exception. Being inherently a TC individual, he might never fully embrace British cuisine. Perhaps there were no truly abhorrent dishes to speak of. Yet facing potatoes and fish day after day made Draco question whether he was on the verge of losing his sense of taste. Beyond that, items such as roasted tomatoes, blood pudding, sausages, beans, and grilled mushrooms were tolerable at first, but grew increasingly difficult to accept with repetition. Draco stared blankly at the dishes before him, whimsically wondering whether this world had anything akin to Lao Gan Ma. However, even if it did, introducing into this scene would be too jarring. "What's the matter, darling? Are you feeling unwell?" Narcissa, noticing Draco's lack of movement, asked with concern. "That's splendid," she exclaimed with a smile, placing 2 additional puddings onto Draco's plate. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed a form of happiness. Draco shook his head at the puddings on his plate, feeling a twinge of envy towards the 2 enthusiastic eaters, and eventually began to tackle his own meal. A meal does not take long, especially with 2 individuals of remarkable appetites at the table. Thus, this gathering concluded swiftly. Life seemed to unfold in a peaceful rhythm, with Draco continuously amassing knowledge and engaging in necessary physical exercises alongside Crabbe and Goyle. If all proceeded without incident, this ordinary existence might continue until Draco turned 11, when Hogwarts would send him the long-awaited acceptance letter. However, tranquility was soon shattered. Chapter 4. Farewell. The afternoon sun streamed through the gaps in the window, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden desk in the study. Although it was summer, a gentle breeze occasionally brought a hint of coolness. Enveloped in a sea of books, Draco immersed himself in the study, leaving no stone unturned. Whether it be a simple spellcasting technique or obscure knowledge, the ancients claimed that the pursuit of immortality was the sole purpose of cultivation. Yet they remained unaware that the thrill of progress experienced along the way could ensnare one utterly. Draco sighed as he reflected on his past worldview. Under the extraordinary gift of an impeccable memory, Malfoy constantly perceives the augmentation of his knowledge reservoir, a mastery of wisdom that brings him a far greater sense of fulfillment than other desires. Humanity is inherently short-sighted. Thus, in his previous life, Malfoy and many others were drawn into the allure of numerous online games. The immediate gratification from experience points gained and gold coins accumulated in one's inventory ensnares one in a cycle of fleeting rewards that are difficult to escape. Conversely, who among us is unaware of the importance of learning? Yet, how many possess the tenacity to persist? The protracted feedback loop breeds an endless cycle of self-doubt, leading individuals to ponder whether their efforts are futile and why results remain elusive. Often, this leads to retreat and degeneration, binding one as a slave to short-term rewards. With no fear of forgetting, combined with an innate passion for magic, Malfoy emerges as a true scholar. It appears that the Felix Felicis potion is indeed quite challenging to concoct. Closing the tome, Malfoy reflects on this. In his past life, he held little interest in powerful potions such as the Polyjuice potion, yet he was profoundly curious about Felix Felicis, wondering what sort of elixir could temporarily alter one's fortune. This lifetime, presented with the opportunity, Malfoy would not let it slip away. However, after consulting various texts, he concluded that the elusive ingredients and complex brewing methods render it a formidable endeavor. Even with flawless execution, everything must wait 6 months. Nevertheless, he vowed not to relinquish his attempts. As he pondered, a familiar voice of a middle-aged man echoed from outside the door. "It's a trivial matter, no need for formality. Perhaps my boy will be delighted to assist." This was Lucius S.'s voice. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resounded. Malfoy closed the book on the art and practice of potion-making, rose from his chair, and approached the door to open it. "Oh, young Malfoy, we meet again. This time, you may need to lend your uncle a small hand." The familiar voice belonged to Hector, accompanied by Lucius. Before he could finish his sentence, a diminutive figure emerged from behind Hector, prompting Malfoy to instinctively touch his forehead. Who else could it be but Pansy Parkinson? Today, Pansy had exchanged her previous Gothic attire for a lovely white dress. The sleeves adorned with pale yellow bows, and the hem decorated with intricate rose patterns, complemented by simple yet elegant red leather boots and a delicate handbag. if Pansy's last ensemble resembled that of a seductive little devil. This time she appeared as an enchanting sprite from a fairy tale. "We meet again," Pansy said softly, gazing at Malfoy. "Your welcome is duly noted," Malfoy replied, momentarily at a loss for words due to the unexpected encounter, offering a slight bow in acknowledgement. "Ah, those pests," Hector suddenly exclaimed with disdain. "Which family does not have a couple of such individuals?" Lucius advised calmly. "There is no need to become overly agitated. It is exceedingly challenging for two individuals of unequal status to cultivate a genuine friendship, and a bond devoid of mutual benefit is unlikely to endure. Among two pure-blood wizards with closely aligned interests, it is improbable that their relationship could merely be one of platonic friendship." The Malfoy family's galleons did not materialize from thin air. The acquisition of wealth through various investments is not solely the domain of muggles. Wizards, too, require financial resources. Unfortunately, today Hector found himself grappling with economic issues within his enterprise, and even more regrettably, Lucius had a stake in that venture. Thus, the necessity arose for the two to confer. "I have no desire to enrich those goblins at Gringotts. Most wizards harbor a general disdain for that particular breed of goblin, and Hector is no exception." The girl insisted on accompanying them, which was quite the headache, leaving them no choice but to rely on your little one. "Given the urgency of the situation, we cannot afford any further delays, lest those vermin create more chaos. Pansy, do be obedient this time and avoid a repeat of our last mishap," Hector cautioned her gently before their departure. All right, you needn't worry," Pansy replied playfully, her cheeks flushing crimson, seemingly still embarrassed by the previous incident. "Rest assured, father, uncle, I shall look after her well," Malfoy vowed, somewhat regretting his previous pettiness and hoping to make amends this time. However, he could hardly fathom the events that would unfold thereafter. "Let us embark, Hector. I believe those pests will soon feel the brunt of our wrath." "I too can hardly wait, Lucius. Time has dragged on so long that it seems they have forgotten our former reputation. Today is the moment for them to once again experience it." Gradually, their forms became translucent before dissolving into nothingness, clearly having employed apparition. "This is what they call teleportation," Malfoy thought, his eyes alight with a fervent yearning. Compared to the devastating effects of lethal spells, Malfoy found himself far more intrigued by the principles underlying the more enigmatic charms. When any form of magic engages with the realms of space and time, the complexity escalates exponentially. In comparison to the formidable Avada Kedavra, Malfoy believed that such magic represented the true fountain of progress within the wizarding world, a genuine manifestation of the mysteries of magic. Upon reflection, what significant difference exists between Avada Kedavra and a bullet fired from a handgun? Muggle technology has long surpassed wizardry in terms of lethality, rendering the mightiest spells trivial when compared to a nuclear bomb. However, in the realm of space and time, wizards have made considerable advancements. While usage may be fraught with limitations, the Time Turner ultimately delves into the enigmas of time, and apparition is sufficient to perplex Muggle scientists. The prospect of future magical studies fills Malfoy with eager anticipation. Nevertheless, there are pressing matters to address. Malfoy mused, "Perhaps I should extend an apology. It is rather petty to hold a grudge against a young girl." Of course, he soon realized he was overly optimistic. Just as he began to speak of the previous incident, a resounding thud echoed as Pansy unceremoniously tossed the small bag she held onto Malfoy's desk. The earlier shyness had vanished without a trace, replaced by a glacial gaze. "You may now take a look," Pansy remarked with a hint of provocation. Draco Malfoy, momentarily caught off guard by the unfolding situation, complied and opened the leather bag. Damn it, he thought. He had underestimated a woman's capacity for vengeance. Even if Pansy still bore the semblance of youth, I imagine the ministry officials would be quite eager to see this evidence. Surely, there were many who resented your father's acquittal back then. Pansy smirked slyly. Decoding advanced dark magic, she pointed out, Uncle Lucius certainly has a wide array of interests. The photograph she indicated displayed the title page of a book emblazoned with Lucius's name. Other images captured his annotations, an alarming density of letters accompanied by emphatically bolded lines and circles. Humanity often harbors fear of the uncertain, yet once clarity is attained, acceptance becomes remarkably simpler. Pansy, who once feared dark magic, found herself less intimidated upon confirming Lucius's research, and perhaps even intrigued by it. Now, threatening Malfoy felt second nature to her. It must have been the books from the chamber that were taken, Draco surmised, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. In a sense, children are indeed difficult to contend with. Adults understand the nuances of bargaining and the exchange of interests. For instance, While Hector might merely caution Lucius about his dark studies, Pansy was a different case entirely. One could never be certain whether she might actually report to the ministry. Observing Draco's stiff demeanor, Pansy triumphantly commented, "It seems that Muggle cameras are rather effective after all. So what do you intend to do?" Draco's expression quickly returned to its usual composure. The mind of an adult operates swiftly. Upon reflection, during the height of the Death Eater's power, how many individuals evaded retribution with flimsy excuses like the Cruciatus curse? Lucius's network must be profoundly entrenched, and many likely knew the truth, merely maintaining appearances. Moreover, Lucius's wealth was not casually squandered. In the grand scheme, this evidence was rather trivial. Even if Pansy did report it, it would merely expedite the ministry's inspections. Initially, Pansy relished Draco's rigid expression, but his calm demeanor soon irked her. She had envisioned Draco as a quaking figure, pleading for forgiveness, yet the reality was starkly different. "Ugh, how dull. Nerd, go read your books," she huffed, suddenly finding herself disenchanted. What she truly sought was the humiliation that would surface beneath Draco's submission, not this impassive facade. We ought not to underestimate the intelligence of children, for Pansy, raised in a large family, comprehended the gravity of the situation more acutely than most. Ordinarily, one may exhibit a degree of petulance. However, should one display such obstinacy in matters of this nature, it could potentially incite hostility between two families. Although her father is generally mild-mannered, it is likely that he would not escape his wrath in such a situation. Today, Pansy has indeed witnessed a rare glimpse of Hector's fury, deepening her understanding of his temperament. Initially, she merely intended to intimidate Malfoy as a form of retribution for their previous encounter. Unfortunately, this approach proved ineffective, and Pansy could never truly be the fervent which he reports him. Consequently, her mood has soured considerably. The sound of her footsteps echoed as she strode heavily to the desk, finding a chair to sit down, pursing her lips in contemplation. It appears that her favorability has plummeted into negative territory. Naturally, Malfoy remains oblivious to Pansy's inner turmoil. Yet he can discern through her demeanor that he has likely offended the petite girl once again. By the way, on the third row of the bookshelf, fourth column, there lies a collection of tales titled The Story of the Poet and the Bean. If you find yourself bored, you might peruse it, Malfoy suggested, buried in his studies. Who would be interested in a book with a title that sounds like it's meant to amuse children? Without a word, they had maintained a cordial silence. But as soon as Malfoy made a suggestion, Pansy erupted like an agitated kitten. Alas, he had once again tread upon a sensitive topic. Malfoy lamented internally, feeling that he had sighed more times today than in the entirety of the past 8 years. "I purchased this book solely out of respect for Dumbledore. Should he hear your critique, I wonder what his thoughts would be. It seems that today's time is slipping away." Malfoy shook his head in resignation, pondering this. "Well, my lady, what do you propose?" he inquired, closing the book he had barely glanced at. "Humph." Pansy turned away in silence. "Must I resort to my ultimate weapon? Today, I shall assume the role of a cultural disseminator," Malfoy thought, recalling the deeds of his predecessors. In a distant eastern realm, long ago, a tale unfolded. Malfoy suddenly spoke, embracing his role as a literary reciter. "There once was a figure named Liang Shanbois, a story well known among our people. It is the celebrated tale of Liang Zhu, often likened to the Romeo and Juliet of the East." This seemed to pique Pansy's interest. "I shall listen for a while." Remarkably, Pansy refrained from interrupting Malfoy this time. Many Westerners harbor a fascination for the mysterious Eastern lands. Thus Pansy, with her curiosity overpowering her pride, chose to continue listening. Before long, that Liang Shanbois truly appeared to be a coward. That Ma Wen Kai, with his sanctimonious demeanor, who could have known that he harbored such malice within? He is nothing but a little scoundrel. I refuse to believe that this story lacks emotional resonance. Pansy's eyes must surely be glistening now, Malfoy mused, confident in the cultural narratives of his homeland. "Is that truly the conclusion?" Pansy inquired. "Indeed it is." "Huh." Pansy scoffed. "That reaction seems amiss. Don't young girls typically yearn for tales of tragic and poignant love?" Hearing her derisive laugh, Malfoy felt a twinge of frustration. Upon observing Malfoy's dejected expression, Pansy could not help but exhibit a gleeful demeanor. She then elucidated, "Although I harbor a strong dislike for you, I must admit, your storytelling is commendable. I merely find amusement in your portrayal of a comedy as a tragedy." Malfoy felt his intellect faltering in the presence of this little sprite. "How unfortunate that you have read so extensively, yet emerged a fool," Pansy continued with her jibes. It was evident that Liang Shanbois and Zhu Yingtai were likely animagi, merely orchestrating a play for a more plausible elopement. Having perused so many tomes, You cannot possibly be ignorant of transfiguration, can you? This world and that world do not exist in the same dimension, Malfoy silently lamented, struggling to keep pace with the whimsical thoughts of the young girl. Nevertheless, he found the exchange rather intriguing. As a reward, he resolved to allow her to regale him with another tale. My dear lady, you seem quite addicted to storytelling. Malfoy mused inwardly. Yet, he was determined not to let a young girl evade his emotional influence. Surely, it must be that Ruth was excessively plump. Otherwise, perhaps both could have been saved. Pansy quipped about the Titanic. Malfoy nearly choked in disbelief. His confidence severely shaken, Malfoy was compelled to shift topics. This girl, Hua Mulan, is indeed remarkable. My father often admonishes me against various actions. Yet why must a girl adhere to so many conventions? I must share this story with him someday. The notion of a daughter taking her father's place in battle somewhat pleased Pansy. Phew, Malfoy exhaled, relieved not to have lost face among the time travelers. He inwardly reflected. However, based on your performance, any boy would have been swiftly dealt with. Malfoy continued his internal monologue. It must be said that while women may suffer disadvantages in certain respects, they also enjoy notable privileges in others. In light of your relatively engaging narrative, I shall refrain from holding it against you. What an honor it is, my lady, Malfoy thought, relieved to have resolved one dilemma. However, do share more stories in the future. Pansy's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Malfoy, akin to a child discovering a new toy. Very well. Malfoy swiftly acquiesced to her request, not entirely out of benevolence. Thus, let us reminisce in this manner. Malfoy found himself momentarily lost in thought. I apologize. Is it truly so dull to tell stories to this lady? Though reluctant to admit it, Pansy's perception of Malfoy had improved significantly due to these tales, and her tone reflected a marked enhancement from before. No, it is getting rather late. I have matters to attend to and shall visit again another day. While the situation had reached a satisfactory resolution, some loose ends awaited Hector's attention, prompting him to graciously decline Lucius's invitation to linger. Lucius, understanding this, exchanged a few more pleasantries before escorting Pansy and her father from their home. Before departing, Pansy cast a surreptitious glance back at Malfoy. This glance conveyed to Malfoy a clear message. I shall return. Chapter 5. Correspondence and Shopping. Engrossed in the study of magic, guiding two intellectually challenged underlings, and occasionally winning the favor of Pansy through captivating tales, Draco Malfoy led a rather fulfilling life, punctuated by travels with his parents. However, this tranquility was abruptly disrupted by a letter delivered by an owl, announcing his acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Malfoy, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress for first-year students. The school uniform consists of 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime, wear 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Books required. Standard spells. Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. A wand. A large cauldron. Pewter. Standard size 2. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Please note, first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Draco pondered that perhaps Durmstrang would be more suitable for him. Upon receiving the letter, Lucius made a final attempt to persuade his son, believing that the study of dark arts was less restricted there, and he would not have to coexist with non-pure blood students. Are you truly willing to send our precious son so far away? It's an island. How inconvenient. Narcissa insisted on her view, wishing to enroll Draco at the closer Hogwarts. You are a member of the board. Perhaps you could keep an eye on him. You know my discord with that old man, Lucius replied, his expression darkening. I have decided to attend Hogwarts, Draco calmly declared, unwilling to relinquish the affection he had cultivated with Pansy over the years. Their relationship, having evolved from a childhood camaraderie, had blossomed into a deep friendship, despite Pansy's lingering hints of pride. Moreover, the prospect of playing the role of seer at Hogwarts seemed an enticing notion. However, once they arrived at the island, they would be engulfed in utter darkness, with only the knowledge of Victor, a participant in the Triwizard Tournament, offering little assistance. Did you hear that? Our beloved son is reluctant to part from us." With that, Narcissa pressed a fervent kiss upon Malfoy's forehead. "So be it," Lucius sighed in resignation, as he had no choice but to yield to the unanimous sentiment of mother and son, even as the head of the family. "Oh, by the way, I believe a trip to Diagon Alley is in order. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of our little Draco donning a new wizarding robe," Narcissa expressed eagerly. "Moreover, you will undoubtedly require a wand. Ensure that Ollivander selects the one most suited to you." Understood. When it came to wands, Malfoy held no particular desire. As long as it was functional, he was content. If he were to pursue something extraordinary, it would have to be the Elder Wand, a legendary artifact. Yet, Malfoy was not particularly enamored with it, for one could assume that possessing it would invite a cloud of misfortune. Would one never falter in a duel? Well then, assassination might be a more viable option. True strength is the only foundation. Present Voldemort and Dumbledore with the most ordinary wand, and would their prowess diminish as a result? More adept wizards can even master wandless and silent magic. Thus, a wand serves merely as an auxiliary tool, enhancing one's abilities but unable to transform a mere fish into a dragon. Malfoy perceived this truth clearly. Without further ado, I believe we should set forth early. In a few days, the crowd will undoubtedly swell, and I suspect we would all prefer to avoid the discomfort of throngs. Lucius remarked to Malfoy, "I think that's a splendid idea." Malfoy felt a tinge of eagerness within him, although he lacked a yearning for a wand. His curiosity about other facets of Diagon Alley was piqued, such as the wizarding world's equivalent of Wall Street, Gringotts, or the Weasley Wizard Wheeze's shop. Perhaps it was still yet to open. Shortly thereafter, Lucius and Malfoy arrived beside the fireplace in the living room. "Be careful not to misstate the destination," Lucius cautioned. "Rest assured, Father." Malfoy was acutely aware of the consequences of a mistake, and given that this was his first experience with the Flynn network, he was decidedly focused. Diagon Alley. Malfoy and Lucius clasped hands and stepped into the fireplace, simultaneously calling out their destination, followed by tossing a handful of flue powder, a shimmering, powdered substance used for transportation. The green flames erupted violently, flickering with an enchanting glow. Evidently, the Flynn network was now operational. A sensation of being torn asunder enveloped Malfoy as he felt himself drawn into a vast whirlpool, inducing a wave of dizziness while he spun and spun. However, this feeling was fleeting, and soon Malfoy found himself standing on solid, cold ground once more. "I believe we should find a place to rest momentarily. It is quite normal for one's first experience with flue powder to be somewhat disconcerting." Thus, Lucius decided to take Malfoy elsewhere to relax for a while. "I think I'll be wise." Malfoy was breathing heavily, still striving to restore his physical condition. "I propose we venture to the Florin Ice Cream Parlor to sample their new licorice ice cream." Although Lucius typically exudes a somber demeanor in this moment, he mirrors the aspirations of many ordinary fathers, wishing for his child's radiant smile. It must be acknowledged that the healing power of sweets is formidable, regardless of the realm. After indulging in an entire ice cream, Malfoy felt considerably better. "I believe the ice cream shall bring us good fortune," Lucius quipped with rare lightness. "Come, Draco, let us visit Ollivander's wand shop. I am confident you shall acquire a wand that satisfies you." As they continued their stroll, a small, dilapidated shop came into view before the Malfoy duo. In the display window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion, while the golden sign above the entrance had lost its luster, inscribed with "Ollivander, purveyor of fine wands since 382 BC. Upon entering the shop, the Malfoys were greeted by a cacophony of tinkling sounds. The shop contained little more than a long bench and an elderly gentleman. "Good afternoon." A gentle voice floated toward them, unmistakably belonging to Garrick Ollivander, one of Europe's foremost wand makers. Ollivander's appearance was rather ordinary, yet his silver eyes radiated a profound wisdom, akin to two luminous moons. Indeed, individuals who excel in any craft possess an extraordinary essence. Malfoy felt an almost kinship with him. "Ah, Mr. Lucius. It seems as though our last meeting occurred just yesterday." Yes, you claim to remember every wand you have sold. You say this to all. Though I understand you do indeed recall, I find no need for superfluous words." Lucius, however, was unimpressed by the pleasantries. "What a handsome young lad. Muggles have a term for it. What is it?" "Ah yes, genes. Surely this child has inherited quite a bit from you." Ollivander's gaze shifted toward Malfoy. As a businessman, he easily deduced their relationship. "What is his name?" "Draco Malfoy," came the reply. "A splendid name," Ollivander remarked, appraising Malfoy. "Come this way." He led Draco to the counter. "Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand?" "I suppose the right hand would be more convenient," Draco responded, noting that the majority of people in the world are right-handed. Simultaneously, a tape measure adorned with silver markings began to measure Draco automatically. Mr. Ollivander. I believe this one looks quite good. Draco indicated a wand. Ollivander pondered. I think it would be prudent to heed the advice of a professional, as a wand may accompany you throughout your life. I would prefer to consider my son's opinion first, Lucius interjected. Very well. Ollivander shrugged in resignation and turned to retrieve the wand Draco had selected. Hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, precisely 10 inches. To give a try. Ollivander's complexion was rather poor. It is only natural for one to feel disheartened when their expertise is called into question. A flicker of fluorescence. Draco, having taken hold of the wand, swiftly cast the most familiar spell at his disposal. A blinding radiance suddenly emanated from the tip of the wand, dazzling Lucius and Ollivander to the point of near blindness. It seems I may soon find myself unemployed, Ollivander thought wryly, realizing that this wand was indeed a perfect match for Draco. I merely wished to avoid wasting time. Draco mused inwardly. How much? Lucius inquired as he prepared to settle the bill. 12 galleons, Ollivander replied, his voice somewhat lacking in vigor, evidently affected by the recent events. I am certain your child will become an extraordinary wizard, Ollivander remarked as he bid farewell to the Malfoys, bowing and expressing a heartfelt sentiment rather than mere flattery. May your words prove prophetic, Lucius responded, his spirits lifted, though he was not to remain in such a buoyant mood for long. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, the bustling sounds of Diagon Alley greeted them. Numerous parents had already arrived with their children to purchase school supplies. At that moment, Lucius spotted someone he deemed utterly detestable. My dear son, I hope you will remember the glory of our bloodline and not tarnish our honor like others have, Lucius abruptly declared to Draco. Yes, father. The honor of the Malfoy family shall remain immortal, Draco replied, somewhat puzzled by Lucius's sudden and seemingly nonsensical statement. However, he soon grasped the intent behind it. Lucius led Draco directly toward the father and son engaged in selecting their wares. I believe I now understand, Draco thought, observing the fiery red hair atop their heads. How astonishing, Arthur, to see you here. I had thought that the Weasley family shunned all things new. Of course, one wand per person. I suppose I was remiss in my considerations, Lucius taunted maliciously. Regrettably for Lucius, he had erred, as Ron was still wielding Charlie's old wand. In the wizarding world, only one family bore such distinct features, the Weasley family. Their identities were all too evident, Arthur Weasley and Ron Weasley. At that moment, Ron's face flushed crimson, clearly affected by Lucius's remarks. I merely wish to remind certain individuals not to bring disgrace upon our families, Lucius explained, though it was more a continuation of his scorn than an explanation. Let us go, Arthur urged Ron, hastily leading him away, evidently unwilling to engage Lucius in a debate. This initial encounter did not bode well, Draco reflected. As pure-blood families within the wizarding community, the Malfoys and the Weasleys represented two stark extremes. One ardently championing blood purity, seeking to validate their superiority while expressing disdain for Muggles, and the other displaying genuine interest in Muggles, extending friendliness, and even drafting the Muggle Protection Act to safeguard their interests. The former's inability to comprehend the actions of the latter is palpable, viewing them as a desecration of the pristine lineage's honor. Conversely, the latter finds the former's fervent advocacy for blood purity utterly unacceptable, deeming them a collection of unadulterated lunatics. Such ideological disparities are sufficient to render their relationship fraught with tension. A glance at the contemporary situation within the Green faith elucidates that a legitimate claim to orthodoxy is enough to incite a war. In public view, Lucius cannot afford to be excessively ostentatious. Hence, he opts to exploit another vulnerability of the Weasley family, namely their financial predicament. Perhaps Arthur's excessive integrity, as the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, should theoretically yield a substantial income. Yet the Weasley household still endures a life of financial strain. This is evident in the fact that most of Ron's possessions were once utilized by his elder siblings. In stark contrast, Lucius capitalizes on his family's influence to amass wealth, as demonstrated by the opulence of the decor within Malfoy Manor. A testament to the family's staggering financial resources. Through a narrow lens, one can glean a glimpse of the reality. As beneficiaries of the current system, who would readily relinquish their immediate comforts for someone educated in the values of the 21st century, such discriminatory views ought to have been relegated to the annals of history long ago. Yet, who could forsake their privileged lifestyle? The Malfoys are no saints, and naturally, they harbor their own ulterior motives. To draw an imperfect analogy, if one were to find themselves as a slave owner, would they instantly adopt Lincoln's fervor for emancipation? Change must be pursued gradually. In truth, Lucius is acutely aware that the Malfoy family tree is replete with individuals who have intermarried with Muggles, and much of the family's wealth is derived from such unions. Should this information ever come to light, it could spell catastrophic consequences for the family. Perhaps altering archaic beliefs may also serve their own interests. Remember that family's red hair is a mark of disgrace among pure-blood wizards. Witnessing Arthur's retreat, Lucius could not suppress his satisfaction and continued to instill his ideologies in Draco. "Father, I believe I have remembered," Draco stated. "That is well," Lucius replied, a faint smile creeping onto his pale visage. "I think it is time we paid a visit to Gringotts," Lucius suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Father, I believe the money we have should suffice for purchasing robes and school supplies," Draco reminded him. "My dear child, do you not aspire to possess your own broomstick? This sum is hardly adequate," Lucius responded. I believe you may not have scrutinized that letter closely enough," Draco remarked. Lucius chuckled. "As a member of the school board, I believe I can grant my son a few minor privileges." "That would be absolutely splendid," Draco replied, excitement bubbling within him, as flying is one of humanity's ultimate dreams. "However, you must promise me one condition." "What is it?" "Do not inform your mother. You know how she despises you engaging in activities she perceives as perilous." Lucius wore a knowing smile. "Of course, father," Draco nodded eagerly, secretly pondering. The character in the original text was indeed spoiled for a reason. "Let us embark on our journey," Lucius said, gently ruffling Malfoy's hair. It must be noted that while Lucius may have his personal shortcomings, his devotion to his family remains beyond reproach. As dusk approached, Lucius and Malfoy returned home, vanishing at the entrance of Diagon Alley, thus concluding their day's endeavors. Chapter 6. Daily Life and Preparation. After procuring the essential supplies for school, with some time left before the term commenced, Malfoy's daily routine remained largely unchanged. If there was any distinction, it was his practice of spells. Crabbe and Goyle, serving as human targets, performed their roles commendably. Previously, Malfoy had been limited to theoretical knowledge due to the absence of a wand, occasionally practicing with some old wands at home, yet this was hardly a sustainable approach. Now that he possessed a wand, Malfoy was eager to indulge in his newfound abilities. As for his practice partners, who else could there be besides his two lackeys? He wondered if he could now acquire Snape's esteemed advanced potion-making. Gazing at the two plump boys sprawled on the floor, ensnared by the sleeping spell, Malfoy felt a twinge of disappointment and found himself increasingly intrigued by spells such as the Disarming Charm and the Hanging Charm. With the passage of time, he had nearly mastered all standard spells, leaving only those he invented himself and the 3 unforgivable curses as the remaining challenges. Thus, the only course available to him was to refine his proficiency with the spells he had already learned. His anticipation for learning at Hogwarts grew ever more fervent. Perhaps he might not acquire much new knowledge in the classroom, but Hogwarts was far more than mere lessons. As one of the oldest wizarding schools, it housed a vast repository of ancient tomes. This was the essence of Malfoy's aspirations. It is essential to recognize that many treasures in the world cannot be purchased solely with wealth. Precious magical materials and rare spellbooks are beyond mere monetary valuation. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake," Malfoy suddenly declared. Reluctantly, the two boys rose from the floor, their faces etched with dismay. No one relishes the sensation of being struck by magic. Although Crabbe and Goyle may lack intelligence, they were not devoid of feeling. They fled with a sense of urgency. Crabbe, nearly stumbling due to his haste. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Malfoy mused, bemused by their reactions. In Crabbe and Goyle's eyes, perhaps he was indeed formidable. There may have been a familial influence centering around Malfoy, yet after years of camaraderie, both his demeanor and magical prowess had earned their respectful admiration. While their intellect may be lacking, their instincts to seek advantage and avoid peril were sufficient to prompt the appropriate responses. Even when Malfoy insisted on continuing, the two, albeit reluctantly, would still acquiesce to their roles as targets. "The challenge is too trivial," Malfoy remarked, shaking his head. "Real combat does not offer such easy targets. The battles among wizards are ever shifting, and such practice could yield limited results. Mastery and combat experience are clearly distinct entities." Gurgle, gurgle. The call of an owl echoed behind Malfoy. The Malfoy family S-owl was a Eurasian eagle owl, the largest, heaviest, and most robust owl in all of Europe. Its wings were impressively broad, and its striking orange-yellow eyes possessed a captivating beauty, exuding a regal aura that resonated with the Malfoy family's self-perceived noble lineage. After perusing the latest issue of Singing Against the Grain, Malfoy stifled a yawn, feeling a tinge of drowsiness. "Darling, come here," came Narcissa's voice from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Malfoy placed his book on the shelf and exited the room. This is truly excessive, he thought as he entered the living room, where an overwhelming pile of luggage awaited him. His jaw nearly dropped at the sight. These were the belongings Narcissa had prepared for him. And in addition to the essential books and clothing, there were numerous other items. "Mother, I don't believe I require all of this," Malfoy remarked, casually opening a trunk filled with his favorite snacks. "I worry you may not be accustomed to the food at school," Narcissa replied. "Mother, as the heir of the Malfoy family, I believe I can overcome such trivial challenges, regardless of whether I am accustomed to the meals at Hogwarts. This is simply too much." However, faced with his mother's efforts, Malfoy hesitated to outright refuse. "Very well," Narcissa said, her mood slightly dampened. "Perhaps it would be best if the owl could occasionally send a portion of these," Malfoy suggested, shifting the conversation. "I knew you wouldn't let your mother's efforts go to waste." Narcissa's spirits lifted noticeably, and she affectionately kissed Malfoy on the forehead. What indulgence, Malfoy mused inwardly, though he concluded that indulgence was far preferable to neglect. "By the way, why hasn't your little girlfriend come over to play lately?" Narcissa inquired suddenly. Malfoy stammelte, momentarily at a loss for words. "Have you been teasing her again?" Narcissa pressed. Before Malfoy could respond, Narcissa continued, "When your father pursued me, it was quite the tale," and she proceeded to recount the romantic exploits of Lucius, though it was unclear how much had been embellished. After listening, Malfoy struggled to suppress a smile. Finding it hard to imagine his father had once been the protagonist of such a romantic narrative, clearly at odds with his usual demeanor. "Ahem. I suppose it's not just your son who needs to prepare for school. Dear mother," Malfoy explained further. "Oh, you're the same age as her. I almost forgot. You'll surely be in the same house, won't you?" Narcissa asked again. "I believe so," Malfoy replied. "Indeed, aside from those Weasley children, there are hardly any purebloods who would choose another house." Narcissa chuckled. "Oh, it's getting late," she said, glancing at the clock. "Darling, I think you should rest. We can sort this out tomorrow." "Very well, mother," Malfoy nodded, turning to head back to his room. Chapter 7. On the express train. The leisurely days had come to an end, and the time for school had arrived. "I truly wish our precious child wouldn't have to leave," Narcissa lamented. In front of King's Cross Station, the Malfoy family was waiting for their train. Narcissa held Draco's hand with one hand, while wiping away her tears with the other. "Mother, I believe you should be happy. I will make many new friends at school, won't I?" Draco consoled her in return. "Remember, do not associate with those mudbloods," Lucius reminded him. "Discrimination leads to no future." Draco couldn't help but sigh inwardly, yet he outwardly complied. "Of course, father." As time approached, Draco glanced at his watch. "Father." "Mother, I think I should board the train now," he said. "Go on," Lucius replied, his pale face as expressionless as ever, though his tightly grasped luggage pole revealed a hint of reluctance. Narcissa's feelings were more evident as she embraced her son deeply. "Remember to write to us with an owl if anything happens," she reminded him. "I will," Draco replied before slowly walking toward a deep red steam engine. The thick smoke from the locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, while various colored cats weaved between people's feet. Amid the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply, responding to one another. Once aboard, Draco quickly found his seat, then shook his head at the compartment, muttering to himself, "Privilege truly leads to decadence." Clearly, Lucius had exercised his influence to secure Draco a single compartment, a privilege reserved for prefects. All I wish for is a peaceful nap before reaching school. At his request, his two followers did not accompany him, as the sound of a snoring companion would be far from pleasant. Draco decided to peruse a new issue of Sing Out of Tune, which he had purchased to pass the time, since he was not particularly tired yet. After finishing the magazine, lunchtime soon arrived. Looking at the meal brought by the steward, Draco felt little appetite. He nibbled on some snacks before closing his eyes to rest, anticipating the evening's activities. However, it seemed that his wish for tranquility would be thwarted. "Has anyone seen a toad?" Neville had lost a toad. A young girl entered Draco's compartment, inquiring as she entered, followed by a round-faced boy who appeared somewhat timid. The girl had a thick mane of brown hair and prominent front teeth, her voice loud and somewhat brash. "What comes must come," Draco sighed inwardly as he regarded her. Truth be told, he did not wish to have too much interaction with the trio. The soul of an adult would no longer be as childish as the Draco of the original timeline, indulging in petty provocations. He preferred to maintain a distance, coexisting peacefully. However, it was evident that disappointment awaited him. "Oh, why are you the only one here?" Hermione, the girl who entered, seemed puzzled. Clearly, the same age Draco could not hold the title of prefect, yet he still had a private compartment. "I believe this is not a question you need to concern yourself with. It is only courteous to introduce oneself before seeking assistance." Malfoy, feigning ignorance, conveniently shifted the topic, for one must understand that while privilege may be discreetly wielded, its overt display can be rather detrimental. I am Hermione Granger. You may call me Hermione. She then pointed to the round-faced boy, saying, "This is Neville Longbottom. He has lost his toad. I have heard my parents speak of you, Neville. Both of your parents are remarkable orators. Lucius and Narcissa clearly have no interest in former adversaries. Yet Malfoy himself regards them with respect, for not everyone possesses the courage to sacrifice for others. Is that not so?" Suddenly lifting his head, Neville's eyes sparkled with an unfamiliar light. It was the first time he had heard a positive remark directed toward him, even if it pertained solely to his parents. "Well then, Mr. Longbottom, let us ponder the whereabouts of your toad," Malfoy suggested. "Perhaps we might try the summoning charm?" Just as Hermione was about to interject, Malfoy continued, "Oh no, I suspect Mr. Longbottom is unaware of the precise location of his toad. Perhaps we could begin by examining the toad's habits." Hermione had wished to question how a first year could master such a challenging spell, but the opportunity eluded her. "Neville, Hermione, we have finally located you," a voice suddenly called from outside the compartment, interrupting Malfoy. "Excellent. It seems the trio has assembled," Malfoy thought to himself. Indeed, fate seems to have intertwined the destinies of these four individuals. No sooner had he thought this than two boys entered the cramped compartment, instantly transforming the once spacious space into a crowded one. One was Ron, whom they had encountered previously, while the other boy, slender and bespectacled, bore a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. It required no further contemplation to recognize the illustrious Harry Potter. Upon noticing the presence of others, Harry politely greeted Malfoy. "Hello, are you also assisting in the search for Neville's toad?" Yet, he seemed oblivious to Ron's rather poor demeanor. "I presume you are Harry Potter, the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord. It is indeed an honor to meet you." Like everyone else, Malfoy feigned civility. "I believe I have seen you in Madame Malkin's shop," Harry suddenly remarked, pointing at Malfoy as if recalling something. "It appears we are quite fated to meet. I believe we could become friends. My name is Malfoy." Malfoy smiled and extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Just as Harry was about to shake hands, Ron leaned in to whisper in Harry's ear, "His parents were once Death Eaters. His entire family belongs to Slytherin, the very house of the Dark Lord, from which nearly all dark wizards have emerged." At this revelation, Harry's hand froze in midair, caught in a moment of indecision. Hermione instinctively took a step back. Compared to Harry, who had only heard fragments of Ron's anecdotes and other rumors, Hermione's understanding of history from her books was evidently far more comprehensive and profound, leading her to harbor an even more unfavorable impression of Slytherin than Harry and Ron. Of course, Ron might have personal grievances to consider. Moreover, their family espoused notions of blood purity, harboring a disdain for pure-blood Muggle wizards. "Frankly, Hermione, I believe it is perilous for you to remain here," Ron added. Upon hearing this, Hermione retreated another step, nearly cornered against the wall, her complexion paling. It was clear that sometimes knowing too much could be detrimental, as she had undoubtedly encountered numerous accounts in her readings of pure-blood wizards abusing Muggle wizards. Harry appeared somewhat awkward, having realized that he had perhaps acted inappropriately, yet he hesitated to offer an apology. "I think when you view others through a rigid lens, you might not anticipate that one day you too could be subjected to similar treatment." Just as the group was about to exit the compartment, Malfoy suddenly cast a glance at Hermione and remarked. Hermione pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. It was evident he was speaking about her. "Neville, I believe we could become friends. As a token of our budding friendship, I would like to offer you a suggestion. Once we disembark, perhaps you should explore the boats, as there may be surprises awaiting you." Unlike Ron's provocations and Harry and Hermione's withdrawal, Neville had stood his ground and displayed no other reaction to Malfoy. It seems certain events are destined to unfold. Is this what they call fate? Malfoy mused as he watched the group depart. With a thud, Ron kicked the corner of the wall after exiting the compartment. The expressions on Harry and Hermione's faces were not favorable. Chapter 8. The Sorting. As dusk approached, Malfoy glanced out the window, observing the undulating hills and forests beneath a deep violet sky. The train gradually slowed its pace. "At last, we are arriving." Upon hearing this, a peculiar emotion surged within Malfoy, a blend of excitement and confusion, perhaps a true reflection of his innermost feelings. Hiss! Malfoy involuntarily inhaled sharply. The temperature outside was not particularly low. First-year students, be cautious of your steps as you arrive here." A remarkably tall man was maintaining order, his face adorned with a thick beard. He was likely of giant lineage. Malfoy silently assessed Hagrid. Subsequently, the new students followed Hagrid, sliding and stumbling seemingly navigating a steep, narrow path downward. The darkness enveloped either side of the path. This is Hogwarts, Malfoy thought, momentarily entranced by the scenery before him. In contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Malfoy family estate, Hogwarts exuded a profound sense of historical gravitas. With its ancient bricks and weathered stone walls vividly illustrating the school's long-standing legacy. Each boat must not exceed 4 people, Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a row of small boats moored at the shore. Pansy. Among the crowd, Malfoy spotted Pansy and couldn't help but call out. It was certainly preferable to share a boat with her than with some strangers. What have I done to offend her? Malfoy shook his head, still perplexed by the sudden shift in Pansy's demeanor towards him. I shall inquire later. Malfoy, lost in thought, casually stepped onto a small boat. Is everyone aboard? Hagrid called out, as he himself occupied a solitary vessel. Very well, let us proceed, he announced, and a fleet of small boats glided across the lake's mirror-like surface. An air of silence enveloped them, as they gazed upon the towering castle that seemed to pierce the heavens. As they approached the cliff upon which the castle stood, it appeared to loom ominously above them. Lower your heads, Hagrid shouted as the first boats drew near the precipice. Everyone instinctively bowed their heads, the boats carrying them through a verdant curtain of ivy that concealed a hidden entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at a space reminiscent of an underground dock, before emerging onto a stony and pebbled ground. One by one, Malfoy and the other students disembarked. Thank Merlin, Neville exclaimed, throwing his arms wide in sheer delight upon finding his toad in an empty boat. I suppose you must have located your toad, Malfoy remarked from behind Neville. I'm truly grateful, Neville stammered excitedly, though he often exhibited such tendencies. Now that we've found it, let's be on our way. Malfoy scanned the surroundings once more, unfortunately failing to catch sight of Pansy. Guided by Hagrid's lantern, the first years ascended through a tunnel in the rock and finally arrived at a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle shadow. The door swung open instantly. Thank you, Hagrid, said a tall, dark-haired witch in a flowing emerald robe, her expression grave. Professor McGonagall then ushered the newcomers into a small chamber, already cramped with people, which felt even more so with the influx. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. The feast is about to commence. However, before you are seated in the dining hall, you must first ascertain to which house you will belong. The sorting is a highly significant ceremony for during your time here. Your house will be akin to your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes alongside your housemates, reside in your house as dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house as common room. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 houses, outlining certain details regarding the sorting and various school regulations, such as the points system between houses and the pursuit of the house cup. Harry and Ron whispered nervously to each other, fearing a test of some sort related to magic, while Hermione continuously recited spells she had learned. Found you, Malfoy exclaimed, finally spotting Pansy amidst the crowd, laughing with a few girls nearby. The space was incredibly confined, and Malfoy had to maneuver through the throngs of students slowly. Pansy, I was looking for you. Your little boyfriend is rather handsome, teased the girls nearby, clearly unconvinced by Malfoy's claims of misunderstanding. I have nothing to say to him, Pansy replied coldly. Oh, are you truly upset? That only calls for some coaxing, the girl continued to jest before moving to the other side, granting Malfoy and Pansy a moment of privacy. I believe I should first ascertain where I went astray, should I not? Draco Malfoy inquired. Pansy, puffing her cheeks in contemplation, finally spoke. You didn't even think to seek me out in the carriage. Do you have any idea how dreadfully boring it was for me? Draco faltered momentarily, evidently taken aback by the thought. Look, you've clearly forgotten about me, Pansy remarked, her tone revealing her understanding of the situation upon noticing Draco's discomfort. I even made a special trip to other compartments to find you, she added, her voice dropping ever so slightly, yet still audible. Perhaps you intentionally avoided me because you found me bothersome. Otherwise, how could I have failed to locate you? It seemed Pansy had a sudden realization, her tone rising again. Behold, the repercussions of privilege have arrived. Draco emitted a pained groan, clearly aware that Pansy had only searched the standard compartments, neglecting the special ones. Then I must blame my father, he quickly deflected, moving closer to Pansy. It was my father's arrangement of my seat. I had no inkling you would come looking for me, he explained. Even if you weren't avoiding me, you must have forgotten about me. Pansy was relentless in her pursuit. A thought just struck me. Draco seemed to recall something. I was previously assisting Neville in locating his toad, the Neville from the Longbottom family, you know? My father always insists that I cultivate relationships with others, and the Longbottoms are pure blood, so I couldn't very well ignore him. That chubby little fool is a bit dim. But is that toad truly more significant than me? Pansy questioned. A silence ensued. I can no longer contain myself. Pansy suddenly erupted into laughter, having previously worn an icy demeanor. Draco, still bewildered, failed to grasp the situation. The girls who had been with Pansy were now giggling as well. I always knew that you, the bookworm, would never consider such things. Your earlier expression was quite amusing, far more entertaining than usual. At that moment, Draco realized he had been the subject of Pansy and her friend's playful teasing. He had always maintained a gentlemanly facade, appearing somewhat insincere. Now, at last, he exhibited a different expression. Pansy suddenly leaned closer to Draco and said, "Last time I threatened you, you remained so composed. Today, however, you seem flustered. It appears I hold some significance in your heart, which brings me joy. This is your reward." With that, Pansy stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Draco on the forehead. The girls nearby erupted in a chorus of cheers, and a blush swept across Pansy's cheeks. Draco could only lament that he had attracted a little sorceress, though he found the sensation rather pleasant. "Please maintain silence while waiting," Professor McGonagall, having detected the commotion, stated sternly before departing the room. Suddenly, the once laughing girls shrieked, mingled with the voices of several boys. Non-corporeal, capable of thought, semi-transparent, seemingly non-aggressive. It appeared this type of being possessed such characteristics. In contrast to the panicked reactions of those around him, Draco observed intently, quickly summarizing several traits of the ghost that had materialized. Perhaps this was the hallmark of scholarly mind. As Malfoy was about to depart, he realized that his sleeve had been tugged. He turned to find Pansy gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "Stop pretending. I know I didn't frighten you. You visited my home often enough." Malfoy bluntly exposed Pansy as facade. Their interactions had certainly transcended mere storytelling. Pansy, with her adventurous spirit, had insisted on dragging Malfoy to numerous secret chambers within the estate. They had encountered their fair share of ghosts. For how could a family with such a long lineage not harbor a few spectral beings? Just a moment ago, you seemed intriguing. Now, you're back to your old self. How dull. Pansy scoffed, her lips curling in a pout as she regained her usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Malfoy's reaction. The pair followed the throng out of the room and into an opulent dining hall. Students from other classes were already gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of candles floating in midair. Gleaming gold platters and tall wine goblets adorned the tables. At the head of the hall, another long table was set for the teachers. Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students to one side, facing the older students lined up before them, with the faculty standing behind. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow on hundreds of faces, resembling pale lanterns. Ghosts mingled among the students, their forms shimmering with a faint silver light. Malfoy tilted his gaze upward, with a velvet black ceiling sparkled with distant stars. It was hard to believe that a ceiling truly existed above, or that the dining hall was not open to the sky. How could one possibly maintain a spell within a defined space? Unlike the awe of others, Malfoy was plunged into deeper contemplation. Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool before the first-year students, on which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched, worn, and exceedingly dirty. Silence enveloped the hall. Then, the hat began to stir. Its brim split open wide, resembling a mouth, and it commenced to sing, "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. Should you find a hat more splendid than I shall devour myself whole. You may make your top hats glossy and sleek, but I am the illustrious sorting hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your own. Any thought concealed within your minds cannot escape my discerning gaze. Place me upon your head, and I shall reveal to which house you belong. Perhaps you are suited for Gryffindor, where the brave reside, their valor and spirit setting them apart. You might belong to Hufflepuff, where integrity and loyalty thrive, their students steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard work. Or, if you possess keen intellect, you may find yourself among the wise of Ravenclaw, where the learned gather to meet their kindred spirits. Perhaps you will find yourself in Slytherin, or perhaps you will forge genuine friendships here. Fear not, for there is no need for panic. In my hands, despite lacking even a single appendage, you are assuredly safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." After my song concluded, the applause resonated throughout the hall as I bowed graciously to each of the 4 tables, before becoming still once more. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call a name, that individual shall don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment," she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, donning the hat, which perfectly obscured her eyes. She seated herself, and, after a brief pause, the Hufflepuff had exclaimed. The individuals at the table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their midst. One by one, the new students approached to wear the hat, accepting its judgment for their house assignment. However, it is worth noting that the sorting hat ultimately adheres to the desires of the individual. While it may offer suggestions, it will not contravene the wishes of the student. For instance, during his sorting, Harry Potter fervently thought, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Although the hat may have preferred him in Slytherin, it respected Harry's choice. As for Neville, who may have appeared indecisive, the hat discerned his inner qualities. Clearly, the sorting hat remains astute. In the original timeline, Neville demonstrated extraordinary bravery as a Gryffindor. Subsequently, Hermione and Neville were also sorted into Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy, Professor McGonagall announced. Would the soul no longer be singular, and would the outcome change? At this moment, Malfoy's demeanor was no longer as composed as he had projected. He was deep in thought. As he pondered, he slowly approached the front of the line and placed the sorting hat upon his head. Unlike in the original text, where the hat immediately screamed, Slytherin, upon contact, it instead fell into contemplation. Soon, a voice whispered in Malfoy's ear. Ravenclaw, undeniably Ravenclaw. I have never encountered a child with such an insatiable thirst for knowledge. I dare say the knowledge you possess could nearly grant you a diploma. Ravenclaw suits you well, does it not? Oh no. Malfoy felt the hat sway slightly upon his head. Slytherin. Ultimately, the sorting hat rendered its verdict. Is this fate? Malfoy smiled faintly before heading towards the Slytherin table, taking a seat beside Pansy. He did not notice the complex expression on Hermione's face amidst the crowd. Ron was not mistaken. He truly was a Slytherin. But what does that truly signify? Can one deem him malevolent based solely on that? Hermione wrestled with her thoughts, clearly affected by Malfoy's earlier words. To be honest, I thought you, the bookworm, would end up in Ravenclaw, Pansy remarked. Then my parents would surely disown me, Malfoy exaggeratedly replied. Now, that is quite amusing. Pansy seemed to recall that scene, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Suddenly, a wave of exuberant cheers reverberated throughout the dining hall. The Weasley twins exclaimed loudly, We have Potter! We have Potter! It appeared that our savior classmate possessed quite the charisma. Malfoy remarked with a tinge of exasperation, It's merely good fortune. Pansy pursed her lips, clearly displeased that the so-called savior had been sorted into Gryffindor. In her eyes, such glory ought to reside solely within Slytherin. As the last of the Beauxbatons students, Zabini, was assigned to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her. A tall, slender elder rose to address the assembly. Malfoy scrutinized this elderly figure amidst the crowd. The long, aquiline nose, interrupted at least twice, was complemented by half-moon spectacles, piercing blue eyes, a flowing silver beard, and waist-length silver hair. This was none other than the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore. He began, Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I have a few words to share. Fools, crybaby remnants, thank you all. He then resumed his seat, prompting applause and cheers from the assembly. Subsequently, all the students began to indulge in the feast before them. Who would consume peppermint during a formal meal? Malfoy mused, somewhat exasperated. Clearly, Hogwarts had once again set a new low for British cuisine. New Slytherins, follow me, the prefect instructed. After the banquet concluded, the prefect would escort the newcomers to their respective dormitories. Following the prefect, the Slytherin first years descended numerous staircases until they finally arrived before the common room. Behind a desolate, damp stone wall was a narrow, low-ceiling basement with walls and ceilings constructed of rough stone and rounded, green glowing lamps dangling from chains overhead. The door bore a magnificent serpent carving that hissed, Password, pure blood, the prefect replied, and added for the newcomers, remember this password. I would rather not find anyone sleeping in the corridors. Of course, I'm not concerned about anyone catching cold, but I doubt anyone would relish the idea of our house losing points. Understood, the group responded in unison. It seemed that, indeed, the bonds of honor were more effective than commands in ensuring a Slytherin's compliance. Malfoy reflected silently. Upon entering, Malfoy cast a glance at the fireplace, involuntarily comparing it to that of his home and concluding that Hogwarts was evidently lacking in educational funding. Naturally, this was merely a jestful thought. After that, nothing remarkable occurred. Malfoy found his dormitory, settled his belongings, and climbed into bed, concluding the day's journey. The eagerly anticipated life at the academy was finally about to commence. This was the last thought that drifted through Malfoy's mind as he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. Life at the Academy. Malfoy felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, a considerable amount of it. For after the initial novelty wore off, he found himself losing interest in the majority of his courses. The current Malfoy was clearly no academic slacker. Presently, the only subject that piqued his interest was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, renowned for its complexity and difficulty, perhaps even tinged with danger. Moreover, Malfoy found it peculiar what had transpired in this alternate timeline. Slytherin and Gryffindor now shared the majority of their classes together. Is this the butterfly effect? Malfoy pondered. Hey, Professor McGonagall seems to be late. Huh? I never expected that stern old woman would keep us waiting. Pansy whispered as she tugged at Malfoy's sleeve. Hush, do you see that counter table? Malfoy quickly urged Pansy to silence. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum, Professor McGonagall declared. Anyone caught misbehaving in my classroom will be expelled and barred from re-entering. I have warned you. She cast a glance toward Pansy. Oh no, she heard that, Pansy murmured, lowering her head in an attempt to hide behind Malfoy. Don't fret, she isn't that petty, Malfoy reassured her. The students present gasped in awe, Malfoy included. As someone who had once been deeply influenced by materialistic education, the wonder of these scenes never ceased to amaze him. After meticulously noting down a plethora of intricate notes, Professor McGonagall began distributing a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Professor McGonagall, look, my matchstick is changing, Hermione exclaimed with excitement, as thus far, only her matchstick exhibited any transformation. Excellent, McGonagall acknowledged with a nod and a rare smile. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione beamed, lifting her chin with pride. The Gryffindor Lions rejoiced, for the glory of the house was also their own. Some even gazed at this girl who had earned point for the house on her very first day with admiration. Mr. Malfoy, had I not witnessed it myself, I would have suspected you had secretly produced a new needle. 10 points to Slytherin. Regrettably, the Gryffindor's jubilation was short-lived. In stark contrast to Hermione's half-finished transformation, Malfoy had flawlessly completed the metamorphosis of his matchstick into a needle. Hermione, who had been holding her head high, immediately dropped it, casting furtive glances at Malfoy to compare their progress. That'll teach you to be smug. Pansy made a mocking face in provocation. Don't mind him. He must have practiced at home many times. It's only natural that you can't compete, Harry consoled from behind Hermione. Ron's face flushed, and he remained silent, seemingly lost in thoughts of his own family. I've never been outdone in my studies, Hermione suddenly declared, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. It appears I was meddling where I shouldn't have. Harry shook his head. As for Malfoy, he regarded the transformation as a trivial accomplishment. With a flick of his wand, the needle reverted to its original form. As they had noted, Malfoy had indeed practiced similar spells, yet this was undeniably a testament to his skill. Even so, it was evident that Malfoy could achieve near perfection in just a few attempts. With the right approach, what spell is beyond me? Malfoy mused with a self-deprecating smile. However, for him, mere memorization had become increasingly futile. It was creativity that he truly sought to cultivate. There exist two archetypes of exemplary students. The first type embodies the conventional understanding of excellence, much like Hermione from the original timeline, who can nearly flawlessly execute the tasks assigned by her instructors. Yet, that is the extent of her capabilities. The second type not only possesses the attributes of the former, but also exhibits unparalleled creativity. One need only consider the spells and notes devised by Snape to understand that mere intelligence is far from sufficient. However, such qualities cannot be forced. One must first settle for being a conventionally good student, mused Malfoy. The class that students anticipated most eagerly was, of course, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Yet, aside from Malfoy, the rest were sorely disappointed. The overpowering scent of garlic emanating from Professor Quirrell was overwhelming, and the class seemed devoid of any magical allure. Many students found their minds wandering. Malfoy, however, listened with an unusual enthusiasm. Poor fellow, he thought, shaking his head. You two find this lecture tedious, do you not? Pansy from the back row suddenly poked him with her quill. It's tolerable, Malfoy replied dismissively. Discussing how to resist vampires is far less engaging than you recounting that drivel. Twilight, Pansy said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Please, spare me just from Europa deist. We all know someone dismissed it as a wretched plot halfway through, Malfoy replied quietly, just to irritate those Gryffindors. Pansy flashed her characteristic, mischievous grin. I think I shall persist in listening to how garlic can vanquish vampires. How utterly dull. Life, in Malfoy's view, was rather monotonous. Although his peers often lamented the excessive assignments from their professors, he found himself an exception, as his commendable performance exempted him from nearly all of his homework. How might one gain access to those so-called restricted books? Malfoy pondered, staring blankly at a row of shelves. For an academic overachiever, frequenting the library was the true norm. As for his two lackeys, Malfoy had taken delight in allowing them to fend for themselves. Persuading them to accompany him to the library was a task more arduous than extracting their very lives. The publicly accessible books in the library held little allure for him, merely serving as a diversion. With that, Malfoy extracted a tome entitled The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic and began to read. Terrifying magical talent, yet juvenile political ideologies, was Malfoy's conclusion. A failure to harness his charismatic persona for dominion, coupled with an excessive reliance on brute force, meant that aside from a handful of die-hard Death Eaters who idolized him fervently, most were governed by fear. Collaborations with certain families were merely transactional, resulting in a fragmented power structure. Should his strength wane, it would be no surprise for his followers to scatter like leaves in the wind. A tragic childhood had engendered his paranoia. Despite not being a pure-blood himself, he adhered to the tenet of pure-blood supremacy. No, that is not right, Malfoy mused, contemplating whether this was merely a compromise with those families, a true exchange of interests perhaps. He reflected on Voldemort's gains and losses during his activities. Yet, the current Dark Lord seemed to have resumed fully exploiting his manipulative capabilities. Should he reveal Quirrell's discrepancies to Dumbledore? Malfoy found himself deep in thought. Indeed, he had suspected Quirrell's oddities from the outset. Perhaps it would be best to let Snape grapple with the issue. "Excuse me, could you let me pass?" A familiar voice interrupted Malfoy's contemplation from behind him. "Oh, certainly." Malfoy, accustomed to leaning against the bookshelf while reading, a habit inherited from a previous life, realized he was obstructing someone's path. "Thank you," the voice continued. A few seconds later, a soft gasp escaped. Having already moved aside, Malfoy was in the process of selecting another book when he glanced up, greeted by a cascade of unruly brown hair. It was none other than Hermione, clutching a stack of books. Naturally, who else would venture to the library in the days leading up to the new term? A Gryffindor lion. Perhaps it would be wise for this pure blood, who revels in tormenting muggles and muggle-borns, to maintain his distance. Malfoy quipped, turning to leave. "Wait." Hermione's voice rose, tinged with urgency, her expression shifting as though she were resolving to make a decision. "Miss Granger, I must remind you that this is a library. Please maintain silence." "I apologize," Hermione replied, bowing slightly with her stack of books. "That remark should have been directed at the one you disturbed. I mean, about what happened last time." Malfoy's eyebrows arched in curiosity. "I'm truly sorry for what transpired on the train. Both I and my companions harbored biases against you. Since arriving at the school, I have reflected deeply. I have come to understand that there are no inherently evil houses or bloodlines, only wicked wizards. Here, I seek your forgiveness. Next time, I will bring the other two along to apologize as well." As if rehearsed, Hermione delivered her series of apologies. "Am I to commend Gryffindor for its courage to admit wrongdoing, and thus grant you my forgiveness, as though we were characters in a fairy tale?" Malfoy jested. Hermione's face paled, clearly having summoned great courage for this apology, yet she had not anticipated rejection. "I was merely jesting. I am not so petty. I accept your apology. Though you need not exert yourself further, I do not require apologies from them," Malfoy declared. Hermione exhaled deeply, the earlier words evidently weighing heavily upon her. "The cunning of Slytherin remains undeniable," she muttered. "Thank you for the compliment. Do not get too cocky. I shall surpass you in due time." Hermione clearly still harbored grievances from their last Transfiguration class. "Now that is something to look forward to," Malfoy replied with a smile. On Friday, Pansy slumped at the dining table, her spirit evidently low. "We have potions class coming up, and I loathe those bubbling, peculiar concoctions. Do you know what our teacher is like?" "I heard they are the head of our house." Pansy nudged Malfoy's arm. "I can't remember. Do you think everyone possesses your bookish memory?" Pansy retorted, sticking out her tongue. "I doubt you even read." Malfoy bluntly exposed the truth. "That is simply splendid," Pansy exclaimed, relishing in the chaos. Soon, the time for potions class arrived. It was held in a rather chilly dungeon classroom, considerably colder than the castle above. Along the wall stood glass jars, within which specimens of animals steeped in liquid elicited a chilling sense of dread. It was utterly repulsive. Pansy covered her nose, as if the scent of the solution could permeate the vessels. The course was taught by Severus Snape, a gaunt man whose cold, black eyes concealed an abyss of emptiness, reminiscent of two dark tunnels. He possessed a prominent hooked nose and straight black hair that fell to his shoulders. Snape picked up the register, pausing every time he reached Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he murmured, "Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer among us. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he began, his voice slightly above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the room. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape wielded an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic, he continued. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of the cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant vapors that enchant the senses. I can teach you how to enhance your prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death. But a caveat must be noted. You must not be the sort of imbecile I frequently encounter. After delivering this brief introduction, the class fell into a profound silence. Listening to these words, one might question the sanity of the speaker. Snape's remarks reminded Malfoy of certain eccentric scientists he had heard of in a past life. This sounds exceedingly difficult, Pansy muttered, grimacing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows, while Hermione nearly perched on the edge of her seat, leaning forward eagerly, seemingly intent on proving herself, casting a glance toward Malfoy. Potter, Snape suddenly called, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would result? What root powder goes into what solution? Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was momentarily taken aback. Hermione's arm shot high into the air. I don't know, sir. Harry replied. Snape disdainfully curled his lip. TSK, TSK. It appears fame does not equate to knowledge. He deliberately ignored Hermione's raised hand. Let's try again, shall we? Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it? Hermione strained to keep her hand aloft without leaving her seat. But Harry had no idea what a bezoar was. He forced himself to maintain a steady gaze upon Snape's indifferent eyes. During his time at the Dursleys, he had indeed perused every book, yet that did not imply he could recall every detail. Ah, our savior, Snape remarked sarcastically. This script is off, Malfoy thought. Still rising from his seat, these questions posed no challenge for him. A satisfied smile crept on Snape's gloomy face. Perfect answer, 10 points to Slytherin. Perhaps it was all prearranged, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione's hand was raised high, defying the teacher, resulting in Gryffindor losing a point. Snape addressed Ron, and it appeared that his hearing was remarkably acute. Ron immediately fell silent. And you, Potter, I hope you'll be more diligent in your studies. It is what your reputation demands, Snape remarked in an exaggerated tone. Very well, sir, Harry replied, suppressing his impatience. For he understood that any retort might lead to further deductions from Gryffindor's score. Alas, Gryffindor's fate was already sealed for the day. As the potions class progressed, Snape divided them into pairs, instructing them to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. He roamed the classroom in his long black cloak, overseeing their activities as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs, with nearly every student receiving criticism. Only before Malfoy's cauldron did Snape display a fleeting smile of satisfaction. Something seems amiss, Malfoy remarked, sniffing the air and glancing down at his feet, where green smoke was billowing ominously, hissing as it rose. Clear the water. Malfoy promptly cast a spell, attempting to clean up the spilled potion. Idiot! Snape roared, though his ire was directed at Neville, whose cauldron had been overturned, nearly spilling its contents across the classroom floor, a disaster averted only by Malfoy's timely intervention. Well done, Slytherin, 5 points for you, Snape said, turning to Malfoy before adopting a fearsome expression. I will handle this matter. Quickly, take him to the hospital wing, he commanded, directing his attention to Seamus, and then turning to Harry with a scowl. Potter, why did you not inform him not to add the porcupine quills? Do you think his mistakes reflect poorly on you? Gryffindor has lost another point because of you. This is utterly unfair. Harry was about to protest when Ron kicked him from behind the cauldron. Harry, hold your tongue. Don't give him any more chances, Ron whispered. Harry swallowed his words. After a tumultuous lesson, Potions class finally came to an end, along with a shift in the scores between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Chapter 10, Flying Lessons. Oh dear, why must flying lessons be held with that group of Slytherins? Ron and the other young Gryffindors lamented upon reading the notice on the wall of the Gryffindor common room. Slytherin seemed equally discontented, engrossed in discussions about Quidditch. Malfoy, however, was an exception. He showed little enthusiasm for the wizarding sport, having indulged in his own flying escapades at home in Narcissa's absence, rendering him rather indifferent to the upcoming lesson. Why don't you share your experiences? Pansy inquired, curious. There's nothing much to say, Malfoy replied, shaking his head. Draco is going to regale us with tales of his adventures on a broomstick. Pansy suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, a throng of Slytherin students gathered around. For Slytherin's admired strength, and Malfoy, who had earned them considerable points in the early days of the term and hailed from a renowned pure-blood family, was undoubtedly regarded as a figure of power among his peers. They were naturally intrigued by Malfoy's past experiences, particularly those involving flying broomsticks. Malfoy feigned contemplation, ransacking his mind for a somewhat plausible tale. He shot Pansy a fierce glare, to which she responded with a sly grin, as if she had successfully executed a cunning plan. In the sanctum of our home, Malfoy commenced his storytelling session. Having been deeply influenced by online novels in his previous life, he effortlessly spun a coherent narrative that left the young Slytherins in awe. Upon concluding his tale, Pansy discreetly inquired, "Shall I also visit that place next time I come to your home?" Malfoy, with an impassive expression, replied, "What I just told you was entirely fabricated." Pansy's face fell in dismay. "You made it sound so believable. I haven't even confronted you about this. Do you think it was my idea to concoct that story?" Suddenly, she remembered Professor McGonagall's assignment that she had yet to complete and sought an excuse to slip away. "Wait a moment." Pansy slowly lowered her head, adopting an expression of remorse, as if to say, "I know I was wrong. Please feel free to punish me, my dear little witch." Despite recognizing the theatrics, Malfoy had no choice but to relent. "Eat some sweets to silence your chatter, and speak less in the future." With that, Malfoy produced several bags of exquisitely packaged candies and placed them in Pansy's hands. One cannot deny that Narcissa was rather generous in sending treats to Malfoy. Pansy gazed at him. "Don't misconstrue this. You may interpret it as me bribing you. Additionally, I cannot consume all these sweets alone," Malfoy awkwardly clarified. "Though your words are contradictory, I shall graciously accept them, given your sincerity." However, the sparkle in Pansy's eyes betrayed her. Clearly, she was not the only one being disingenuous. Never underestimate the allure of sweets for young ladies. Soon, the much-anticipated afternoon arrived, marking the time for flying lessons. The weather was splendid that day, clear and not too hot, with a gentle breeze rustling past as the Gryffindor students hurried down the steps toward a flat expanse of grass, the blades swaying slightly beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forest, with dark trees swaying ominously in the wind. The Slytherin students were already there, with 20 flying broomsticks meticulously arranged on the ground. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, approached, her short gray hair and eagle-like yellow eyes commanding attention. "What are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone, stand beside a broomstick. Quickly, quickly. Make haste." Malfoy shook his head as he looked down at his broom. The old, shabby stick bore several branches protruding at odd angles, and dust clung to the handle. It is easy to slide from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from extravagance to frugality, Malfoy mused. He extended his right hand above the broomstick as Madame Hooch instructed up. Everyone echoed the command. Malfoy mimicked their actions, yet for someone already adept at flying, engaging in such practice felt more like a torment. Thus, he chose to adopt a stance of passive resistance. Madame Hooch demonstrated to them the art of mounting a broomstick without slipping off. She traversed the line, correcting their grip with meticulous attention. Harry and Ron, along with their fellow students, adhered to Madame Hooch's instructions with a semblance of discipline. Hermione appeared somewhat uneasy, despite her earlier passionate discourse on Quidditch through the ages. It seemed she was not particularly adept at sports. Meanwhile, Neville trembled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a testament to his palpable anxiety. Overwhelmed by self-doubt and eager to prove himself, he did not wait for the whistle to touch Madame Hooch's lips before he propelled himself upward. "Oh, poor lad," Draco thought sympathetically. Yet, it was evident that Neville was unable to control his broom, soaring higher as if propelled by a booster. Memories of his less-than-pleasant childhood experiences, including an accidental fall from a great height, flooded back to him. His face drained of color. He felt his strength waning. Gripping the broom with all his might proved futile. Gradually, the contact between his hands and the broom diminished until it slipped from his grasp. A calamity seemed imminent. "Wingardium Leviosa," Draco murmured softly, directing his incantation at Neville, though only Pansy heard. To their astonishment, Neville, who should have plummeted, appeared to be met with some unseen resistance, falling at a much slower pace than anticipated. Thank goodness, Madame Hooch swiftly dashed to the patch of grass where Neville would land, inspecting his condition. "Miracle!" she exclaimed in awe. Remarkably, Neville had sustained little injury. "Nevertheless, I must take you to the hospital wing for a checkup," she said, wrapping an arm around him as they made their way, for even though he was unharmed, the fright had rendered Neville's legs weak. "No, my memory ball and my broom," Neville suddenly cried out as a realization struck him. The memory ball is flying in. Draco, having spotted the fallen object on the grass, cast a summoning charm. "It would be prudent to keep such items in the dormitory during flying lessons," he remarked, handing the memory ball to Neville. Thank you," Neville stammered, at a loss for words. "As for the broom, I believe our savior has gone to retrieve it," Draco said, glancing sideways. No, Hermione shouted, but Harry ignored her. The blood surged in his ears, a deafening roar. He swiftly mounted his broomstick, pushing off the ground with fervor. Ascending into the air as the wind whipped through his hair, his robes billowing behind him. Neville's broom was drifting toward the forbidden forest. Harry felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if nothing could restrain him. To hell with Snape and those assignments. Accelerate, accelerate. He drew ever closer to the broom until it was within reach. He extended his hand and, with a mere attempt, grasped the weathered broom tightly. The students of Gryffindor erupted in cheers, yet Hermione remained somewhat despondent, evidently still troubled by his transgression of the rules. Meanwhile, the students of Slytherin were even less pleased, as their rival basked in the limelight. Subsequently, Harry expertly maneuvered his broom, landing gracefully on the grass. A throng of young lions swiftly gathered around their hero. Filled with pride, Harry finally recognized the source of his innate talent. As he grasped the broom and soared into the sky, it felt as though it were an extension of his very being, allowing him to glide with unparalleled freedom. What a joyous sport it was. However, Harry's heart suddenly sank as Professor McGonagall's words brought him crashing down from his euphoric heights. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. Professor McGonagall was rendered momentarily speechless, her glasses glinting with indignation. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. It was not his fault, Professor. Silence. Miss Pettigrew, there's no need to say more. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards the castle, with Harry following mechanically in her wake. Am I to be expelled? Harry's mind was in turmoil. He yearned to explain himself, but was at a loss for words. History has a way of repeating itself. Malfoy silently observed as McGonagall led Harry away. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gryffindor would soon boast yet another youngest seeker. Do you think the chosen one will be expelled? Pansy tugged at Malfoy's robes. How dull, Pansy muttered. By the way, what spell did you cast earlier? Your wand was of no use. It was merely a levitation charm. You actually assisted a Gryffindor? It was just an opportunity to practice wandless magic. Do you expect me to believe that? Malfoy fixed Pansy with a scrutinizing gaze. Pansy was about to inquire further when she recalled the considerable amount of sweets she had accepted as bribes. I won't say anything, she declared, turning her head away, as if Malfoy had provoked her ire. I can't very well admit that I found him rather likable during my last life, Malfoy thought. Everyone aspires to be Harry, yet they may merely be Neville. Who among us has not harbored dreams of heroism in their youth? Given his capabilities, Malfoy was still willing to extend a modicum of assistance to the good-natured chubby boy. In his previous life, Neville's ultimate triumph had inspired him even more than Harry's feats. After all, most people's past might have been as ordinary as, or even worse than Neville's. Chapter 11, Serendipity. Time flew by, and before long, nearly 2 months had passed since their arrival at Hogwarts. Today, Malfoy was positively elated, his demeanor radiating joy, even as the corners of his mouth turned up slightly during meals. It's just a permission slip, yet you would think it was something extraordinary. Beside him, Pansy was diligently tackling her plate of smoked fish. This is not merely a permission slip. It symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and power, Malfoy proclaimed with an unusual calmness. I think you ought to take your plate over there, Pansy suggested, pointing towards Ravenclaw's territory. Due to his stellar performance in numerous subjects, Malfoy had finally been granted unrestricted access to the vast majority of the library's collection, no longer needing to request permission from Madame Pants. Certain tomes contain formidable dark magic that has never been taught at Hogwarts. These volumes are accessible solely to students enrolled in the elective course of Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts. To peruse these particular texts, students must obtain the authorization and signature of a professor. For him, the scope of borrowable books has once again expanded. Aside from a few rare manuscripts or exceedingly perilous dark magic tomes that require special permission, he now enjoys unrestricted access to most other volumes. I see you're quite distracted in class today, Pansy remarked, her sharp tongue betraying her annoyance at Malfoy's animated demeanor. You've never looked this happy around me. A pang of jealousy surged within her. You're right. We have class shortly, Malfoy replied, making an effort to compose himself, seemingly oblivious to the bitterness lacing Pansy's words. However, it was evident that he was somewhat preoccupied during today's lesson. I wonder if the sorting hat is malfunctioning, a group of Ravenclaw students whispered. If he were in our house, the house cup would undoubtedly be ours. Clearly, this news had spread across several houses. What is there to be proud of? It's just better grades, Ron grumbled in the Gryffindor common room. I think we should focus on how to apologize to Hermione. That's what truly matters, Harry suggested. Shifting the subject. Apologize? Wingardium Leviosa, Ron suddenly exclaimed. Did you see how she looked at us? We must seem like complete fools in her eyes. Enough, Ron. You know that's not what she meant, Harry interjected. I'm sure you noticed she was crying just now. And what of it? A flicker of unease crossed Ron's face. Clearly, causing a girl to cry was not a source of pride. All right. Fine, I'll apologize, Ron said, a hint of impatience evident in his expression. Meanwhile, Malfoy navigated the shelves, the history of Hogwarts so extensive that some wooden bookcases had begun to decay, exuding a musty aroma of rotting wood, while some books, long neglected, were cloaked in layers of dust. Malfoy sought the elusive knowledge he yearned for, his gaze sweeping quickly, his feet following suit. He halted before the oldest bookshelf, declaring, "This is the one." Pulling out a tome, its cover was nearly indistinguishable, cloaked in a thick layer of dust that obscured the title. With a flick of magic, he cleaned it, revealing a semblance of its former glory, yet the words, blurred by time, remained unclear. This will suffice, he mused. Just as Malfoy pondered further, he felt a sudden, forceful shove against his back. "I'm sorry." A familiar female voice came from behind. "Isn't this the know it all from Gryffindor? You seem a bit off today. Had a spat with someone?" Malfoy inquired knowingly. In a past life, he had encountered a theory suggesting that some individuals tend to maintain a facade around familiar faces while shedding their armor in the presence of strangers. Today seemed to affirm that notion. A thin mist suddenly clouded Hermione's eyes as she spoke. "They all claim I seek to please the professors. During Charms class, Ron even remarked that I resemble a nightmare. I merely intended to remind him that he had mispronounced his spell. Why do they say such things about me?" Hermione erupted with frustration. "And that group from your house constantly refers to me as a mudblood. Such a loathsome nickname. Do you also wish to mock me? In your presence, I feel stripped of any pride." Draco Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, as he felt they were hardly acquaintances. Hermione's current display of vulnerability made him think that perhaps his new role should be that of a psychologist, tasked with comforting her. Clearing his throat, he said, "As the most distinguished first year in Slytherin, I believe I should apologize on behalf of those inept students from my house." He inclined his head slightly. Hermione was momentarily stunned. It was clear that her earlier words had been nothing but an outpouring of emotion, intended to drive him away so she could find solace. Unexpectedly, however, he had not only remained calm, but had also offered her an apology. "Aren't you upset?" Hermione's voice faltered. "I think since a Gryffindor has the courage to apologize to a Slytherin, I cannot appear overly petty. Can I?" Malfoy clearly referenced their previous encounter. After a brief silence, Hermione quietly remarked, "One can only visit Hogsmeade on Saturdays, and only with the permission of third years and teachers. In this world, there exist only places one wishes to go, not those one cannot access. Gryffindor courage should also encompass breaking the rules, right? Perhaps by bending them a bit, you might blend in with them. Wouldn't you agree?" "Follow me," Malfoy declared, striding forward. Hermione, resolute in her decision, stomped her foot and hurriedly followed him. After all, every Gryffindor possesses a natural inclination for adventure. Does one not? Chapter 12. The Candy Shop and Misunderstandings. Malfoy walked briskly, forcing Hermione to jog to keep pace. How we get there? Once she had made up her mind, Hermione appeared even more enthusiastic than Malfoy. "Just follow me," he replied. Hermione trailed Malfoy as he wound through classrooms, entering and exiting at whim. Before long, they arrived at the midpoint of the fourth-floor corridor. "This is it," Malfoy said, heading straight for a statue of a witch, hunched and possessing only a single eye. Separate. He lightly tapped the stone witch with his wand. The statue's hunched back swung open, creating an entrance large enough for a slightly built person to pass through. "How did you know there was a secret here?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It's a secret," Malfoy teased. "Then don't say anything," Hermione retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice, though she seemed to have forgotten her earlier grievances. "Stay close, don't get lost." Although it seems entering here would make it hard to stray off course. With that, the two ventured into the opening created by the witch. "It's quite cold in here," Malfoy remarked, shivering involuntarily. Lumos. In the dimness, they naturally employed the charm. The place resembled a rabbit's burrow. Hermione surveyed her surroundings for quite some time before arriving at this conclusion. "Don't get distracted. Watch your step," Malfoy cautioned. The ground was uneven and treacherous. It would be all too easy to stumble. Before long, Hermione had nearly fallen several times, each time being steadied by Malfoy's timely support. The journey was somewhat tedious, yet the presence of one another prevented it from becoming lonely as they engaged in casual conversation. An hour passed swiftly. "I am beginning to suspect you might be attempting to assassinate a muggle-born wizard," Hermione jested as their banter continued, growing more familiar. "Look how secretive this is. I can't possibly defeat you." "That joke is hardly amusing. I also find my parents' beliefs quite burdensome," Malfoy shrugged in response. "Oh, we have arrived," he declared, sensing the passageway beginning to incline steeply. 10 minutes later, they stood before a dilapidated stone staircase that extended into the unseen. They commenced their ascent. Thud, thud. They seemed to have reached the top. Malfoy rapped twice on the trapdoor before pushing it open. "Be aware, we have arrived in the cellar," he whispered to Hermione. "Come on up." Malfoy climbed first, extending his hand to pull Hermione up after him. The cellar was filled with chairs and tables, the floor coated with a thick layer of dust that nearly rendered the trapdoor indistinguishable from the ground. It was difficult to imagine a door existed here without witnessing it firsthand. "So how do we exit now?" Hermione inquired. "I fear we may be mistaken for thieves." "You needn't worry about that," Malfoy replied, walking boldly towards the staircase, ready to emerge into the open. "I think you must be out of your mind," Hermione said, rubbing her forehead. She could already foresee both Slytherin and Gryffindor being docked 20 or even 50 points. "I am merely an accomplice. This fellow deserves the harsher penalty," she thought as her mind wandered. Just then, a gasp echoed through the air. "Oh, young Draco, what are you doing here?" a woman's voice exclaimed. No wonder he was so familiar with this place, Hermione realized. "Why, it's little Malfoy. Thanks to your idea last time, we made quite a profit." A middle-aged man's voice chimed in. "But you should stay here in the shop. I recall you were only in your first year. And getting caught would lead to point deductions, correct?" Ambrosius remarked, the owner of Honeydukes. "Others in the shop may not be as accommodating as we are." "Indeed, I snuck out this time, and I have a burden with me," Malfoy replied. "I'm not his girlfriend." Hermione emphasized each word, her tone light yet resolute. "Enough of this chatter. Let us explore," Malfoy interjected, noting Hermione's increasingly frosty demeanor. "You must see my new merchandise. These items are quite difficult to procure. Were it not for our last lucrative venture, I wouldn't have been able to acquire them," Ambrosius continued. Although it was presented as a tour, the area occupied by the Honeyduke was not particularly vast. A single glance was sufficient to take in the entirety of the shop. However, the shelves, densely packed with an array of confections, were enough to leave one feeling dizzy. There were large slabs of creamy peanut brittle, glimmering pink coconut ice, hundreds of varieties of chocolates arranged meticulously, a large tub of jelly beans, a barrel of fizzing honey sweets, and fruit-flavored drinks floating in the air, among others. Along another wall were candies with special effects, bubblegum that filled the entire room with bubbles the color of bluebells that lingered for days, peculiar minty candies that resembled shards, mischievous peppermints that could make your friends breathe fire, ice mice that responded to the sound of your teeth chattering, and cream mint candies shaped like toads that would truly bounce in your stomach, alongside crispy sugar feather pens and explosive filled candies. Hermione was nearly dazzled by the sugary delights. The sweets in the Muggle world seemed far less enchanting. Simply gazing at them would not satiate one's appetite. As Ambrosius offered the fizzing honey sweets to the two, he encouraged them to try, stating they were quite tasty. "But we haven't paid yet," Hermione interjected. "Little Draco has already settled the bill, hasn't he?" She shot a questioning glance at Malfoy. "Let us move on. I'll explain later," Malfoy replied. "Very well." Hermione conceded, slowly extending her hand to accept the candy. Once again, it was proven that one should never underestimate the allure of sweets for women. Indeed, the sweet tooth has long been ingrained in human nature. "How do you feel now?" Malfoy inquired after she finished a honey sweet. Hermione nodded softly. "I can't eat so many," she pouted. "Are you not bringing some for your two friends?" "They're not my friends," Hermione retorted, suddenly animated at the mention. "Really?" she instinctively asked. "See, you cannot truly part with those two friends." Hermione's expression faltered as she murmured, "You're twisting my words." Ultimately, the wager dissolved, for Hermione appeared to have accepted Malfoy's assertion that Gryffindor courage should encompass the bravery to acknowledge one's mistakes, such as your apology to me back then. "If you hand out those candies, they might just drop their jaws," Malfoy continued. Hermione chuckled, seemingly envisioning the expressions Harry and Ron would wear. "Then I shall tentatively place my trust in you." Sensing something amiss, she quickly reverted to her usual demeanor, though the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her current joy. "What?" Hermione turned to glance out the window, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. "Shall we take more of that flavor?" Malfoy pointed to the mini shards. "Is this what it means to mend one's heart without succumbing to despair?" He smiled. "All right, let us depart." He accepted the neatly packaged candies from the shopkeeper and handed them to Hermione. "Wishing you prosperous business. Until next time," Malfoy bid farewell to the proprietor. "Today, I'm truly grateful for your hospitality." Hermione did not forget to bow to the Ambrosius couple. "Be careful on your way. The road is not particularly easy to traverse." In the inky darkness, Hermione tugged at Malfoy's sleeve and inquired, "I didn't have a chance to ask you earlier. How did you become so familiar with that shopkeeper?" "When I was here last time, I shared a few muggle business strategies with him. What was it called? Ah, yes. Hunger marketing. It seems he made quite a fortune, which is why he hasn't asked me for payment since then. How old were you back then? Sometimes, it is evident that one cannot gauge a person's wisdom solely by their age. As he spoke, Malfoy pointed to his head, though Hermione, enveloped in darkness, might not have seen it. Why didn't you join Ravenclaw? Hermione appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you perhaps thinking that if I were in Ravenclaw, our relationship might have deepened? Malfoy remarked playfully. What are you suddenly talking about? Hermione's cheeks flushed, though it was imperceptible in the dark. Gustayist. Yet, that light-hearted comment stirred something within Hermione. How wonderful it would be if he were indeed a Ravenclaw. She gently patted her face. I must admit, my recent encounters with Malfoy have significantly altered my perception of him, even leading me to reflect on the mistakes I made during our first meeting, thereby solidifying my resolve to have Harry and Ron apologize to him. What am I rambling about? Hermione endeavored to free herself from her wandering thoughts. After walking a little further, they perceived a glimmer of light filtering into their eyes, the exit of the one-eyed hunchback which was near. Malfoy stepped out first, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present before allowing Hermione to emerge through the door. The evening's festivities are about to commence. I suspect Ron and Harry are searching for you to apologize, so let us hurry. Thank you so much for today, Hermione whispered. It was nothing, Malfoy replied. This should resolve the troll incident. Watching Hermione turn and walk away, Malfoy exhaled deeply. The next development should be the three of them reconciling, which would likely elevate Hermione's feelings towards him. Just as he turned to take a step forward, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of icy gazes. This could complicate matters. Malfoy suddenly sensed a creeping malice from the world around him. Before him stood a girl, arms crossed over her chest, looking at him with a cold smirk. Chapter 13, The Troll. I recall someone was supposed to be in the library seeking knowledge, wisdom, and power. Why are you lingering here? Pansy remarked in a peculiar tone. Oh, I see. Malfoy began, but was interrupted by Pansy's soliloquy. You once told a story where a supporting character said, every woman is a book, right? It seems you thoroughly perused that mudblood Hermione. Haven to you? Pansy attempted to articulate those derogatory words, but, for some reason, abruptly halted. Pansy, Draco, you are truly repugnant. Pansy disregarded him, turning away with a slight tremor in her shoulders that betrayed her emotions, swiftly vanishing from Draco's sight. It seemed this time was no jest, Draco mused. He decided to wait until she calmed down to explain himself. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to approach Pansy, he quickened his pace toward the dining hall. Moments latte. He stepped into the restaurant, where the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin enveloped him. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 hovered like low-lying clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker and dance. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the banquet at the start of the term. The decorations were quite impressive, Draco noted as he surveyed the layout of the hall. Scanning the surroundings, he failed to spot Pansy, but he did see Hermione, Harry, and Ron engaged in cheerful conversation at the table. Ron and Harry appeared particularly animated, holding candies produced by honeydukes in their hands. Hermione, you're simply amazing, Ron exclaimed. My brothers never let me go. I know they always find ways to sneak off without me. He grumbled a bit about Fred and George. Harry chimed in with agreement, aware of Draco's gaze. Hermione discreetly flashed him an okay sign, indicating that everything was resolved on her end, accompanied by a triumphant smile. Your little friendship ship has set sail again. While my grand vessel is on the verge of sinking, Draco thought to himself, watching the trio's animated exchange and Hermione's smile, reflecting on his own predicament. Where could she have gone? He sensed he had overlooked something essential. Surely, the little girl would not miss out on such food. As Draco reached for a pumpkin pie, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the dining hall, his oversized scarf askew, and a look of sheer terror etched across his face. All eyes turned toward him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair. Leaning heavily on the table, breathless, he stammered, a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Damn it, Draco suddenly realized something, cursing under his breath as he sprang up and dashed out of the dining hall. He finally understood what he had neglected. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to cast a series of sharp, explosive sounds from his wand to restore order. Prefects, he said in a low, commanding tone, immediately escort your students back to the dormitories. Percy, naturally, took charge. Follow me, don't get separated. First years, as long as you heed my commands. There is nothing to fear from the troll. Stay close behind me. How could a troll get in here? Harry questioned as they ascended the stairs. What's he doing running out now? Only Hermione noticed that Draco's reaction seemed somewhat off. Draco clenched his fists tightly, revealing his inner tension. He had initially believed himself to be a butterfly, fluttering its wings to alter the course of events, only to discover that he might merely be paint, diluted by the ceaseless currents of time, losing its potency with each tributary. Presently, Pansy should not be in the ladies' room, for those two individuals were comfortably settled in the dining hall. Draco Malfoy's thoughts raced swiftly. It was time to take the initiative. If he could find the troll and resolve the matter quickly, all would be well. Malfoy felt a firm confidence in his current abilities. As he ventured forth, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, a putrid amalgamation of dirty socks and the smell of an unkempt public restroom. He followed the odor, determined. Found you. At the end of a corridor on the left, a colossal figure ambled away from him, its deep, guttural murmurs and the thudding of its enormous feet demanding attention. Just as relief washed over Malfoy, his peripheral vision caught sight of two legs protruding from beneath a soldier statue, trembling in fear. The glow flickered. He needed to draw the troll's attention. The plan succeeded. The troll turned towards the light, a terrifying sight to behold. Towering at 12 feet, its skin was dull and gray, reminiscent of granite, its immense and clumsy body resembling a mound of rubble, capped with a head no larger than a cocoa bean. Its stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The noxious odor emanating from it was revolting. Clutched in its hand was a hefty wooden club, dragging along the ground due to its long arms. Malfoy approached the troll cautiously. Suddenly, he raised his wand. Shattered to pieces, a beam of deep crimson light shot forth from his wand, hurtling directly towards the troll. Despite its bulk, the troll possessed an unexpected agility and instinct. It instinctively transformed the club into a scapegoat. A shower of wood shavings cascaded from its grasp. Is this my lucky day? Malfoy mused ironically. But his wand was not idle. Petrificus Totalis. Another spell flew towards the troll. This time, the troll did not enjoy the same fortune. It was immediately immobilized, leaving only its large nostrils to exhale. The rest would be left to the professors, Malfoy thought, as he gradually approached the statue. Drawing nearer, he peered down and froze. The girl before him was not Pansy. She appeared a year or two older than Malfoy. With raven hair and dark eyes, her long locks framed her delicate features. The fright from a troll had rendered her somewhat flustered, enhancing her charm. The professors will arrive shortly, Malfoy continued. Even if she wasn't Pansy, he could not disregard a woman who had been so terrorized by the troll. It was not the behavior of a gentleman. Moreover, the girl reminded him of his homeland. Thank you, she whispered gratefully. My name is Qiu Zhang. You are Draco, a first year, right? I have often heard tales about you in our house. They certainly do not exaggerate, as you have effortlessly subdued the troll. Qiu Zhang's face flushed slightly, perhaps embarrassed by being rescued by a younger student. A trivial skill. Hardly worth mentioning. Malfoy suddenly uttered a Chinese idiom. Qiu Zhang looked at Malfoy with astonishment. You speak Chinese? Indeed, I have the utmost admiration for Chinese culture. Malfoy nodded. Qiu Zhang appeared somewhat exhilarated. Encountering someone who understood his native language in a foreign land was enough to evoke a sense of familiarity, dispelling the earlier feelings of estrangement. You are far more amusing than the rumors suggest, Qiu Zhang complimented, silently adding, and much more handsome. Malfoy chuckled awkwardly, evidently recalling the earlier remarks from Pansy about his lack of charm. Could you help me up? Qiu Zhang inquired softly. With pleasure, Malfoy replied, bending down to extend his hand, gently clasping Qiu Zhang's delicate one. With a slight upward pull, he lifted Qiu Zhang from the ground. Perhaps due to sitting on the floor for too long. After Malfoy released his grip, Qiu Zhang stumbled, leaning against Malfoy's shoulder. Realizing he was too close to the young man, Qiu Zhang gasped, his cheeks flushed with crimson. However, Malfoy maintained his composure, staring straight ahead, unperturbed by the proximity. All better now, Malfoy said, casting a spell on Qiu Zhang's calf. How do you feel? Much improved. Qiu Zhang nodded, gradually releasing Malfoy, though a faint blush lingered on his cheeks, leaving one to wonder if it stemmed from shyness or something else. Just then, Malfoy heard hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor. Professor, I just saw him heading this way, a familiar voice called out. He won't be in any trouble, will he? Another voice, equally recognizable, questioned. Calm down, child. He will be fine, Professor McGonagall reassured the young girl beside her. As they approached, Malfoy recognized McGonagall at the forefront, followed closely by Snape and the frantic Quirrell, accompanied by two girls. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you owe me an explanation. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her tone icy and devoid of emotion. Snape examined the troll closely, then commented, an impeccable Petrificus Totalis. No wonder you are my student. This was clearly a sign of favoritism. Quirrell, upon sighting the troll, He emitted a terrified scream and collapsed, clutching his chest while trembling. "Professor, I merely dealt with a troll in the corridor. Is further explanation necessary?" Malfoy replied nonchalantly. Miss Granger did not convey it that way. McGonagall's tone remained frigid. This was a swift betrayal. Malfoy's heart sank as he caught sight of Pansy, her eyes slightly reddened with concern. "I think I can foresee the unfolding of this narrative. So, I am the one who needs rescuing?" Malfoy laughed resignedly. "Very well, Professor, I admit my fault." Malfoy lowered his head in apology. Slytherin loses 10 points. Professor McGonagall imposed her own punishment. However, it was in response to the transgressions of her students. While speaking, she gently patted Pansy's head and faced the troll single-handedly, seemingly assisting a fellow student in the process. McGonagall cast a glance at Cho Chang and then continued, her tone softening. "Slytherin receives 20 points, but let this be a warning." Malfoy sighed in relief, suddenly finding the old woman rather endearing. What followed was the moment Malfoy found most daunting. Who was this woman? After McGonagall departed, Pansy pointed at Cho Chang, glaring fiercely at Malfoy, evidently anxious that retribution would soon follow. Chapter 14. Cause and Effect. Pansy was in a foul mood, perhaps even a wretched one. For Malfoy had deceived her into going on a date with another girl, a muggle-born whom she despised. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden, urgent rapping echoed from outside the door. "I will not accept an apology so easily," Pansy thought to herself, yet reluctantly rose from her chair, her expression shifting to one of icy disdain. This was a matter of principle. She would not be easily placated. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through Pansy's mind. She seemed to forget that boys were forbidden from entering the girls' dormitory. Upon opening the door, Pansy was met with a pair of prominent front teeth. Was this a show of defiance? Instead of the anticipated apology, she was confronted by the very muggle-born she loathed, further chilling her demeanor. The word muggle was on the tip of her tongue, but was interrupted by Hermione's words. "Draco went to confront the troll just for you," Hermione said, her face etched with anxiety and breathless from her hasty arrival. "What does that have to do with me?" Pansy was startled, yet she maintained her impassive facade. "But it's a troll." Hermione gestured emphatically. "Enormous strength, utterly foolish, and incredibly temperamental. First years certainly cannot handle it. I noticed you were missing from the dining hall earlier." And Draco looked rather unwell. Hermione took a breath and continued. Then Professor Quirrell rushed in, claiming he had discovered a troll. The moment Malfoy heard, his expression changed, and he immediately dashed out. "How do you know he want to find me?" Pansy's voice began to quaver, her heart believing 8 parts of the story. Yet she struggled to keep her composure. "You." Hermione was at a loss for words, exasperated. "Is it not for you that he sought out that foolish endeavor?" "I'm going to find Professor McGonagall. You stay here," Hermione said, clearly displeased with Pansy's reaction, and stormed toward the door. "Perhaps he simply wishes to show off." Pansy murmured weakly, as if having made a decision. She lifted her legs to follow Hermione. "This is undoubtedly humiliating," Pansy seethed, trailing behind Hermione. "This will be noted against you, Malfoy, so you had better not come to harm." Yet, ultimately, worry prevailed, mixed with a hint of sweetness. "He risked so much for me. If he emerges unscathed, I shall forgive him." The subsequent narrative unfolds as the two individuals sought the assistance of Professor McGonagall. However, an unexpected twist arose. Hermione maintained her composure while guiding several professors, whereas Pansy, upon entering the hall, became overwhelmed by the collective fear. The mere thought of Malfoy potentially having his skull crushed by the troll brought tears to her eyes. Her subsequent words were tinged with a quiver of sorrow, prompting Professor McGonagall to invest considerable effort in comforting her. Yet, upon witnessing Malfoy in good spirits, even flirting with a girl whose physique seemed superior to her own, Pansy felt as if her previous emotional turmoil had been for naught. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Cho hastily expressed her gratitude to Malfoy before turning to leave, leading to a profound silence. Seizing the initiative, Malfoy astutely assessed the current situation, approached Pansy, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "It is a relief that you are unharmed." Through prolonged interaction, individuals naturally come to understand each other more deeply. After years of acquaintance, Malfoy had discerned Pansy's character. 2 words, Tsundere. Despite her sharp tongue, her anger flared quickly but dissipated just as swiftly. On the other hand, Hermione, though seemingly unassuming, displayed the utmost pride in her areas of expertise, leaving no room for doubt. Wasn't the conflict with Harry and Ron rooted in this very trait? "I have yet to forgive you. Let go of me," Pansy murmured. She felt the dynamics between them had somehow reversed. She had come to rescue Malfoy, yet now found herself in need of consolation. Determined to teach him a small lesson, she bid him, causing Malfoy to wince in pain and draw in a sharp breath. His grip loosened simultaneously. This bite served as a punishment. Given that he had risked himself for her, she decided to let it slide. Pansy feigned a proud demeanor, revealing her pearly white teeth. I truly suspect you might possess the innate talent of an animagus. If so, it surely must be to transform into a dog. Malfoy grumbled while rubbing his shoulder. Pansy shot him a glare. All right, I shall refrain from further comment. Malfoy raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating he would cease the topic. Pansy nodded lightly in response. The troll incident concluded here, yet Malfoy still felt a headache looming. Even upon reaching the dining hall, he endured Pansy's relentless inquiries. Forgiveness did not equate to a lack of scrutiny. Thus, by the conclusion of the banquet, Malfoy finally exhaled with relief, as the events of the day had proven overwhelmingly taxing for him. Chapter 15. The Quidditch Match. Time passed swiftly. With the arrival of November, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school appeared shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface was as hard and frigid as tempered steel. Each morning, frost coated the ground. At the dining table, Malfoy couldn't help but yawn. He had stayed up late reading the previous night, knowing that the Quidditch match would grant him a day off from classes. However, unexpectedly, he was forcibly roused from bed by Pansy that morning. First, why are girls allowed to freely enter the boys' dormitory? Second, why is everyone so fervently passionate about this match? Malfoy, with two prominent dark circles under his eyes, mechanically repeated the motion of stuffing bread into his mouth, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Today was undeniably the most crucial day. If they were to lose, Gryffindor would truly close the gap on them. Pansy, seated beside Malfoy, was analyzing the Quidditch situation and its implications for the House Cup. Regardless of the circumstances, Dumbledore would undoubtedly ensure that Gryffindor received the House Cup this year to bolster Harry's reputation. Malfoy was acutely aware of this, but would never voice it aloud. Moreover, others had their own aura of importance, with the golden snitch flying directly into their mouths. Victory seemed a distant dream. Naturally, he could never disclose such thoughts to Pansy. Instead, he could only feign confidence. With those little Gryffindors, our team will surely crush them, so fret not. By the way, I heard that so-called savior is also Gryffindor's seeker, and their captain claims he's some sort of secret weapon. What can a first year possibly contribute? Surely, they won't resort to cheating? Pansy remarked, spreading jam between two slices of bread. Well, when it comes to cheating, people tend to think of our house first, don't they? Malfoy chuckled inwardly. Speaking of Quidditch, while Slytherin's tactics could hardly be deemed outright cheating, there were certainly plenty of underhanded maneuvers that left many with a less than favorable impression of their team. You might be the one to do it, Pansy said, her eyes sparkling with hope. We need to crush their spirits. Not interested? So, you must be quite formidable then. Pansy seemed to have seized upon a flaw in Malfoy's words. Do not speak while eating, Malfoy retorted, shoving a piece of bread into Pansy's mouth, which elicited only muffled protests and an indignant glare directed at him. Try to murder me with such a large piece of bread? Pansy managed to swallow after a considerable struggle, followed by a generous gulp of honey tea. Inviting me to those activities is akin to committing murder, you know. Time is life, Pansy lamented in a peculiar tone. Are you ever quiet? So what if I did? Whether you want to go today or not, you are going. All right, Malfoy relented, waving his hand in surrender. Let us just consider this as gathering intelligence on the Dark Lord. He endeavored to convince himself that today's activities held significance. That's more like it, Pansy replied, lifting her chin as if declaring her victory once again. By 11 o'clock, it seemed that both faculty and students had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch, many students armed with binoculars. The seats appeared to have been elevated into the air, yet at times it remained challenging to discern the action below. Thanks to Pansy's exuberance, Malfoy and she had arrived relatively early, securing seats closer to the front, though in such a match, the difference in seating was negligible. Oh no, Pansy exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I forgot to bring my binoculars. She gazed at Malfoy, hoping he might have a solution. Don't look at me. Shall I try the summoning charm? Go away. It was evident Malfoy was jesting, as the distance from the dormitory was far too great. The summoning charm also had its limitations. Perhaps Dumbledore could manage it. In truth, not being able to see clearly might lessen the blows he would receive. Malfoy thought to himself. Close your eyes. Malfoy spoke softly, still intending to fulfill Pansy's wish. Pansy immediately complied without hesitation, displaying no hint of pride when in need. Malfoy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a broadening of horizons. He whispered an incantation. For an aspiring wizard, the creation of one's own spells marks a significant threshold, in a certain sense. One can only truly claim to have entered the realm of magic after inventing or refining a spell. Otherwise, one merely regurgitates the wisdom of predecessors. Although Professor Lockhart, set to teach next year, is of mediocre ability, he still thrives in the magical community solely on the basis of his modified forgetfulness charm. Innovation is indeed the primary driving force. Malfoy's thoughts drifted further. To think that his first self-created spell would be utilized in such a mundane context. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Regarding human nature, the inclination for bravery and aggression is deeply embedded in the genes. If possible, Malfoy would certainly wish to create a lethal spell akin to the Killing Curse. However, it seemed that circumstances had led him astray. A supportive spell would suffice. He consoled himself. You may open your eyes now. At last, I somewhat understand your daily excursions to the library. Pansy gazed towards the center of the pitch, feeling as if she were surrounded by Slytherin players, listening to their captain's admonitions. Every little movement of the Slytherin players was apparent to her. Even the droplets of saliva that flew from Flint's mouth while he spoke. Mediocre, Pansy remarked. I wish to hear what they are discussing. I truly cannot manage that. Malfoy shrugged helplessly. Utterly useless, Pansy pouted. Hey, doesn't this count as burning bridges? Quiet, the match is about to commence. Indeed, regardless of the world, female fans are utterly incomprehensible. Malfoy felt somewhat wounded. As the match was about to begin, Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch as the referee, broomstick in hand, awaiting the players from both teams. The stands surrounding the pitch were abuzz with voices, some waved banners, while others brandished handmade flags. Some observers were quietly and intently using binoculars to scrutinize the teammates, while others appeared distracted. Yes, precisely, Malfoy, while everyone else anticipated the match, he was idly looking around. The lovesick professor, still serving as a caretaker for the son of his deceased beloved. Soon, Malfoy spotted Snape, his usual cold demeanor intact, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards Harry. Shifting his gaze, Malfoy soon noticed Professor Quirrell, turbaned as ever. What a stroke of luck. One could randomly wander into the wild and encounter the Dark Lord. Malfoy sighed softly. Yet the boss merely regards you as cannon fodder. Moving his gaze once more, he scanned the highest row and saw Ron and Hermione seated together, accompanied by Seamus and others, holding a banner made from bedsheets that read Potter must win, adorned with a lion symbolizing Gryffindor. Hermione quietly cast a spell, causing the colors on the banner to shimmer with vibrant hues. As both teams gradually converged toward the center, Madame Hooch elevated her voice, stating, I hope everyone participates in the match with fairness and integrity. Her gaze lingered pointedly on the captain of Slytherin, clearly issuing a specific warning. Please mount your brooms. The players from both sides complied, mounting their brooms. Madame Hooch vigorously blew her silver whistle. 15 brooms soared into the air, ascending high into the sky. The match had commenced. With the equipment disparity, the game seemed unbalanced. Malfoy, possessing keen eyesight, could discern the situation on the field even without the aid of magic. However, witnessing the speed at which the others took off, he couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder the teams sought sponsorship. The gap was too vast. Harry surged ahead, gripping his broom as he propelled himself into the sky, while the players from Slytherin and Gryffindor lagged noticeably behind. As the match unfolded, with exchanges back and forth, Malfoy found it rather tedious. The presence of the Golden Snitch rendered the game's competitive spirit nearly obsolete, placing the outcome squarely on the shoulders of one individual, which diminished the spectacle. He maliciously contemplated how someone could use the quaffle to score a few points and undermine this absurd rule. The match continued. Flint committed a foul by colliding with Harry, granting Gryffindor a free shot. Yet, it seemed they failed to seize this opportunity. At that moment, Harry sensed something amiss with his broom. He found himself powerless to control it. The broom zigzagged erratically through the air, shaking violently, nearly unseating him. Ron, look. Harry's broom seems off. Hermione appeared to be the first to notice the issue. Harry's broom convulsed wildly, twisting and gradually elevating him further away from the field. Harry's talent is as formidable as his father's. There's no need for concern, Hagrid muttered, having arrived a bit late due to his menagerie of magical creatures. This must be a Gryffindor tactic. It can't be possible, Hagrid suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, the spectators pointed upwards at Harry, whose broom began to tumble uncontrollably, forcing him to cling on for dear life. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently again, flinging Harry off. Now, he dangled precariously in the air, clutching the broomstick with just one hand. Was the broomstick damaged when Flint knocked him? Seamus quietly speculated. But that's the latest Nimbus 2000. Ron's voice trembled. It must be dark magic, Hermione deduced, snatching Hagrid's binoculars, though instead of focusing on the field, she scanned the crowd in the stands. Soon, she seemed to locate her target, swiftly departing from the small Gryffindor group. The little girl is about to take action, Malfoy observed as Hermione struggled through the throng towards Snape's section. Unfortunately, she had misidentified her target. Malfoy smirked, settling back to enjoy the unfolding drama. Quite the lack of intelligence. Malfoy couldn't help but chuckle at Quirrell, who had been inadvertently interrupted by Hermione while attempting to cast a spell. How bold one must be to confront Harry in such a public setting. Dumbledore is no fool, even without Hermione's accidental interference. Old Dumbledore would never allow Harry to come to harm. The effects of the jinx dissipated, and Harry's broom returned to its normal state. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands as people stood up to applaud. Harry expelled the golden snitch from his mouth, brandishing his broom and exclaiming, "I caught the snitch." Lee Jordan announced the final score, 170-60, declaring Gryffindor the victor of the match. "Damn it," Pansy muttered resentfully. "So you pinched my leg?" "My lady," Malfoy remarked, feeling a sharp pain in his thigh as Pansy dug her fingers into him, seemingly venting her frustrations, indifferent to whose leg she was squeezing. "I will never sit with female fans again," Malfoy thought to himself. He took a moment to mourn for Professor Snape, whose robes had been burned. Malfoy cast a silent glance at the professor, who had been thoroughly outsmarted by Hermione. As the world resumed its normalcy, Malfoy couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Pansy, still under the effects of the jinx, was oblivious to her surroundings. "Come on," Malfoy extended his hand, ready to help Pansy up and lead her away. However, she kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Today's victory was merely a stroke of luck, wasn't it? Pansy suddenly asked Malfoy. "Absolutely just luck," he replied, acquiescing to her sentiment. "Next year, we will definitely win, right?" "Of course," Malfoy reassured her. "You will help us take revenge, won't you?" Yes, yes, he said, feeling as though he had been ensnared in her words. "Very well. I feel much better now." Pansy's face suddenly brightened, akin to sunlight breaking through long overcast skies. "Let us go," she cheerfully suggested, as if the defeat no longer affected her. Malfoy, Chapter 16, The Divide. No wonder the two brothers ended up with one missing an ear and the other dead. Directly offending the Dark Lord is no trivial matter. Of course, this was merely a jest in Malfoy's mind. In Voldemort's eyes, anyone who refused to submit to him deserved death, including those who obstructed his ambitions. Professor Snape was a prime example. It was not merely because his undercover identity was revealed, but rather for the audacity to alter the ownership of the Elder Wand that Voldemort would eliminate a seemingly capable ally. Lost in thought, Malfoy glanced out the window. His fingers glided over the pages of an ancient tome. Seated in a corner, he flipped through the fragile, yellowed pages that seemed as though they would disintegrate at a mere touch. The restricted section harbored not only dark magic, but also dark history. He gently closed the book, the gilded title on the cover having long since worn away, revealing the faint inscription, "The Dark History of Magic You Never Knew." While silently absorbing the vast amount of information within, Malfoy was suddenly interrupted by the voice of a middle-aged woman. "What are you looking for, child?" It was the voice of Madame Pants, the keeper of the restricted section. It was merely the voice of a boy. Through the gap in the bookshelves, Malfoy observed Harry, who was currently being interrogated by Madame Pants, glancing around in uncertainty. "You had better leave." "Go on out," Madame Pants commanded. Harry reluctantly cast a glance through the crevice, where he too spotted Malfoy. It was evident that one was granted permission while the other was not, resulting in starkly different treatment. Harry cursed himself for not being clever enough to fabricate a lie, such as claiming he was searching for a classmate. However, he quickly remembered that his relationship with Malfoy was far from amicable, and being exposed could lead to a deduction of points for his house. As he pondered aimlessly, Harry exited the library, hoping that Ron or Hermione might uncover some new clues, though he did not harbor high hopes. The matter dated back to the conclusion of the Quidditch match, when Hermione mentioned she had seen Snape uttering a curse toward Harry's broom. Harry himself had observed Snape nursing an injury to his leg. Coupled with Hagrid's three-headed dog, they deduced that Snape harbored ill intentions towards Harry and seemed intent on stealing something of great significance, which had resulted in his injury. Furthermore, Hagrid had inadvertently let slip a few details, leading them to deduce that these events were connected to an individual named Nicholas Flamel. However, it appeared that all leads had come to an end. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione buried her head in her arms on the dining table, while Ron absently fiddled with his worn-out wizard's chess set, clearly indicating their continued lack of progress. "I was expelled by Madame Pants," Harry said despondently. "I suspect he might actually be a muggle." Hermione emitted a weak groan. "How is it possible that he cannot be found anywhere?" He was absent from the great wizards of the 20th century, as well as the contemporary famous wizards directory. Moreover, his name could not be located in major discoveries in modern magic or studies on the development of contemporary witchcraft. Hermione extended her fingers, counting the resources she had already consulted. I'm almost driven mad by this. She tugged at her disheveled hair, wearing a frustrated expression. I believe Madame Pants must know. Harry interjected. But we cannot ask her, Ron added. If we inquire, Snape will surely find out, and that is unsettling. While I am away, you must continue your search. All right? Hermione insisted. If you discover anything, send me an owl. You could also ask your parents if they know of Flamel, Ron suggested. It would be quite safe. Very safe, since they are both dentists, Hermione replied. I have a suggestion. Why not inquire with Malfoy? He has access to the restricted section. Harry voiced hesitantly. Harry, are you out of your mind? He is a Slytherin. Snape is their head of house, Ron exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. And I doubt he would share anything with us. Right, Hermione? Ron turned to Hermione. I'm not certain, Hermione replied, her demeanor slightly awkward. It was clear that she had yet to reveal to the two of them that her relationship with Malfoy had improved. I do not perceive him as a villain. Perhaps we have indeed committed a misdeed, Harry remarked. If you wish to go, then by all means, but I have no desire to apologize to him, Ron retorted, forcefully slamming his chess piece onto the board, producing a loud clatter. Hermione and Harry exchanged a glance, evidently deciding to abandon the topic. So, you came over here to inquire about me? Malfoy said, lifting his gaze from the book to look at Hermione. You surely know who he is, do you not? Hermione regarded him with hopeful eyes. Is this person significant to you? Malfoy asked, feigning ignorance. Extremely important, Hermione affirmed with a nod. However, I do not feel obligated to divulge that information to you. Malfoy's tone suddenly turned icy. If you were to privately seek my counsel as a friend, I would be more than willing to assist you. However, your two companions would evidently reject my goodwill. Do you not find that rather unjust towards me? That is not the case. Harry suggested we come and ask you, Hermione explained. And what are the others? I believe I shall refrain from assisting you. They may not even believe it was I who informed you. Malfoy stared intently at Hermione. No, that is not true. Hermione shook her head in denial. Very well, I shall tell you now. Nicholas Flamel, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest alchemist, a friend of Dumbledore. Does that suffice? Are you satisfied? Malfoy retorted, and now, Miss Granger, this is the restricted section. I believe it is time for you to depart. How has it come to this? Gazing into Malfoy's indifferent eyes, a sense of inexplicable sorrow welled up within Hermione. The clue she had just heard did not bring her any joy. She numbly exited the library. The slight chill of the wind did not evoke a sense of coldness, for her heart felt even colder at that moment. She began to reflect upon her friendship with the three of them, yet it was a tangled web of confusion, akin to a mass of unwound threads. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Malfoy exhaled deeply. The fate of friendship, whether it ends or is reborn, is yours to decide, he mused. This time, I shall play the role of the villain. I have come to understand who Nicholas Flamel is, Hermione stated calmly. Oh, Harry, I have captured your knight, Ron exclaimed as he prepared to remove Harry's piece. Suddenly, both players realized the implications of Hermione's statement. What did you say? You know who he is? Harry asked in astonishment. Hermione, you are truly remarkable, Ron praised her. Maintaining her earlier calm demeanor, Hermione replied, he is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest alchemist, a friend of Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone, Ron exclaimed. No wonder Snape is intent on obtaining it. Anyone would desire it. What is that? Harry inquired of Ron. My twin brothers once spoke of this stone. They said that if they obtained it, they would have an endless supply of gold and would never return to class. Moreover, they claimed that this stone could produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to anyone who drinks it. Hermione, you are a true heroine. Ron lauded her once more. Hermione smiled awkwardly. Chapter 17, Christmas. Hello, Harry. Ron murmured at the dining table. Have you noticed that ever since we discovered who Nicodemus is, Hermione has been acting rather peculiarly? Indeed, Harry nodded in agreement. Today, I actually saw her daydreaming during class. I saw that too, Ron added. As soon as class ended, she vanished without a trace. Something must be amiss. Harry tapped his fork against his bowl, producing a crisp sound. We ought to devise a plan, Ron suggested. Harry nodded affirmatively. As for Malfoy, he too sensed that something was amiss lately. He felt that Pansy was avoiding him. Once or twice could be attributed to mere illusion, but when it occurs repeatedly, it surely transcends simple coincidence. Aside from the time Malfoy spent in the library, Pansy typically sat beside him during meals and classes, often seeking his assistance with her assignments and occasionally learning a few self-defense spells. Yet over the past few days, Malfoy noticed that Pansy hardly approached him anymore. In fact, upon spotting him, she would often flee. For instance, at this very moment, Pansy, Malfoy called out to her. Pansy, seated in the common room, sprang up like a startled rabbit, hastily gathering her belongings, and stumbled out of the room, not daring to glance back at him. Was this karma? Malfoy could only manage a resigned smile. In the library, Hermione was engrossed in a hefty tome. Since learning who Nicodemus was, she had evidently ceased her fixation on the restricted section. Ample information could now be found in the regular areas, as knowing the target made the search considerably easier. I must concentrate, Hermione told herself. For her former self, losing focus while studying was inconceivable, but ever since that day, her thoughts would invariably drift back to him. Hermione, you must temporarily forget about him, she admonished herself, giving her face a gentle slap. A span of half a day can seem neither short nor long. After a nap on the train, Malfoy arrived at his destination. Upon disembarking, he spotted Narcissa waiting for him on the platform. My goodness, darling, you've lost so much weight, Narcissa exclaimed dramatically, pinching Malfoy's cheek. Is the food at school that unappetizing? I should inform your father and have him suggest improvements at the board meeting. That's merely your imagination. Mother, Malfoy deflected, changing the subject. Is father not here? He said he had important matters to attend to. What could possibly be more important than our precious boy, right? Narcissa disparaged Lucius once again. All right, mother. I think it's rather unnecessary for us to stand here. The weather is rather unpleasant, Malfoy remarked, rubbing his forehead. Narcissa sighed, lamenting how her son had grown up and no longer shared secrets with her, though he seldom did so in the past. Meanwhile, Malfoy busied himself in his room, preoccupied with thoughts of Christmas gifts. Although he had little contact at school, he still decided to send them some snacks. These are gifts of treats for Crabbe and Goyle. The troublesome young lady, unaware of how she had been provoked again, lingered in Draco Malfoy's thoughts. Reflecting on Pansy's previous demeanor, he remained uncertain about what to gift her. He had recently ventured to Hogsmeade to procure an oversized quill, having noticed that Pansy's own quill had completely lost its feathers, and he had also included a bottle of rainbow ink as an additional token. Then there was Hermione. Draco felt equally perplexed about how to address her needs. Sighing, he decided to extend a helping hand. With a weary breath, he inscribed a few words on a notepad and affixed it to the leg of an owl. After tending to these matters, a sense of fatigue enveloped him, prompting him to retire to bed, knowing that the following day bore the weight of an important undertaking. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening, Draco rubbed the sleep from his eyes and made his way to the Christmas tree in the living room. Beneath it lay a myriad of colorful boxes, gifts from school friends as well as distant relatives. How does it feel to be cast aside by me? Unpleasant, I presume? This was Pansy's letter. Draco imagined her mischievous grin as he read. Yet she had chosen to bestow upon him a Christmas surprise, a pair of gloves she had knit, accompanied by a teasing line. Are you feeling grateful now? Upon inspecting the beautifully wrapped box, Draco discovered a pair of gloves nestled inside. They were not particularly appealing. Some stitches were exposed, and the color scheme left much to be desired. Nevertheless, warmth spread through Draco's heart. It seemed her intention was merely to surprise him, perhaps tinged with a hint of shyness. Amused by Pansy's earlier antics, he noted her claims of generosity, which belied her own bashfulness. Regardless, this gift uplifted his spirits. Finally, a small slip of paper bore the elegant inscription, "Thank you." This was indeed the best outcome, Draco mused. Chapter 18. The Old Manor, my dear. Are you jesting? Narcissa exclaimed incredulously from the dining table. I believe I am not, Draco replied with composure. Oh, mother, he is merely a gatekeeper now, he elaborated slowly. This is merely an extracurricular assignment for potions class, not a stringent requirement. Yet, should not your son strive for excellence? Every task ought to be executed flawlessly. Should it not? He paused before adding, the potions professor is severe as Snape. You should be familiar with him. At a loss for words, Draco continued, Mother, I believe father can accompany you now. There was a hint of joy in his tone. Lucius, weathered from his travels, appeared bewildered by the situation. Approaching the dining table, he took a sip of honeyed tea, prompting Draco to clarify the unfolding events. The Malfoy family was not composed of reckless individuals, yet they were not devoid of courage either. Turning to Draco, Lucius proclaimed, Of course, I support you. He then reminisced, a nostalgic look crossing his face as he recalled his own school days. Enough, I am well aware of your trivialities, Narcissa interjected, her mood sour, using Lucius as a vessel for her frustrations as he attempted to reminisce. Lucius, interrupted, offered an awkward smile and ceased his discourse, evidently reluctant to engage in a quarrel with the irate Narcissa. After finishing his lunch, Malfoy bid farewell to his parents and embarked on his day's journey. Before setting off in earnest, he made a special detour to a Muggle market, purchasing several beef bones, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The villagers of Little Hangleton continued to refer to the residence as the Riddle House, despite the fact that the Riddle family had not inhabited it for many years. Perched upon a hillside, the house afforded a panoramic view of the village below. Several windows were boarded up, the roof tiles were in disrepair, and ivy crept menacingly across the facade. Once a splendid manor, the Riddle House had been the most spacious and imposing structure within several miles. Now, it lay damp and desolate, uninhabited for years. Today, however, the mansion was to receive a small visitor, a boy with golden hair, clutching a black bag in his hand. As Malfoy traversed the broad road, several curious villagers inquired about his destination, for in such a small village, the appearance of any unfamiliar face sparked intrigue. Upon divulging his intended location, the villagers' expressions shifted markedly, for the house was steeped in a chilling reputation. The murder that had transpired 50 years prior had left an indelible mark on the community. After futile attempts to dissuade him, the villagers shook their heads in resignation, bewildered by the boy's intentions, as no one dared approach the increasingly dilapidated residence. The sole exception was Frank, the caretaker and gardener of the estate. He had been the prime suspect in the infamous murder. A veteran of war, the villagers speculated that his mental state had been compromised, leading him to commit the heinous act against the Riddle family. Yet, the autopsy report left the authorities baffled, as they had never encountered anything so peculiar. A team of doctors examined the bodies and concluded that none of the Riddle family had suffered from poisoning, stabbing, gunshot wounds, nor had they been asphyxiated or strangled. In fact, the report conveyed in an unmistakably perplexed tone that all three appeared remarkably healthy, save for one detail. They had all ceased to breathe. The doctors noted, seemingly intent on uncovering some anomaly, that each member of the Riddle family bore an expression of terror. However, as the beleaguered police remarked, who had ever heard of 3 individuals dying of fright simultaneously? Frank was eventually released. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the mansion resonated with sound. Frank slowly rose from his chair in the yard, leaning on his cane as he limped towards the entrance. Perhaps it was an injury sustained in battle, or perhaps age had taken its toll, but one of his legs was uncooperative, requiring the aid of the cane for support. As he ambled along, Frank pondered who might be visiting the house. Surely it would not be the local children. They were hardly known for their politeness. He mused, recalling how the village boys relished throwing stones at the windows of the Riddle House. Frank exerted considerable effort to maintain the lawn's pristine condition, yet they cavalierly rode their bicycles over it. On 1 or 2 occasions, in the spirit of childish wagers, they even trespassed into the old manor. He believed the torment inflicted upon him by these boys stemmed from their shared perception, akin to that of their parents and grandparents, that he was a murderer. The grand door creaked open slowly, its ancient wood scraping against the ground with an unbearable grating sound. Take a nap. My apologies, Malfoy murmured, raising his wand. A crimson light shot forth from its tip, striking Frank, who gradually collapsed onto the lawn, losing consciousness. Chapter 19, The Graveyard and the Ring. Malfoy circumvented the unconscious Frank and entered the Riddle House. Despite its dilapidated state due to the absence of its owner, the lawn, nurtured by Frank's dedication, remained remarkably tidy, nearly devoid of weeds. Malfoy proceeded directly to the largest room, surmising it to be the sitting room, hoping to unearth some clues about Voldemort. However, the passage of time had rendered the traces of magic utterly elusive. He idly shook a wooden table and stools, wishing for a revelation. But disappointment led him to shake his head. Subsequently, Malfoy moved to the rear of the house, pausing beside a door nearly obscured by ivy. Alohomora. With a creaking sound, the door swung open heavily. This space was as dim as a cave. If not for the disarray of some kitchen utensils, one might scarcely believe it was a kitchen. It revealed no further clues, remaining frustratingly vague. Eventually, he arrived at the corridor, where the large lattice windows flanking the front door allowed a modicum of light to filter through. He cautiously ascended the staircase, which was thickly coated in dust. At the landing, he turned right, heading straight toward the corridor's end, where a door was slightly ajar. It seemed there were no clues to be found here, but that was to be expected, he reassured himself. However, one could still manage to vex someone in the future. He then stepped into the room, seemingly uttering a few incantations. Old chum, let me put you to sleep and save your life. Malfoy regarded Frank and cast a muggle-repelling charm before swiftly departing. Oh, Maria is still waiting for me. Awakening, Frank was beset by a splitting headache, yet he suddenly recalled his first love. The flames of affection ignited within his dwindling life. He stumbled out of the Riddle House, racing toward a location etched in his memory, leaving behind the manor that had accompanied him for decades. Poor old man. Best to stay far from all of this, Malfoy mused, watching Frank's retreating figure. The earlier events were inconsequential. The present was markedly different. Malfoy steeled himself. The view from the Riddle house was expansive, and relying on his recollection of the terrain, he arrived at a graveyard overrun with weeds, where the silhouette of a small church loomed darkly behind a tall yew tree to the right. On the left stands a hillock, atop which rests an exquisite old house, the very place to which Malfoy had recently ventured. The cemetery exudes an eerie atmosphere, punctuated by the occasional chilling caw of crows, which only serves to amplify the unsettling silence. Malfoy halted before a grand marble tombstone inscribed with the name Tom Marvolo Riddle. A fierce wind howled, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It appeared that today he was to play the part of a grave robber. Evidently, the ominous ambience did not perturb Malfoy. He still found time for a touch of self-deprecating humor. He opened a black pouch and placed several pieces of cow bones on the ground. With a flick of his wand, he pointed delicately at the bones, which then disintegrated into a fine dust. Malfoy's wand flicked again, and the tombstone slowly shifted aside. He removed the mixture of soil and ashes from the grave, leaving behind approximately 1/3, and replaced it with a newly created pile of debris, restored to its original state. The tombstone gently lowered back into place. Task accomplished, Malfoy couldn't help but applaud softly, a smile gracing his lips. With renewed determination, he hastened towards Hogsmeade. Surrounding him were towering hedgerows, and soon he turned right down a narrow path leading to a gap in a fence. This was a slender dirt road, flanked by even taller and denser hedges than those he had just traversed. The path twisted and turned, pockmarked and strewn with rubble, steeply descending into a small, inky woodland below. At the gate, a dead snake was nailed. The entire house emitted a pungent odor of decay, alongside a palpable surge of dark magic. With a resolve as firm as iron, Malfoy approached the first Horcrux, wary of his surroundings, and cast a spell to fortify his will. Why did the spells I create always serve only as aids? This thought left him feeling somewhat helpless, yet he steeled himself. This Horcrux had been responsible for Dumbledore's demise. Gently, Malfoy pushed open the door, revealing Marvolo's black gemstone ring lying quietly on the ground, seemingly easy to retrieve. "Come, we're my master," the ring seemed to whisper, its tone beguiling. "Do you not miss your departed loved ones? Or friends?" The curse set by the Dark Lord and the Resurrection Stone itself appeared to engage in a curious interaction. "Don me, and you shall see them once more. Come, or me, I am one of the Deathly Hallows. With me, you shall wield unparalleled power, control souls." Both the Slytherin locket and Riddle's diary possessed an enchanting influence, and this Horcrux was no exception, always stirring the deepest desires within the heart. A wave of dizziness washed over Malfoy, the voice ethereal and elusive, inviting him to let go of his reservations with a disarming warmth. Even devoid of the ring's promised allure, Malfoy found himself yearning to pick it up and adorn himself with it. As Malfoy bent down to touch the ring, his body suddenly convulsed violently, curling up on the ground as his subconscious battled with his conscious mind. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet, he had no desire for the so-called king of the world. He fought desperately against the ring, with his mind as the battlefield and his will as the soldiers. He resisted the ever-present pressure and temptation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely for one enduring agony. A second felt like a century. Suddenly, Malfoy ceased trembling. The outcome was clear, and his lucid gaze revealed the result of the struggle. How terrifying it was that even someone I cared nothing for had such an overwhelming allure in death. It was no wonder old Dumbledore had succumbed. Malfoy cautiously reached behind himself, cold sweat trickling down. Besides his own willpower, the incantation he had just uttered might be the most significant factor on the scale of battle. Yet, one cannot remain forever ensnared in ephemeral delights. It seemed as if Malfoy had made a resolute decision. He carefully and deliberately recited the obscure incantation, softly and slowly. Suddenly, a spark ignited in the void, manifesting as an eerie black flame. "Thus, I shall resolve you here." Malfoy strained to direct the black fire towards the ring, exercising caution. He did not wish to meet the same fate as one of his underlings who had perished in flames. As the black fire made contact with the ring, Malfoy felt it begin to tremble violently, a viscous, blood-like substance seemingly seeping forth, accompanied by a faint, distant cry of anguish. With a roar, the black flame surged, as if fueled by a catalyst, reaching approximately 2 meters in height and ravenously lashing out at everything flammable in its vicinity. This was far from amusing. In the face of such upheaval, his only choice was to flee. Soul artifacts and philosopher's stones. What a conflagration they could ignite. Malfoy's reflexes were commendable. Before the fire could spread further, he had escaped the building. Panting heavily, it felt as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Gazing at the wooden house engulfed in flames, with some sparks even igniting the ancient trees and crackling ominously, Malfoy felt a sense of daze. He recalled a few phrases from his previous life, setting fire to the mountains. One ends up in prison. Whether Malfoy would languish in a Muggle prison, he did not know. He only realized that he might have encountered some minor troubles. Upon returning home, he discovered that, aside from Narcissa and Lucius, two middle-aged men in uniforms stood in the living room, all four wearing grave expressions. Do not shield him. Lucius's tone was colder than usual as he produced several letters. Let him see the mess he has caused. Lucius tossed the letters onto the table. Malfoy opened one of them, which read, Mr. Malfoy, we received a report indicating that at 3:40 p.m. today, you used a stunning spell on a Muggle at a residence in Little Hangleton. You are aware that underage wizards are prohibited from utilizing magic outside of school grounds. Should you engage in such behavior again, expulsion from the institution may ensue, as stipulated by the reasonable constraints imposed on underage wizards in the Decree of 1875, Clause 3. Furthermore, please bear in mind that, according to Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation's Code of Secrecy, any magical activities that may attract the attention of non-magical beings, or muggles, constitute a grave violation of the law. Wishing you a pleasant holiday, Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Indeed, this presents quite the predicament. Malfoy muttered, "A predicament." Lucius's voice escalated, losing its customary elegance. Take another look, he roared. Malfoy then opened another letter. It read, Dear Mr. Malfoy, we have received yet another report indicating that at 4:30 this afternoon, you performed a Muggle-repelling charm on a certain area at a Muggle residence in Little Hangleton. You are aware that underage wizards are prohibited from utilizing magic outside of school grounds. Should you engage in such behavior again, expulsion from the institution may ensue, as stipulated by the reasonable constraints imposed on underage wizards in the Decree of 1875, Clause 3. Furthermore, please bear in mind that, according to Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation's Code of Secrecy, any magical activities that may attract the attention of non-magical beings, or muggles, constitute a grave violation of the law. Wishing you a pleasant holiday, Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The contents of several subsequent letters were remarkably similar, merely varying in the names of the spells mentioned. The final letter stated, In light of your previous actions, which have severely transgressed the International Wizarding Federation's Code of Secrecy, we have resolved to impose a stringent penalty. Based on our understanding, your academic performance at Hogwarts appears to be exemplary. With Professor Dumbledore's endorsement, we shall refrain from expelling you. However, your wand will be confiscated and returned to you at a later date as a form of discipline. The warning letters were sent to our home, and my precious son never even saw them. Narcissa vociferously defended Malfoy. Calm yourself, madam, one of the slightly taller wizards spoke slowly. We are merely following orders. The other, somewhat shorter and plumper wizard interjected, hand over your wand. Lucius's voice grew increasingly somber. I suppose I am willing to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. Malfoy nodded and handed his wand to the tall, slender wizard. No, Narcissa let out a high-pitched scream, clearly unable to accept the reality of her son's punishment. The two Ministry wizards exchanged surprised glances. They had encountered many young wizards who had used magic outside of school. It was rare to see one so composed when faced with genuine consequences. It was not uncommon for most to clutch their wands tightly, often in tears when such a moment arrived. Encountering a young wizard exhibiting such tranquility was truly a novelty. Truly commendable composure, both remarked in unison. I believe this incident is merely a minor misunderstanding. We shall convey the situation to our superiors, the plump wizard stated. It is evident that the matters of today were resolved with remarkable ease, leading him to develop a flicker of fondness for Malfoy, even questioning whether he had truly misjudged him. How could such a well-behaved child be involved in misconduct? Thank you very much, Lucius nodded at them. Stay and enjoy some refreshments. There are desserts prepared. Narcissa appeared to be making a final effort to further endear themselves, hoping to mitigate the repercussions. Madam, I appreciate your kindness, but we are rather busy. The tall, slender wizard declined the offer. Subsequently, the two exited the Malfoy residence, likely employing apparition, their forms gradually becoming translucent before vanishing into the void. Lucius, Narcissa shouted at him, evidently wishing to vent her dissatisfaction. Oh, Narcissa, do calm down, Lucius replied. his tone markedly more relaxed than moments ago, which had been filled with a chilling seriousness. You expect me to remain calm? Our son was nearly expelled. Those two even confiscated his wand. How can you ask me to be calm? Narcissa's demeanor appeared somewhat hysterical. Any mother would react similarly upon hearing that her child was on the brink of expulsion from school. Do not worry, Lucius said softly. You might take a leaf out of our son's book. Observe how composed he remains. He glanced at Malfoy, who stood quietly by the table, appearing unperturbed. He continued nonchalantly. The ministry operates on a principle of mutual respect. On the surface, they maintain professionalism, ensuring that everyone saves face. As for the contents of the letter, Lucius seemed to scoff. Dumbledore and the ministry are at odds. The more he intercedes, the more the ministry might relish in making things difficult for him. If they truly expelled him, they certainly would not have informed that old man. As for the wand, well, I believe I dined with him just a few days ago. Sponsorship is not easily acquired. Lucius appeared to recollect something significant. Who is he? Narcissa inquired. The superior of those two individuals. Currently, in a frenzy seeking investment for a project, Lucius replied with a smile. Oh, Narcissa seemed to have been drained of her strength, collapsing into a chair as if she had finally found relief. Lucius had made himself abundantly clear. I too have influential connections. Observing this, Malfoy appeared to have been mentally prepared. Given Lucius's extreme protectiveness, the earlier display must have been mere pretense. Furthermore, our little one is nearly adept at wandless magic. As he spoke, Lucius patted Malfoy on the shoulder, his expression radiating pride. Let us not dwell on those matters. Instead, let us discuss something else. Lucius deftly shifted the conversation away from the rather unpleasant topic. How did you torment that muggle? Petri Ficus Totalis? Ah, the letter mentioned you used a stunning spell. Lucius was evidently more intrigued by this. How could you possibly use a stunning spell on Muggle? That would deprive him of the agony and terror. Thus, Lucius began to recount his own experiences of tormenting Muggles, embarking on a lesson from Malfoy. Subsequently, he remarked in an admiring tone, the final expulsion of Muggles from the site to prevent their discovery is rather commendable, indeed very prudent. He encouraged Malfoy with a pat on the shoulder, adding, You truly are the son of Lucius. Very well, my dear mother, Malfoy responded, as if granted a reprieve, clearly uninterested in the torturous torment. He turned and walked towards his room. Are you suggesting our son should take a stroll through Azkaban? No, Lucius quickly denied. I'll say no more. He added with an awkward chuckle. It's merely an introduction. He won't be taught anything, Lucius muttered. What did you say? Nothing, Lucius shrugged, feigning innocence. As night fell, Malfoy Manor enveloped itself in tranquility, and silence reigned throughout the night. Chapter 21. Return to school and rumors the following morning. Malfoy boarded the train, returning to school. There exists a phenomenon in the world that spreads faster than anyone could ever imagine. Rumors. Seated comfortably, Malfoy did not need to strain his ears to hear snippets of conversation seeping into his awareness. Have you heard? Draco's wand was confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. Why? Apparently, he was caught using spells to torment Muggles. Really? He always seems so genteel and debonair. Some girls remarked, why don't you check if his wand is still with him? As expected, a few girls pretended to casually stroll past his seat, only to hastily flee. Clearly believing a good portion of the gossip, Malfoy relished the solitude. After all, the reputation of Slytherin had long been established. Is this seat taken? A gentle female voice interrupted. If you don't mind, may I sit here? A girl settled into the seat beside Malfoy. I haven't consented yet, Malfoy replied, bemused. Moreover, I did just subject a Muggle to considerable torment a few days ago. Don't you fear, Miss Chong? Classified information, she quipped. Just joking. If Voldemort were to find out about such matters, it would be quite disastrous. In a previous timeline, she certainly had a history of leaks. As for weaving a falsehood, Malfoy held little interest. Chong let out a disappointed "oh," yet persisted, regardless, I still believe in you. As they traversed the campus, students bustled about. Some regarded him with palpable trepidation, avoiding eye contact, fearful of being remembered by him. Those passing behind him would invariably seek alternate routes to evade him. Of course, a small contingent of students clad in green robes followed him at a distance, clearly intrigued by the infamous Malfoy. His previous performances indicated significant prowess, and Slytherin had a long-standing tradition of aligning with the strong. Well, I've truly ensnared myself, Malfoy lamented inwardly. Dumbledore will likely summon me to his office for a thorough reprimand. Presently, Malfoy embodied a veritable echo of Voldemort's youth, complete with followers, talent, and certain misunderstood tendencies that would certainly raise Dumbledore's suspicions. One step at a time, Malfoy reassured himself as he ambled toward the dining hall. As soon as he settled into his seat, Pansy leaned in, her face a mask of concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Malfoy replied with a smile, waving a hand to indicate his well-being. Malfoy remained non-committal. A shift in perspective is not something that occurs overnight. "I am quite dissatisfied with the Christmas gift you provided." Pansy rapped her knuckles on the table, seemingly attempting to capture his attention. "Shouldn't you have sent those pens and ink to that mudblood witch?" She abruptly halted, as if struck by a thought. "And I suppose you do have a conscience," Pansy added, glancing swiftly at his hands and whispering. Malfoy raised his hand to examine the oddly colored gloves, with some yarn peeking out. "Put that down," Pansy exclaimed, her cheeks flushing red as she hurriedly spoke. "If you dare to knit, I shall dare to wear them. What do I care if others see?" Malfoy chuckled, finding Pansy's current demeanor utterly charming, compelling him to tease her further. "Weren't you brimming with confidence when you wrote that letter?" Malfoy arched an eyebrow. "Let us not discuss it." Pansy's head suddenly drooped, her tone inexplicably somber. "I took a picture as a keepsake, and my mother saw it. She actually laughed at me. She then earnestly declared, 'If you truly return them to me, I will make alterations. They will be even more splendid.'" Malfoy could clearly see the fire of determination igniting in Pansy's eyes, evidently spurred on by a rivalry with her mother. Disgusting. Pansy's blush deepened, the hue spreading to the roots of her ears. "All right, I shall cease the teasing." Malfoy straightened his expression and continued. "I am immensely grateful to Miss Pansy for crafting this pair of gloves amidst her busy schedule. It is an honor indeed. However, given the uniqueness of this initial gift, I have decided not to return them. When did you become so slick? I want the old, bumbling fool back," Pansy retorted somewhat resentfully. "Growth is irreversible, my lady," Malfoy replied with a smile. Ultimately, the gloves remained firmly on Malfoy's hands, never to be removed, and Pansy's glares persisted unabated. "Harry, have you heard?" At the Gryffindor table, the atmosphere was equally lively. Ron reached into the center of the table for a piece of pie and said to Harry, "What have you heard?" Harry asked without looking up, preoccupied with devouring a chicken leg. "The news has spread throughout the school, and you, of all people, are unaware?" Ron glanced over at the Slytherin table before leaning closer to Harry, whispering, "Draco has been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. It's rumored he used magic to torment muggles. If it weren't for his father, he might very well be languishing in Azkaban by now." Ron's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. "But even so, his wand has been confiscated," Ron continued. "What a stroke of luck." Harry instinctively placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heart race. "It's hard to fathom that I actually suggested we inquire about who Nicodemus is. Ron, you've truly been of great assistance." Of course, Ron raised his chin, a sense of pride swelling within him. "It is not as simple as that." Hermione suddenly slammed her hand on the table, drawing the attention of Gryffindor students, with even a few from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw turning their gazes toward her. "What do you mean it's not like that?" Ron inquired, clearly taken aback that Hermione would defend that Slytherin. He thought perhaps she was merely contemplating a particular question. "It's nothing," Hermione replied weakly, realizing that her earlier words had been impulsive. Once spoken, it seemed as though a pent-up breath had escaped her. She lacked the courage to admit she was standing up for him, fearing the judgment of her peers. Ron nodded. Hermione would not disclose that her spirits had lifted due to the note she received, which contained only a few nonsensical phrases and a spell. Chapter 22, Doubt Testing, and the Mirror. Just as he prepared to exit the dining hall, a tall shadow obstructed his path. "Mr. Malfoy, in light of your recent conduct off campus, Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you privately." Looking up, he saw Snape's waxen face, which, unlike his usual sardonic tone directed at Gryffindor, conveyed a hint of warmth. "The headmaster's office is on the 8th floor. You may go there yourself shortly," Snape said, his demeanor hurried, as if other matters awaited him. "Oh, and the password is butterbeer. Do not forget," he added, turning to leave the hall, striding away in an indeterminate direction. What must come will inevitably arrive. Malfoy felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Are you all right?" Pansy asked, giving his shoulder a light pat, having evidently overheard the exchange. "Silly girl, what could possibly be wrong with me?" Malfoy replied, ruffling Pansy's hair in a gesture of comfort. "He'll probably just ask a few questions, so do not worry. The Ministry's punishment has long been issued. Now, off to bed with you. Girls need their beauty sleep," he said, employing his signature charm. "Why do I feel she is almost hoping for me to be reprimanded?" Malfoy mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. He then ascended the staircase to the 8th floor, where the corridor lay eerily empty, save for a stone gargoyle standing prominently to the side. Malfoy approached the stone creature slowly. "Butterbeer," he declared. The gargoyle leapt aside, and the wall behind it split in two, revealing a twisting, moving spiral staircase. Malfoy stepped onto it, ascending higher and higher as the staircase spiraled upward, ultimately arriving before the brass-knocker door of Dumbledore's office. Such a peculiar taste, he muttered, gazing at the griffin-shaped brass knocker. Knock, knock, knock. Malfoy gently tapped thrice on the door. Come in, came Dumbledore's voice. Good evening, Professor, Malfoy said as he stepped into Dumbledore's office. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings. It was a marvelous room, spacious and stylish, intriguingly circular, adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring in their respective frames. In the room stood an enormous table, its legs resembling clawed feet, upon which lay an array of exquisite silverware, each piece gently rotating and emitting wisps of smoke. Perched on a shelf behind the door was his pet phoenix, Fawkes. Child, do take a seat and relax, Dumbledore said kindly. Headmaster, I apologize for this incident, Malfoy replied, refraining from sitting and instead bowing slightly to Dumbledore. Oh, I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, his blue eyes behind his spectacles twinkling with contemplation. I summoned you today to engage in a conversation. It seems I have been rather preoccupied with Harry and have nearly forgotten to attend to our finest first-year student. As he spoke, Dumbledore brought his 10 fingertips together, a habitual gesture of his. You flatter me, Professor, Malfoy responded modestly, though a chill ran down his spine. Perhaps it would be best if you cared a little less about me. After all, your dear Harry is planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, he showed none of this outwardly. Dumbledore fell into a pensive silence, lost in thought. Suddenly, he rose and moved toward the corner of the room, causing Malfoy's gaze to shift with him. I think you will find it rather intriguing. Dumbledore murmured as he whispered a spell at the corner, causing a black cloth draped over an object to fly away, revealing its concealed form. Before them stood an imposing mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, its ornate golden frame supported by 2 clawed feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Eristra eru oit ube caffer oit onwosi. The mirror of Erist, Malfoy concluded swiftly. Step closer and tell me what you see. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. Very well, Professor, Malfoy acquiesced. This mirror had the power to reveal one's deepest, most fervent desires. Harry beheld his entire family within its depths, while Ron envisioned himself as the student council president, cradling both the house cup and the Quidditch trophy. The distance to the mirror seemed prolonged as Malfoy approached slowly, his mind racing. Perhaps Voldemort sees the intelligence of a god reflected back at him. What then? Is my desire? No matter how lengthy the journey, it must eventually conclude, and this distance was indeed minimal. Malfoy halted before the mirror, first closing his eyes, and slowly opening them. A nervous chuckle escaped him as he beheld the reflection. Child, what do you see? Dumbledore's voice floated through the air, imbued with a subtle enchantment that compelled one to speak. Malfoy turned to face him, his gaze locked onto the professor, sharp and penetrating. It seemed Malfoy was on the verge of revealing his answer, but suddenly his expression faltered, struggling momentarily before becoming clear once more. Legitimacy? Just as Malfoy was about to divulge his thoughts, he regained his composure, clenching his fists as a fiery wrath ignited within his chest. Ahem! Dumbledore suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, his silvery beard trembling uncontrollably, while the pupils beneath his cerulean eyes constricted sharply, evidently shocked by the vision. Professor, it is hardly commendable to employ legitimacy on students, Malfoy scoffed. You have even mastered a clemency, Dumbledore replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as he adjusted his spectacles. Otherwise, my secrets would have been laid bare today, Malfoy retorted, his tone unyielding. You bear a striking resemblance to someone, Dumbledore remarked softly, even surpassing him in merit. Once he had spoken, Dumbledore appeared to be drained of vitality, sinking into his chair as if he had aged several years in an instant. I am different from him. My heart is filled with love, Malfoy stated matter-of-factly, preparing to depart, for this exchange had been less than pleasant for both parties. You may interpret it as a dream of mine. He would not do such a thing. Who knows? Perhaps his greatest loathing is not for the Dark Lord, but rather for you. With that final proclamation, Malfoy slammed the door with tremendous force, causing the very floor to tremble. Even Fawkes, perched on a shelf, seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere and began to sing. The Phoenix's song possesses a magical quality. It bolsters the courage of the pure-hearted while instilling fear in those with impure intentions. After a spell of melody, Dumbledore's mood settled. Though his expression remained intricate, he gazed quietly at his collection of silverware, lost in thought, his lips occasionally curling into a faint, bittersweet smile. Let's hope so. He murmured softly. Hermione, you wouldn't believe it. Harry and I discovered a marvelous mirror. It is truly extraordinary. Ron exclaimed excitedly from the table. Indeed, Harry nodded. I even saw my parents in that mirror. I envisioned myself as the head of the student council, having won both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. As if to boast, Ron continued to recount his visions. Ron, that is merely an illusion, Hermione interjected. I am aware, yet it still appears magnificent, does it not? Ron persisted, undeterred. One cannot live in dreams. Do not allow aspirations to overshadow reality, Hermione advised. Dumbledore has said something similar. It is ultimately an illusion. Harry concurred with a nod, adding, we must confront reality. However, Ron, my dreams may never come to fruition. Yours, with some effort, might still hold promise. He encouraged Ron further. Could she not utter a kind word? Ron grumbled, slapping the table in frustration. In truth, I believe she makes a valid point, Harry whispered. Harry, you too? Ron lamented, pressing his forehead in distress. Fine, I understand. I shall strive harder. Hermione. Neville? What is it? Hermione turned to find Neville calling her. I overheard everything you just said. I believe you are correct, Neville said slowly. What did I say? Hermione inquired, puzzled. About what transpired in the dining hall. I know you were speaking of Malfoy, Neville replied in a hushed tone. I too believe he would not engage in such actions. How did you come to know this? Do you trust him so implicitly? Hermione's expression shifted, and she inquired further. He has assisted me, yet you are of pure blood. Nevertheless, my pure blood is scarcely stronger than that of an ordinary muggle, Neville continued, stating. He helped me find toads and retrieved a crystal ball. I am convinced he is not that sort of person. He paused momentarily. Hermione, you share this sentiment, do you not? Malfoy is a good person. Given the opportunity, I shall elucidate my beliefs to Harry and the others. I have faith in him, Neville declared, raising his fist before exiting the door. A good person? Hermione murmured. Am I truly lesser than Neville? A tumult of emotions surged within Hermione. She admired Neville's bravery, yet lamented her own cowardice. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione sat at her desk, fiddling with a scrap of paper beneath the dim orange light, staring vacantly at the few lines of text, lost in thought. It seemed this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 23. The final. Christmas had concluded, and the school resumed its customary activities. Malfoy continued to lead his seemingly tranquil life on campus, flitting between the dining hall, library, dormitory, and classrooms with little variation. As for Harry, he was in dire straits. The Quidditch captain would impose stricter demands on the team than ever before. Even amidst the incessant rain following the heavy snowfall, his enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. The Weasley brothers grumbled incessantly, yet persevered, and Harry was even more resolute. For if they emerged victorious in this match, they could very well end Slytherin's 7-year reign over the House Cup. When a goal appears distant, individuals typically abandon their endeavors. However, when it seems within reach, most will clench their teeth and press on. This was the true embodiment of the Gryffindor team. On the training grounds, the Weasley brothers resumed their antics, diving and pretending to fall from their broomsticks. Ultimately, they earned a reprimand from Wood, followed by disheartening news. Snape would officiate the upcoming match. In an instant, dark clouds gathered on the faces of nearly all the players. Evidently, a goal that once seemed attainable had morphed into an insurmountable challenge. Morale plummeted. An enthusiasm for training waned considerably, clearly a grievous blow. As practice concluded, the Gryffindor players continued to whisper and speculate about how Snape might trouble them. Harry, disinterested in their conversation, hastened to the Gryffindor common room, eager to seek advice from Hermione and Ron. He suspected Snape would target him once again. Do not participate in the match, Hermione immediately suggested. Just claim you are unwell, Ron added. Feign a broken leg, Hermione proposed. Actually break your leg, Ron retorted. Harry, in frustration, held his forehead and lamented, I'm the only seeker on the team. If I am absent, the team cannot compete. Ron and Hermione fell silent, both acutely aware of Harry's strong sense of responsibility. He would never jeopardize the entire team for his own safety. This situation once again highlighted the absurdity of the game and the shortcomings in Gryffindor's talent development. How could a significant competition be conducted without a substitute? Damn it all. Malfoy took a vigorous bite of his buttered bread, his spirits somewhat dampened. My lady, can we not concern ourselves with a match that is not ours? Do you have any idea what time I finally went to bed last night? Malfoy lamented dramatically at the table. I must witness Gryffindor's defeat. It was evident that Pansy was still brooding over the team's last failure. Her fists clenched as she spoke. This time, our headmaster is the referee. Gryffindor is bound to suffer greatly, she whispered, Yet Malfoy could sense her excitement. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Is it truly appropriate to be so jubilant over an unjust referee? Soon, they made their way to the pitch, where the audience's enthusiasm reached unprecedented heights. Cheers and shouts resonated even before the match commenced. Gryffindor was particularly animated, for this match was crucial for them. However, when they realized that Snape was officiating, boos erupted from the stands. Ron, look, Professor Dumbledore has arrived. Hermione tugged at Ron's sleeve from the stands. Dumbledore entered the venue, his robes billowing behind him. Thank goodness, Ron sighed in relief. Now we can rest easy. Snape wouldn't dare to pull any tricks in his presence. Not quite. Hermione frowned. It seems Professor Dumbledore was also in the stands last time. Then why didn't he help Harry? Ron questioned incredulously. I don't know. She paused, tightening her grip on her wand. So we must remain vigilant. Remember, don't forget, it's the legs that become stiff and lifeless, Hermione reminded Ron. Got it. Ron replied impatiently. I still don't believe he would dare to act out in public again, he reiterated. Hermione believed that the previous intervention had been too slow. Thus today, she opted to employ a new spell against Snape. On the pitch, the players took their positions at the center, and, as per tradition, Madame Hooch delivered her usual remarks about fair play before the match commenced. Hufflepuff penalty, Snape declared in a grim tone. Barely minutes into the match, Snape awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, citing George's interference by striking the quaffle towards him, which he claimed disrupted the referee. Harry soared above the pitch like an eagle, determined to locate the golden snitch and minimize Snape's bias towards Hufflepuff for as long as possible. Hufflepuff penalty, he reiterated, this time with no justification whatsoever. The Gryffindor students erupted in uproar, piercing whistles emanating from every ear. Even Hufflepuff students appeared displeased. Clearly, despite their loyal nature, they could not accept such favoritism even as the beneficiaries. Well done, Pansy cheered, raising her hands in triumph. Why are you not cheering? Our college has just scored. Pansy nudged Malfoy with her arm. Oh yes. Malfoy awkwardly raised his hand and waved it. Well done, he remarked in a dry tone. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous applause erupted around the stands, while their section remained enveloped in an eerie silence. It seemed that as Pansy reminded Malfoy, the outcome had already been decided. She had missed that pivotal moment. The excited commentary rang out. Goodness, what have I just witnessed? Many spectators must still be processing it. Even I nearly missed this historic moment. Harry Potter from Gryffindor executed a stunning dive. His speed was such that I thought he would crash to the ground. And the referee felt the same. He paused to catch his breath and continued. Mr. Snape was already on his broom, ready to rescue him. But Harry did not fall. Just inches from the referee, he successfully caught the golden snitch, now triumphantly raising it high to announce his victory. Let us cheer for this historic moment. We are fortunate to witness the fastest conclusion in Quidditch history. The resounding cheers nearly shook the entire venue. Yet, Ron quietly muttered, clearly, someone is looking for an opportunity to gloat. Having previously doubted, Ron was startled to see Snape on his broom, and his stance shifted easily. Indeed, Hermione agreed wholeheartedly. But Harry did not give him the chance. She laughed joyfully. Harry glanced back to see Snape spitting angrily on the ground. He felt it might be the happiest moment of his life, his spirits soaring higher than ever. He had finally accomplished something truly commendable, and no one would ever again claim he was merely riding on a famous name. The night air was sweeter than it had ever been. As he walked across the damp grass, the events of the past hour replayed vividly in his mind, blurred snippets of happiness. Gryffindor students lifting him onto their shoulders. Ron and Hermione bouncing in the distance. Ron bleeding from his nose, yet jubilant. Harry had reached the broom shed. Leaning against the wooden door, he gazed up at Hogwarts, its windows shimmering with a reddish glow in the sunset. Gryffindor was ahead. He had succeeded. While some rejoiced, others mourned. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through someone's foot. He had been stepped on. Turning to look, he saw Pansy's flushed face. Malfoy noticed she was trembling. Her eyes reddened. I told you not to come. You insisted on facing the consequences. Malfoy clearly did not voice these words. It would only exacerbate the situation. The immediate priority was to cool things down. Yet he found himself at a loss for comforting words. Who am I? I'm a privileged heir, he suddenly exclaimed, striking his forehead. Gently addressing Pansy, he remarked, Gryffindor's triumph was fortuitous. Harry Potter wields the latest Firebolt 2000. Professor McGonagall may seem impartial, yet she is undeniably biased in their favor. At this, Pansy nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with his assertion. However, this predicament will not persist into the following year. I shall persuade my father to sponsor the Slytherin team, and the Firebolt 2001 will undoubtedly surpass theirs. Really? That is no trifling sum, is it? Pansy questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. For the honor of our house, what do gold galleons matter? Draco replied earnestly. Pansy gazed at him, a bemused smile suddenly breaking her serious demeanor. Oh, come now. You're the last person to speak of honor. It took me twice to drag you to the matches. Draco found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But I know you do it for me, Pansy said softly, a blush of shyness replacing her earlier anger, rendering her all the more endearing. Thank you, she whispered, before planting a delicate kiss upon his cheek and dashing away. Curse this wretched capitalism, Draco mused, touching the spot where her lips had brushed his, a sigh escaping him. Yet, he internally added, but I rather enjoy it. Chapter 24. Bargain or coercion. The weekend found Hogwarts enveloped in tranquil silence. The full moon casting its gentle glow upon the grounds, occasionally interrupted by the flight of a few owls and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, creating a serene tableau. However, in a basement not far away in Hogsmeade, an explosion was brewing. Damn it, Draco muttered under his breath. The once placid, golden liquid in the cauldron began to churn violently, bubbles frothing as it morphed into a bizarre pink, then a vibrant red, and ultimately a deep black. The reaction intensified, resembling tumultuous waves, as more bubbles erupted from the liquid, producing a cacophony of pops. 2 months of effort, all ruined in an instant. Draco sighed at the sight of the inky substance, clearly having faltered when he was a third of the way through brewing the polyjuice potion. Armor up. He instinctively cast the spell, his instincts warning him that failure to do so might render him the first victim of his experiments. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion rocked the basement, the force and chaotic airflow throwing him against the wall, dust swirling wildly. Coughing, Draco slowly rose from the floor, surveying the wreckage of the basement and the potion spilling everywhere, a grimace forming on his face. There was no other option. He would have to turn his attentions elsewhere. His gaze sharpened suddenly, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. Yet, the Gryffindor trio appeared to be anything but quietly studying in the library. To be precise, they were captivated by a dragon. Not long ago, they were immersed in their studies at the library. Hermione meticulously crafted her revision plan, marking her notes with an array of colors and inscribing a few motivational phrases on the title page, such as the desire to surpass a certain individual. Harry was poring over 80,000 magical herbs and fungi, searching for the white fungus, while Ron tossed his quill aside, gazing longingly out the library windows. The sky outside was a pristine blue, reminiscent of the hue of forget-me-not flowers, and the air carried a hint of the approaching summer. Ordinarily, they would have approached the day with seriousness, balancing diligence with leisure, but today was clearly an anomaly. Hagrid, what brings you here? Ron exclaimed as Hagrid clomped into the library, something concealed behind him. Naturally, such a disguise was futile. They soon learned that Hagrid was gathering information about dragons. They followed Hagrid to the hunting lodge, where their curiosity was piqued, prompting further inquiries about the Philosopher's Stone. As a prodigious intellect, Hermione adeptly extracted information from Hagrid through their dialogue. They discovered that Snape was also one of the professors safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, along with details about a three-headed dog. This only intensified their suspicions. The trio theorized that Snape might find it easier to pilfer the stone under the guise of protecting it. Their current focus, however, was the dragon. Hagrid, could you open a window? I'm sweltering, Harry said. I can't. I'm afraid, Hagrid replied, casting a glance towards the fireplace. Harry turned to observe the flames. What is that? He inquired, already suspecting the answer. In the heart of the fire, nestled beneath a kettle, lay a large, dark egg. Ah, Hagrid said, nervously twisting his beard Well, where did you get that, Hagrid? Ron asked, squatting by the fire for a closer look. That must have cost you a fortune. Won it, Hagrid replied. Last night, I was in the village playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, he was probably eager to be rid of it. But what will you do once it hatches? Hermione inquired. Oh, I've been reading up on it, Hagrid said, pulling a hefty tome from beneath his pillow from the library. Raising dragons for pleasure and profit. Of course, it's a bit outdated, but the content is still relevant. You need to place the egg by the fire as the mother breathes warmth upon it. Look, it says here that once it hatches, you must feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And here is how to identify different eggs. I've got a Norwegian Ridgeback. Quite rare. You know, instinctively, Hermione sensed the illegality of Hagrid's actions. She wanted to dissuade him, but seeing the excitement on Ron, Harry, and Hagrid's faces left her at a loss for words. The previous incident with the levitation spell had taught her some lessons in tolerance toward her friends. Contemplating friendship led her thoughts to a certain individual. Do I count as a friend in his eyes? She pondered silently. Hermione? Hermione? Ron spoke up, urging, Stop daydreaming and come see the dragon egg. I assure you, you have never seen one so large. Hermione forced herself to focus on this object of little interest. Yet strangely, the thought of a new life, potentially emerging from within, sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the cottage, and they soon realized it was quite late. Hagrid, we must take our leave, Harry said. We'll be back. Ron waved goodbye to Hagrid at the door. So will I. Hermione nodded gently. The following morning, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid to Harry, which bore only 4 words. It's about to hatch. Ron was reluctant to attend her biology class, yearning to rush to Hagrid's hut instead. Hermione, however, firmly disagreed. Hermione, how many times in our lives will we witness a baby dragon hatching? Ron argued. We have class. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. If anyone discovers what Hagrid is doing, he will be in far worse circumstances than we are, she retorted. Enough, Harry whispered, warning them. During herbology, Ron and Hermione continued to debate. Ultimately, Hermione relented, agreeing to join them in visiting Hagrid's hut during the morning break. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the 3 of them abandoned their small shovels and hurriedly dashed across the grounds towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid welcomed them, his face aglow with excitement. It's about to come out, he exclaimed, ushering them into the hut. The egg lay on the table, already sporting a deep crack. Something inside was stirring, producing a delightful clicking sound. They all edged their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping noise, the egg cracked open. The baby dragon wobbled atop the table, flapping its wings. It was not particularly beautiful. Harry thought it resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. It had a long snout with white nostrils, bumpy horns on its head, and bulging orange eyes. It sneezed, emitting a few sparks from its nose. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid murmured, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head. The creature bit down on his finger, revealing its sharp teeth. Someone's outside, Hagrid said, leaping up. His massive figure seemed to cast a shadow over the room. It's you. Ron and Harry's expressions changed as they opened the door, while Hermione bit her lip, lost in thought. You were eavesdropping on us, Ron accused, raising his wand. Normally, he wouldn't dare confront the strongest student in their year, Draco Malfoy, but the circumstances were different, for his adversary was wandless. A wandless wizard was often viewed as lesser than a muggle in the hearts of many witches and wizards. Stay back, Ron commanded fiercely. Yet Malfoy advanced step by step into the room. A green light shot forth from Ron's wand as he shouted, I won't let you succeed. No, Hermione cried out urgently. However, neither Hagrid nor Harry noticed her cries. They were both astonished by the present circumstances. I loathe it when others point their wands at me, Malfoy remarked coolly. Armor, Ron exclaimed. How are you? A green light struck Ron, causing him to stagger back and collapse onto the ground. Harry and Hermione hurried to assist him, their faces etched with concern. Harry lifted his gaze, glaring at Malfoy with palpable fury. Don't look at me like that, Malfoy shrugged. I am merely acting in self-defense. If I do not retaliate, I shall be the one appearing foolish now. Afterward, Ron let out a loud belch, a few snotty worms tumbling from his mouth on his thigh. He continued, only dark wizards would point their wands at someone unarmed. Just as a proper army would never brandish a butcher's knife at civilians. They only engage in battle with true adversaries. Malfoy paused before replying. Yet it seems that this civilian is somewhat more formidable. It was evident that this statement was a hasty fabrication, though it bore a semblance of logic. It was you who eavesdropped on our conversation, Harry shouted, his conviction wavering slightly. A law-abiding citizen has the duty to report illegal activities. Let me think, what does the Magical Creatures Protection Act state? He feigned deep contemplation, suddenly snapping his fingers. Illegally raising dragons could result in a sentence of 5 to 10 years. And our keeper seems to have a few prior offenses. He might face even harsher penalties. Malfoy remarked in a nonchalant tone. Hagrid's beard quivered unnaturally as he maintained his stance. As for accomplices, he stroked his chin and mused, prison? He noticed the color drain from the faces of the 3, and Ron expelled a few more snotty worms. That is unlikely, but expulsion is a strong possibility. I suspect our house will be quite pleased to see Gryffindor's points plummet. He began to fabricate a story, though it was plausible enough to deceive a few. Surely Dumbledore would not permit such a thing to occur. It was clear that Harry was now in a state of shock. To him, expulsion felt worse than death itself. The disgrace to Gryffindor's honor due to his actions was more unbearable than imprisonment. Hermione attempted to speak, but Ron spat out more snotty worms onto the ground. Hermione, do not question him. He is a student of Snape, and there is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. Ron managed to utter with great effort. Silencing spell. Malfoy cast another incantation. Ron's mouth began to swell. He wanted to expel the worms, yet his mouth remained sealed. His cheeks grew larger, and soon his throat began to bulge as well, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. "You will kill him," Hermione cried out, clearly horrified by the scene. "Please, release him," she pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. "Spellbound, cease," Malfoy uttered softly. Ron suddenly expelled the worms, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for air, he glared at Malfoy with intense hatred, but after a fleeting moment of eye contact, he quickly lowered his head, fear evident in his demeanor. For the majority of individuals in this world, death represents the ultimate fear, and Lord Voldemort is no exception. It is hoped that you will learn from this experience and refrain from interrupting others in conversation. Malfoy maintained a demeanor of indifference. "What do you desire?" Harry inquired, summoning his courage, as the earlier display by Ron had profoundly imprinted itself in his mind. He simply wished to ascertain Malfoy's intentions. "A transaction, a fair exchange. Though it is evident that you may interpret it as coercion," Malfoy replied with a resigned shrug, seemingly exasperated by the current circumstances. "What kind of transaction?" Hermione quickly pressed. The giant's abode could not possibly accommodate this dragon indefinitely. Given its exceptionally combative nature, the lack of proper domestication could lead to calamity. "Have you forgotten about that troll? If we were to gauge the strength of magical creatures, this dragon, once matured, would far surpass the troll we encountered before. Should disaster strike, you would find yourself not in a mere ordinary prison, but perhaps Azkaban, dear Hagrid. The experience of the Dementors is rather unpleasant, I presume." Hagrid stumbled suddenly, nearly collapsing to the ground. The dread of Azkaban's reputation weighed heavily upon him. More likely, the devastation it could wreak could necessitate a humane destruction. "No," Hagrid exclaimed, a cry of despair escaping him. "Nobby is just a child." He crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, as if already envisioning that tragic scenario. "I can assist you. All it requires is a small price," Malfoy continued. "What price? How can you help?" Harry hurriedly asked, no longer concerned about Malfoy's affiliations or ulterior motives. "To show my sincerity, I shall first disclose the method. It is me," Malfoy stated, gesturing to himself. "My father has numerous investments throughout the UK and beyond. In Romania, there exists a dragon sanctuary where he holds significant shares. Transferring the dragon there would be the best option." "How can I trust you?" Ron questioned skeptically. "I truly lament the intellect of the Weasley lineage," Malfoy remarked, rolling his eyes. "If I were to deceive you, wouldn't you be able to report me? Consider what your brother Charlie does." Hagrid's eyes widened in realization. "That little fellow is studying fire dragons there. He mentioned he was in Romania." His voice then turned somber. "But I cannot part with Nobby." He began to weep, and it must be said that witnessing a giant weep was a rather disconcerting sight for Malfoy. "What do you want?" Harry whispered. Malfoy fixed his gaze upon Hermione for a moment, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. What could he be contemplating? Hermione felt her heart race as she considered a possibility that caused her cheeks to flush. "No, it cannot be," she murmured to herself, striving to calm her tumultuous feelings. "I merely require a vial of dragon blood," Malfoy stated abruptly, adopting a serious posture. In the midst of an internal struggle, Hermione heard the request and let out a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of melancholy, pursing her lips in contemplation. "No, you cannot treat it this way. It is but a child." Hagrid suddenly became frantic again, tightly embracing Norbert and repeatedly uttering this phrase. "Then I must play the role of a young pioneer and expose the evil forces," Malfoy remarked as he turned to leave, casually sharing what he deemed a humorous quip. "By the way, it seems there are no young pioneers in England." He seemed to ponder. "I have agreed on Hagrid's behalf," Harry stated. "Harry, how can you?" Ron, appearing somewhat improved, quickly interjected. "We have no choice," Harry replied solemnly, acknowledging that superficially viewing Gryffindor as merely brave or reckless was a misguided notion. After all, within its ranks lay Pettigrew, while Slytherin also harbored Regulus Black. Harry exhibited the wisdom and resolve befitting the moment. "I wish us a fruitful collaboration," Malfoy said, extending his hand with a broad smile. "A fruitful collaboration," Harry reciprocated, forcing what he hoped was a benevolent smile. "My father should send someone over next week. By then, the dragon will have grown considerably. So be prepared. Do not let any mishaps occur," Malfoy warned. "We are not like you," Ron replied sharply. "Haha, that would be most ideal," Malfoy remarked as he slowly exited the doorway. "Just a final piece of advice. Remember, it is a dragon." Chapter 25, Punishment in the Forbidden Forest. Misfortune seems to befall Ron at every turn, as he finds himself in a predicament akin to a ship caught in a headwind. Recently, He had been soundly chastised by someone, yet now found himself in a position where he could not retaliate due to his need for assistance. Of course, he was never truly capable of revenge. It was only now that he comprehended the meaning behind the last words he had heard that day. He had been bitten by a dragon. In just one night, his hand had swollen to twice its size, the wound taking on an unsightly green hue, clearly indicating the presence of venom from the dragon's teeth. It appears I shan't be able to hold a quill for a week, Ron lamented. I finally understand the implication of that fellow's last remark. This truly is the most terrifying creature I have ever encountered, he said, still shaken. What shall we do? Madame Pomfrey will surely notice, Hermione said anxiously. I shall insist it was a dog bite. You need not worry, Ron reassured her, almost as if he himself were not the victim. Malfoy has sent a letter, Harry announced, producing an envelope with a serious demeanor. What does it say? Ron inquired. He instructs us to bring the Norwegian Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight. Someone will meet us there, Harry replied slowly. Midnight? Ron exclaimed, then added, this is a conspiracy. He wants us to lose points, perhaps when we arrive. There will be no one there, and then we will be caught by Madame Pomfrey. All of Gryffindor's points will be lost. Ron, Harry said gravely, at this juncture, we can only place our trust in him. Upon reflection, if he truly intended to report us, we would likely have faced repercussions long ago. Moreover, we do possess contingency plans, do we not? As the conversation progressed, Harry began to chuckle. The invisibility cloak, Hermione exclaimed with excitement. It is ample enough to conceal both of us and Norbert. Harry nodded in agreement. They had endured several anxious days, with Norbert feeling akin to a hot potato, a burden they could scarcely bear. Their anticipation for Saturday's arrival had never been so fervent. On that dark, overcast night, their arrival at Hagrid's hut was somewhat delayed, as Peeves was busy playing tennis against the wall in the hallway, forcing them to wait until he departed. Hagrid had prepared numerous mice, some brandy, and even a stuffed bear for his little dragon, all packed into a large crate. Goodbye, Norbert, Hagrid said, his voice trembling. Mummy won't forget you. Harry and Hermione draped the invisibility cloak over the crate and then nestled beneath it themselves. The journey thereafter was uneventful. Steady now, Hermione, Harry reminded her. We have not yet succeeded. After a brief wait, several brooms suddenly descended from the sky. He has not betrayed us, Harry thought with relief. Are you two the friends of young Master Draco? Inquired one of the taller individuals, evidently the leader. Harry hesitated, reluctant to admit it, yet he nodded. Very well, hand it over to us. The group then affixed several ropes around Norbert, almost weaving a net to secure him for transport. Pleasure working with you, the leader remarked. Thank you immensely, Harry fervently nodded. The group then mounted their brooms and soared into the silent night sky. Harry and Hermione quietly descended the spiral staircase. Finally liberated from the weight of Norbert, their spirits as light as their hands. The dragon was gone, and they no longer had to live in constant trepidation. Yet, it is often when one is closest to success that the greatest number of obstacles arise. As they stepped into the corridor, they were met with the loathsome visage of Filch. We're doomed, Harry thought, perplexed as to how Filch could see both him and Hermione, only to realize that the invisibility cloak had been left upstairs. The following morning, as the Gryffindor students passed the enormous hourglass recording the house cup scores, they initially believed something had gone awry. How could they suddenly be down by 100 points from the previous day? Gradually, the news spread. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had unwittingly caused them to lose such points, along with a foolish first-year student. Once one of the most popular and respected figures in the school, Harry now found himself the target of everyone's scorn. Even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students regarded him with disdain, as they had long hoped to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Wherever Harry went, he was met with pointed fingers and derisive comments, uttered without a whisper of discretion. On the other hand, whenever he passed by the Slytherins, they would always erupt in applause, whistles, and cheers. Thank you, Potter, you've done us a great favor, they would exclaim. Only Ron stood by his side. In a few weeks, they would forget it all entirely. Fred and George had been losing points since their arrival at school, yet people still adored them. Ron comforted. But they've never lost 100 points all at once, right? Harry replied. Ron fell silent. They now perceived exams as a splendid affair, allowing them to temporarily forget their missteps. He even approached Wood to relinquish his position as a seeker, but Wood did not consent. He resolved to refrain from meddling, choosing instead to numb himself with study. He endeavored to memorize intricate potion recipes, spells, significant magical inventions, and the dates of goblin rebellions, as if doing so would erase the disparaging remarks and disdain from his mind. He resolved to avoid interference, yet this principle swiftly crumbled. He overheard Snape once again threatening Quirrell, and this time Snape succeeded. I must stop him, Harry declared. Harry, I believe we should prioritize our own affairs for now, Ron cautiously suggested. I concur, Hermione weakly added. Even if I am expelled, I cannot allow him to prevail. Harry clenched his fists. Hearing Harry's firm resolve, Ron remarked, if it leads to death, so be it. At worst, it's merely expulsion. I'll assist you. After all, we are friends. Hermione bit her lip, seemingly grappling with her thoughts, yet ultimately remained silent. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Harry and Hermione received notes. The two identical notes read, Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. The endless scorn and derision nearly made Harry forget he was to face detention. And he had expected Hermione to complain about the time it would take away from her studies, but she did not. She felt it was only right to be punished for her mistakes. That night, at 11 o'clock, after bidding farewell to Ron in the common room, the two of them made their way to Filch's office to endure their punishment, their hearts filled with trepidation, uncertain of the nature of their penalty. As they cautiously approached Filch's office, they spotted an utterly unexpected figure in the dim light. Malfoy. Follow me, Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp to lead them out. I believe. Should you wish to violate school rules again, you will think twice, won't you? Why is he here? Harry inquired loudly. Hermione, taken aback, lowered her gaze, intertwining her fingers, unsure of how to confront him. Filch, with his grim voice, remarked, Professor McGonagall is concerned for you. She has assigned you a bodyguard. Quite peculiar indeed, to have a bodyguard while being punished. Filch appeared somewhat incredulous. They then strode across the darkened grounds. Hermione whispered to Harry, Where are we going? Harry murmured, I have no idea. Stop guessing. We are heading to the Forbidden Forest, Draco remarked, seemingly overhearing their conversation. As night fell, the moon shone brightly, yet clouds continuously drifted by, obscuring its light and plunging them into darkness. The damp, chilly night breeze swept over them, causing a shiver to run through the group, particularly Harry and Hermione, who were startled by the news. The Forbidden Forest was considered a place of peril and dread among many ordinary students. They say there are werewolves in there, Harry whispered. Ha! Draco let out a mocking laugh. That is not all. We might encounter acromantulas, thestrals, unicorns, and centaurs. It's all a matter of luck, he silently added. We might even run into Voldemort tonight. With each name Draco uttered, Hermione's face paled further. She gazed at him in confusion, seemingly trying to discern any fear from his expression, but found none. She couldn't help but wonder, is he not afraid at all? I do have some good news for you, he suddenly said. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you're speaking too much? Filch interrupted. Oh, very well. Draco fell silent. Of course, Harry and Hermione soon discovered what the good news was when they saw Hagrid striding towards them from the darkness, Fong trailing behind. Hagrid, with his enormous crossbow and a quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder, elicited rare smiles from Harry and Hermione. Oh, are you here for a bit of fun? You seem rather cheerful. Filch sneered, his twisted disposition disliking any display of joy. You won't find it pleasant in the Forbidden Forest. With that ominous remark, he ambled off, lantern swaying, towards the castle. Now listen closely. What we are about to undertake tonight is exceedingly dangerous, and I do not wish for anyone to encounter peril. Follow me over here, Hagrid instructed, leading them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, lifting his lantern high, and pointing to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark thicket. As they gazed into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled their hair. Look over there, Hagrid said. Do you see that glimmer on the ground? The silvery substance is unicorn blood. One of the unicorns in the forest has been gravely injured. This is the second time this week. I discovered it dead one last Wednesday. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering. We will split into two groups to follow the trail of blood. As long as you stick close to Fong and me, you should not be harmed by the creatures of the forest, Hagrid declared proudly. I'm afraid the forest holds more than just the usual creatures, Draco's voice called out from behind Hagrid. Upon hearing Draco, Hagrid instinctively shuddered. He had tried to ignore Draco earlier, as their previous interactions had hardly been pleasant. But he gruffly replied, Then we must be even more cautious. You take Fong. As Hagrid spoke, the black hound behind him licked its paw, an ambiguous gesture of either satisfaction or discontent with the decision made. Indeed, it was a cowardly creature, and one must remain vigilant. Although Hagrid held a rather unfavorable opinion of it, he still offered this caution. You need not concern yourself with that, Draco Malfoy replied nonchalantly, then turned to walk toward the right fork in the path. Harry, Hermione, we shall proceed this way, Hagrid declared, his massive form nearly eclipsing the faint moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness for the two companions. They walked in silence, their gazes fixed upon the ground. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood upon the fallen leaves. Harry discerned Hagrid's evident anxiety. Could a werewolf have slain the unicorn? He inquired. Not so swiftly, Hagrid replied. Capturing a unicorn is no simple feat. They possess formidable magic. I have never heard of a unicorn being harmed. They passed a moss-covered tree stump, and Harry could hear the gentle sound of flowing water, indicating the proximity of stream. On the winding path, the scattered traces of unicorn blood persisted. Are you all right, Hermione? Hagrid asked softly. Do not worry. Given its severe injury, it cannot have traveled far. We shall soon, quickly, hide behind that tree. A faint rustling sound emerged from a distance as a centaur approached, its upper body human with flowing red hair and beard, while its lower half was that of a chestnut stallion, complete with a long, red tail. Hermione and Harry gaped in astonishment at the creature before them. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy found himself surrounded by dense underbrush, with Crabbe timidly trailing behind, unwilling to draw closer, as though an ominous threat lurked ahead. It was ironic that he had come to be a protector, yet now it was a dog that required safeguarding. Malfoy thought to himself, yet he dared not let his guard down. The peril ahead was unfathomably terrifying, and he was likely to confront one of the most formidable dark wizards in existence today. The forest thickened, and he navigated through the dense foliage, carefully avoiding the sharp branches that jutted out to prevent injury. As he ventured deeper, suddenly, through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, he glimpsed an open clearing ahead, radiating a pure white light. His body tensed instinctively as he noticed a thicket at the edge of the clearing quivering. Then, from the shadows, a hooded figure emerged, crawling slowly towards the ground like a predator closing in. Harry, Malfoy forced himself to maintain composure, while Crabbe was now utterly paralyzed with fear. The cloaked figure approached the unicorn, bent down, and began to drink from the wound on the side of its lifeless body. Who is it? The shadowy figure seemed to sense the presence of others nearby, glancing around before inexplicably drifting toward Malfoy's location, moving with an ethereal grace that obscured its path. One alarming perception, Malfoy thought coldly. A figure gradually approached Draco Malfoy, emitting a sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, sending chills down his spine. The young wizard, trembling uncontrollably, was paralyzed with fear at the sight of this cloaked entity, whose features remained shrouded in obscurity. Indeed, my father was right. I have finally found you. My Lord Voldemort. An expression of fervor suddenly illuminated Malfoy's face, his tone brimming with delight. Oh, young wizard, let me ponder whose offspring you might be. The original Voldemort had prepared a strike, yet this remark extinguished his murderous intent. Platinum hair. Ah, you must be Lucius's child. The shadow beneath the cloak spoke with a chilling and piercing voice, tinged with an unexpected note of surprise. What is your name? He inquired, attempting to soften his demeanor, though the effort clashed with the raspiness of his voice. I am Draco Malfoy. Honorable Lord Voldemort. Malfoy endeavored to exude enthusiasm, manipulating his facial muscles to convey fervent devotion. How utterly unbelievable, Voldemort replied, his tone laced with surprise. I never imagined that the most loyal Death Eater would be Lucius. How ironic. Perhaps recalling his previous subordinates, Malfoy surmised that a grotesque smile emerged from beneath the cloak, mocking in its nature. You, quite commendable, Voldemort remarked. My lord, Harry Potter and his companions are nearby. We can. Your loyalty is sufficient to incite shame in most Death Eaters, Voldemort interrupted, his voice ethereal yet unmistakably pleased. However, I have more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he scoffed, let that fortunate savior linger a while longer. Who has invaded our territory? Suddenly, both felt the ground tremble, a roaring sound echoing from afar. On the opposite side of the clearing, Draco observed a cloud of dust rising. Those repugnant centaurs. Voldemort spat disdainfully. Once I rid myself of this ludicrous body, I shall teach them a lesson. You, quite commendable, Voldemort reiterated, then, in a fit of nervousness, added, I'll look forward to our next encounter. The shadow then vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. If possible, it would be best never to meet again. Though that seemed increasingly unlikely, Draco mused. Centaurs, with their four-legged speed, quickly approached him, weapons raised. Intruder, state your name and purpose. The lead centaur, with striking platinum hair and astonishingly blue eyes, questioned, brandishing his spear. Forenza, wait, it's all a misunderstanding. Hagrid came running from behind, drenched in sweat, followed closely by Hermione, Harry, and several other centaurs. Heavens, what has transpired here? Hagrid gazed down, his eyes falling upon a long-deceased unicorn, its slender legs unnaturally outstretched as they remained in the position it had fallen. its main lay spread across the dark, fallen leaves as white as pearls. "Is this student from your school?" the lead centaur inquired, his tone unfriendly. Most clans in the forest maintained amicable relations, especially with a creature that symbolizes purity and nobility like the unicorn, which is among the most revered of beings. No, no, no. Hagrid shook his massive head in denial. He merely wandered off on his own. You see, Yaya is one I sent with him. He just happened upon its corpse by chance. The lead centaur pondered for a moment before nodding. A first-year student should not be capable of slaying a unicorn, yet he has trespassed upon our territory. And today's celestial alignments are quite ominous. As he spoke, the centaur lifted his gaze to the stars above. This is a foreboding sign, he added. This is all a misunderstanding, Hagrid proclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Although he was displeased with Malfoy's previous behavior, his inherently good nature compelled him to act in such a manner. Let me see. The centaur, named Firenze, seemed unwilling to pursue the topic further. His gaze shifted to Hagrid's rear, where he noticed Harry, his distinctive lightning-shaped scar prominently displayed upon his forehead. "Greetings, young Potter," the centaur said in a friendly tone. "Hello. Do you know me?" Harry nodded timidly, feeling a twinge of fear in the presence of such a magical creature. "Are you aware of what unicorn blood can be used for?" "I'm not sure," Harry replied, startled by the peculiar question. "In potions class, we only used its horn and tail hair. That is because to slay a unicorn is an act of utmost brutality," Firenze explained. "Only one who possesses nothing yet covets everything would commit such a heinous crime. The blood of a unicorn can prolong your life, even when on the brink of death. But it comes at a terrible price. To save your own life, you would have slaughtered a pure, innocent being. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you would be left with a half-life, a life cursed." Harry voiced his concern aloud. If one must live under a curse for eternity, would it not be better to perish? "Indeed," Firenze concurred, "unless you intend to use it merely to prolong your existence until you can consume something else, something that restores your vitality and magic, something that grants you immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what is currently at stake at the school?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione exclaimed from the side. "I should have realized it sooner. Who else could it be?" Harry berated himself, cradling his head in his hands. No one else would be so intent on regaining life, clinging to it so desperately. He fears not the curse, for he is a curse incarnate. "I cannot believe I thought Snape was merely after the stone for its ability to turn metal into gold." He struck his own head vigorously, seemingly chastising himself for his foolishness. Suddenly, Harry, walking along the road, jolted as if a revelation had dawned upon him, and turned to the long-silent Malfoy to inquire, "Will you be the one to inform?" Malfoy replied with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Who can say? No one noticed Hermione's lips, which were nearly bitten through at that moment. Chapter 26, The Trio's Adventure. As the date of the exams drew ever closer, Harry remained engulfed in a state of dread, fearful that Voldemort would make a sudden appearance, convinced that the Dark Lord could seize the Philosopher's Stone at any moment. His motivation to study had waned, and even during reading, his mind often wandered. "Harry, to be honest, I believe we should immediately inform the headmaster and the professors," Ron stated, already aware of their experiences in the Forbidden Forest. "I have never trusted a single word from that Slytherin." He punctuated his statement by tapping the table before him, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "They won't believe us," Harry shook his head. "Malfoy wouldn't betray the Dark Lord," Hermione whispered. "You are actually defending that Slytherin?" Ron expressed his confusion. "He didn't lie to us about Norbert, did he?" Hermione retorted. Regardless of the fervent anticipation of the top students and the disdain of the underperformers, the final examinations had finally arrived. Whether it involved making a pineapple dance across a desk, transforming a mouse into a snuff box, or reciting the potion-making process for the forgetfulness potion, none of it posed a challenge to Malfoy, who was already more than prepared to graduate, not to mention the courses that merely required rote memorization, such as History of Magic. In any case, when Professor Binns' ghost instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. The trio reconvened after the exams, with Harry mentioning that his head still throbbed, prompting Ron to suggest a visit to Hagrid's hut for some relaxation. Oh no, Harry paled at the mere mention of Hagrid, as a thought struck him. There can be no coincidences. "What are you talking about, Harry?" Ron asked, perplexed. "I must find him to clarify things," Harry exclaimed, hurriedly pulling his friends toward Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's words easily fell into place, confirming Harry's suspicions, and Hermione and Ron's faces turned ashen. "That person is either Snape or the Dark Lord," Hermione stammered. "We must quickly find Professor Dumbledore." Perhaps the centaurs can testify for us. They dashed towards the headmaster's office, only to find themselves thwarted. They were left with no choice but to retreat to the stone steps outside. We can only go ourselves, Harry said resignedly. Harry, Professor McGonagall mentioned that Ron wanted to persuade, Hermione added, having been interrupted. You are right, Harry, she nodded. I'll accompany you, Harry, Ron declared. So will I, Hermione quickly affirmed. I cannot burden you. Harry shook his head vigorously. What could be worse than death? Harry pondered. Hermione softly spoke, pausing momentarily. Moreover, Professor Flitwick just discreetly informed me that I scored 112 in his class exam. With such an impressive score, they would be reluctant to expel me. What about me? Ron let out a wail. This remark elicited laughter from the trio, easing the previously tense atmosphere. You are about to violate school rules again, Neville exclaimed loudly. Petri ficus totalis. Hermione pointed her wand directly at Neville. I am sorry, Neville, she murmured. Then turned to the other two. We don't have time. We must hurry. We don't know how far Snape has progressed. Right, the other two nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Neville lay stiffly on the ground, his body rigid and unyielding like a wooden plank. In their journey, they managed to evade Peeves and Mrs. Norris, even managing to startle Peeves momentarily. At last, they reached a door on the 4th floor that stood ajar. The sound of the door creaking open prompted a large dog to bark furiously. They noticed a harp lying on the ground, realizing they needed to hasten their pace as Snape was ahead of them. Harry took the lead, cautiously probing the way, and the other two followed suit. They were relieved to find a cluster of plants that provided them some cushioning, only to discover that the long vines ensnared their legs. Oh no, the two boys screamed. Flames blazed. Hermione raised her wand and cast a spell at the mass of vegetation. Blue flames, reminiscent of bluebells, erupted from her wand, and in mere seconds, the boys felt the vines retreating from the light and warmth, releasing their grip. The plants twisted and writhed, automatically loosening the tendrils that had bound them. And finally, Harry and Ron extricated themselves. Hermione, you're truly remarkable, Harry praised, with Ron chiming in beside him. Yes, by the way, how did you know these things fear fire? We learned about it in class. Didn't you know? Hermione replied somewhat awkwardly. Not only had it been mentioned in class, but a similar note had appeared on the paper Draco had given her. Devil's snare fears fire. The disjointed phrases on the paper, along with a few spells, had left a more profound impression on Hermione than the classroom teachings. Did he somehow know we would come to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione shivered, then reassured herself. It's merely a coincidence, just a coincidence. However, the events that followed could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. The three of them slid down a slope to the end of the corridor, where they encountered a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, sparkling like jewels, flitted about the room. Opposite them stood a massive wooden door. Harry effortlessly grasped a silver key, and they proceeded into the second room, which had been shrouded in darkness, but was suddenly illuminated upon entry, revealing an enormous chessboard with a multitude of chess pieces towering over them. The only way to pass through this door was to win the game of chess. The three of them began their roles as black pieces, replacing a knight, a bishop, and a rook. Among them, Ron exhibited the most skill in chess. Harry was a novice, while Hermione, despite her considerable intelligence, was not adept in this domain. Initially, the atmosphere remained tranquil, but when the White Queen ruthlessly knocked the knight to the floor and dragged it off the board, astonishment registered on their faces. Sacrifice is essential. Harry, I must be taken, Ron stated after rescuing Harry and Hermione. Ron, wait, Harry urged, but Ron had already taken a step forward. The White Queen lunged at once, raising her stone arm to deliver a crushing blow. Obstacles abound. At that moment, Hermione suddenly raised her wand, pointing it at the White Queen. In an instant, the Queen's swift movement slowed, as if time had decelerated, preventing her from striking down. Harry, what are you dawdling for? I can't hold on much longer, Hermione called out urgently. Harry, momentarily stunned by this turn of events, trembled and moved 3 spaces to the left. The White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed. Hermione, how did you accomplish that? Ron gasped, panting heavily from the near escape. Never mind that. We must leave quickly, Hermione replied, unsure of how to explain, redirecting the conversation. Yes, we have no time to lose, Harry exclaimed. And the three hurried down the next corridor, bypassing a severely wounded troll, until they arrived at a table adorned with 7 bottles. The biting cold stung him as he resisted the black flames, rendering him unable to see anything but the encroaching darkness. He proceeded successfully to the other side, entering the final chamber. No! Upon entering, Harry beheld a scene that made his heart ache. A figure was already present. Not Snape, nor Voldemort, but Quirrell, who raised a stone. Harry recognized him. Quirrell seemed to notice him, his head turning, and Harry heard, "Master, your strength has not yet returned." This was Quirrell's voice. "It is now sufficient for me to take action. Relinquish control of your body to me." This voice was sharp and piercing. Two voices emanated from a single body, causing Harry to tremble uncontrollably. The large scarf was slowly unwound, revealing a face where Quirrell's head should have been. A visage so grotesque and terrifying that Harry had never before encountered such a sight. The face was chalky pale, with bright red eyes gleaming, and beneath were two long, snake-like nostrils. Suddenly, the face erupted into laughter, a cacophony of maniacal, frenzied mirth that could only be described as madness. His hands clutched the stone tightly, as if entranced by a vision, and that already hideous face contorted into an even more twisted expression. He waved his arms incessantly, instilling a sense of nausea in Harry, followed by sheer terror. He had obtained the Philosopher's Stone. He was Voldemort, and was death now imminent? His thoughts began to scatter, and he felt that in the next moment, a deadly curse would be unleashed upon him. He regretted not having learned more defensive spells, but then recalled that the instructor of the Dark Arts defense class was also a servant of Voldemort. As he pondered anxiously, death did not arrive as anticipated. Summoning his courage, he looked towards Voldemort, only to discover that the stone in his hand was slowly disintegrating into dust, slipping from his palm to the ground. No, it felt as though a beautiful dream had shattered, and he emitted a hoarse, piercing wail. He regained his senses, yet his expression grew increasingly grotesque as he gazed at Harry. Harry murmured to himself, "The Philosopher's Stone had inexplicably destroyed itself. Although I may perish, it is sufficient." Subsequently, he sank into darkness, whether from fear or the impact of a curse remained uncertain. Chapter 27. Contingency and Compensation. Fainting to the ground, the key flew in. The disarming spell. Shattered bones. All petrified. Earlier, Malfoy arrived at the final destination before Quirrell and the trio. He stepped into the last chamber and approached the Mirror of Erased. This contraption was indeed remarkable. Malfoy chuckled as he beheld the stone. Witnessing his own resurrection must surely be a unique achievement. "Voldemort, you should be grateful to me." Unsure of how it was accomplished, he placed the other stone into the mirror. The Mirror of Erased could grant the stone to one who did not desire it, naturally. It could also bestow the Resurrection Stone upon one who did not seek it, especially since both Voldemort and Quirrell were currently fixated on the former. As the most powerful dark wizard of the age, Voldemort possessed a will to resist illusions, yet such resolve was always finite. Normally, he might have succumbed to its allure for several seconds before awakening, but at this moment, while he was completely enraptured, the stone shattered within 3 seconds. The experience of awakening from deception was far more harrowing than a mere recovery from enchantment, and enraged by his duplicitous folly, Voldemort seethed. The power of the Resurrection Stone appeared formidable, even causing a tremor in Voldemort's spirit. He realized that the remnants of his magical prowess were temporarily rendered ineffective, even affecting Quirrell, his host. "Quirrell, what did you tell me? There's a Philosopher's Stone here?" The sharp voice was chilling, and now composed. Voldemort only sought to vent his fury, with this subordinate seeming a suitable outlet for his wrath. "My lord, I do not know. The stone must be with Potter. If I kill him, I will find it," Quirrell replied in terror, unable to fathom the punishment he might incur. Eager to prove himself, he lunged towards Harry, having realized something was amiss with his own body, and he could only resort to physical confrontation. Harry had already lost consciousness when Quirrell seized him by the neck, but unbearable pain surged through his hand. "My lord, I cannot hold him. My hand, my hand!" Quirrell shrieked in agony, his hand appearing as though it had been scorched by fire, glowing a vivid red. "Damn it!" Voldemort cursed under his breath, then fell silent. "No, my lord. Do not abandon me. I can still kill Potter." Chi Luo felt his strength waning, as that person began to detach from his very being. His expression grew increasingly fearful, uncertain whether it was the dread of Voldemort swiftly ending his life or the terror of an interminable existence in Azkaban that haunted him. "Foolish wretch, thwarting my grand designs." Voldemort endeavored to steady his mind. Perhaps it was a humiliating choice, yet he could only opt for retreat. Little did he anticipate that today S events were orchestrated by one he deemed utterly loyal. Dumbledore did not attempt to detain him. Perhaps he understood the futility of such an effort, or maybe he simply recognized that it was pointless. Behind his spectacles, his murky old eyes revealed a glimmer of clarity, tinged with a hint of surprise. It was time to have a serious conversation with that young lad. He absently touched his nose, which had suffered several interruptions, muttering to himself, as the old man's gaze sharpened astonishingly. In this timeline, nothing significantly diverged. The tales of Harry and Chi Luo's encounters in the dungeon spread like wildfire, possibly embellished by the accounts of certain individuals. The majority of students still tended to trust the official narrative, while most of Slytherin's cohort found it difficult to accept. Draco, I have an ominous feeling, Pansy whispered beside Malfoy. The Great Hall buzzed with festive cheer as the school celebrated its end-of-year feast, with students from all 4 houses gathered in unity. The hall was adorned in the green and silver that symbolized Slytherin, commemorating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A massive banner, emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent, hung on the wall behind the main guest table. "What's the matter, Pansy?" Malfoy inquired. Pansy gestured subtly toward the entrance of the hall, where Harry was slowly making his entrance. The moment he stepped inside, an unexpected hush fell over the hall, only to be swiftly replaced by a cacophony of voices. "I have a feeling this guy will earn Gryffindor a plethora of points. Just look at that announcement from Dumbledore. It's so biased. I felt like he could have been expelled right then and there when we were in the dungeon." Pansy fixated on Harry, as if he were an arch-nemesis. "Not just that, they're a luxurious 4-person bonus points package." Malfoy mused inwardly, feeling little impact. Whether in this life or the previous one, he had never possessed much of a sense of collective honor. Well, prepare for the harsh realities of adulthood. Malfoy ruffled Pansy's hair. "Are we really going to lose?" she asked. "I never said that." Malfoy raised his hands in innocent protest. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the clamor in the hall gradually subsided. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore proclaimed joyfully, "before you indulge in these delectable dishes. I must trouble you to listen to the ramblings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds must be richer than ever. Ahead lies an entire summer for you to digest all that you have learned, allowing ample space for new knowledge before the next term begins. Now, as far as I am aware, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the House Cup. The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, for 126 points, and Slytherin, for 192 points. Neville was absent that day, and compared to the previous timeline, Gryffindor should still be in 3rd place, as they could potentially earn an additional 50 points. However, someone's academic prowess overshadowed Miss Know-It-All, and the points gained in class offset those discrepancies. In fact, Slytherin's score was even higher than before. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Malfoy maintained a stoic expression, while Pansy seemed rather disheartened by recent events, a lingering cloud of gloom hanging over her. Indeed, well done," Dumbledore remarked. "However, several recent occurrences must also be taken into account." The hall fell into a profound silence, and the smiles of the Slytherins dimmed somewhat. "Ahem," Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have a final few points to award. Let me see. The first is for Mr. Ron Weasley." At that moment, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a carrot scorched by the sun. He had just won one of the most spectacular chess games Hogwarts had seen in years, and for this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly shattered the enchanted ceiling above them, the stars twinkling above seeming to tremble from the excitement. Percy could be heard loudly announcing to the other prefects, "It was my brother, my youngest brother, who successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chess set." Eventually, calmness returned to the hall. The second award goes to Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames with a calm demeanor, employing logical reasoning. Moreover, during the game, she skillfully utilized spells to assist her teammates, applying her knowledge from herbology to resolve the entangling plants. I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, her emotions shrouded in secrecy. Harry suspected she was crying tears of joy, yet her heart felt bitterly sour at that moment. He knows everything. The devil's snare, the simplified jinx, he knows it all. He helped us, yet only we receive the points. Subsequently, she quietly raised her gaze towards Slytherin's table, only to see Malfoy sitting rigidly, betraying no expression. Those points perhaps rightfully belonged to him. She longed to stand and voice her thoughts to Dumbledore, but found herself unable to speak. "The third award goes to Harry Potter," Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence. He demonstrated remarkable bravery and extraordinary courage, and for this, I shall award Gryffindor 70 points. The ensuing uproar was nearly deafening. Those students who shouted until their voices were hoarse while mentally tallying the scores understood that Gryffindor now stood at 492 points, equal to Slytherin's score. They were now in close pursuit of the House Cup championship. If only Dumbledore would award Harry just one more point. Dumbledore raised a hand. Gradually, the hall quieted once more. Courage manifests in myriad forms. Dumbledore, with a smile, proclaimed that to confront adversaries, one must possess extraordinary bravery. Similarly, To uphold one's convictions in the presence of friends requires an equal measure of courage. Therefore, I shall bestow upon Mr. Neville Longbottom a commendation of utmost significance. Should anyone be positioned outside the hall at this moment, they might believe an explosion had occurred, for the exuberant cheers from the Gryffindor table crescendoed like a tempest. Harry and Ron immediately leapt to their feet, vociferously applauding, while Neville, astonished, turned pale, soon engulfed by a throng of jubilant supporters. He had never before scored a single point for Gryffindor, and the collective enthusiasm was frenetic, save for Hermione, who merely rose slowly from her seat, gently clapping, her unusual demeanor unnoticed by the crowd. This necessitated Dumbledore to raise his voice to be heard over the thunderous ovation. As even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in celebrating Slytherin's unexpected defeat. "We must make some minor adjustments to the decorations here," he declared, and with a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, the silver into gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape was engaged in a handshake with Professor McGonagall, forcing an awkward smile upon his countenance. When his gaze met Harry's, the latter instantly understood that Snape's disposition towards him remained unchanged. Harry felt no cause for concern. It seemed that life would soon return to normal, at least to the customary state of Hogwarts. This was the most splendid night of Harry's life, surpassing even the exhilaration of winning a Quidditch match or the joy of Christmas celebrations, an evening he would cherish forever. "Why do you act as though you knew we would lose?" Pansy lamented, her head drooping, as Draco's earlier ominous prediction regrettably came to fruition. "Our first year had witnessed the end of the house's 7-year winning streak." "Why? Your performance in class was exemplary, so why didn't TU secure us additional points?" Pansy pounded her fist on Draco's shoulder, her body trembling with indignation, on the verge of tears. She recognized the irrationality of her outburst. The situation had made it abundantly clear that Slytherin's score, however high, would ultimately be surpassed. Yet she yearned to vent her frustrations, and soon, sobs escaped her. "Do not be upset. The house cup cannot be consumed," Draco consoled, wrapping his arms around Pansy and gently patting her back. After a considerable time, her tears began to subside. As the feast concluded, students from the various houses began to disperse. "Professor Dumbledore awaits you in his office, Mr. Malfoy," Professor McGonagall intercepted him, her expression tinged with curiosity. "It seems he has some inquiries regarding the final examinations," she added. While not particularly fond of Slytherin, McGonagall felt compelled to express her satisfaction with this student. Thus, she found it peculiar that Dumbledore would seek Draco for matters concerning the final assessments, as she deemed the exam questions no more challenging than her usual coursework. "Very well, I understand, Professor McGonagall." Draco nodded in acknowledgement. "The old bee's ability to perceive thoughts has become remarkably acute. Astonishingly, he seems to know what I am contemplating, despite the considerable distance between us. Of course, this is merely jest. As for why Dumbledore sought him out, he is well aware of the reasons. By the way, the password is cockroach cluster," Professor McGonagall added. Upon his second visit to the office, Malfoy navigated it with ease. Upon uttering the password, the stone creature leapt aside, and to his surprise, the door within remained ajar. The familiar arrangement greeted him, with various silverware exuding wisps of smoke. Dumbledore was at his desk, tearing open a package of crackling honey sweets. Hearing a sound, he looked up and waved urgently, saying, "Don't just stand there, come sit down, my child." Malfoy pondered whether it was his memory that faltered or if the other was simply playing at nonchalance. Their previous meeting had been fraught with tension. Yet now this old bee feigned indifference. Indeed, as one ages, one's skin thickens. "You have been wronged in this year's House Cup," Dumbledore remarked amiably, discarding the candy wrapper. "Professor, what are you talking about?" "I fail to comprehend." Malfoy feigned ignorance. "Is it not that there are some issues with my end-of-term grades? What exactly is the matter?" Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, shaking his beard. "It is nothing. I simply feel that your excellence warrants a reward." "Thank you, Professor, but I do not require it. I must go comfort my little girlfriend, for she has been quite distressed today." Malfoy retreated strategically. How could one ignore an opportunity presented to them? "I believe that such emotional wounds necessitate this sort of remedy," Dumbledore declared, producing an exquisite vial filled with a crystalline liquid. Even through the glass, Malfoy sensed the potent waves of magic within, accompanied by a hint of sanctity. How absurd! Well, has Phoenix Tears ever healed emotional trauma? He mused internally, yet he accepted the vial. "I suppose this may have some efficacy. Wouldn't you agree?" "Truly, thank you." He paused before continuing. "By the way, Professor, the other day while wandering the school, I stumbled upon a peculiar stone. Might you assist me in examining it?" He reached into his pocket, retrieving the magical stone and placing it on the desk. "Oh, what a remarkable stone. I believe I shall need to study it for a few days." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and took the stone into his possession. He then inquired sincerely. Harry mentioned he had also seen a strange stone. "Do you know what that might be?" Holding the stone, Malfoy replied, "If you were to acquire that stone, you might witness figures akin to those in the Mirror of Erist. It appears to be part of the same series as your wand, but now it is likely reduced to ashes." With that, he turned to depart, leaving Dumbledore with only his silhouette. No one observed Dumbledore's hand suddenly clutching the edge of the desk. His sister's death remained the heaviest sorrow of his life. Once outside, Malfoy exhaled deeply. Dealing with the old bee was indeed a cumbersome affair. He shook his head. In order to mend their relationship, he was indeed willing to invest significantly. He glanced once more at the vial of phoenix tears in his grasp, its magical essence nearly overflowing. Perhaps there were other reasons at play. Had Malfoy been a destitute pure-blood muggle wizard, old Dumbledore might have easily manipulated him at will. However, given that Malfoy's father held a position of authority as a school governor and a prominent figure in the wizarding world, Dumbledore was left with no choice but to resort to temptation. Truth be told, old Dumbledore was ill-suited for the realm of education. Malfoy reflected upon Voldemort's childhood. The once wayward Tom Riddle had committed reprehensible acts, such as hanging a rabbit and claiming the possessions of others, even luring 2 children into a seaside cave. What actions did Dumbledore take? He employed violence to counter violence. He coerced Riddle into repentance using a burning wardrobe. Despite professing love, he resorted to such methods against an orphan. When one can coerce another into submission, they remain oblivious to the insidious seed of evil that has already been sown. Today, I may not match your strength, and you compel me to yield. Yet in the future, should I surpass you, I too can bring you to your knees. This may well have been the first lesson Dumbledore imparted to Voldemort. Chapter 28. The End of Term and National Treasure. The results of the final exams were released, heralding the conclusion of the term. In the Slytherin common room, the fireplace had long ceased to function as the summer break approached and the weather grew warmer. Crabbe and Goyle were clumsily flattering Malfoy for achieving the highest marks in their year, though it was evident that he was unimpressed. "Crabbe, Goyle, enough already. You may cease your compliments," Malfoy said, lowering his hands in a gesture of dismissal. Such examinations bore no real significance. There was no need for you to waste your time flattering me. He paused, then turned to Goyle and remarked, "Your grades must have been inflated by our headmaster. You shan't be so fortunate next time." Goyle could only nod in agreement, though it was doubtful he truly comprehended Malfoy's intent. What use is being first when the house cup is still lost? Pansy interjected with a hint of bitterness, clearly still preoccupied with the forfeited cup. "Well, cheer up. Even if I score first and gain an extra 20 points, Dumbledore could easily find some excuse to award even more points to others," Malfoy consoled. "That cunning old man. Enough of this fixation. You should be contemplating how to relish the forthcoming holiday." Malfoy chose to redirect the conversation. "Isn't that a matter you ought to consider?" Pansy asked, her expression one of surprise. "Oh dear," Malfoy thought, realizing he had perhaps broached the wrong topic, but he could only reply, I have a great deal of practical work to undertake this holiday, both in magic and in life." He shrugged and continued, "My father is always quite strict with me. Next academic year, I'm supposed to sponsor some brooms for the team. Perhaps I should seek part-time work this holiday to prove myself, don't you think?" Of course, this was merely his fabrication, yet it sounded quite plausible. "So, does that mean we won't see each other at all over the break?" Pansy asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice, yet she pressed on with her inquiry. "Certainly not. Adults have their leisure time. And what of me, a mere child laborer?" Malfoy decisively shook his head in denial. Yet his thoughts lingered, but I might not grant myself a break. "Very well then." Pansy reluctantly nodded, reminding him, "Do remember to bring me a gift." "Of course." Malfoy readily agreed. The trio of friends, the Iron Triangle, occupied positions not far from them. "You must come to our house this summer," Ron said. "Both of you. I'll send an owl to invite you." "Thank you," Harry replied. "I could certainly use something to look forward to. Your relatives are simply insufferable." Ron remarked with a hint of indignation. "I've become accustomed to it, and perhaps this holiday might turn out well for me," Harry suggested. "Have they changed their ways?" Ron inquired. "I truly believe the logic of our Muggle society suits you, Ron," Hermione interjected, breaking her silence. "Harry, you surely Haven-T informed them that students are prohibited from using magic off school grounds, have you?" "Ron, keep your voice down," Harry whispered. Hermione closed her book and turned to Ron. "The House Cup represents collective honor, and I want to forsake any personal achievements. Our ability to accumulate points is also facilitated by the help of others. All right, the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, and even that insufferable old bat helped us. But they're the headmaster and teachers. We cannot award points to their house. Surely, they're ISNT, a Slytherin who aided us as well. Ha! Ron chuckled at his own quip. Hermione's expression dimmed, ignoring Ron as she resumed her reading. Oh, Ron, at times I must insist that you speak less, Harry advised. I suppose so. Ron covered his mouth, sensing he had misspoken, though he remained uncertain of where he had faltered. Meanwhile, Malfoy, Pansy, and his companions engaged in a card game to pass the time on their tedious journey. However, it appeared rather uninspiring. After all, a game that one consistently wins loses its charm. If they were gambling, Crabbe and Goyle might have wagered away their very undergarments. I understand now why you've kept your distance from those two. It's truly dull, Pansy remarked as she played a Red Heart King, clearly expressing her disdain for the two followers. I think we should switch games. Malfoy snapped his fingers, causing the cards to vanish, replaced by an array of small rectangular blocks made of an unknown material. What is this? Pansy inquired. A game from a mysterious eastern land. I believe the rules should be quite simple, Malfoy replied, confident that they could guess the nature of the game. Once again, the East. It seems you have quite an affinity for that culture. Even the tales you shared previously originated from there, and now you've introduced this game. Pansy's tone dripped with envy, which Malfoy perceptively noted. The subsequent words made him realize that someone was beginning to feel jealous again. Is it that you have developed an interest in that Ravenclaw simply because she is of Eastern descent? Was that heroic rescue premeditated? Pansy continued. Malfoy could only sigh. Do not underestimate a woman's capacity for imagination. With a hint of resignation, he added, for now, let us occupy our time. The rules dictate. It must be said that the enduring popularity of this game within the TC has its reasons. Soon, even Crabbe and Goyle became thoroughly engrossed, while Pansy's focus shifted from jealousy to the mere dozens of small rectangles before her. This game is utterly dull. After losing several rounds in succession, Pansy puffed out her cheeks. You say it is tiresome when we lose, yet when fortune favors us, you still find it unamusing. Malfoy felt a headache coming on. So for the next round, you must assist me. Pansy threatened with mock ferocity. In no time, the scene at the table transformed into one of overwhelming slaughter. I won again, Pansy exclaimed, excitedly pushing her cards forward, only to suddenly find them vanished. Dear Pansy, though I may be interrupting your enthusiasm, I must say we have arrived at our destination. Malfoy clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the others, who then noticed the train had come to a halt. Well then, next time we meet, I shall bring something even more entertaining for you, Malfoy said, affectionately ruffling Pansy's hair. Let go. Pansy quickly swatted his hand away, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, seemingly embarrassed. Such affectionate gestures were typically reserved for moments when they were alone, leaving her feeling somewhat out of her element. Subsequently, Malfoy assisted Pansy with her luggage as they disembarked, aware, despite her silence, that the girl felt a pang of reluctance in her gaze. However, Malfoy himself was conflicted, thinking, but I truly have a busy holiday ahead. Oh well, one step at a time, he reassured himself. Upon alighting, Malfoy immediately spotted the Lucius couple on the platform, who were waving at him. He strode confidently toward them. Pansy, you've grown quite a bit in the year we've been apart, Narcissa remarked, her attention clearly fixated on the girl beside Malfoy. Tell me, little Draco hasn't he bullied you at school? Has he? If he has, do let me know, and I shall take care of him. Narcissa was keen on matchmaking for her son, and she found Pansy quite satisfactory, a pure blood with familial ties. And she appeared obedient enough, didn't she? He treats me very well, Pansy replied, her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed. Of course, gentlemanly qualities are hereditary, Lucius chimed in. So, would you like to come visit us, little Pansy? Narcissa extended her invitation. No, thank you for your kind invitation, but my father has come to fetch me, Pansy replied, shaking her head and pointing toward Hector, who was still scanning the area. Then I shall not insist. After all, there will be ample time during the summer. Narcissa, not one to insist further, continued, Go on, don't keep your father waiting. If you linger any longer, he might start to believe that his daughter has been abducted. She teased her. Another wave of disorienting sensations washed over him as the Malfoy family emerged from the fireplace, gazing upon the familiar layout of their home and a luxurious carpet beneath their feet. Malfoy realized he was home, which signified the official commencement of his holiday plans. Naturally, the foremost task was you. Malfoy tightened his grip on a small vial in his pocket, muttering softly to himself. Chapter 29, Felix Felicis and Employment. In the hidden basement of Malfoy Manor, a boy of about 11 or 12 stood vigil over a cauldron, holding his breath in concentration, unwilling to afford even the slightest lapse in focus. The table was cluttered with unfamiliar materials and various utensils, while the potion within the cauldron bubbled and released an intoxicating aroma. Suddenly, the bubbling ceased, and the potion transformed from a pale gold to a rich, deep yellow. Malfoy knew he had succeeded. He was brewing Felix Felicis, marking his first triumph after numerous failures. The conditions in Hogsmeade's basement were exceedingly rudimentary, and Felix Felicis demanded the most stringent environmental standards. Sometimes, even a speck of dust could undo all efforts. In that dusty, makeshift basement, such issues were magnified exponentially. Additionally, being near Hogwarts, Malfoy found it difficult to immerse himself entirely. Thoughts of potential inspections would intrude, preventing him from focusing. Moreover, some of the ingredients lacked potency, as Hogwarts was a school for wizards, not a herbarium. Occasionally, for the sake of student safety, less potent herbs were sourced, contributing to his earlier failures. However, the situation had changed. Malfoy now had access to Lucius's professional laboratory, equipped for the study of dark magic, along with rare materials procured at a high cost, possibly supplemented by the experience gained from past failures. Moreover, there was one crucial element to consider. Malfoy glanced at the most prominent vial on the table. Noticing that its contents had been significantly depleted, and a pained expression crossed his face. It contained dragon's blood, which he had extorted during his last encounter. Dragons, as legendary creatures, symbolize power. Some exaggerated tales even claim that bathing in dragon's blood grants immortality. Yet, it seemed the dragons of this world were not as fearsome, or else Voldemort would not be preoccupied with Horcruxes, as slaying a dragon would suffice. Nonetheless, despite the dragons not being as formidable as imagined, their blood still held immense significance in alchemy and potion-making. Aside from Dumbledore's treatise, The 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood, obscure texts elaborated further. Dragon's blood enhances the success rate of brewing Felix Felicis and expedites the completion time, with its potent vitality and magical properties playing a crucial role in potion-making. This was indeed a life-saving substance. As Malfoy contemplated, he carefully poured the completed polyjuice potion from the cauldron into a small vial, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. He then perfectly sealed it with a cork and placed it into his pocket. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Although this assertion may seem somewhat biased, it possesses a kernel of truth. When fortune smiles, the universe aligns in harmony. Yet when it wanes, even the greatest heroes may find themselves shackled by fate. There are always those who succumb to the malice of destiny. Thus, one must remain cognizant of their foundational attributes. Malfoy maintained a composed judgment regarding this potion. Only through strengthening oneself could the potion's effects be maximized. The holiday was already halfway through. Malfoy calculated the passage of time and arrived at this conclusion. Throughout this break, he had scarcely ventured outside, preferring to remain at home. Aside from matters concerning the polyjuice potion, he continued to progress in his pursuit of new knowledge. Notably, the quality of dragon blood appeared promising, significantly reducing the time required, which took him by surprise. Pansy had written in her letter that she was off to France with her parents, and he extracted a few lines from her correspondence. So, am I now a solitary figure? Malfoy silently mocked himself. Aside from teachers and students, not everyone is afforded the luxury of summer vacation. Both Narcissa and Lucius had their own occupations, and apart from the servants and housekeepers of the manor, in a certain sense, he truly was alone. Thus, it seemed prudent to expedite his plans. One must always dare to try. Malfoy retrieved a yellowed piece of parchment from beneath the table, densely scribbled with handwriting that was somewhat distorted and difficult to decipher, likely an intentional act by the author. He then marked a check and a circle beside 2 lines of text, signifying one plan that had been completed and the next that awaited execution. The malevolent capitalists ought to experience the life of the proletariat. It is indeed necessary for the re-education of the impoverished peasantry. Malfoy began to jest at his own expense, subsequently retreating to his bedroom to read. When he lifted his gaze towards the window, he noticed that dusk had gradually descended. The setting sun bathed the exterior scenery in a delicate golden hue, and he even spotted a few large owls flapping their wings towards the main house, producing soft hoots. Dinner time arrived, and the family gathered around the table to enjoy a customary evening meal. "Darling, why do you always entertain such peculiar thoughts?" Narcissa remarked, shaking her head, struggling to comprehend Malfoy's earlier musings. "My child, if you wish, I could even arrange for you to visit the Ministry of Magic. But dealing with those goblins at Gringotts is no easy task," Lucius added, expressing his own bewilderment at his son's ideas while taking a sip of strong tea. "I believe I need to challenge myself. If I were to visit the ministry, it would be through your acquaintance's father. What, then, is the purpose of my training?" Malfoy began to ramble, attempting to justify his reasoning. Our darling is truly remarkable. Narcissa seemed moved by her son's words, producing a handkerchief to gently dab the corners of her moist eyes. During the subsequent dinner, Lucius elucidated to Malfoy some essential considerations regarding dealings with goblins. Historical accounts of past goblin rebellions illustrate that the relationship between wizards and goblins has not been particularly amicable. The following morning, the Malfoy father and son traversed the Floo network to reach Diagon Alley. As they strolled along the cobblestone street, Malfoy reveled in the long-missed bustle and liveliness. Some wizards vociferously beckoned customers, despite the apparent counterfeit nature of their wares. For instance, one might find it hard to believe that a phoenix egg could be purchased here, especially when one observed that the egg already bore a crack. Certain wizards haggled furiously over a few nuts, their faces flushed with exertion, even brandishing their wands in the heat of negotiation. As they passed by Slughorn's apothecary, both father and son instinctively covered their noses, as a pungent melange of rotting vegetables and foul eggs wafted from the shop, permeating even the entrance. Some establishments stood desolate, with only a few dilapidated brooms, encrusted with dust, displayed outside. This was Flourish and Blots, where only a handful of patrons perused the scattered tomes. Even the proprietor and staff appeared somewhat distracted. However, in a short while, they would be inundated with customers, likely due to the impending school year. Though it was equally plausible that the draw of a certain Pequod gentleman's book signing was a significant factor. After some time, a towering white edifice emerged before them. Lucius nodded, a satisfied smile illuminating his pale visage. The pair then ascended the marble steps of the bank, approaching a resplendent bronze door, flanked by goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, who bowed as they entered. They passed through a second door, silver in hue, whether plated or of intrinsic material remained uncertain, inscribed with the following words: "Enter, stranger, but beware, greed may lead to dire consequences. To take wealth that never belonged to you. O thief, heed this warning. What you seek may not be treasure, but retribution." Upon crossing this foreboding threshold, the father and son found themselves in a spacious marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins were busily engaged behind a long counter, hastily recording entries in large ledgers. Some weighing coins on scales, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses. One goblin approached them, his bald head gleaming, long nose prominent, and pointed ears twitching. In a high-pitched voice, he remarked, "Lucius, it has been quite some time. Your young one's aspirations are quite unique, considering he has chosen to come here for work." "No need for your concern on that matter," Lucius replied, his voice dropping to a more somber tone. "What assistance can you provide us? Gringotts does not employ the ineffectual, despite my amicable relations with your father." The fairy fixed his gaze upon Malfoy and added, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am called Lawan, though you may refer to me as Mr. Lawan." As he spoke, he adjusted his collar, as if this simple act could enhance his elegance. "This merely attests to your commendable computational abilities. However, our staff could achieve the same with a bit more time." Lawan endeavored to mask his astonishment, forcing himself to adopt a critical demeanor. Malfoy then approached a fairy engrossed in bookkeeping, glanced at the ledger, and remarked, "On this page, the 5th line seems to be missing a decimal point, sir." The fairy adjusted his spectacles and hurriedly directed his gaze to the point Malfoy indicated, promptly adding a notation with a quill while furtively scanning the surroundings to avoid drawing attention. For a former finance major, the rudimentary accounting methods employed in the wizarding world appeared riddled with flaws. "Lucius, your son is indeed remarkable. Aren't wizards typically a rather illogical lot? It seems your son is an exception," Lawan praised, clearly acknowledging Malfoy's capabilities. "Indeed," Lucius replied, his tone brimming with pride. "Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our new employee, Mr. Draco. You are bound to have a fulfilling holiday here." Lawan extended his hand, compelling Malfoy to bend slightly to grasp it. Thus began a certain individual's foray into the working world. Chapter 30. The conclusion of employment. It must be said that the experience of working was rather monotonous, as Malfoy found himself patiently pointing out numerous trivial errors committed by the fairies while striving to suppress his urge to embezzle. The primitive grasp of finance exhibited by these fairies made him contemplate the ease with which he could procure some extra funds. He even entertained the notion that if he were to recruit a handful of strong individuals from Wall Street, the entire economy of the wizarding world could be manipulated with a mere clap of his hands. Of course, he would never entertain such an idea. In truth, he lacked for nothing financially. Furthermore, those who overestimate their own cleverness often pay a steep price. When the fairies and wizards eventually recognized the discrepancies, It might very well be they who first overturned the table, followed by the apprehension of the implicated parties on charges of undermining the financial stability of the wizarding community, an accusation likely conceived from Arthur Weasley's understanding of mundane knowledge. Wizards may not be exceptionally astute, but they are by no means foolish. Yet, none of this was the root of Malfoy's discontent. What truly frustrated him was the realization that this place, apart from Hogwarts, was perhaps the most tedious in the wizarding realm. At least for him at present. He felt utterly powerless. Even Quirrell had the audacity to venture here, emboldened by Voldemort's counsel. The possessions of ordinary users can be accessed through a small key that unlocks the vault door. However, more significant vaults are guarded by dragons. On several occasions, Malfoy, during his work breaks, would wheel his cart near some important vaults and could even hear the deep breaths of the dragon. As for vaults lacking keyholes, they are even more challenging to access. One must rely on the fairies, who, with their long fingers, can knock on the door, causing it to gradually disappear. Yet, anyone else would be sucked inside, facing two possible fates, starvation or suffocation, as the fairies inspect the vaults only once every decade. To infiltrate such places, it must be said that the Polyjuice Potion is indeed the most feasible approach. However, one particular individual remains imprisoned in Azkaban, a wanted criminal attempting to withdraw money from a bank. That might just make the front page of the Daily Prophet. Furthermore, the Fiend Fire and duplication charms present significant challenges once inside. Reluctantly, Malfoy abandoned this notion and returned to his accounting duties. Yet, he reassured himself that it was not entirely bad. Due to the numerous errors he uncovered, Gringotts awarded him a generous bonus before his departure. Mr. Rowling stated before he left, although your father would undoubtedly disapprove, we still welcome you to work here after your graduation. I shall consider it. Malfoy replied politely before striding away, as his work had concluded with the onset of the school year. As for Rowling's suggestion, he would certainly not entertain it. Forsaking a vast inheritance to become an employee, was that even conceivable? After passing by several shops without any notable finds, he stumbled upon something intriguing in the Quidditch boutique, a golden snitch. It lay quietly upon a blue pedestal within a glass case, the size of a walnut. Unlike during matches, this metallic orb's wings were pressed against its surface, making it hard to imagine its lively nature on the field, driving seekers to distraction. The label on the pedestal read, a highly significant collectible. This is the golden snitch from the final match between the Transylvanian and Flanders teams. However, due to the fierce competition, the snitch sustained irreparable damage by the end of the match, priced at 500 galleons. So, does the inability of this golden snitch to fly render it worthless? Malfoy tapped the glass and remarked with a tone of regret, it is a pity it is damaged. Shaking his head, he continued, I shall rather purchase a broom. At least that would still serve purpose. Sir, please reconsider, urged the shopkeeper, growing anxious. In truth, this golden snitch had been on display for quite some time. In a sense, if it remained unsold, it would be a loss for the shop. If the employee could successfully sell it, the owner would surely regard him with newfound respect, prompting the shopkeeper to employ all persuasive tactics. I am merely browsing. Do you think someone of my age could afford such a price? Malfoy inquired. The price is negotiable, esteemed customer. The hapless shopkeeper had become ensnared in Malfoy's charm. Ultimately, the exact amount of galleons that Malfoy expended to acquire the golden snitch remains a mystery. However, on that fateful night, nearly everyone in Diagon Alley heard the furious roar of the Quidditch shop's proprietor. Naturally, he did not forget to bring a gift for Lucius and Narcissa, a tie, and some of the latest cosmetics. The books could only be purchased on another occasion. Gazing at the multitude of items in his possession, Malfoy concluded that, with the school term approaching, he ought to visit the leaky cauldron earlier. Upon entering the room, he spotted a letter quietly resting on the table. He opened it to find it was from Pansy, who lamented that she could not fulfill their agreement to shop for books in Diagon Alley, as there appeared to be issues with the French Apparition Network, rendering transportation utterly paralyzed. The inefficiency of the French Ministry of Magic was astonishing, and Pansy's family was compelled to remain stranded in France. Perhaps I will be late this semester, she concluded in her letter. Chapter 31, Borgin and Berks. The weather was dreary, despite it being morning. The sky was overcast with dark clouds that threatened rain at any moment. Nevertheless, the Malfoys set out early, heading towards their destination. They did not proceed directly to Diagon Alley, but instead ventured into a neighboring alley. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley, this street was desolate, dim, and filthy. Yawning, Malfoy inquired of Lucius, Father, what are we doing here? It appears the surroundings leave much to be desired. Dealing with a few minor inconveniences, Lucius replied. If we are disposing of stolen goods, why be so euphemistic about it? Malfoy could not help but chuckle quietly as he surveyed the nearby shops. One establishment appeared to specialize in breeding spiders, housing a large cage filled with black arachnids, their numerous legs prompting a wave of nausea. Another shop sold poisonous candles, the purpose of which eluded him. Were they intended for assassination? A weathered wooden sign hung outside, prominently displaying a large black spider with the inscription, Nocturnally. They soon arrived at a shop named Borgin & Burke's, seemingly the largest in the area. Across the way, a display case ominously showcased a collection of shrunken heads. When we enter, do not touch anything indiscriminately. Of course, I know you're already aware of the dangers posed by those dark magical items, my child. Lucius cautioned before stepping inside. As they traversed the shop, Lucius made his way to the counter, ringing the bell that sat atop it. Meanwhile, Malfoy meticulously examined the surrounding wares, noticing a shelf filled with skulls, a glass case containing a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a motionless glass eyeball. Sinister masks glared down from the walls, while various human bones cluttered the counter and rusted, jagged instruments dangled from the ceiling. The shop appeared rather desolate, with dust covering most of the merchandise. Soon, a stooped and hunchbacked man emerged from behind the counter, brushing back his slick hair with his hand. The man spoke, and then Lucius seemed to produce a piece of parchment. Malfoy, disinterested in their haggling, continued to meander through the shop, surveying the surrounding wares. After a round of negotiations, the two settled on a final price. "Oh, Master Malfoy, what might you be interested in purchasing?" The hunchbacked man approached Malfoy, exhibiting a palpable enthusiasm for selling his goods, markedly more than for acquiring them. Noticing Malfoy's apparent interest, Mr. Borgin began to promote his merchandise. "Sir, how about this?" Mr. Borgin picked up a withered hand from the display and continued, "Place a candle within it. Only the holder can see the light. It is the best companion for thieves and rogues." "I believe my son has no need for such a thing," Lucius replied icily. "Last year, he was the top of his class at Hogwarts. I am certain he will secure a position at the Ministry of Magic in due time. I find this cabinet rather appealing." Malfoy gestured to a black cabinet standing against the wall. "Oh, you truly possess an exquisite eye," Mr. Borgin exclaimed. He was interrupted by Lucius. "You say that to everyone. Just tell me how much." Lucius was keen to avoid any further entanglement. "This amount?" Mr. Borgin held up several fingers. "Huh." A sardonic smile crept across Lucius's pale face as he replied leisurely, "Tomorrow, I shall await your arrival at my residence. Should you bring that cabinet, you may peruse some of my other collections." After a brief hesitation, Mr. Borgin nodded and said, "Very well." Regardless of how eloquently he could speak, he was acutely aware that, at least for now, the cabinet served no practical purpose and was better exchanged for something of tangible value. It was evident that Lucius had subtly hinted at the potential for further business. "Draco, let's depart." At that moment, Lucius had already stepped out the door. "Mr. Borgin, may I pose a question?" Malfoy whispered. "Of course, at your service." "Do you know Tom?" "Tom Riddle." Upon uttering these words, Malfoy fixed his gaze upon Mr. Borgin, scrutinizing every minute shift in his expression. "I have seen his name in the school's trophy room. I hear he once worked in your shop. He is quite remarkable," Malfoy remarked. "You shall surpass him, Mr. Borgin replied. "Thank you for your kind words." With that, Malfoy hastily exited the shop to catch up with Lucius. No one noticed the cabinet that had already been sold seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 32, The Vanished Diary. Malfoy wandered aimlessly through Diagon Alley, while Lucius was tasked with placing an order at the Quidditch shop. Earlier, when Lucius had seen the pile of galleons Malfoy produced at home, he was taken aback and remarked, "A perfect means to win hearts. I believe all the Slytherin students will be grateful to you. Well done, my child." As for why he did not accompany him, wasn't he it, just days prior that a shop assistant had been duped by him? He ultimately chose to while away his time at the Leaky Cauldron, ordering a drink that suited his palate, savoring it slowly. However, the raucous chatter of those around him made him somewhat uncomfortable. They were shouting excitedly, occasionally slamming their hands on the table while uttering profanities, seemingly engaged in a game of cards for money. Estimating that the time was right, he left a few silver sickles on the greasy table and rose to exit the Leaky Cauldron, making his way toward the agreed-upon Flourish and Blots bookstore. As he approached, the throng of people grew denser. The faces of most women sparkled with excitement. Gilderoy Lockhart sat behind the table, surrounded by large photographs of himself, all of which seemed to wink at the crowd, flashing dazzling white smiles. The real Lockhart donned a robe the shade of forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes, while a pointed wizard hat was playfully askew atop his curly hair. A short man was busy capturing his likeness in photographs. Evidently, with his legendary exploits and charming appearance. He was a darling of magazines and newspapers alike. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd as Lockhart leaped up from his seat in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't that Harry Potter?" The throng immediately parted for Lockhart, who rushed forward, grabbing Harry by the arm and pulling him to the forefront amidst a thunderous applause. The photographer frantically clicked away, seemingly believing that the more shots he took, the greater his reward would be. Subsequently, Lockhart presented Harry with a collection of his works and seized the opportunity to announce that he would soon be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd erupted in even more fervent applause and cheers, predominantly from women, whether youthful maidens or middle-aged matrons, all gazing at Lockhart with adoration. Handsome, wealthy, and possessing a legendary past, he now perhaps also bore the esteemed aura of a teacher. Truly, the fervor of fans in any world can be utterly incomprehensible. Observing this, Malfoy merely shook his head, harboring no intention of exposing a mere pretty face. He was not so idle. He quietly maneuvered through the throng, purchasing the memoir that could at best be described as an account of adventures rather than a textbook, before retreating from the crowd. "For the sake of my leisurely life at the academy, your plans, father, shall likely come to naught," he sighed inwardly, and then approached Lucius. "Draco, come here." "Stay away from them. Breathing the same air as they do feels like a disgrace," Lucius called out as he spotted Malfoy, striding towards him. He was panting heavily, clearly having just engaged in a scuffle, his meticulously styled platinum hair now disheveled, one eye swollen, seemingly struck by a book. As for his opponent, Arthur, he fared little better, his lips split. Malfoy slowly approached his father, remarking, "Father, do you not always teach me to maintain composure at all times? Even when some individuals are truly unbearable, is it not sufficient to simply disregard them? Draco, you must understand that some barbarians possess an inherent recklessness coursing through their veins. Ignore them, and they will inevitably collide with you," Lucius remarked venomously. "Father, is this tattered tome truly a gift for me? It appears far too dilapidated. Perhaps a relic of some ancient wizard's musings?" Malfoy exclaimed, taking the worn book from Lucius's grasp, the title nearly peeling away. "Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. We are not like certain families that cling to antiquated possessions. This book belongs to that young girl across from us. You ought to return it promptly, lest their living expenses for next month fall woefully short. Perhaps the muggle couple next door could lend them a few coins," Lucius sneered, casting a derisive jab at the Weasley family. "Say that again," Arthur retorted, straining his neck, his face flushed with indignation. Lucius turned his head away, falling silent, clearly recognizing the need to retreat. Both parties, consumed by their fury, remained oblivious as Malfoy stealthily extracted a small notebook from within the pages of the book. "Well, mission accomplished. This year should pass smoothly," he mused, before handing the book to Ginny, chuckling as he did so. "Treasure it well. Perhaps this tome will become a cherished heirloom for the Weasleys." As the girl accepted the book, she shot Malfoy a fierce glare with her bright brown eyes, expressing her disdain for the antics of the father and son duo. "Dear girl, I am merely aiding you," Malfoy thought, bewildered by the innocent ire directed at him. "Let me see. Heavens, what transpired here?" Lockhart was drawn to the scene, his mouth agape at the chaotic surroundings. "Oh, Lucius, what has happened to your eyes?" Lucius remained silent, ignoring him, quietly retrieving his serpentine wand. His gaze soon landed on Harry. "Potter, what a fortuitous encounter. It has scarcely been 5 minutes since we last met. Your knack for self-promotion and audacity is truly remarkable." Suppressing a laugh at the unfolding spectacle, Malfoy observed with amusement. "Indeed, I suspect there has been some misunderstanding between you," Lockhart interjected, a wizard of little actual prowess, yet thriving in the wizarding world, adept at reading the room. The tension in the air allowed him to easily deduce the circumstances. Hoping to mediate the conflict for the sake of his next headline, Lockhart teaches you conflict resolution, the art of interpersonal relations? No, what you truly require is Lockhart's charisma. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, not due to the encroaching night, but because Hagrid had arrived, his massive frame nearly eclipsing the light. His booming voice drowned out all others. "Step aside. Gentlemen, step aside." He strode forward, reaching out to smooth Arthur's robes, nearly lifting him off the ground. "You ought not to engage with him, Arthur. This fellow is utterly despicable, and his offspring are even more cunning." He gave Harry a hearty nudge with his robust arm. "I assent that right, Harry?" Harry nodded slightly, and Ron vigorously shook his head in agreement. "Draco, let us depart," Lucius said to Malfoy. Then, leaning on his cane, he limped towards the doorway. as if his foot were injured. It is only natural that the privileged middle class cannot compete with the struggling proletariat, is it not? The plot once again slipped from his grasp. The first time was with the troll, when he saved Hermione at the cost of becoming a victim himself. This time, the diary that should have belonged to Ginny had vanished, and Malfoy could not foresee what would ultimately transpire. He had initially believed that perhaps this year he could find some stability through his foresight, only to ignite a fuse that led to even more unpredictable outcomes. A self-inflicted predicament, he sighed inwardly, realizing that to be cautious, he would have to pay a price. Even amidst the bustling crowd, he immediately retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, the same yellowed sheet filled with distorted handwriting from before. He circled yet another item, seemingly preparing to execute a new plan. How I wish I never have to resort to this contingency. A thought crossed his mind, and a reluctant smile appeared on his face. Yet when the time comes, I shall not hesitate. After the fleeting smile of resignation, a visage of determination emerged. Which side of him is the true self? She found herself questioning, only to discover her thoughts more tangled, without any answers. What a pity. I wanted to ask them what the bus station is like, Arthur muttered. You should focus on taking care of yourself, Mrs. Weasley said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, her tone sharp. I thought wizards were all as friendly as the Weasley family, but it seems that is not the case. As they walked down the street, Mr. Granger remarked slowly, Did you see the platinum-haired man? Quite unbearable, indeed. Hermione numbly nodded, unsure if she had truly absorbed his words. I'm quite curious about the Flynn network. The life of a wizard is truly fascinating. Mr. Granger, not wishing to linger on this topic, shifted the conversation to discuss wizarding life, much like Arthur's interest in Muggle life. He too was filled with curiosity about the world of wizards. They were an enlightened couple. Chapter 33. A certain eccentric lady. The day of the new term arrived, and Malfoy stepped through platform 9 3/4, boarding the Hogwarts Express, ready to embark on a new semester. As he passed between platforms 9 and 10, he took a moment to silently mourn for two individuals, knowing that tonight would bring another significant news story. What was it like to drive a flying car? Perhaps one must also consider the intimate encounter with the Whomping Willow. At this thought, Malfoy felt a slight smirk tug at the corners of his mouth. Taking a seat at random on the train, Malfoy soon discovered a vacuum of space surrounding him. No one chose to sit beside him. Clearly, the rumors from last semester had not entirely dissipated. Several Slytherin students who idolized him occupied the adjacent seats, perhaps believing that the solitary Malfoy possessed a certain allure of character. Although it was not a compartment, he had managed to create the ambience of one. Would anyone charge him extra for that? With a self-deprecating thought, he retrieved his books and began to prepare for his studies. Or perhaps more accurately, to engage in some leisurely distraction. The titles of the numerous tomes he pulled out invariably featured the name Lockhart, along with a recent magazine entitled The Quibbler. To be fair, Lockhart's escapades were indeed intriguing, albeit pilfered from the accomplishments of others. The individuals who had roamed with werewolves, cavorted with ghasts, and vacationed with the banshee had been outdone by a simple, obliviate charm. If they were aware that their experiences had been commodified under another guise for such profit, would they consider bringing Lockhart before the Wisengamot? Lockhart himself exemplified the principle that 1 + 1 can exceed 2. His legendary tales, coupled with his striking appearance, would likely not have garnered much attention individually. Yet together, they wielded immense appeal. The fervor at his book signings attested to this fact. He was not merely a heartthrob for young maidens, but also a siren for the more mature demographic. Having perused through these amusing yet insipid tales with remarkable speed, Malfoy began to leaf through the magazine he had brought aboard, The Quibbler. He found the absurd news and the fantastical creatures conjured from the minds of certain individuals far more captivating. His father had remarked that those who enjoyed the magazine he edited must be good people. Suddenly, Malfoy heard a somewhat ethereal voice beside him, accompanied by a dimming of the light. He looked up to see a girl of about 11 or 12 standing in front of him. She had waist-length hair that was a light golden color interspersed with brown, faint eyebrows, and bulging eyes that perpetually wore an expression of astonishment. Adorning her ears were a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, and around her neck hung a necklace crafted from corks of butterbeer, adding to her enigmatic aura. Could I borrow that book for a moment? The girl inquired. Of course, Malfoy nodded, handing it over. Oddly, after receiving the book, she seated herself across from him and began to read it upside down. Perhaps next time, I ought to bring a copy of the Daily Prophet, Malfoy mused. Her distinctive appearance and peculiar mannerisms allowed Malfoy to deduce her identity, Luna Lovegood. Suddenly, Luna erupted into a loud laugh, seemingly captivated by something amusing, drawing the attention of those around them. However, she appeared remarkably unconcerned with the gazes of others. The book has been lent to another. In an attempt to stave off the tedium, Malfoy retrieved a small notebook from his pocket. The pages bore intricate grids, some filled with numbers while others remained vacant. He took up a quill and began to scribble upon it. "What is this?" she inquired, observing him with a sense of intrigue as he appeared to read with remarkable speed, perhaps due to some peculiar method of reading backwards. She quickly returned the book to Malfoy, her curiosity piqued by his artistic endeavors on paper. "A trivial game invented by muggles to pass the time," Malfoy replied, his focus unwavering as he neared a pivotal calculation. "Shouldn't this space be filled with a 7? Luna pointed delicately at an empty cell. Malfoy paused to verify, and indeed, her assertion was correct. A twitch manifested at the corner of his mouth. If memory served him right, he had not divulged any rules to this eccentric girl. "How did you arrive at that?" he asked, his confidence evidently shaken. "Intuition, as if someone whispered in my ear that this number should go here," Luna articulated in her distinctive voice. Malfoy's twitch intensified. "It seems this book is better suited to you," he conceded, offering the notebook to her. She accepted it with delight, exclaiming in a dreamlike tone, "Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure," before she began to write, seemingly requiring no draft, as her keen mind swiftly filled in the answers. "A player of intuition has no right to speak of such things. This is clearly cheating," Malfoy muttered, a hint of frustration creeping into his demeanor as he resumed perusing a magazine he had not finished earlier. "Thank you," Luna said, returning the completed grid to Malfoy within minutes, her silver-gray eyes scrutinizing him intently for considerable while before she remarked, "You seem rather lonely. I sense you are at odds with this world. While others often say the same about me, I feel you are different. Is that so?" Malfoy attempted to mask his surprise, responding in jest, "Indeed, aside from you just now, no one has spoken to me." "You know that's not what I mean." Luna frowned. "Then allow me to continue in my solitude. Once we reach the academy, others will surely tell you how dreadful the person sitting before you truly is," Malfoy retorted, striving to adopt a menacing expression to dissuade the girl before him. "You are a good person. I sense no malice within you," Luna countered, shaking her head. "Two good person cards in succession?" Malfoy mused, realizing he had entangled himself in a rather inconvenient predicament. "Where might I find a crumplehorn snorkack?" she abruptly asked, diverting the topic, her whimsical thoughts proving difficult for the average mind to follow. "I do not know," Malfoy replied absently, contemplating, "Perhaps you require a mirror of a Reist." "And what of the bubble-headed charm?" Luna pressed on. Malfoy, in anguish, pressed his hands against his forehead, lamenting that his greatest misstep today was engaging in conversation with that girl. Luna observed him with curiosity and offered gentle reassurance, saying, "Do not be disheartened. We shall surely have the opportunity to locate them." As she spoke, she fiddled with her carrot-shaped earrings, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 34. Once again, the sorting. The scenery outside the window began to dim, as the train gradually slowed and ultimately came to a halt at the platform. "Farewell," Luna waved goodbye to Malfoy. "I hope we never meet again," he murmured, politely returning her gesture, though he knew this was an improbable wish. Amidst the throngs of students, Malfoy found a carriage and stepped aboard. Once filled with students, the carriage began to move slowly, gradually picking up speed, even if this was perhaps the result of magic. Some students expressed their astonishment, engaging in discussions about its mechanics and the spells employed. Had that little girl witnessed it, she likely would not have perceived it in such a manner. Malfoy recalled the girl he had just parted ways with. Surely, she could see that it was a thestral pulling the carriage. In truth, she was rather unfortunate. Contemplating this, Malfoy felt that the torment he had endured throughout the journey paled in comparison. Students traversed through the grand entrance, making their way to the hall, and nearly everyone had arrived, except for the first years. Countless candles hovered in midair, casting their light upon 4 long tables teeming with people, illuminating the golden plates and goblets that sparkled brilliantly. The ceiling, adorned with a starry sky, was enchanted to reflect the exterior heavens. Bored, Malfoy absently toyed with the food in his bowl while scanning his surroundings. He noticed Hermione also glancing around anxiously, her expression betraying concern for Harry and Ron, who were exceedingly tardy. The French were undoubtedly too hospitable, reluctant to see their guests depart. Malfoy recalled Pansy, stranded in France, who was also late, but had managed to create quite a commotion. The side door of the hall creaked open, and a line of new students slowly entered, most appearing quite nervous. Among them was Ginny, whom he had encountered before. Her face was ashen as she anxiously scanned the room, seemingly in search of some anchor. "Your idol and brother are likely being lectured by Snape right now," Malfoy mused. In stark contrast, Luna seemed to embody a different extreme. She appeared as if she were at home, observing her surroundings with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she likely searched for the fantastical creatures of her imagination. Their gazes briefly met, and Luna even waved at him. Professor McGonagall called each new student forward. It must be noted that after a year, the Sorting Hat had become even more tattered, adorned with several enormous puddings, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. Colin Creevey, Professor McGonagall announced. A small, timid boy trembled as he approached the front, slowly placing the Sorting Hat upon his head. Without much delay, the hat proclaimed Gryffindor. The boy's face flushed with excitement, a stark contrast to the nervousness he felt upon taking the stage. He joyfully bounded toward Gryffindor's domain. Yet his exuberance quickly dimmed as he noticed the absence of his idol, Ginny Weasley. The young girl approached the tattered hat step by step, her lips tightly pressed together like a convict awaiting judgment. With trembling hands, she donned the hat, fearful it might announce Slytherin. However, such apprehension proved to be unfounded. I've never seen a Weasley in any other house but Gryffindor. At the moment Ginny placed the hat upon her head, it promptly declared her house, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, merrily making her way to the Gryffindor table where her twin brothers extended their hands in welcome. I told you your worries were unnecessary, Ginny, they chimed in unison. Soon, several more students took their turns. The Sorting Hat worked swiftly, assigning them to their respective houses. But it was soon met with an unexpected guest, Luna Lovegood. Unlike the previously anxious students, she wore a gentle smile, reminiscent of a crescent moon, seemingly indifferent to the ceremony that would determine her next 7 years. She even took a moment to observe the hat before placing on her head, eliciting a flurry of impatience from the Sorting Hat. Strands of pale golden hair peeked out from beneath the frayed brim, adding to her eccentricity. Let me think, the Sorting Hat mused, tilting slightly as it pondered, somewhat bewildered by the girl before it, unable to grasp her thoughts or keep pace with her mind. An unusual girl, it concluded after a prolonged silence. Perhaps Ravenclaw would suit you. This hesitative judgment was a first in many years. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Removing the hat, Luna echoed this sentiment in a lyrical tone before gliding toward the Ravenclaw table, where several students rose to welcome her. After addressing a few more students, the sorting ceremony concluded. Silencio. Malfoy altered the incantation, directing its effect upon himself. Any nonsensical buzzing was preferable to the various modified school songs sung by the Weasley twins. As others hummed in peculiar tones, he lowered his head, contemplating how to navigate the year ahead. Two possibilities loomed. First, the diary had been taken by someone outside the school, leading to its eternal obscurity, thereby leaving a Horcrux unrecoverable. Malfoy shook his head. Such a likelihood was slim. The greater possibility was that a student had taken it. After all, it was a bookstore. He then recalled the exceptionally alluring ring, which seemed to emanate temptation towards those nearby. Perhaps the materials differ? Malfoy pondered, recalling that he had felt no special sensation upon acquiring the diary. Nor had he heard any whispers beckoning him. Have I already attained mental immunity? He mused, chuckling at the self-deprecation. The reasoning continues, leading to the second possibility. A student may have taken it to school, and the ultimate owner could be any student. Even those not present at the time might acquire it through other means. At this thought, Malfoy felt a headache coming on. The basilisk was manageable. Any professor of sufficient caliber could handle it. For instance, Professor McGonagall could easily activate some of the castle's soldiers, employing a strategy of sheer numbers to overwhelm it. While this tactic could effectively eliminate the threat, it would also alert others and complicate the search for the Horcrux. Moreover, Malfoy couldn't foolishly disclose, Professor, there's a secret chamber beneath the girls' lavatory housing a basilisk. This was something he could not explain to anyone. He would have to proceed cautiously. Malfoy thought helplessly. However, he recalled his plan, which could provide additional preventative measures. Suddenly, he felt the table before him shaking violently. He looked up to see a familiar face, visibly annoyed, staring at him, clearly having called out to him several times. Chapter 35. The Howling Letter and the Gift. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. Given the surrounding noise, it was entirely normal not to hear, although that was not the case for Malfoy. You missed the sorting ceremony. What a pity, he said with a shrug. In any case, I don't care about that. It's just a few houses. Pansy did not seem particularly concerned about the sorting either. She pointed upstairs, winking as she said, privileges are not exclusive to you. The Flu network at Hogwarts rarely connects to the outside world, akin to certain supercomputers in the Muggle world that do not go online, effectively preventing external intrusion. However, there are always exceptions. It seemed that Pansy had received the headmaster's approval to lift the restrictions and use the Flu network. Though it's quick, it's truly nauseating. I would prefer to take the train, she remarked, recalling the disorienting sensation from that time, her expression becoming conflicted. Stop frowning. You'll age quickly. Malfoy gently patted her head. I'll give you your gift tomorrow. I worked half a holiday at Gringotts for it. What is it? Pansy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That's a secret. TCH. Pansy turned away, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. I want to keep you in suspense, here, she said, pulling out a beautifully crafted small box from her pocket and reluctantly handing it to Malfoy. Thank you, he replied. If you're feeling dizzy, you should rest. That sensation is indeed unpleasant. Pansy nodded, evidently exhausted, and then headed towards the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Malfoy, however, made his way directly to the Gryffindor long table. What was he doing there? Hermione felt her heart skip a beat. However, Malfoy was not approaching her. He stood before the Weasley twins. Well, if it isn't the little heir of the Malfoy family, what mischief are you plotting with us? George and Fred teased. Just making a deal, Malfoy replied coolly. What deal? The two brothers spoke in unison. Despite the strained relations between their families, no one would willingly turn away from money. Perhaps Ron might. But the exuberant twin brothers were less likely to resist seizing an opportunity to profit from someone. The more of this you manufacture, the better, Malfoy instructed, handing them a list and leaving behind some galleons, disregarding their response as he swiftly departed. Rooster's call, is it? Fred glanced at the list and inquired George. What do you suppose this is for? George furrowed his brow, and both brothers exchanged knowing smiles, clearly anticipating that the well-funded Weasley twins would soon wreak delightful havoc upon Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere was lively, with most students still awake. When Ron and Harry entered, the excitement reached its zenith. Their exploits had already circulated through various channels, perhaps whispered by ghosts or the mischievous Peeves. I truly believe you could join our prankster ranks. We could use your creativity, Fred remarked. Others rallied around Harry, treating him as if he had accomplished something remarkable. You really are something else, Hermione interjected, incredulous yet stern, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Don't lecture us, Ron replied impatiently. We didn't lose any points for the house. It wasn't even officially the start of term yet. It's not about the points. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Hermione's voice rose. Come on. We're perfectly fine, Ron insisted, raising his arm and stamping his foot to emphasize his point. He then turned to Harry, right? Upon returning to their dormitory, they were warmly welcomed by their roommates. Neville looked at them with admiration, and the two felt that their earlier punishment was trivial and were even somewhat proud of it. Little did they know, a rather terrifying howler awaited them the following morning. The next morning, students from the four houses gathered around their respective tables for breakfast. Bowls of porridge, platters of pickled herring, heaps of toast, and dishes of eggs and bacon strewn across the tables. I'm not the only one running late, Pansy remarked to Malfoy, who relayed the exploits of two certain individuals from the previous day. It seemed Gryffindor had already lost a significant number of points at the start of the term. How many points did they lose? Pansy asked expectantly. None at all. Our head of house likely wanted to deduct points, but it was reportedly still not considered the start of term, so they only received a detention as punishment. Malfoy struggled to comprehend why Pansy was so fixated on the house cup. How disappointing. Pansy pouted, evidently dissatisfied with the ruling. Just wait for the show, Malfoy consoled her. What show? She didn't anticipate anything entertaining occurring in the Great Hall. One that's about to unfold. Malfoy pointed to the owls soaring into the hall. Hundreds of them circling above before splitting into four groups to deliver letters and parcels to the conversing crowd. Errol, Ron shouted. Perhaps the burden of enduring her master's fury at home had rendered this owl somewhat dazed, as it failed to find a proper perch and instead plummeted headlong into Hermione's cauldron, splattering milk and feathers all over them. Ron had no choice but to grasp the creature by its soggy feet and extricate it from its predicament. Errol lay slumped on the table, his legs dangling in the air, a damp red envelope clutched in his beak, despite his reluctance to open it. The possibility of discovering an even more dismal outcome compelled Ron to tear it open. As the letter unfurled, those present instinctively plugged their ears, for a thunderous noise erupted, reverberating throughout the hall and dislodging dust from the ceiling. Oh, dear Ginny, congratulations on your acceptance into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. The once boisterous letter gradually softened its tone before emitting wisps of smoke and igniting. Ginny lowered her head, seemingly mortified. Only a few students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw stifled giggles, while the laughter from the Slytherin side nearly rivaled the earlier cacophony produced by Mrs. Weasley. Pansy was in tears from laughter and couldn't resist inquiring, how did you know there would be such a spectacle, given their living conditions? What do you think would happen if a car broke down? Draco retorted to Pansy. Well, It seems I cannot comprehend the lives of the impoverished, she replied, gradually suppressing her laughter as she realized it was rather unbecoming. With a shrug of her shoulders, she asked, "What about my gift? I knew you were waiting for it." Draco smirked, producing a beautifully wrapped small box. "May I unwrap it?" Pansy inquired eagerly, though the question was somewhat redundant. "Of course," Draco gestured graciously. As Pansy tore off the wrapping, she discovered an antique-looking golden snitch nestled within the box. Rather than being golden, it appeared gray, having borne the marks of time. Its original metallic sheen long faded. Pansy covered her mouth in astonishment, for the gift was indeed a delightful surprise. "Can it fly?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Certainly, though we may need to find a more confined space, lest it flies away," Draco replied. To restore this item, he had made a trip to Borgin and Burke's. And truth be told, sometimes the cost of repairing an object far exceeded its original value. While the goblins were generous to Draco for his considerable assistance, after purchasing a broom and this gift, his finances were nearly depleted. "Thank you," Pansy said, her cheeks flushed. "This is not quite your usual style," Draco remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Chapter 36, Herbology Class. Professor Sprout was a stout witch, always exuding a warm and kind demeanor. Her flowing hair was adorned with a patched hat, and her garments were perpetually stained with soil. Were she to remove her witch's hat, one might easily mistake her for an ordinary farmer. Yet, she held the esteemed position of herbology instructor at Hogwarts. Today's herbology class was a joint session for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, and unlike usual, they were to convene in the third greenhouse, where the flora proved far more intriguing, albeit perilous, than those in the first greenhouse. The students engaged in hushed discussions, speculating on the knowledge they would acquire that day. Most of these students belonged to Ravenclaw. It was hardly reasonable to expect Crabbe and Goyle to share their enthusiasm for learning. They appeared lethargic, embodying the essence of academic underachievement. Malfoy and Pansy arrived at the entrance of the greenhouse, surrounded by their Ravenclaw and Slytherin peers, eagerly awaiting Professor Sprout's arrival. "My apologies, children, for the delay," Professor Sprout said as she appeared, her arms heavily bandaged. "The venomous tentacula has caused some issues that require my attention." As she spoke, she produced a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. A wave of damp earth and fertilizer wafted into their nostrils, intermingled with the intoxicating scent of blooming flowers. The flowers, as large as umbrellas, cascaded from the ceiling, captivating the students' curiosity. "Do not touch anything," Malfoy exclaimed, gripping Pansy's hand just as she was about to reach for a plant nestled in a small ceramic pot, adorned with alluring blossoms. The plant's beguiling form and vibrant colors were undeniably enticing to the girls. "If your hand desires to resemble that, I shan't stop you," Malfoy remarked, observing Pansy glare at him. He then produced a book from seemingly nowhere and expertly flipped to the desired page, pointing to an illustration. "Take a look for yourself." The image depicted a withered hand covered in dark spots, as if it were on the brink of decay. "You win," Pansy conceded, her brow furrowing as she took a significant step back, her expression one of revulsion towards the flower. "So the first order of business upon entering here is to don gloves." As Malfoy spoke, he selected a pair of suitable gloves from the table, prompting Pansy to hastily choose her own. She had no desire for her hands to transform into a grotesque sight. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, clapping her hands to draw everyone's attention. "Today, we shall be repotting mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the properties of a mandrake?" "Very good. 10 points to Ravenclaw," Professor Sprout acknowledged. "The mandrake is a crucial component in many antidotes, but is also quite dangerous. Who can explain why?" "If we hear their cries, we shall perish," Malfoy stated nonchalantly. On the bench lay a collection of around 20 ear protectors in various hues, with students jostling to claim them, all reluctant to don the pink ones. "I must say, it actually suits you quite well," Malfoy stifled a laugh, as Pansy ultimately ended up wearing the pink fuzzy earmuffs, having been a tad slow in her selection. "Say that again," Pansy retorted, feeling that the youthful hue was ill-fitting for her. Embarrassed and irked by Malfoy's teasing, she reached out, seemingly intending to snatch off his earmuffs, perhaps wishing to exchange them. "Stop." Malfoy gently brushed her hand aside and pointed to the professor. An ugly infant, adorned with grass leaves atop its head, had been brought forth. Its skin was a pale green, speckled with blemishes. This little creature was evidently shrieking at the top of its lungs. Malfoy shrugged, conveying his helplessness, as the lesson had commenced. If Pansy were willing to faint for a few hours, perhaps she could still switch back. Pansy could only vent her frustration on the mandrake doll, gripping it with all her might. Malfoy assured that the expression on the doll in Pansy's hand was undoubtedly the most agonized in the entire classroom. Before long, nearly all the students had completed the task of planting the mandrake into new pots. Some students were drenched in sweat, resembling individuals who had just battled a dark wizard, while others appeared quite at ease, as if they had merely accomplished a trivial chore. Suddenly, the students felt their desks tremble slightly. They glanced at the teacher, realizing they could now remove their earplugs. "Well done, everyone. You all performed admirably," Professor Sprout commended, clearly pleased with her students' efforts. "Professor, I have a question." Malfoy raised his hand, thinking to himself, "Let the forced assist begin. Pray tell, could you enlighten us on some specific symptoms that mandrakes can remedy?" He articulated, striving to captivate his peers' attention. "That is an excellent question." Professor Sprout praised him before adding, "Those afflicted by the petrifying curse could benefit from it. That is one example." "Professor, did Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor utilize mandrakes last semester? He seemed to have been petrified as well," a brown-haired Ravenclaw girl inquired. "Very good." Professor Sprout's smile grew increasingly warm. "But remember, the effects of spells vary from person to person. Miss Granger meant no harm, and she is still a student." If the petrifying curse was cast by that individual as she spoke, Professor Sprout's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "I apologize. It seems I have spoken out of turn." She immediately ceased her discourse, having sensed the atmosphere had grown tense, with fear evident on the students' faces. Malfoy broke the awkward silence, pressing the professor further. "What about Medusa? It is said that gazing into its eyes can also result in petrification. Is that true? Can mandrakes remedy such a condition?" "Oh, child, that is merely a mythical creature. There is no need for concern." Professor Sprout paused, as if struck by a thought, then continued, "However, there indeed exists a creature whose gaze resembles that of the fabled Medusa." "What is it, Professor?" Malfoy inquired eagerly. "Basilisk. What is a basilisk?" A group of students began to murmur among themselves, whispering in hushed tones. The classroom erupted in a flurry of astonishment. Realizing the gravity of her words, Professor Sprout quickly reassured them. "Fear not. There have been no recorded sightings of a basilisk in Britain for at least 400 years. At this moment, many students finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Does it have natural enemies?" "Certainly. Every creature has its predators. The crowing of a rooster can be lethal to it, as it hatches from a rooster's egg," Professor Sprout remarked. Upon exiting the greenhouse, nearly all the students were engaged in conversation. Although many were covered in dirt and felt sore from labor, they paid little heed to their discomfort. The discussion of the serpent monster, elaborated upon in class, filled them with excitement. Nothing serves as better fodder for conversation than something terrifying yet distant from their lives. "What are you all talking about, the serpent monster?" Gilderoy Lockhart materialized behind them, leaning against a pillar. Today he donned a lavender-hued robe, and at that moment he flashed 8 gleaming teeth in a signature smile. He winked and continued, "That was quite a creature. When I encountered it," Lockhart began to boastfully recount his own experience. A throng of students quickly gathered around, eager to learn how he had dealt with the serpent monster. Was there magic, aside from the rooster's crow, that could vanquish it? "Pansy, aren't you going to listen to his story?" Malfoy inquired from the side. "I find your so-called white lady tale far more intriguing," Pansy scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at someone. Malfoy immediately felt rather embarrassed. About 15 minutes later, where did this come from? Observing someone's shameless behavior, Malfoy could only roll his eyes in contempt. Chapter 37, A Farce. After finishing lunch, they took a brief nap before attending Transfiguration class. In every sense, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lessons were among the most challenging. Today, she required her students to transform a beetle into a button. Crabbe and Goyle's performance resembled that of 2 muggles. Faced with the agile beetle, they clumsily struggled to even hold their wands properly. "Slytherin earns 10 points, Professor McGonagall commended. "Honestly, I truly do not understand the purpose of learning this," Pansy complained to Malfoy in the corridor after class. "Well, I do not particularly like muggles. Sometimes using their items is quite convenient. No one would genuinely wear a beetle as a button, right? It's far easier just by one when needed." Malfoy frowned, unsure of how to alter her perspective. The future was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen, not even himself. Having altered so much of history, perhaps the future he once knew would become unrecognizable. Every foundational element holds significance for ordinary students. "Pansy," Malfoy declared earnestly, preparing to instill some sound reasoning, only to be interrupted. "Today's defense against the dark arts class is inexplicably with Gryffindor," Pansy announced, glancing at a piece of paper. "Let us hurry. I do not wish to sit with that crowd. Perhaps we should choose a good spot," she said, pulling him along swiftly toward the classroom, leaving him no opportunity to respond. Malfoy could only resign himself to her brisk pace. Upon entering the classroom, the lesson had yet to commence. However, the room was nearly filled, predominantly with girls. The remaining students sauntered in slowly just before the bell rang. The seating arrangements distinctly divided, Gryffindor occupying one side and Slytherin the other. Once the classmates settled, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, prompting silence among the students. He reached for Neville Longbottom's Walking with Trolls, brandishing it with pride to showcase the cover featuring his own winking visage. He paused, anticipating laughter, and a few offered faint smiles, while Malfoy regarded him with a mocking grin. Subsequently, he distributed a questionnaire to everyone, laden with inquiries regarding his personal preferences, such as 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? And so forth, spanning 3 full pages. Such a waste of life, Malfoy muttered under his breath, jotting down a single sentence before drifting into thoughts of his own, contemplating how to inspire Pansy to embrace her studies, or pondering the identity of the individual who had taken his little black book. Ron and Harry appeared somewhat bewildered, having little understanding of this teacher aside from his penchant for self-aggrandizement. Observing Hermione's swift penmanship, they reluctantly grasped their quills. Though they felt as if the instruments weighed a ton, lifting them seemed an insurmountable task, a sentiment shared by most of their male peers. They fidgeted, scratching their heads, with Harry even contemplating that he would prefer to tackle potion-related questions, for aside from Snape, he didn't harbor much disdain for the subject. At least the answers could be found within the pages of a book. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers, perusing them before the class. TSK. Hardly anyone remember my favorite lilac color. I mentioned it in a year with the Yeti. He critiqued the responses. The boys expressed their boredom, while the girls listened intently. Suddenly, Lockhart mentioned Hermione's name, startling her. But Miss Granger knows my secret ambition is to eradicate evil from the world and to market my own line of hair care products. He flipped over her paper, revealing a perfect score. Where's Miss Hermione Granger? She raised a trembling hand. Splendid. Lockhart exclaimed with a smile. Very good. 10 point for Gryffindor. He continued flipping through the papers, but his brow furrowed as if he had encountered a blank sheet. Quickly, though, his expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. 20 points for Slytherin. Mr. Malfoy's answers are simply flawless, but that's a secret between him and me. I shan't divulge what he wrote. Lockhart grinned broadly, even winking in the direction of Malfoy's seat. Having been momentarily lost in joy, Hermione snapped back to reality upon hearing that familiar name, glancing towards Malfoy, only to find him seemingly in a daze. Why was it that she could never find the opportunity to clarify matters with him? She found herself reflecting on past events, questioning her own courage rather than the absence of opportunities. Upon this realization, the joy of contributing to the Academy seemed somewhat diminished. Now, returning to the matter at hand, Lockhart bent down and retrieved a large cage draped with a cloth from behind the podium, placing it on the table. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the wizarding world. In this classroom, you will encounter the most terrifying of creatures. However, remember that as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. I only ask that you remain calm. Harry instinctively leaned forward from behind a pile of books, eager to catch a glimpse of the cage. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, causing Neville in the front row to shrink back, while Pansy edged away towards Draco's seat. I must ask you not to scream, Lockhart said in a lowered voice, as that would provoke them. The classmates held their breath, all except for Malfoy. Then, Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he proclaimed theatrically, a freshly captured Cornish pixie. A boy in the class could not suppress a snicker, and even Lockhart could not mistake it for a scream of terror. Be serious, Lockhart scolded, shaking his finger at him. They are mischievous little fiends, cunning as devils. Malfoy scrutinized the pixies in the cage. They were a shade of blue, approximately 8 inches tall, with sharp little faces and shrill, piercing voices, resembling a cacophony of squabbling budgerigars. As soon as the cover was removed, they began chattering excitedly, bouncing around, shaking the bars of the cage, and making all sorts of peculiar faces at those nearby. Well then, Lockhart announced loudly, let's see how you handle them. He opened the cage door. Chaos ensued. The pixies shot out like rockets. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears, lifting him off the ground. Several others dashed out of the window, shattering glass throughout the back of the classroom. The remaining pixies wreaked havoc within, more ferocious than a rampaging rhinoceros. They seized ink bottles and hurled them across the room, tore books and papers to shreds, ripped down posters from the walls, overturned the wastebasket, and flung bags and textbooks through the broken window, while others climbed onto the girls' heads, tugging at their hair. All petrified, Malfoy managed to immobilize a few of the pixies that charged at him and assisted Pansy in her predicament, then stood by to watch the spectacle unfold. "Come on, gather them up. They're merely pixies," Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his wand, exclaiming, "Pescapixie pesternami." Yet it proved futile, as one pixie snatched Lockhart's wand and hurled it out the window. Lockhart gasped, diving beneath the podium, narrowly avoiding Neville, as a chandelier above them could no longer support its weight and came crashing down. "Is this the caliber of our defense against the dark arts instructor?" Pansy questioned incredulously. A similar expression of doubt mirrored the faces of nearly all the students, who were left wondering how it was possible for a teacher to be so helpless against a situation that they themselves could barely manage. "Perhaps his wand is defective," Hermione suggested. "Just like Ron's." She added, continuing, "You have all read his book. Just think of the astonishing feats he has accomplished." Some classmates nodded in agreement with Hermione, their initial skepticism gradually dissipating, yet Ron muttered, "It's merely his own claims. It seems your practical outcomes are quite commendable." At some point, Lockhart emerged from beneath the table, donning his signature smile as if nothing had transpired moments before. Malfoy could only cast a disdainful glance at him. "Is this permissible?" Malfoy was astounded. He had never encountered someone so shameless. After a while, the bell finally rang, bringing the farce to a close. "What did you write on that paper? I noticed you hardly penned a few words." Pansy immediately inquired of Malfoy upon exiting the classroom. She was among the few girls disinterested in the teacher, yet her curiosity remained unquenched. "Flattery won't fill one's stomach," Malfoy shrugged and replied. "I merely wrote, my mother accidentally packed a large bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey in my luggage before school commenced. You know, minors are prohibited from drinking, so I thought I might request your assistance in handling it." "Open bribery?" Pansy stared at him wide-eyed. "No, it's merely a student's token of appreciation toward a teacher." Malfoy glanced at Lockhart, adding with sarcasm, Lockhart's professional ethics were indeed difficult to commend. Chapter 38, Conflict and Embarrassment. It was the weekend, and Harry originally intended to visit Hagrid with Hermione and Ron, but he was abruptly awakened by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Well, he had hoped to sleep a few more hours. However, he was now obliged to attend practice. Reluctantly, he rose, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and squinted at the window, where a delicate mist enveloped the pink-gold sky. The birds outside sang so loudly that he wondered why he had not been roused earlier. He hastily left a note for Ron and made his way to the common room, carrying his Firebolt 2000, only to be accosted by his admirer, Colin Creevey. After a prolonged entanglement, he finally managed to extricate himself. It took him quite some time to reach the Gryffindor changing room, and, after lingering for a while, they arrived at the pitch, where the sun had already risen high. Standing at the back of the line, he heard Wood's irate shout, "I have reserved the pitch for today." Harry pushed his way to the front, only to discover that the field was occupied. Students clad in green robes had already begun their training. Flint shouted at the Slytherin captain, "This is our training time. We specifically got up early to request you vacate the field." "Oh," Flint said with a smirk, "but I possess a signed note from Professor Snape himself. I, Severus Snape, authorize the Slytherin team to train on the Quidditch pitch today to train their new seeker." "You have added a new seeker?" Wood's attention was diverted, and a sudden jolt of alarm surged through Harry as he caught sight of a tuft of platinum hair at the rear of the Slytherin team. He recalled Malfoy's adept spell-casting and impressive accomplishments, which made him acutely aware that even in Quidditch, Malfoy would likely prove a formidable rival, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. "Miss Pansy Parkinson," Flint announced. As the team gradually parted, Harry discerned that another individual lurked behind Malfoy. For reasons unknown, he found himself exhaling in relief. "You actually let a second-year girl become a seeker? And isn't that Draco? With him, you've added another player. What does that signify?" Wood inquired, his voice laced with indignation. Malfoy had spent his summer working at Gringotts, where he rendered substantial assistance to the goblins, who in turn rewarded him handsomely. In gratitude for his generosity, he purchased 7 brooms, which he donated to our team, Flint continued. And at this, the Slytherin players raised their brooms, the magnificent Nimbus 2000 ones, blinding the Gryffindor players in the morning sunlight. "Ah, people are inherently different," Flint remarked with a malicious glint in his eye, casting a disdainful glance at Fred and George. "Perhaps some fathers earn less in a year than what you see here, leaving you to sweep the floors with your antiquated Clean Sweep 5. The Gryffindor team fell momentarily speechless, while the Weasley twins could only glare back in fury. However, Draco seemed reluctant to join the team, opting instead to pass the opportunity to Pansy, yet he agreed to serve as the team's technical advisor. Flint continued to elaborate, or rather to boast. If only he truly wished to participate, I dare say we would have an undeniable advantage this year. Flint lamented with a shake of his head. We should leave, Wood declared, unwilling to provoke a confrontation. Despite his reluctance, Slytherin had, at least in principle, established their position. Harry attempted to explain the situation to them, but Ron's expression swiftly darkened. Harry, don't dwell on it. It's their team's prerogative, and they have a biased head of house backing them. Just focus on your own performance, Hermione encouraged him. Indeed, Harry nodded, tightening his grip on his broom, though a sense of despondency lingered, stemming not only from the field's challenges but also from the upgraded equipment of their rivals, signaling that future matches would undoubtedly be arduous. Although it was certainly not Pansy's first time on a flying broom, it marked her debut as a Quidditch player, and she was exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with excitement, reminiscent of a World Cup fan who might faint with joy at the prospect of playing even a few minutes on the field. Even though this was merely a school team competition, it was enough to send her into a fervor. "Attention team," Malfoy called from the pitch, microphone in hand, causing all warming-up players to halt mid-air, awaiting his command, while Pansy hurriedly brought her broom to a stop. Underestimating one's opponent is tantamount to underestimating oneself. Gryffindor, regardless of their equipment, remained an undeniably formidable team. Malfoy cast his gaze over each team member, all of whom had donned their headsets, an essential adaptation for the efficacy of their training. The winds during practice were strong enough to muffle spoken words, rendering the Muggle radio indispensable. However, given the powerful magnetic fields surrounding Hogwarts, he had made slight modifications. Perhaps Malfoy could devise a similar spell. Yet it seemed more prudent to conserve energy. Why not achieve a lasting solution? He then spoke with gravity, asserting that while they had acquired new equipment, it was by no means the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. Not to mention, Harry Potter's gear was merely a generation behind theirs. Even the Weasley twins' antiquated brooms were familiar to them after years of use. Though they had embraced the speed of their new brooms, they also risked greater peril. The team members nodded in agreement. Despite being only in his second year, Malfoy exuded a natural leadership aura, bolstered by his own achievements and the whispers of his prowess. Not to mention being the sponsor of the brooms. Most importantly, his insights were undeniably sound. After experiencing the exhilarating speed, they indeed felt a certain dissonance. At times, controlling the broom felt awkward. In truth, I had reservations about training today, he mused. If they could avoid direct encounters, using the new brooms as a secret weapon would certainly catch their opponents off guard. However, after today, the opposition would surely be on their guard. Malfoy continued, observing a wave of regret wash over his teammates. He quickly added, "Yet, I find that this may not be so detrimental. You all witnessed the expression of the Gryffindor captain. They're prepared psychologically, but that also heightens their pressure." He paused momentarily. "We must disdain our enemies strategically while respecting them tactically. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The 7 voices resounded like thunder. With the pre-battle rally complete, Malfoy discreetly wiped his brow and commenced outlining their strategy. The core principle was simple: to delay. Pansy was less adept with the broom than her peers, and both the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams could be deemed the least proficient. Moreover, Harry, possessing exceptional talent and an additional year of training, meant that relying on Pansy to catch the golden snitch was unrealistic. The Slytherin players were all of considerable stature, and should the match devolve into a war of attrition, their stamina would confer them a distinct advantage. "Do you not trust me at all?" Pansy complained as she engaged in routine flying practice. Malfoy could only shake his head in resignation. "Let us not forget our agreement," he reminded her, lowering his voice as she swooped close. "I know. Must you be so annoying?" Pansy waved her hand dismissively. "Spread out. You're all bunched together. This is far too scattered. Are you preparing to let them storm the goal unopposed?" It appeared that Malfoy adapted to his role as an advisor with remarkable speed. The emerald robes of the Slytherin players billowed in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Despite the brilliant sunshine, the biting gusts lashed against their faces, leaving a chill in the air. Yet, they remained undeterred, harboring a fierce determination within. The memory of their previous defeat to Gryffindor weighed heavily upon them, igniting a desire for vengeance in this year's match. The acquisition of the latest brooms further fueled their resolve. After a considerable period, Malfoy issued the command to conclude their practice, adhering to the principle that a steady, gradual approach is the most prudent. Excessive training would only deplete their potential, yielding more harm than good. Upon returning to the ground, Pansy evidently had not yet shaken off her exhilaration, gripping her broom tightly as if reluctant to set it down. Clearly still craving more. "Calm down. There'll be plenty of opportunities ahead." how much more satisfying it is to participate directly than merely to cheer from the sidelines. Malfoy reassured her, placing his hands on her shoulders to soothe her. Pansy nodded, her cheeks flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from excitement or the remnants of exertion. "You must remember our agreement," Malfoy reiterated with emphasis. "Yes," Pansy replied in a whisper, barely audible, nodding again before shyly adding, "Tonight, I will follow your lead." The entire Slytherin team seemed momentarily petrified before an eruption of raucous laughter filled the pitch, drawing the attention of those in the stands. All the players exchanged knowing glances with Malfoy, conveying a look understood among men. Malfoy felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could expel a torrent of pin-up exasperation. Chapter 39, Practice and Setbacks. Raise your hand higher. Maintain a moderate pace. It should neither be too fast nor too slow. This applies especially to beginners like you. As you become more adept, you may quicken your tempo. Relax. You are on the verge of snapping your wand in half. The Quidditch field was, of course, the result of one of Pansy's mischievous pranks. Malfoy's agreement with her was, in truth, an arrangement for him to impart some self-defense spells and academic knowledge. He had broached the subject numerous times, yet Pansy consistently evaded it, often fabricating excuses. The privileged young lady's aversion to study had become the norm. Practice like this for now, Malfoy sighed. After spending considerable time teaching her a simplified version of his shield charm, he began to question his aptitude as a teacher. Yet, he preferred to believe that Pansy's foundation was simply too weak. Last semester, she had only scraped through most exams with his last-minute assistance and pointers. They were currently situated on a patch of grass not far from the Quidditch field, the soft turf beneath them providing a sense of comfort. Gazing up at the sky, Malfoy saw only a few clouds amidst the vast expanse of azure. Observing Pansy's practice fall into a routine, he allowed himself to relax, striving to immerse himself in his own training. Expecto Patronum, he declared loudly, invoking the incantation. A sigh escaped Malfoy's lips once more. The failure to conjure a Patronus stemmed partly from his desire to control its form, a task far more arduous than he had anticipated. He had encountered in various texts the notion that a Patronus embodies the hidden yet undeniable aspects of one's character. Attempting to manipulate its shape was akin to altering one's very essence. Thus, the power of love is indeed formidable. Malfoy recalled Snape's stag and Tonks' rabbit transforming into a wolf. It appeared he had been overly idealistic. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Malfoy recognized this as the first challenge that left him utterly perplexed. Even with the courage to make a sacrifice, he realized there was no opportunity for such a sacrifice to manifest. Perhaps he would try again later. He dismissed the notion of continuing, recognizing that he was thwarted not by the absence of joyous memories, but by the inherent contradiction in the form of the Patronus. For a bibliophile such as himself, the mere recollection of a knowledge he had acquired was sufficient to evoke delight. "Your stance is incorrect." Malfoy observed Pansy's misaligned hand and quickly interjected. "I know," Pansy replied, baring her teeth in a display of impatience. What a tiresome student she is, Malfoy thought, empathizing somewhat with the struggles of his former teachers. Reflecting on the past 2 years of defense against the dark arts, he lamented, in the first year, Quirrell was merely a puppet. He feigned incompetence to disguise his true nature. This year's instructor doesn't even bother with pretense, as he is simply inept. Tell me, if you were truly in danger, would you rely on your pitiful incantations? He sought to make her aware of the gravity of the situation. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the world? Pansy retorted, though her defiance had noticeably waned. While I may not be fond of that old man, isn't he regarded as the most formidable wizard? He should be able to protect us, she asserted, fixing her clear gaze upon him. Besides, there's you. Isn't there? I cannot be by your side forever, Malfoy replied. Why not? Pansy inquired, only to realize she had posed a rather profound question, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. Malfoy felt a twinge of awkwardness at the question, but continued, true power lies in one's own hands. He furrowed his brow and added, if you do not practice diligently, I will have to enlist Flint. The implication was clear, and Malfoy believed that a threat would yield quicker results. As expected, Pansy promptly complied, adjusting her stance and earnestly practicing once more. After a while, Malfoy began to assess his teaching effectiveness. Expelliarmus. He raised his wand, and a red beam shot forth. Pansy had yet to complete her incantation when she found her wand slipping from her grasp and landing in Malfoy's hand. He frowned slightly, dissatisfied. Your spell was too hasty. I barely had time to react. Pansy began to make excuses for herself. The enemy will not show mercy simply because you're caught off guard, Malfoy remarked with gravity. Though his tone softened as he continued, I can understand the first time. Let's conclude today here. Upon hearing this, Pansy immediately exhaled in relief, for it was clear that the exhilarating thrill of Quidditch far outweighed the tedium of spell practice. She could happily engage in Quidditch training for an entire morning, yet found it impossible to concentrate on studying for even an hour. It was truly exasperating. Malfoy sighed deeply. Chapter 40. Exoneration of suspicions. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Hermione reminded Harry, "You mentioned you would attend the memorial gala. Aside from Slytherin, the other three houses upheld honesty and integrity as virtues. Thus, albeit reluctantly, Harry adhered to his commitment. They soon encountered hundreds of pearly, translucent ghosts drifting through the classroom, waltzing to the shrill sounds of 30 saws. A chandelier was ablaze with thousands of candles, casting an eerie blue glow. They decided to explore other areas, narrowly avoiding the weeping, moaning Myrtle, thanks to Hermione's timely warning, and found themselves at the far end of the underground classroom. Ron exclaimed excitedly upon spotting a long dining table adorned with black velvet, but as they approached, they instinctively covered their noses. The food for ghosts could hardly be expected to be normal, as they were incapable of consuming anything. It seemed they merely passed their mouths through the food, as if to feign a meal. Consequently, Harry and Ron beheld an array of decaying meats, charred cakes, and copious amounts of maggot-infested meat pies, surmising that these dishes had been left for an extended period and reused many times. Soon, Peeves returned to wreak havoc, bringing Myrtle to tears once more. After exchanging a few words with nearly headless Nick, they could no longer endure the atmosphere, feeling it was far too cold. Harry's stomach growled with hunger, and Ron's teeth chattered incessantly. "I feel something is amiss. It seems as though someone is watching me," Harry remarked, initially attributing it to a ghost, but now certain that no specter was present. He scanned his surroundings, seeking something, yet found nothing. The pudding must not be finished, Ron said hopefully, leading the way toward the stairs that ascended to the hall. At that moment, Harry heard it, a voice whispering, "Tear you, rip you, kill you." It was the same cold, menacing voice he had heard in Lockhart's office. He stumbled to a halt, grasping the stone wall, intently listening while scanning the dimly lit corridor with narrowed eyes. "Harry, what are you doing?" he heard. Following the voice, he sensed it growing increasingly ominous. Even with just a few words, he could feel the bloodthirsty desire of its owner. He intended to kill. A sudden wave of both fear and exhilaration surged within Harry as he sprinted through the third floor. Ron and Hermione followed closely, breathless yet determined. The trio pressed on relentlessly until they rounded a corner, arriving at the last desolate corridor. Before them, something glimmered upon the wall. They approached cautiously, squinting in the dim light to discern its meaning. Between two windows, a foot above the ground, words were scrawled upon the wall. Shimmering in the glow of a flickering torch, "The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." "What is that hanging below?" Ron stammered, his voice quivering. They edged closer, and Harry nearly slipped on a large puddle below. Ron and Hermione grasped him tightly, inching towards the ominous message, their eyes fixated on a dark shape beneath it. As the three of them finally discerned what it was, they recoiled in alarm, splashing water in their retreat. Then they beheld the petrified form of Mrs. Norris, the caretaker-esque cat, her tail dangling from the torch holder, her body rigid as a plank, eyes wide open in a fixed stare. The trio stood frozen for several seconds before Ron broke the silence. "We should get out of here. Shouldn't we try to save Harry?" Hermione suggested hesitantly. "Listen," Ron urged, "we don't want to be caught here." Yet it was too late. A low rumble, akin to distant thunder, signaled the end of the feast. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs echoed, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of students satisfied after their meal. Soon, students jostled toward the corridor from either side. As the frontmost students spotted the upside-down cat, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood isolated in the middle of the corridor, the students falling silent as they crowded forward to witness the dreadful scene. Harry felt his lips dry as he gazed at the still, frozen cat, at a loss for words to explain the situation. It seemed that with only the three of them present, any attempt at dialogue would be futile. He also noticed Filch striding swiftly towards them. 3 suspects eliminated. Under the invisibility cloak, Malfoy could only comfort himself with this thought as he stood aside, coldly observing the unfolding scene. He had previously endured a chaotic revelry with the ghosts, intending to arrive at the scene before the trio, but had overestimated his speed. He had to expend considerable effort to maintain the spell and perhaps avoid detection by Peeves. With so many students around, the disillusionment charm was certainly not a wise choice. He could not help but feel a headache. The fragments of Voldemort's soul clung to objects, creating magical artifacts forged by the most formidable dark wizard in history. This compelled him to exert an extraordinary amount of energy in dealing with them. From Ginny's behavior, it was evident that the diary possessed an unparalleled allure for those with underlying psychological issues. In his youth, Voldemort exhibited an acute understanding of human nature, effortlessly earning the trust of nearly everyone. A gentle nudge from him was often sufficient to make others open their hearts, allowing him to manipulate them at will. However, it was perhaps a blessing that they had been excluded. With the butterfly effect beginning to take hold, he would not overlook any suspicious individuals. If one were to truly consider psychological issues, the Iron Triangle was not insignificant either. Harry, having lost his parents at a young age and raised in a household that was anything but nurturing, had endured a childhood marked by abuse. Yet, upon being accepted into Hogwarts, he experienced a reversal of fortune, becoming the so-called savior in the eyes of the wizarding world. Nonetheless, he understood that he was merely an ordinary boy, his magical aptitude rather unremarkable, perhaps slightly above average. He bore immense pressure and harbored a certain disdain for the titles ascribed to him. Some children may feel a deep-seated aversion to the praise heaped upon them by their parents and elders, perceiving it as jarring. For they believe they do not deserve such accolades, which engenders a sense of shame. In the shadow of this shame, Harry yearned to prove himself, not solely in Quidditch, but in other realms as well, striving to embody the mantle of the savior. Imagine if the diary's riddle imparted upon him numerous magical insights, propelling his academic prowess to new heights. Perhaps it would be he who fell under the diary's spell. Of course, it is also possible that his innate sense of justice could overpower these desires. Who can say for certain? As for Ron, as the youngest brother, he inevitably found himself subjected to comparisons with his siblings. Like Ginny, he faced the challenge of making do with hand-me-downs. Poverty is one of the most formidable elements that can break a person, and even Harry, who initially appeared to be destitute, was in fact a hidden heir to a substantial fortune. He could nonchalantly purchase all the snacks he desired in the train compartment, which may have sparked a moment of jealousy in Ron. Like other boys his age, he longed for attention. The mirror of Ariste revealed this truth with clarity. Yet he lacked the corresponding abilities, which was a source of anguish. Imagine, the diary merely needed to evoke a modicum of jealousy and fear to ensnare him. Regarding Hermione, a witch of Muggle descent, her initial foray into the magical realm must have been filled with trepidation and wonder, with the former likely outweighing the latter in those early moments. However, when she discovered her capabilities surpassed those of many children from wizarding families, her fear began to dissipate. Yet, she continued to grapple with the complexities of her friendships, often finding herself caught in the conflict between camaraderie and school regulations. Her occasional thoughtless actions also tended to evoke pride, inadvertently hindering the bonds of friendship among them. Certainly, under the careless oversight of someone, perhaps the customary trials of a girl's adolescence have multiplied. Reflecting on this, Malfoy exhaled deeply. At times, he pondered whether it would be more prudent to adhere strictly to his identity as a pure-blood devotee, continuing to oppose Harry and his companions along the preordained path, deriding Hermione as a mudblood, thus ensuring the historical trajectory remained unaltered. He might endure a couple of tragic years in 6th and 7th grade, but afterward, following Voldemort's defeat, he could return to a life of comfort and privilege. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, and he chuckled at the self-deprecating notion, allowing his mind to wander further into contemplation. Chapter 41. The Roaring Chicken's Howl. Subsequently, a fracas erupted in the corridors, as Filch arbitrarily accused Harry of being the perpetrator. Professor McGonagall conducted a meticulous analysis of the situation, while Snape interrogated Harry with a sardonic tone. Gilderoy Lockhart began to boast of his grand exploits, even attempting to usurp the potion assignment originally designated for Snape. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who, against the tide of dissent, upheld the principle of innocent until proven guilty, permitting Harry and his companions to vacate the premises. "Where have you been?" Pansy inquired softly upon spotting Malfoy at the dining table, her tone laced with anxiety and concern. "I heard Filch's cat has been petrified. Aren't you worried?" she continued, gazing at him with scrutiny as if a thought had occurred to her. "Where exactly were you? Are you suspecting me of being the culprit?" Malfoy found the situation somewhat amusing and deftly shifted the conversation, fully aware of the girl's worry for him. In the end, Pansy's inquiry faded into silence, her attention diverted by a few of Malfoy's jokes. "What does it mean to be an adversary of the heir?" A Ravenclaw student posed another question at their table. "That is not the crux of the matter. What we should be most concerned about is what exactly petrified it." Another lean boy interjected. "Medusa?" Luna raised her hand high. "Oh, little Luna. That creature is as fictional as the crumple-horned snorkack you seek, another student remarked. I will find it one day. With that, Luna lowered her head again, seemingly lost in thoughts about where she might discover her elusive creature, momentarily indifferent to the current situation. Medusa? At the mention of this term, a girl who had been silently buried in her thoughts trembled slightly, as if struck by a revelation. She raised her head and said, Professor Sprout mentioned it in class. Are you suggesting that there might be a basilisk within our school? A gentle voice inquired, yet all could sense the tremor in her tone. Had Malfoy been present, he would have recognized this girl with dark hair as Qiu Zhang, hailing from the east. Thus, the rumor spread like wildfire throughout the school overnight. Every student became aware of the possibility that a deadly basilisk lurked within the institution. Draco. A few days later, while enjoying his breakfast at the Slytherin table, Malfoy suddenly noticed two dark figures looming before him, both calling out simultaneously, their inner agitation palpable. Malfoy lifted his head, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the serious-faced Weasley twins. What brings you here? Pansy inquired. Previously, her interactions with Gryffindor students had been minimal, but as a Quidditch player, she clearly had to pay heed to her opponents, of whom the Weasley twins were two. This isn't the right place to discuss it, Fred and George replied, their usual playful demeanor replaced with a grave tone. I know what you're about to ask. Malfoy waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a coincidence. If I were truly clairvoyant, I should be earning far more than mere pocket change in your eyes, shouldn't I? The expressions of the Weasley twins fluctuated. After a moment of silence, George posed a question. Do you still want those items? It's up to you, Malfoy said, sipping his honey tea, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. You're actually doing business with the Weasleys? Uncle Lucius will have a fit, Pansy exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as George and Fred walked away. You won't tell, will you? Malfoy regarded her silently. With barely a moment's hesitation, Pansy vehemently denied the notion, though her curiosity about their transaction was piqued. You should know by afternoon, Malfoy replied. This is precisely the sort of baiting I detest, Pansy huffed, glaring at him. By afternoon, the mystery was unveiled. Lockhart was the first casualty, though not at the hands of the basilisk. During the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart was performing a weekend with Werewolves with Harry, where Lockhart played himself and Harry assumed the role of the werewolf. Just as Harry was about to pounce and sink his teeth into Lockhart's throat, a jarring sound erupted in the classroom. Cluck, cluck, cluck. This noise was akin to the first domino falling or a bomb being dropped into deep waters, triggering a cacophony of rooster crows that filled the room. Everyone be quiet. Lockhart was taken aback by the commotion as dozens of rooster crows erupted simultaneously. His voice was drowned out completely, and it seemed that even if the students could hear him, they had no intention of complying. Noticing the chaos in the classroom, Neville hastily bowed his head. He had inadvertently activated the initial crowing letter, and he hadn't anticipated such a monumental chain reaction. As news spread through Ravenclaw about a potential basilisk lurking in Hogwarts, anxiety permeated the air. Soon, they learned that the crowing of roosters was lethal to basilisks, leading some students to take note of the school's roosters. Even the trio sought out Hagrid, only to be informed that all the roosters had met untimely ends. This revelation deepened their suspicion of a lurking conspiracy. Subsequently, some students began to hear promotions for a product, crowing letters, your best defense against the basilisk. Buy 2 for 1, and purchase over 100 for an even greater discount. Without further ado, this is a promotion for George and Fred. Though lingering doubts remain, it is not in the Weasley twins' nature to let an opportunity for profit slip away. Almost in the blink of an eye, every student found themselves holding several Howler letters, with Neville igniting the spark in Gilderoy Lockhart's classroom. This was undoubtedly fueled by the defiance of certain male students. After all, to those who diligently applied themselves to their studies, Lockhart possessed little genuine knowledge, which emboldened them to follow suit. Had it been Professor McGonagall's class, a mere stern glance from her could have quelled Neville's careless act, rendering it no more than a flicker in a tempest. Ron, standing at the foot of the podium, scoffed and turned away disdainfully. Harry gazed blankly at the charm before him, instinctively sensing that the Weasley twins' howlers were of greater utility. Meanwhile, Hermione cautiously tucked the charm away into her bag. Chapter 42, Unwavering Doubt. They remained skeptical. If the basilisk truly existed, did it reside within that chamber? The inscription on the wall seemed to have been overlooked by everyone. Nevertheless, today's lesson was perhaps the most attentively received one of his teaching career. Unable to resist the unusual fervor of his students, he delved into the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Yet within 5 minutes, the classmates succumbed once more to a drowsy stupor. After class, the The trio commenced their discussion on the information regarding the chamber they had just heard. Hermione nodded somewhat reluctantly, though she internally grappled with the notion that one's worth should not be judged by their house. Harry's feelings were even more complex, as the Sorting Hat had once earnestly considered placing him in Slytherin. He vividly recalled the small voice that whispered in his ear while he donned the hat a year prior, as if it had transpired yesterday. You will be immensely successful. You know, all the potential lies within you. Slytherin will undoubtedly aid you in your triumph. If Slytherin epitomized malevolence, did that imply a lurking darkness within his own character or essence? That evening in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made a concerted effort to distance themselves from Percy. Ron's mood remained dismal. While attempting his charm's homework, he consistently spilled ink onto the parchment. Distracted, when he reached for his wand to erase the stains, he inadvertently set the parchment aflame. Angered, Ron slammed shut his standard spellbook, level 2. To Harry's astonishment, Hermione too forcefully closed her book. Who do you think the heir of Slytherin is? Ron inquired, fiddling with his battered wand. I don't know. Harry shook his head. Neither do I. Hermione sensed Ron was on the verge of uttering a name she dreaded, yet she shook her head nonetheless. If I were Salazar Slytherin. Ron lowered his voice and glanced around, noticing that no one was looking their way before continuing. I'm certain I will find an absolutely exceptional heir, one who is of pure blood and willing to confront Muggles and those of Muggle descent. Are you referring to Draco? The name slipped from Harry's lips. They were oblivious to Hermione's tightly pressed lips. Who else could it be? Ron's voice sank even lower. Think about it. Although we may not wish to acknowledge it, he is undeniably skilled in magic. I sense that even the 6th and 7th year students are not as competent as he is. As if recalling an incident from their first year at Hagrid's hut, Ron inhaled deeply before adding, surely. You cannot imagine that Crabbe and Goyle are the heirs of the chamber? At this, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Those two were certainly not suited for such a role. If Salazar were to learn that his heir was of such ilk, it is conceivable that the basilisk's first victim would not be a Muggle, but rather those two fools. And consider the rumors about him previously torturing a Muggle with a spell, only to have his wand confiscated. Ron continued. Harry recalled his own harrowing experience that day. He still felt a chill, having nearly been transported to the Malfoy residence along with that cabinet. He had overheard much about Lucius, seemingly dealing with items of dark magic. Later, when they encountered one another at Flourish and Blots, the atmosphere between the Weasleys and the Malfoys was palpably tense. Out of both sentiment and reason, Harry stood firmly with Ron's family. But all of this is mere speculation, Hermione said hesitantly, her voice wavering as she hesitated to speak for fear of whom to trust. You make a valid point. He indeed seems the most suspect, but we possess no evidence, she lamented. Perhaps I have a solution. Hermione quickly glanced towards Percy at the other end of the room, lowering her voice further. Of course, it won't be easy, and it's perilous, extremely perilous. We would likely violate 50 school rules. In about a month, if you are willing to share with us, we will tell you, right? Ron said impatiently. We could transform into familiar faces and directly inquire of him, Hermione proposed, uncertain of how she had come up with the suggestion. Are you jesting? Harry and Ron laughed, looking at Hermione in disbelief. I am not. She shook her head. Though Snape is quite loathsome, the knowledge from his lessons is indeed useful. A few weeks ago, he mentioned a potion called Polyjuice Potion. What is that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. Suddenly, Hermione noticed that Harry and Ron were silently staring at her, speechless. It dawned on her that Crabbe and Goyle were merely Draco's nominal followers. In reality, Draco did not often associate with them, and they were not particularly close. Who else could there be? Pansy. Hermione felt her stomach twist. She had dug herself into a hole. Hermione, the safety of the students and faculty rests upon you. Ron looked at her expectantly. Harry nodded solemnly. However, the recipe was quite elusive. Hermione expressed her reluctance and sought to find an excuse to evade the task. Snape had mentioned in a tome entitled Powerful Potions that it was undoubtedly located within the restricted section of the library. To borrow a book from this area, one could only obtain a signed note from a teacher. I have an excellent candidate in mind, Harry suggested. So do I. Ron chimed in with a chuckle. Clearly, apart from Lockhart, there was no better option available. Consequently, after Hermione spoke a few flattering words to Lockhart, he readily affixed his signature to the note without even glancing at the title of the book they wished to borrow. Thus, they effortlessly acquired the recipe, yet two significant hurdles remained. They lacked both a venue and the necessary materials. Hermione chose the dilapidated restroom of Moaning Myrtle as their location, reasoning that any sane individual would avoid it, ensuring their trio would not be discovered. Moaning Myrtle wept inconsolably in her cubicle, but they ignored her, and she, in turn, Pay them no mind. Soon, they encountered their second dilemma. The materials. Common ingredients could be procured from students' lockers, but the rarer components proved much more challenging. The powdered horn of a bicorn was elusive, and finding a fragment of African snake skin was equally difficult. They pondered whether Snape's private stores might contain what they needed. Finally, they also required a personal item from the individual they intended to transform. We can hardly find an opportunity to approach her, Ron lamented. Opportunities can always be created, Harry encouraged. On Saturday afternoon, Malfoy felt a pang of regret over a misstep he had made. Prior to the match, he had warned Dobby not to meddle during the Quidditch game, fearing that a rogue bludger could injure others. However, he seemed to have underestimated the potency of someone's luck. Without the interference of the bludger, Harry concluded the match far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. Meanwhile, Pansy was in the common room, weeping sorrowfully, consumed by guilt. The strategy they had devised had barely begun to unfold when the match concluded, and she felt solely responsible for the outcome. To be fair, Malfoy was satisfied with their training, and their performance on the field had been commendable, yet they could not withstand the overwhelming fortune of a certain individual. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon comforting Pansy. By evening, news broke of yet another student petrified, Colin Creevey, Harry's devoted follower, who had attempted to visit Harry in the hospital wing but was petrified in the corridor. Dobby had adhered to his master's directives and refrained from targeting the bludger this time. Instead, while the crowd cheered for Harry, lifting him high in celebration, he cast a simultaneous charm on several individuals. When Malfoy heard of this, he speculated it was a lapse in concentration, leading the Gryffindor players to inadvertently bring their hero crashing to the ground. History has a way of repeating itself. Lockhart executed a flawless bone-breaking curse, necessitating Harry's hospitalization. On a Monday morning, the news of Colin Creevey's assault spread like wildfire throughout the school, with him now lying in the infirmary like a lifeless figure. Instantly, rumors began to circulate, filling the air with suspicion and apprehension. The first-year students clustered together in tight-knit groups, fearful that venturing out alone might render them vulnerable to attack. Consequently, the Weasley brothers' rooster-crowing contraption sold out once more, filling their coffers to the brim. Of course, Draco Malfoy remained behind to uncover the truth. Harry and his friends had nearly gathered all the necessary ingredients, yet they still lacked a unicorn's horn and the skin of an African tree snake. Thus, during Snape's potions class, Harry and Ron resolved to create a distraction, intending to buy Hermione some time to pilfer materials from Snape's private stores. As they prepared to employ the tricky fireworks they had acquired from Fred, a sudden clucking sound startled nearly all the students, causing a flurry of chaos as potions splattered everywhere and the classroom erupted into pandemonium. Neville Longbottom, Snape bellowed in his ominous tone, declaring, "If you bring that contraption to class again, I shall expel you." He continued, 20 points from Gryffindor. Now everyone be quiet. Those who have been splashed by potions, come to me for an antidote. I think we should treat Neville to a meal, Ron suggested. Today is the only day we've lost points, and I'm still happy. Though he felt it was inappropriate, Harry genuinely felt a surge of joy. After class, Hermione successfully obtained the new ingredients, and they hurried to the girls' restroom to toss them into the cauldron. He knows it was me, Hermione said anxiously as she stirred the potion. But he has no evidence, does he? Harry reassured her. He doesn't need evidence, Harry, Ron interjected, dousing their optimism with cold water. All right, Harry muttered, adding, we can always confess together. Are you joking? Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising. I'll be the one to steal because I have no prior record. Don't worry. He has no evidence. He can only make things difficult for us. She fixed her gaze on Harry, saying, we're used to it by now, aren't we? That's true, Harry replied, rubbing his nose. Chapter 44, The Dueling Club, Part 1. A week later, an exhilarating announcement graced the notice boards in the common rooms of all four houses. The school was to establish a dueling club. It seemed that the recent rumors had prompted Dumbledore to believe it necessary to train the students' practical combat skills. Malfoy had long awaited this opportunity, harboring his own plans for the event. At 8 o'clock in the evening, nearly all the students gathered in the Great Hall, jostling for space, each wielding their wands, faces alight with excitement. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling transformed once again into a velvety expanse of darkness. They engaged in animated discussion, with Hermione speculating whether Professor Lockhart would be the one to teach them, as he was rumored to have once been a champion duelist. However, when Harry and Ron beheld Lockhart striding onto the stage in a resplendent plum-colored robe, they both sighed in dismay. Snape followed closely beside him. Those were merely minor errors. Today we shall witness his true prowess, Hermione asserted with conviction. Oh, come on. He turned Harry's bones into nothingness. I only wish his blunders could befall Snape, depriving him of a few bones as well, Ron retorted scornfully. Enough of this bickering. Let us focus, the victim interjected, prompting Hermione and Ron to cease their quarrel. Lockhart waved his hand for silence and proclaimed loudly, "Gather around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club. To thoroughly train you all in case one day you find yourselves in need of self-defense, employing the very methods I have utilized countless times. For further details, please refer to my published works. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart announced, flashing a broad smile. "He has informed me that he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling, and he has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class begins. I assure you, I have no intention of causing you little ones any distress. Once our demonstration concludes, I shall return your potions, Professor, to you in one piece. So fear not." Subsequently, they bowed to one another, their hands weaving intricate patterns, while Snape merely shook his head in impatience. They raised their wands before their chests like arrows. "As you can see, we shall hold our wands in a standard dueling stance," Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, none of us shall take the other's life." "I wouldn't dare bet on that," Harry whispered, flashing a grin at Snape. 1, 2, 3. The two raised their wands forcefully above their shoulders. Snape shouted, "Expelliarmus." A dazzling red light suddenly flashed. "Protego." Lockhart successfully defended himself before launching a counterattack. He twirled his wand a few times before languidly uttering the incantation, seemingly to display his ease. "Protego." Snape waved his wand in a similar manner, yet it appeared Lockhart's spell held far more potency than he had anticipated. The spell was deflected, but Snape stumbled backward several paces, ultimately landing on the ground. "What on earth is this?" Malfoy thought he might burst out in disbelief, even beginning to speculate maliciously whether Lockhart had bribed Snape with a few photographs of Lily, causing Snape to deliberately hold back. This was utterly shocking. A fool defeating the Half-Blood Prince in a duel? The inventor of the disarming charm and the Half-Blood Prince? Who would believe such a tale? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Lockhart, with a flourish of his wand, captivated the attention of the crowd before gracefully advancing and extending his hand, seemingly eager to showcase his refined demeanor. However, Snape remained unmoved, brushing the dust from his robes and rising independently. The rebuffed Lockhart showed no signs of embarrassment, nor did anyone else feel uncomfortable. The only ones flustered were the Slytherin students, witnessing their headmaster's defeat by someone whose prior performance at school had been less than stellar. "My goodness," Ron gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape for an extended period. "Surely, he must have erred before." Harry's eyes widened, now regarding Lockhart as the finest of instructors. Having avenged him mightily, even the earlier incident of his bones vanishing seemed trivial. Who among us has not faltered at times? Hermione wore a satisfied smile, as if to proclaim, "See, I was right all along." This defeat of Snape silenced the previous doubts surrounding Lockhart, elevating his status to immense renown. No longer were only the girls gazing at him with starry eyes, but many boys too looked upon him with admiration. Just now, Professor Snape and I exchanged disarming spells. Lockhart cleared his throat and began to recount his dueling experiences. But as you all witnessed, even the same spell yields different effects when cast by different individuals. Casting a glance at Snape, he added, "Professor Snape, do not take offense. This is all for the benefit of the students." Snape's countenance darkened further, his pallor alarming. The Gryffindor students buzzed with excitement, lamenting only that they had not brought a camera to capture this momentous occasion. "Harry, honestly, it's a shame Neville wasn't here today," Ron remarked, as if struck by a thought. "Indeed, it is a pity," Harry nodded regretfully, pondering that had Neville been present, he might never fear Snape again. Chapter 45, The Dueling Club, Part 2. Knowledge is gained through practice. The demonstration concludes here. Now, I shall come among you and pair you off into teams of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me." Lockhart began organizing the students for their duels. Snape, radiating an aura of menace, approached, instilling an involuntary retreat among several students. Lockhart's ability to best him did not imply they could do the same, for they were not fools. Seamus and Justin formed a pair, while Harry and Ron eagerly sought proximity to Lockhart. However, Snape interjected, stepping before them first. "The dream team should be broken up," he mockingly declared. "Weasley, you shall pair with Finnegan." It seemed he sought to vent his frustration over his defeat upon them. "Draco, I believe it fitting for the Savior to be your opponent. Let's see what you can mold the illustrious Potter into. As for you, Miss Granger," Snape's gaze fell upon Hermione. You shall pair with Pansy. Thus, Snape had selected a nearby Slytherin student. Hermione exhaled deeply, realizing she now had an opportunity to approach Pansy. She had deliberately stepped in that direction just moments before, and to her surprise, it had indeed worked. The two ascended the stage slowly, while Harry was engulfed in anxiety, vividly recalling Ron's unfortunate state back in Hagrid's hut. Raising his wand and preparing himself, Lockhart proclaimed loudly, on the count of 3, cast your spells to disarm your opponent. It's merely a disarming charm. We do not wish for any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Both contestants raised their wands above their shoulders. Upon reaching 3, they turned to face each other. Perhaps due to nerves or something else, Harry acted first, lifting his wand and pointing it directly at Malfoy. Expelliarmus. A faint red beam shot forth, considerably dimmer and slower than Snape's recent spell. Undoubtedly, this charm was deflected by Malfoy's Protego. Serpensortia. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and muttered the incantation. Yet nothing emerged from the tip of his wand. I said, merely disarm. Lockhart observed Malfoy with some dissatisfaction. However, Malfoy merely chuckled and retorted, this spell is far less dangerous than the disarming charm. How is that possible? Ron exclaimed from the sidelines, seething with indignation. Breaking the rules should incur penalties. Did the spell mention snakes? Hermione's heart raced. All the students had been on edge lately due to the rumored basilisk, which may or may not exist. Whispers rippled through the audience, as everyone had overheard the mention of snakes in the incantation. Harry was intently focused, ready for anything, when he noticed that Malfoy's wand had not reacted after the spell was cast. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate his opponent, for he did not believe Malfoy would make such a fundamental error. Soon, Harry heard gasps from the spectators, lowering his head. He caught sight of a serpent coiling around his waist, hissing and flicking its tongue, its emerald eyes fixated on him as it ascended his torso. Aside from the initial moment of fear, Harry found himself inexplicably compelled to communicate with the snake, convinced that it could understand him. Could you let me go? He inquired, staring at the creature, but to no avail. Hermione, what's happening with Harry? Ron asked, bewildered. Is he talking to that snake? I don't know, Hermione replied, shaking her head, equally perplexed and unable to comprehend Harry's words. Is he conversing with that snake? A Ravenclaw student questioned, or perhaps casting another disarming spell. As the students observed the serpent tightening around Harry's neck, Snape interrupted the duel, declaring, Draco, this can come to an end. The victor is clear. Of course, Professor, Malfoy replied, having kept his eyes closed until now, seemingly confident in his spell, standing motionless before Harry as if lost in thought. Finite incantatum. He suddenly pointed his wand at Harry. The students below found the duel rather dull, far less thrilling than the battles between professors. Yet, Lockhart interjected, what a splendid spell. It reminds me of an ancient Eastern proverb, to win without fighting. What was it again? To win without fighting is to conquer one's enemy, a black-haired girl from the audience completed. Indeed, it is this very sentiment that resonates with us all. My aspiration is for world peace, and this spell truly aligns with my desires. Slytherin receives 10 points. Lockhart joyfully exclaimed as he raised his wand. He numbly descended from the platform, the image of the serpent lingering in his mind. Oh, Harry, what are you daydreaming about? You could easily pull that rope apart with your hands, Ron complained, perplexed by Harry's unusual defeat. A rope? Harry responded, astonished as he gazed at Ron. Did you see something else? Hermione interjected, her instincts suggesting that this magic was not as simple as it appeared. I only saw a serpent, Harry slowly replied. It was clearly a rope. Everyone saw it, Ron stated incredulously, yet he trusted that Harry would not lie, leaving him even more bewildered. He must have combined several spells to create an illusion while simultaneously disassembling and reassembling his robe, Hermione theorized. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, Ron sighed, acknowledging that if he had seen a spider during the duel, he wouldn't have fared any better than Harry. For most, snakes are indeed creatures to be feared. Chapter 46. The Truth is Singular. The dueling club continued for a while longer, with Hermione deliberately holding back during her match against Pansy, seeking an opportunity to engage her in close combat. She successfully grasped a few strands of Pansy's hair, thereby completing all the ingredients for their polyjuice potion. However, Hermione did not feel the joy she had anticipated. She seemed somewhat apprehensive about uncovering the truth, while Harry and Ron were filled with excitement, believing that the mystery was about to be unraveled. But have you considered this? Hermione pondered, gazing intently at the nearly completed potion. What if he is not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Regardless, he must possess some clues. Ron's excitement faltered upon hearing her words, though he still sought to reassure himself. Rest assured, we have a plan, right, Harry? Ron patted his chest, exuding confidence. Indeed, Harry nodded. What are you planning to do? Hermione asked, fearing they might engage in some rule-breaking antics. Just a minor accident. Harry and I only need to unintentionally soil her robes. And then she will go to Snape to complain, which will occupy us for a good portion of the day. Moreover, during the holidays, Snape cannot deduct our points. Harry chuckled at the thought. Your sacrifice is far greater, Ron blurted out. Upon reflection, transforming into another person did indeed seem rather unpleasant. After the dueling club, Malfoy acquired the sounds he needed for Parseltongue, which likely meant something akin to open or unravel, instilling him with greater confidence in his ability to access the chamber. Then there was the exceedingly unusual duel incident, which defied explanation. Malfoy could not believe that a mere fool, proficient only in the forgetfulness charm, could genuinely defeat Snape on his own. The answer was glaringly apparent. The culprit was Lockhart, with the diary in his possession. Replaced the crude, howling letters with exquisite talismans, which in the eyes of others perfectly suit his character, raising not a hint of suspicion, an impeccable guise. With this thought, Malfoy gently tapped his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. He believed his mind was sufficiently expansive. Even the protagonist had not escaped doubt. Little did he anticipate that the true temptation was a teacher. However, knowing this was of little consequence now. Malfoy's instincts suggested that Lockhart might not perform as well as Ginny in the original story. Ginny had sensed something amiss and discarded the diary. Malfoy suspected that Lockhart had never questioned the diary at all, believing he had fortuitously encountered a golden opportunity. The next day, a shocking news reverberated through the Gryffindor common room. Another victim had been petrified, this time not a muggle-born wizard or an animal, but a pure-blood wizard and a ghost. Ron had been petrified, along with nearly headless Nick. Panic swiftly spread throughout all the houses, with Slytherin experiencing the most alarm. Most of them were purebloods, and after Professor Binns recounted the rumor, they had even felt a sense of pride. Look, only our house is truly safe. Those mudbloods should be exterminated. Yet this illusion was brutally shattered. The basilisk sought not only to kill mudbloods, but purebloods as well. Thus, the Weasley brothers' Howler letters once again flew off the shelves. Previously, Slytherin students had regarded themselves as safe and had sneered at the situation, but now, the reality was overwhelming, and they were compelled to procure supplies from their rivals. In the hospital wing, Ginny, Harry, and Hermione rushed to visit Ron whenever they found a moment. Even though he could utter no words, his mouth agape, as if he had witnessed something horrific. This marked the last words Ron had spoken to Harry that day. Harry, it's not your fault, Hermione consoled him. Perhaps if you had been with him, you two would have been petrified. You cannot shoulder all the blame. How much longer until the antidote is complete? Harry suddenly inquired of Hermione, his gaze ablaze with an intensity reminiscent of furious flames. He had initially intended to mention the polyjuice potion, but, noticing Ginny beside him, he quickly altered his response. That's good, Harry declared, shaking his fist. If I discover who is responsible, they shall pay the price. Meanwhile, the Slytherin common room could only be described as a scene of foreboding, with many students wearing anxious expressions. Although Ron had, in their eyes, tarnished the pure blood title, he was still fundamentally different from those mudbloods. The fact that even he had been petrified instilled a newfound terror among the previously complacent Slytherins. Even with several Howler letters in hand, they found no solace for their tumultuous emotions. It seemed they needed to incessantly discuss the matter, as though such chatter could alleviate their fears. Malfoy felt he had unraveled the truth. It was rather simple. Riddle was targeting Ron because his brother was divulging secrets, a straightforward rationale indeed. As for why he did not attempt to confront them directly, that too was easy to deduce. Dealing with one individual is far less arduous than handling two, particularly when Ron was still quite young and thus more easily intimidated. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on Malfoy, who silently sighed. If anyone were to expel Dumbledore from the school, it would be that power-hungry old man, Lucius, who would gladly undertake such a task. If Dumbledore were to be removed, how could Hogwarts still claim to be the safest haven in a European wizarding world? It was a perverse reversal of logic. Should Dumbledore truly resign, and if Hogwarts were a publicly traded company, its stock would plummet instantly, causing Lucius to incur significant losses. Malfoy felt a familiar throbbing in his head. He had yet to devise a flawless plan, as all known strategies risked alerting the prey. Chapter 47. An Unexpected Christmas Feast. Early in the morning, Harry was roused from his slumber by Hermione's incessant chatter. Instinctively, he glanced toward Ron's bed, which remained unoccupied. He sighed, pondering that today might be the day they finally identify the culprit. "Merry Christmas," Hermione greeted him. tossing a gift his way and confirming the exhilarating news that the potion had been successfully brewed. Harry sat up, instantly wide awake. Malfoy had better pray he had not committed any wrongdoing, for Harry would not let him off easily. He clenched his fists, then playfully teased Ron's pet Scabbers, who appeared rather lethargic, likely due to its owner's petrification. Hermione merely nodded in response. At that moment, Hedwig swooped into the room, clutching a small parcel, seemingly a Christmas gift for Harry. With an affectionate nuzzle against his ear, she conveyed a greeting far more precious than the gift she bore. The awful trinket and letter from an unwelcome relative did little to elevate his spirits. However, the other Christmas presents Harry received were decidedly more gratifying. Hagrid had gifted him a large bag of fudge, which Harry planned to toast by the fire before indulging. Hermione had procured an exquisite quill for him. As he unwrapped the final gift, he discovered a brand new hand-knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, accompanied by a sizable fruitcake. Holding up Mrs. Weasley's card, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of guilt. His thoughts wandered to Mr. Weasley's car, which had been missing since its unfortunate encounter with the Whomping Willow, and to Ron, who lay bedridden, intensifying his discomfort as he received his gifts. He noticed a sealed copy of Flying with the Cannons on Ron's desk, knowing it was meant to be a present for him, yet Ron was nowhere to be found. At the Christmas feast in Hogwarts, everyone was relishing the sumptuous fare. The delightful food served as a welcome distraction, allowing them to momentarily forget the earlier oppressive atmosphere. The Great Hall appeared magnificently grand. Not only were there a dozen Christmas trees adorned with silver frost and thick garlands of mistletoe and holly crisscrossing the ceiling, but there was also enchanted snow, warm and dry, gently drifting down from above. Dumbledore led them in singing several of his favorite carols, while Hagrid, after gulping down cup after cup of eggnog, grew increasingly boisterous. "Hermione, it's time," Harry remarked, gauging that the moment had arrived. Hermione nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Draco and Pansy were relishing the festive feast at the Slytherin table when suddenly screams erupted from the crowd and spread towards them. A Pentagon rogue, wildly darting through the air, frantically splattering black ink everywhere, creating a commotion among the students. This chaos brought an unexpected vibrancy to the hall, as the pen moved relentlessly towards the Slytherin table, ultimately landing before Pansy. "My goodness!" Pansy shrieked, quickly rising to evade the source of calamity, but alas, she was unable to escape and ended up drenched in black ink. As for Draco, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts, merely casting a spell to shield himself, neglecting Pansy's plight. "I apologize. There was a little mishap when Fred and George were teaching me how to use that pen." Harry approached the crowd with sincerity, lowering his head in apology. Draco, too absorbed in his own concerns, was contemplating how to seize the opportunity to resolve the diary and the basilisk once and for all, so he slightly raised his head and addressed Pansy's robe, intended to clean it up. It seemed he hoped to downplay the matter and persuade Pansy not to hold it against Harry. However, his efforts proved futile. "I'm truly sorry." Harry's head bowed even lower, explaining that the ink was specially formulated and required a specific potion to be cleaned. "Oh, then there's nothing to be done," Draco shrugged, turning to Pansy. "Let us seek out our head of house. I'm sure he'll know how to handle this." "What a downer." Pansy glared at her ink-stained robe. Draco harbored no suspicions. He was entirely focused on the diary, having witnessed the Weasley twins' pranks nearly every week, finding it quite ordinary that a few would fall victim. With the situation having escalated, he had lost track of Crabbe and Goyle, oblivious to the fact that someone might soon attempt to extract information from him. History often mirrors itself remarkably. With a downcast expression, Harry led Pansy towards the hall's exit, then discreetly signaled a triumphant gesture to Hermione, who understood immediately and hurried towards the girls' restroom. She needed to act swiftly, as Harry had limited time to work with. While she and Pansy shared similar builds, she nonetheless swiped a robe from the Slytherin changing room, aware that the attire between the two houses was not identical. In the lavatory, a bubbling concoction, thick as syrup, gurgled ominously. Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps if Ron and Harry were with her, she would not be so apprehensive. Yet one lay bedridden, while the other occupied her attention. With trembling hands, she grasped a spoon, scooping a generous portion of the potion into the glass she had meticulously prepared. The potion hissed and frothed, resembling a pot of boiling water, and within seconds, it took on a faint purple hue. Perhaps due to her similar physique, Hermione, having made only slight adjustments, suffered little agony, merely experiencing a subtle itch upon her face. She approached the mirror to survey her reflection, flawless. After approximately 20 minutes, Hermione cautiously emerged from the girls' lavatory, making an effort to remain unnoticed, glancing furtively about her. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart. Her anxiety was undoubtedly fueled by more than one fear. At the entrance of the great hall, she took another deep breath, pressing her hand against her chest, as if attempting to anchor her racing heart. The proximity to the truth was almost palpable, yet dread enveloped her. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated fleeing, but thoughts of her petrified classmates, particularly her dear friend Ron, lying unconscious on a hospital bed, solidified her resolve. Chapter 48, Subterfuge. Hermione slowly approached Draco Malfoy's seat, attempting to feign nonchalance as she sat down. Noticing the commotion around her, Malfoy cast her a glance, his gaze lingering. Hermione's heart tightened. Had she revealed some flaw? She felt every fiber of her being tense. Our headmaster certainly dotes on Potter, Malfoy remarked with a smirk, recalling the absurd fantasies of certain fans, sending chills down his spine. Ironically, he himself was a victim of the BL community. Very well. Hermione sought to minimize her words, which suited her intentions. Fewer people made it easier to extract information. Malfoy felt as though his brain might explode, prompting him to relax. He deemed that a little instruction for Pansy would serve as a fitting diversion, convinced it was time to assess his teaching methods. Their departure went unnoticed. As most students remained engrossed in the feast before them, they navigated through various corridors until they arrived at a damp, desolate stone wall, which concealed the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Pure blood, Malfoy stated. A hidden stone door within the wall creaked open. Malfoy strode confidently inside, with Hermione close behind. This was Hermione's first, and perhaps last, visit to the Slytherin common room. It was a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber, the walls and ceiling constructed of rough stone, with round, green glowing lamps suspended from the ceiling by chains. Beneath an exquisitely carved mantelpiece, a crackling fire blazed, illuminating the figures of Hermione and Malfoy, the only two individuals present in the otherwise deserted hall. Most students remained in the dining hall, engrossed in their meals, leaving the pair in an unusual solitude. As per tradition, Malfoy approached Hermione, addressing her directly. What was his intention? Hermione felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to a boiled crab, suddenly recalling the closeness between Malfoy and Pansy, which stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within her. Well, your face is quite red. Are you unwell? Malfoy extended his hand towards her forehead. No, your temperature seems normal. After scrutinizing her, he remarked, I won't fall for your tricks. Feigning illness is futile. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. With that, he reached out as if to touch her. What was he planning? Hermione's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. The uncertainties of adolescence rendered her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. Just use it. Malfoy tossed an object towards her, which she caught, momentarily lost in thought. Stop daydreaming. He snapped, noticing her dazed state. What are you waiting for? Expelliarmus. A burst of red light erupted from the tip of Malfoy's wand, hurtling towards Hermione. Protego. Fearing her cover was blown, she instinctively cast the shield charm, which deflected the spell, sending it into the fire, where it vanished without a trace. Good. Malfoy's previously furrowed brow relaxed, his tone one of satisfaction. You've made considerable progress. Hermione exhaled, finally understanding the reason behind his earlier demeanor. Yet her cheeks flushed anew at her previous, embarrassing thoughts. Was this not the perfect segue into conversation? A sudden inspiration struck her, and with a feigned tone of complaint, she remarked, but what good is it if we encounter a basilisk? Her heart raced, fearing his response might be dismissive, perhaps something like, it's fine, I can handle it. Malfoy regarded her with an odd expression. You actually care about the basilisk? Did you not previously assert that with me and Dumbledore around, you had nothing to fear? At his words, Hermione felt a wave of regret. She realized she had overstepped, her anxiety mounting as she worried he might uncover her true feelings. However, you need not worry. The basilisk only targets those who are not of pure blood. You are safe. Malfoy scrutinized her with suspicion. You seem rather odd today. You usually show no concern for such matters. Nevertheless, he continued, there must be another reason. His vague insinuation piqued Hermione's curiosity. How could he know there was another reason? Reluctantly, she shifted the topic, feeling the need to divert the conversation. Just as she prepared to excuse herself, an unexpected interruption occurred. What did you just say? Malfoy queried, halting a newly arrived female student. I heard that Professor Lockhart was near the girls' restroom, claiming he had discovered clues regarding the serpent creature. The female students gazed at him with admiration. Lockhart now resembled a savior, a champion for the welfare of the people, sacrificing his rare Christmas holiday to venture forth for the safety of his students. It was indeed quite unusual for a male teacher to be loitering around the girls' restroom, necessitating a plausible excuse. The opportunity arose. Malfoy felt a surge of excitement as Riddle was finally poised to act. He placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder and said, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Remain here and do not wander off. The human capacity for imagination is formidable. Before the truth is unveiled, even the slightest action can lead to wildly inaccurate assumptions." At that moment, Malfoy appeared to Hermione as if he were Achilles, unmasked and desperately attempting to conceal his vulnerability, causing her heart to clench. Nevertheless, she feigned calmness, nodding and saying, "All right." Malfoy promptly rose and dashed towards the exit, yet to Hermione, the excitement on his face morphed into something more ominous. "I must stop him," Hermione thought. Professor Lockhart is also there. Perhaps she harbored a sliver of selfish hope that if someone could find their way back from the brink, only a few would witness his repentance, thus sparing him from expulsion. Before long, the sounds ceased, and she hurried into the restroom, discovering the weeping, moaning Myrtle perched atop the tank of the farthest toilet, trembling uncontrollably. Hermione had previously assumed that ghosts were devoid of such emotions as fear. Were they now? She inquired, urgency pressing upon her. Under normal circumstances, she might have chosen to flatter Myrtle with a few kind words to elicit information. Myrtle pointed to the sink in front of her. Hermione quickly approached, inspecting the sink thoroughly, inside and out, even scrutinizing the pipes below. This tap had never released water. For reasons unknown, Myrtle's tone suddenly brightened. "What about those two?" Hermione pressed. A look of terror returned to Myrtle's face as she whispered. "They both spoke words I couldn't understand to this faucet." Suddenly, Myrtle seemed to recall something, let out a shriek, spun around, and plunged headfirst into the toilet, splashing water onto Hermione before vanishing. Hermione found herself with no choice. She realized she could no longer extract any valuable clues from Myrtle. Thus, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to mimic the peculiar sound she had just heard. The sound was strange, akin to the hissing of a serpent. Instantly, the tap emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink began to move. They watched as the sink gradually disappeared from view, revealing an enormous pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. Would a Gryffindor fear danger? Certainly. No one is immune to fear. Yet would they retreat because of it? The answer is obvious. Without hesitation, Hermione crawled into the pipe. Chapter 49 Riddle. Malfoy felt as though he had ventured into an endless tunnel, enshrouded in darkness, where everything was clammy and damp. A chilling breeze, born of convection, lashed against his face, akin to a blade slicing past his ear. The passage twisted and turned sharply, with narrow offshoots formed by slender pipes that were clearly too constricted for a person's width. To err on the side of caution, Malfoy cast a cushioning charm upon himself to mitigate any unforeseen mishaps. However, it appeared his apprehensions were unwarranted. The latter part of the pipe suddenly leveled out, and he emerged from its mouth, stepping steadily onto the damp ground. Before him lay a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. A flicker of luminescence. He waved his wand to illuminate the way. Even as he slowed his pace, his footsteps echoed upon the wet surface, a distinct patter that reverberated through the tunnel, emphasizing its eerie solitude. The only other sound were the occasional crunch of various animal skulls beneath his feet. Was this the shed skin of that creature? Malfoy glanced at the immense serpent skin nearby, a vivid green that coiled upon the tunnel floor, hollow within. Clearly, the creature that had recently shed this skin was no less than 20 feet long, approximately 6 meters of sheer girth. Hunters in the forest often utter a saying. They would rather face 500 venomous snakes than a single python. A bite from the former might yield an antidote, whereas the latter would constrict you, depriving you of breath, as you felt the very essence of life ebb away. Witnessing your own demise, a thought far more terrifying than death itself. Now he had to confront the serpent monster, colossal in size, with venomous fangs. A lethal combination augmented by the ability to deliver a fatal glare. Malfoy, of course, was not there to meet his end. His very identity would prevent Riddle from unleashing his wrath upon sight. Besides, Riddle had been silent for so long, perhaps yearning for companionship. He would surely find no solace in Gilderoy Lockhart's company, and most likely regarded Malfoy as little more than a fool. In the original tale, Riddle had dallied in conversation with Harry before resorting to violence. Continuing past the enormous serpent skin, the tunnel twisted and turned, and at last, he cautiously rounded another bend, discovering a solid wall ahead, adorned with 2 intertwining serpents. Their eyes were set with large, gleaming emeralds, rendering the phrase green light emanating from their eyes more than mere metaphor. Inevitably, it proved ineffective. Malfoy's body tensed. He had attempted to morph his button, only to find it utterly futile. Tearing open a letter that crowed like a rooster, he realized it too was as deflated as a punctured balloon, completely impotent. He had indeed been prepared. A chill crept through him, yet this would not thwart his plans. Open, Malfoy commanded in the serpent tongue he had forcibly committed to memory. Addressing the two stone serpents, the serpent upon the wall began to slither slowly, causing the wall to divide, revealing a passageway. Malfoy plunged into it, surveying his surroundings. It was a long, dimly lit chamber, surrounded by towering stone pillars, each intricately carved with coiling serpents. These columns supported a ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the room, suffused with a mysterious, verdant haze. It was unsettling to feel the gaze of such figures upon him. A shiver ran down Malfoy's spine. From every angle, he felt the stony serpents scrutinizing him, evoking a sense of oppression and discomfort. As he walked parallel to the last pair of pillars, an imposing statue emerged before him, matching the height of the chamber itself, pressed against the shadowy wall behind it. It bore the visage of a decrepit, monkey-like face adorned with a sparse, lengthy beard that nearly brushed the hem of the stone wizard's robe. Two large, grayish feet rested upon the smooth floor of the room. Between those feet lay a man clad in an emerald-green robe, his hair a cascade of golden waves. Suddenly, a figure glided out from behind the pillar. Malfoy recognized it immediately. The master had arrived. The figure possessed black hair and a tall, slender frame, though not entirely corporeal, exuding a spectral quality. "Huh?" The youth spoke. "I initially expected Harry Potter to be here, yet it is you instead." He mused aloud. Aside from Harry, Gilderoy Lockhart seems to hold you in high regard, particularly for gifting him a bottle of his favorite whiskey. How amusing. Draco Malfoy, is it?" Riddle directed his words at Malfoy, his tone laced with mockery, seemingly aimed at Lockhart, but thus far revealing no hostility, perhaps due to Malfoy's pure-blood status. "Lord Voldemort." Malfoy began to indulge in his theatrics, cradling his hands over his chest, his eyes alight with fervor as he fervently proclaimed. Upon hearing the name, Riddle's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as if prepared to unleash violence at any moment. Malfoy, undeterred, seemed to discover something and dashed toward the diary beside Lockhart. "Keep your distance from that book," Riddle barked, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. Malfoy ignored him, swiftly producing a vial filled with crimson liquid, which he poured over the diary. "You dare?" Riddle raised his wand. Though it appeared mismatched, Lockhart's wand was ostentatiously decorated with various patterns. Yet Riddle had little choice but to make do, pausing momentarily. "Ah, the taste of life," Riddle murmured, savoring it as if enjoying an exquisite vintage wine. Before lowering his wand, "What is this?" he inquired. "Dragon's blood," Malfoy stammered, seemingly aware of his earlier indiscretion. "Perfect," Riddle exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. It appeared that Malfoy had begun to earn his trust, far surpassing the vitality of this fool. He cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart, who lay beside him, while speaking. "How did you come to know these secrets?" Nevertheless, Riddle continued to scrutinize him. "It is all my father's doing," Malfoy declared, striving to infuse his tone with pride. "Lucius." Then, Riddle murmured. It was evident that he had nearly discerned all of Lockhart's memories, the circumstances aligning perfectly. "It seems your father holds considerable trust in me," Riddle chuckled. "My father refuses to accept the truth of your demise. He firmly believes that the Dark Lord cannot be vanquished, that you are an omnipotent deity, impervious to the constraints of a mere mortal form." Malfoy continued to extol the virtues of the man before him, observing Riddle's body gradually solidifying into a form vastly different from the ephemeral visage he had just witnessed. Riddle caressed Lockhart's ornate wand and remarked joyfully, "You and your father have demonstrated your loyalty through your actions. I am satisfied and shall not cast blame upon you." He added, "Were it not for trusted individuals, I would not have confided such a significant secret to your father." "Look up," Riddle commanded, his tone now imbued with a weighty authority. "Oh, do not be anxious, child. I have always been lenient towards my loyal subordinates, especially since you have committed no transgressions." His expression seemed incongruous, as he spoke with an air of condescension. Can you envision a youth uttering such overly mature phrases? "Yes," Malfoy slowly lifted his gaze. "Relax a bit," Riddle suggested, his mood lifting as he acknowledged the loyalty of a faithful subordinate and his son, who had rendered him such substantial assistance. "Will that man die?" Malfoy timidly gestured towards Lockhart, revealing the fear a young boy ought to feel in the presence of death. "Oh, that is an intriguing question," Riddle replied cheerfully. "It is a lengthy tale. In my view, Lockhart's current state stems from his willingness to bare his soul to an invisible stranger, divulging all his secrets. Perhaps he had bottled it up for far too long, or perhaps he sought to impress his loyal subordinate, enhancing his loyalty score, so to speak. Riddle began recounting how he had ensnared Lockhart. Honestly, in all my years, I have never encountered such a peculiar character. He chuckled heartily. He confided that he was humiliated in his class. What was it called? House elves? Dozens of them wreaked havoc in his classroom. I assured him that he possessed genuine talent. It was utterly amusing. I suspect Dumbledore must be quite senile to have appointed such a buffoon as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, he scoffed. Then, I observed him penning in his diary, expressing his fear of being discovered as someone who knows nothing beyond the Oblivion charm. He wished to remain inconspicuous, yet could not resist boasting about experiences that were not truly his own. Thus, he spiraled in his self-reproach, while I continually reassured him. You are indeed capable. You merely lack an opportunity. I also instructed him to kill a chicken, assuring him that it would grant him power, and he actually believed me, which was utterly laughable. Riddle pondered for a moment before continuing. That day must have seen a Quidditch match. To be frank, it was the most tedious sport I have ever witnessed. Malfoy thought to himself that he had found a kindred spirit. He actually obliterated the bones of the boy who had once bested me. Riddle burst into raucous laughter, claiming, thus, I felt compelled to reward him. He further inscribed in his diary that he could no longer endure the weight of such skeptical gazes. He yearned for genuine power. With a soft chuckle, Riddle added, so I indulged him. However, nothing in this world comes without a price, and he paid for it with his life. Riddle cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Gilderoy Lockhart, who would soon meet his demise. Malfoy feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Well, I cannot expect a child to grasp everything. Riddle mused to himself. My power has yet to be fully restored. It requires more time. You may leave now. I shall seek you out again. He licked his lips, whispering, by our next meeting, there should be no more mudbloods at Hogwarts. Malfoy silently proclaimed his triumph, thinking he would directly report to Dumbledore and bring this year to a satisfying close. Yet, he darkly remarked, glancing at a pillar behind Malfoy. It seems you have brought along a tale, a filthy mudblood. Chapter 50, The Turn of Events, Part 1. Malfoy turned to look behind him, his heart racing. Pansy, how'd she end up here? My lord, you are mistaken. She is pure blood, from the Parkinson family, utterly pure, and she is my girlfriend, entirely loyal, Malfoy hastily declared. He gestured for Pansy to come forth and pledge her allegiance. Pansy merely stared at them, numb. Oh, little Draco, you are rather naive, Riddle chuckled. Your eyes are not as discerning as my basilisk's nose. She is undoubtedly a mudblood. With a flick of his wand, Riddle unleashed a curse, and Malfoy felt his heart plunge, yet he found solace in the fact that the curse was not green. He could only pray that his training bore fruit. You performed well just now, do it again. He recalled Pansy's earlier display in the common room. Protego. Hermione instinctively raised a shield, but it proved futile. The spell merely paused momentarily before piercing through the invisible barrier. Do you see? Riddle laughed. Polyjuice potion? I must admit, even as a mudblood, brewing such a potion in your second year is impressive. So, after receiving my praise, you may now perish. You are the first mudblood I have ever commended. Riddle raised his wand once more, and this time, it was likely to cast the killing curse. Beside her, Malfoy seemed as if petrified, rendered speechless as he witnessed Pansy's visage gradually morph into Hermione's. She stood there, pallid, her countenance brimming with indignation and despair. All of Pansy's earlier oddities suddenly made sense. What a butterfly effect! Malfoy raged within, his mind racing to devise a strategy for the unfolding scenario, utterly unprepared for such a narrative twist. My lord, Hermione, concealed behind a column, nearly leapt at the sound of this appellation. Dragonblood. She recalled the threat Malfoy had issued back in their first year regarding Dragonblood. My father refuses to accept the truth of your demise. He firmly believes that you cannot be vanquished. You are an omnipotent deity, and a mere corporeal form cannot impede your path. Thus, I beseech your forgiveness for his seemingly treacherous actions. It dawned on her that he had always been loyal to the Dark Lord, and shockingly, father and son had conspired to resurrect him. Hermione found her previous notions amusingly naive. She had entertained the idea of protecting a Death Eater and even developed peculiar feelings, feeling guilt for him. Yet, why did her heart ache so? It felt as though a blunt knife were slicing through her, blood gushing forth, but not immediately fatal. Were all those days in Hogsmeade mere illusions? Were the reminders in that note falsehoods? She vehemently questioned herself within. Yes, she conceded. He must have merely sought to toy with the emotions of a muggle-born witch, thus acting so towards her. As for the reminders, they were likely intended to lead them to their demise at the hands of the Dark Lord. One should never underestimate the capacity for imagination. Hermione was losing her grip on reality, yet upon reflection, her thoughts bore a certain logic. She forced herself to regain her composure. She had gleaned so many secrets. She must survive this ordeal and inform Professor Dumbledore. As for Malfoy, she resolved to dismiss him from her mind, leaving the school to determine his fate. Alas, the flower of Hermione's nascent love had barely begun to sprout when it was cruelly uprooted by an unwitting hand. You seem to have brought in a tale. A filthy mudblood, Riddle remarked, having discerned her presence. However, it was now too late for her. She was likely to perish in the next instant. Oh, Riddle chuckled again. Addressing Malfoy, look at this mudblood. What is she planning to do? Hermione clutched the letters she held tightly, casting them into the air. Ineffective. Just a moment ago. I praised your intelligence. How have you become so foolish now? Riddle mocked, noting the ineffectiveness of the magical items, acknowledging the efficacy of the anti-cheating charm devised by the professors. His praise only deepened the chill in Hermione's heart. Oh, it seems you intend to transform into a rooster? Riddle laughed with glee, arms crossed, watching Hermione wave her wand as if she were a jester, making no move to intervene. Ineffective. Hermione felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a penetrating cold permeating every corner of her being. She was on the brink of death. Do you believe that vanquishing the basilisk has resolved all your troubles? Riddle's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. Had my loyal servant not offered me dragon's blood, perhaps I would pose little threat. However, the circumstances have now changed. Riddle reveled in the sight of his hands. My body is nearing perfection. Dealing with a mere mudblood is more than manageable. He raised his wand again, akin to a cat that has grown weary of its prey. Sensing the rodent's utter terror and finding the chase tedious, ready to devour it whole. Wait, my lord, Malfoy interjected. Riddle's smile vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as he regarded Malfoy with suspicion. Are you pleading for this filthy mudblood? No, my lord. Malfoy hastily shook his head. I apologize, my lord. He continued, I almost forgot. Malfoy retrieved a vial from his pocket, filled with a silvery liquid. The first battle after your resurrection must be flawless. He asserted, this is unicorn blood. Combined with it, your form should be immaculate. I was too eager and forgot. I'm truly remiss. Indeed, Riddle nodded. From a perspective of vitality, this substance surpasses dragon's blood. His mood lifted further. A minor slip from his subordinate was forgivable, was it not? Moreover, this blunder had brought him unexpected delight. Apply it, Riddle commanded. Malfoy uncorked the vial, the unicorn's sacred essence permeating the air, rendering Riddle unsuspecting. Lucius is indeed unwavering in his loyalty. Such items do not come cheaply. Riddle praised his follower, as a thought crossed his mind. Yes, indeed, Malfoy replied, though Riddle failed to notice the dark sheen swirling within the silvery liquid. The basilisk's venom is not inexpensive. Malfoy's expression twisted into a snarl as he suddenly shouted at Hermione, run. He then drew a small knife from his person and began furiously slashing at the diary. The ornate black pages soon marred with countless wounds, the toxic unicorn blood seeping into the fissures. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Riddle, brimming with pride and anticipation of restoring his perfect form, was caught off guard, while Hermione stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Fool, you can't even flee. Malfoy felt a surge of irritation as he observed Hermione standing frozen. You dare betray me? Riddle's corporeal form twisted grotesquely, struggling as his arms flailed, emitting anguished cries. Incredulously gazing at his once loyal subordinate. Kill them, he hissed in a final, defiant command to the basilisk. After uttering that last decree, he vanished, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. With a thud, Lockhart's wand fell to the ground, and no one was left to retrieve it. Have you lost your senses? Malfoy roared at Hermione. Don't just stand there, run. The tumultuous ebbs and flows of life remain an enigma to many. In a fleeting moment when the once mighty Voldemort met his demise, Hermione found herself ensnared in a dreamlike reverie. Close your eyes, Malfoy shouted at her, having witnessed the colossal stone visage of Slytherin come to life. Its mouth gaped wider and wider, ultimately transforming into a vast, ominous abyss. Something stirred within the statue's maw, slithering upward from its depths. We must seek Dumbledore. If we delay, we shall both perish. Malfoy hastily shut his eyes, aware that the basilisk was about to emerge. There exists a common misconception that colossal creatures possess sluggishness. However, the speed of such beings can be astonishing, and the basilisk was no exception. The enormous serpent, resplendent in shades of green and glistening with a venomous brilliance unique to its kind, boasted a girth akin to that of an oak tree. It reared its upper body high into the air, its flattened head weaving erratically among the stone columns, akin to a drunken reveler, wildly thrashing its form. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from above, prompting him to roll backward instinctively, narrowly evading the basilisk's advance. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to doom me?" A nagging instinct told Malfoy that Hermione remained motionless, likely paralyzed by the shock of the unfolding chaos. His right ear caught the sound of frenzied hissing as something violently hurled a stone pillar aside. Damn it! He rushed toward the source of the noise, sensing that the basilisk had targeted him. "Why didn't I learn a few phrases in Parseltongue?" Regret began to wash over him, though he knew this was no time for lamentation. He was not a follower of the Dark Lord, thankfully. This was her last fleeting thought as the basilisk's presence loomed ever closer, the acrid stench of its breath now palpable. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. "Open your eyes." Malfoy's voice broke through, and for reasons unknown, she complied, even as the basilisk's threat lingered over her. With a resounding slap, Malfoy struck her, the fiery sting on her cheek awakening her senses. It was then she noticed that his other hand had been completely pierced by the serpent's venomous fangs. Bright crimson blood splattered across the basilisk's teeth, yet its maw remained unnaturally agape, as though held open by some unseen force. "Next time, I shall treat Ollivander to a meal, commending the quality of his wands." Despite the searing agony coursing through him, Malfoy sought to inject humor into a dire situation, hoping to bring some levity to Hermione. She observed how Malfoy's wand was propping open the basilisk's cavernous mouth. "How's that sting feel? If it's unpleasant, hurry and summon help." Malfoy endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his suffering. "You will die. There is no time left." Hermione was horrified by the scene before her. "Stop with the chatter. Dumbledore will have a solution," Malfoy asserted with conviction. "If you don't leave now, I truly will perish." He feigned weakness in his tone, despite his genuine frailty, raising his uninjured hand as if to strike again, urging her to regain her composure. "All right, I will go at once." Hermione's voice trembled with tears as she wiped her eyes and hurriedly ran outside. It was perhaps for the best. Observing Hermione's retreating figure, Malfoy exhaled softly, then retrieved the third vial he had brought with him that day. Despite struggling to maintain balance with one hand, he carelessly dripped the liquid onto his injured arm, indifferent to the significant spillage. Today had indeed been a day of considerable bloodshed. Malfoy still possessed the spirit to jest about his predicament, but that amusement quickly faded. He soon heard a sharp crack. Was this truly the end? A wry smile flickered across Malfoy's face as he desperately dodged the basilisk's tail strikes, the pressure on his hand intensifying with each passing moment. Chapter 52. The Shame of the Transgressor. Draco Malfoy, a transgressor, bitten by a basilisk, met his demise, leaving no trace behind. Thus, this modest tombstone is erected. Malfoy certainly did not wish for his epitaph to be reduced to such a simplistic phrase. Yet, the dire circumstances before him rendered him nearly devoid of options. His areas of expertise seemed futile against the basilisk's formidable magical resistance, rendering his spells as ineffective as mere tickles. Gazing at the creature's sleek scales, he feared that even a counterattack might rebound upon him. He recalled how Harry had vanquished the basilisk, aided by Fawkes the Phoenix, who had provided substantial support by blinding the beast, wielding the legendary sword of Gryffindor, a weapon that sliced through steel with ease, and, of course, the enchanted hat that supposedly enhanced intelligence. All right, that was merely a jest. In stark contrast, he found himself utterly alone, his only ally, the wand, on the verge of breaking. The disparity in their circumstances weighed heavily on Malfoy's mind as he sensed the basilisk tightening its grip, his pitiful wand once more emitting a mournful cry of impending fracture. Was there a spell for regrowth of severed limbs? Malfoy contemplated surrendering his injured hand, sacrificing it for the sake of survival. But what would that achieve? Should he encounter the basilisk again, he would be compelled to shut his eyes, and losing a hand would only worsen his plight. It seemed he must resign himself to fate. With a sigh, he prepared to play his uncertain trump card. Gazing at the scene before him, Malfoy erupted into a mad fit of laughter, the reason for which eluded him. Suddenly, a silver rooster materialized in his line of sight, floating gracefully in the air. With a singular, resounding crow, the basilisk appeared to hear some unspeakably terrifying sound and immediately released its venomous fangs, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, offering no resistance whatsoever. Malfoy chuckled nervously, not only in relief for his narrow escape, but also at his prior efforts. He pondered the purpose of his earlier, arduous practice. Indeed, in his quest for certainty. He had even attempted to align his Patronus with that of a rooster, yet had consistently failed. Today, however, with a gamble in mind, he had cast the Patronus charm and discovered that his previous endeavors had been in vain. His excessive striving had only led to repeated failures. He contemplated certain theories regarding the Patronus charm, realizing that the summoned creature always symbolized some intrinsic qualities of one's innermost self. He recalled the attributes that society often assigned to roosters: valor and tenacity. Furthermore, he pondered the prophetic significance they held. A rooster's crow heralds the dawn, signifying the arrival of morning. Thus, could it be said that his journey through time, accompanied by memories of the future, counted as such? Soon, however, Malfoy's smile evaporated, replaced by a sense of dismay. The shame of being a time traveler weighed heavily upon him. Once again, he felt discomfort, plagued by insatiable greed. While other remarkable figures emerged from their journeys with patron uses of dragons or phoenixes, or at the very least, majestic griffins, he found himself staring at the proud silver rooster, contemplating how he might transform his own demeanor to shed this image. There were precedents. Tonks and Snape had both altered their Patronus forms through love. Yet, he dismissed this notion as mere jest. Content with his current Patronus, Malfoy accepted the situation with a degree of pleasure, for it had saved his life. The silver rooster began to appear more agreeable to him, lifting its head with an air of distinction and pride. Ah, pride must be added to the list, he mused. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed to the floor. Silence enveloped the chamber. After a few moments, an elderly man and a young girl appeared on the cold ground. The girl's eyes were tinged with tears, her expression laden with urgency. Upon not seeing the fallen Malfoy, Hermione's heart twisted painfully with guilt, overwhelming her usual composure. Otherwise, her keen observations would have revealed that if Malfoy had truly failed, he would be within the basilisk's belly, not sprawled upon the icy floor. The relentless oscillation between joy and despair had unsettled her, causing her to faint in her moment of desperation. "Oh, poor child," Dumbledore murmured, catching the student who was about to fall backward. As the most knowledgeable wizard, he quickly assessed the situation and recognized that the crisis had been averted, relegating him to the role of a mere spectator. He was intrigued by how the mere boy, Malfoy, had managed to vanquish the basilisk. Even the most gifted wizard could not breach the creature's formidable defenses without the support of magic. Moreover, it appeared that some transfiguration spells and enchanted objects had been employed. Dumbledore's own magic was unaffected, yet it was more than sufficient to assist these children. "Hey, old man, don't make me the hero," Malfoy grinned upon seeing Dumbledore arrive. Summoning his last vestiges of consciousness, he remarked, "Poor professor. Let him bask in glory one last time," gesturing towards Lockhart before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. A fleeting glimmer passed through Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, hidden beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles. "As you wish, my child," he replied. Even now, he remained the sole conscious being within the dimly lit chamber. Chapter 53. A Plea for Help. Hermione was acutely aware that she must run faster, ever faster. She was racing against death itself, knowing that with each passing moment, someone could be lost to the serpent's bite. As she stumbled onward, she scoured her memory, desperately making her way toward the headmaster's office. She understood that only the tears of Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, could counteract the basilisk's venom, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick might possess the strength to defeat the creature. They would likely be at a loss when it came to antidotes for the snake's poison. Even Snape's potions would require time to concoct. Only the phoenix's tears offered a swift remedy. Her mind flashed back to the moment when Malfoy had risked himself to save her, his arm nearly pierced through by the basilisk's fangs. The vivid crimson blood, still warm, had even splattered onto her face, and the lingering warmth sent her thoughts spiraling into a haze. "It was I who turned this all into chaos," she lamented. She was not so naive as to think that Malfoy had betrayed Voldemort out of any sentiment for her tears. It was evident he had come prepared. Whether it was dragon's blood or unicorn blood, he had planned for this, using the former to earn trust and the latter to confront unforeseen circumstances just like today. In fact, had it not been for her, perhaps Dumbledore would have already dealt with the basilisk with ease. Almost everyone in the corridors gazed at Hermione in astonishment, not only because she wore Slytherin robes, but also due to the traces of blood adorning her face. As a prefect, he was obliged to ensure the student's safety and promptly report emergencies to the professors. Hermione had once been a rule-abiding student, yet since mingling with Harry and her brother, she had grown increasingly reluctant to adhere to school regulations. To his surprise, Hermione merely brushed past him, pushing him aside with such force that Percy stumbled back several steps, nearly losing his balance. It was indeed a shocking sight for a senior to be toppled by a junior girl. She continued to ascend the stairs, loathing the school's south choice to place the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. How much time was wasted in the process? Sweat streamed down her already tangled brown hair, congealing in between, yet she remained oblivious. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the sight of the stone guardian, a symbol of impending victory, jolted her back to reality. She suddenly recalled a crucial detail. She did not know the password. Bertie bought us every flavor beans, licorice wands, butterbeer, she uttered without hesitation, reciting every snack she could think of, aware that Dumbledore's passwords were often whimsical treats. It was only when she spoke the words lemon drop that the stone guardian finally stepped aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that moved with a life of its own. She dashed up the staircase, feeling an intense urgency, convinced that the mechanism was ascending far too slowly, far slower than her own legs could carry her. Shaking her head, she endeavored to calm herself. She recalled the confident look Malfoy had left her with, choosing to place her faith in him. The ladder spiraled upward slowly, and at last, she beheld the door adorned with a brass knocker. The brass knocker, shaped like a sphinx, did not capture her attention. Her sole desire was to rap upon the door and locate the headmaster. She discovered that the door was ajar and heard a somber, repugnant voice emanating from within. "Look here, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe you have failed in your responsibilities. How many students have already been attacked?" The voice paused before continuing. "I initially thought that creature would only target Muggle students, yet now that child from the Weasley family has also been assaulted, proving that all students are in peril. He was such a polite boy, yet due to your incompetence, he now lies incapacitated in the school hospital." Hermione could no longer tolerate the man's words. His feigned praise for Ron in pursuit of his agenda nauseated her, prompting her to push open the half-closed door forcefully. Inside the headmaster's office stood an elegantly crafted round table surrounded by well-dressed individuals, whom she presumed were members of the school board. Directly opposite her sat the composed Dumbledore, his hands resting on the table, fingertips interlocked. In the face of accusation, his weathered visage bore an unperturbed expression. "Look at this, look at this. This is the sort of student Dumbledore has produced." Rude and uncultured, Lucius's voice rose, while the other board members nodded in agreement, casting disapproving glances at Hermione, the blonde girl who had so abruptly interrupted their meeting. "My students are not subject to your judgment." Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice booming like thunder, transforming his previously gentle demeanor into one of formidable authority. Beneath his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes sparkled with a sharpness unbecoming of his age. The office fell into an immediate silence. Lucius, despite his intent to interject, found himself at a loss for words. "Child, is there a problem?" Dumbledore inquired kindly, appearing as a different man from the one who had just commanded silence. "There has been another student attack." Hermione glanced at Lucius before uttering a statement that shattered his composure. "Your son may be on the brink of death, yet you still concern yourself with power struggles here." Lucius instantly lost his composure, slamming his hands onto the table before roaring at Dumbledore. "If anything happens to my son, you will pay dearly." Even his usual refined demeanor crumbled in that moment. He then turned to Hermione, urgency etched on his face. "Little girl, what has transpired?" Dumbledore ignored him, and Hermione offered no explanation. Instead, a profound gaze passed between Dumbledore and Hermione, and anyone standing before her would have noticed a distant look in her eyes. "Come," Dumbledore suddenly commanded, striding toward Hermione and grasping her sleeve. The two gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing before the eyes of the school board members. They had performed the disapparation. If it were any other time, Lucius might have seized the opportunity to vehemently criticize Dumbledore for his alleged favoritism, for Hogwarts strictly forbids apparition. However, today he chose to remain silent, for he understood that Dumbledore was off to rescue his son. Damn it! He struck the wooden table before him with considerable force, eliciting both anger and fear among the board members present. He found himself constrained to sit idly, as that Muggle-born girl had failed to inform him of Malfoy's whereabouts. Lucius's other hand gripped his serpent-shaped cane tightly, betraying his inner turmoil and anxiety. Chapter 54. Exchange and Compromise. Malfoy opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the lofty ceiling above. He then inhaled a fragrant aroma, likely the scent of flowers, and realized he was now utterly safe. Slowly, he propped himself up in bed, noticing the pristine linen sheets beneath him. Pansy lay at the foot of the bed, hands cradling her head, seemingly asleep, with faint traces of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. warming his heart. As he surveyed his surroundings, he observed the students still petrified, lying on their hospital beds, much like himself, with one additional figure, Hermione, who appeared to still be in a coma. "Child, are you awake? Good morning." Dumbledore's smiling face suddenly appeared before him. "How'd it go with the basilisk?" Malfoy asked directly, showing little of the requisite respect for the headmaster. Dumbledore, unperturbed, shook his beard and lowered his voice, gazing intently at Malfoy. "Of course, by the time I arrived, it was on the brink of death. How did you manage that, child?" he inquired, his azure eyes fixed on Malfoy, though he refrained from using legitimacy, resembling a benevolent elder earnestly questioning a young one. "No comment," Malfoy replied. Everyone should have their own secrets." Dumbledore nodded, seemingly unconcerned. "Indeed," Malfoy affirmed. "However, our hero may not enjoy the recognition he deserves." Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes scrutinized Malfoy once more. "Hero? Are you referring to me?" Malfoy feigned ignorance, vaguely recalling his conversation with the headmaster before losing consciousness, uncertain of how Dumbledore had managed it. "So, how do you explain this to the outside world?" Malfoy inquired. "Headmaster, how could you?" A furious voice erupted from a nearby bed. It was Hermione, now awake, evidently having absorbed Dumbledore's earlier remarks. She sat up, her face flushed, her eyes reflecting disbelief. "He saved me. It was Lockhart who was under control. This is an affront to Malfoy," she exclaimed, unable to accept the notion of someone being falsely accused. "Obliviate. Very well, we may continue our discussion." Malfoy calmly regarded Dumbledore as Hermione, still in a state of shock, was once again struck by the spell, collapsing back onto the bed. Dumbledore had not anticipated that the student before him would act so impulsively, even if he wished to intervene. His reaction was a fraction too slow, proving futile. His reflexes were diminishing with the passage of time. A chill gripped Dumbledore's heart as he pondered the future. He was growing increasingly frail, while that ominous figure might return at any moment. The elder found himself beset by worry, feeling the urgent need to garner any support within his reach. It appeared that this child, despite hailing from a so-called pure-blood lineage, was not the typical Slytherin in the eyes of others, making him a worthy ally. Attacking fellow students in front of the headmaster would cost Slytherin 100 points. Dumbledore clasped his hands, yet his tone bore no trace of anger. Rather, it resembled a jest. The old man resigned himself to this reality, acknowledging that perhaps it was better for the truth to remain known by fewer people. Although tinged with regret, it might ultimately be a blessing in disguise. "Are we truly in the negatives for house points?" Malfoy jested. "Surely, we must still have 2 digits left," Dumbledore mused before replying slowly. "Even if it were an unintentional mishap, the harm caused to the students remained a fact. Should a student have acted with malicious intent, expulsion would be requisite. However, given that he was merely under the influence of a spell like the soul-snatching curse, a deduction of 300 points from his house would suffice." Dumbledore paused, observing Malfoy's response. "I wasn't expelled? How splendid." Malfoy clapped his hands, seemingly indifferent, even somewhat pleased at having escaped severe repercussions. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter, Malfoy thought. One must seize opportunities presented, and indeed, his plans required certain tools. He readily accepted, gaining a deeper appreciation for the formidable nature of the white wizard before him. A wise saying rings true: foolish wizards perish during their apprenticeship. Though this world diverges from another, the principles remain consistent. Dumbledore, now the most powerful white wizard, possessed more than mere strength. At this moment, Malfoy and Dumbledore shared a tacit understanding. He had made his stance clear, and Dumbledore was eager to draw him in. "The basilisk's corpse," he stated. "Of course. That should be considered your spoils," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Phoenix tears," Malfoy continued, adding to his list. "No problem. I am certain Fawkes will be moved to tears by your bravery," Dumbledore teased, a rare moment of levity. "The Sword of Gryffindor," Malfoy declared as his final request. Dumbledore fell into contemplation. This demand appeared to trouble him, his brow furrowing deeply. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Your courage rivals that of any Gryffindor. May you continue to embody such bravery." Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles and ultimately uttered this phrase. "Thank you," Malfoy expressed sincerely, recognizing this as Dumbledore's acknowledgement of him, perhaps marking the inception of their collaboration. Chapter 55, in the hospital wing. Dumbledore's official statements do not always resonate convincingly, as evidenced by the disdain most Slytherin students feel towards his claims. They are more inclined to believe that Malfoy is the true heir of Slytherin, merely unfortunate enough to have been discovered. The fear that had spread due to Ron's petrification has waned. for they are all aware of the long-standing enmity between the Malfoy and Weasley families. It seems almost unnatural not to seek revenge in this situation. The reason why the matter of Malfoy's expulsion was suppressed is easily explicable. After all, he has a father of considerable influence. Perhaps it was a compromise reached between Lucius and Dumbledore. Thus, the current predicament is rather peculiar. The individual who ought to be considered a pariah, Malfoy, is instead being celebrated. I am confident that the heir of Slytherin will not disappoint us next time. These were the words spoken by a sixth-year student who came to visit him. In comparison to the House Cup, I believe it is far more significant to uphold the intentions of our founder. You need not concern yourself with it. A soon-to-graduate upperclassman patted him on the shoulder, offering solace. Lucius had also recently found time to pay him a visit. His expression was inscrutable, but Malfoy noticed a few strands of gray in his hair. As for the students in his year, or the 2 years below them, they were a blend of awe and admiration. Daily, he received various baskets of fruit and sweets, along with several pink missives professing love, though most were merely declarations. Adolescents often revel in conspiracy theories. Malfoy could only marvel at the extent of the students' imaginations, acknowledging that while many aspects were indeed concealed, their creative interpretations were enlightening. Perhaps this inclination stems from Dumbledore's unpopularity within Slytherin, where they prefer to envision him as the antagonist. Such sentiments also find traction in other houses. However, whether whispered rumors or Dumbledore's official pronouncements to students outside of Slytherin, Malfoy's actions are regarded as grave transgressions. I believe it is time I consider forming an organization. Malfoy mused to himself, recognizing his growing influence within Slytherin. He felt that with a mere call, he could amass a considerable following akin to that of the Death Eaters. Days later, the mandrake finally matured. When Ron learned that the true perpetrator was indeed Malfoy, he sprang from his bed, struggling to lunge at Malfoy before he could steady himself. It was only through the combined efforts of Madame Pomfrey, Harry, and his 2 brothers that he was restrained, preventing him from seeking vengeance. He nearly killed me, he bellowed, pointing at Malfoy, who sat quietly perusing a book. Ron, calm down, Harry urged, attempting to soothe him. He has received his due punishment. There is no chance of us winning the House Cup this year. Steady yourself, Ron. His brothers continued to reassure him. I apologize, but I, too, am a victim, Malfoy remarked, closing his book with a lack of sincerity in his apology, which only served to further ignite Ron's fury, leaving him with no outlet for his wrath. Next time, the principal will definitely expel you, Ron spat out bitterly. His eyes reddened at the remark as he attempted once more to rise from the bed to confront him, only to be pressed back down. Ultimately, this dispute ended without resolution. Think of something cheerful, Ron, Harry urged, trying to divert his attention. If you see the hourglass representing Slytherin's points, you will surely be delighted. And Hermione has received the Special Contribution Award, which has added 200 points to our house. This year's House Cup is undoubtedly ours. By the way, how is Hermione? Ron finally remembered her and inquired of Harry. She sustained minimal injuries, faring much better than you. She was discharged just a few days ago. Harry indicated towards the direction of the dining hall. She must be dining there now. Oh, I feel hungry too. Ron suddenly recalled that he had not eaten for quite some time, and the pangs of hunger intensified his longing for food. Shall we go? Harry's tone lightened upon seeing Ron recovering. Having both of his friends safe was paramount. All right. This time, Ron was not restrained, but when he finally got out of bed, he discovered his legs were somewhat uncooperative and stiff. Harry quickly offered his support, and together they limped towards the dining hall. What are you two up to? Pansy spread her arms, blocking the path of the Weasley brothers as they approached the bed. What? Are you here to avenge your brother? Draco, who had been engrossed in his book, lifted his gaze to the Weasley twins upon hearing their footsteps. We feel something is amiss. George spoke first. Whether the principal's words are true or false, we do not care. He must have his own arrangements. Fred shot George a glance, signaling him to be quiet, and added, We won't take advantage of others, especially not at the expense of the Malfoys. With that, the Weasley brothers left a parcel behind and exited the infirmary. Don't open it. Pansy scrutinized the parcel and extended her hand, requesting Draco to hand it over to her. This must be a prank devised by those brothers to avenge Ron. I should just discard it. Don't worry, Draco said, sensing that the Weasley brothers bore no ill will, as he slowly opened the parcel to reveal a quiet collection of gold galleons and silver sickles. What a pair of clever fellows. Draco clapped his hands, clearly surprised. This was likely the earnings the Weasley brothers had amassed from their shouting matches, and it was evidently a substantial amount. Draco speculated that they might have anticipated something, which accounted for their unusual treatment towards him. What does this mean? Is there a rift among the brothers, hiring you to eliminate Ron? I can't believe their family, which seemed so impoverished, is actually quite wealthy, Pansy remarked, scrutinizing the gleaming coins with skepticism. Draco found himself once again outmatched by Pansy's imaginative conjectures. Albeit he relished her creative musings, even if he appeared somewhat disappointed. Indeed, during that occasion, you had mentioned to them your intention to engage in business, didn't you? As she spoke, an expression of sudden realization illuminated her face. How could you, under the influence of the diary, still engage in actions detrimental to the basilisk? After a brief pause, she continued, if the rumors hold true and this behavior originated from your own volition, it becomes even more perplexing. She scrutinized Malfoy, clearly recalling the absurdity of the situation. The forgetfulness charm is indeed remarkably effective. I find myself beginning to empathize with Lockhart. Malfoy stroked his chin, evidently contemplating how to navigate the inquiries directed at him. Chapter 56. Odd Emotions. Ultimately, Pansy's interrogation faded into ambiguity, diverted by Malfoy's evasive responses. The Chamber of Secrets incident had settled into a semblance of closure, as one by one, the petrified students returned to their normal states, and Hogwarts began to restore its customary order. The rampant rumors regarding Dumbledore's impending expulsion subsided alongside the revelation of the truth. However, complete restoration of order was far from realized, as Lockhart, who had played the role of a hero during this turmoil, reportedly suffered significant repercussions from a head injury sustained during the incident, which adversely affected his spellcasting abilities. While he was not rendered entirely ineffectual, many of his magical endeavors encountered obstacles to varying degrees. This was the conclusion Dumbledore conveyed to the outside world. Consequently, the latter part of the defense against the dark arts classes was suspended, and due to this upheaval, the school decided to cancel the final examinations, which must have been a welcome development for certain individuals. Alas, I had hoped to witness Professor Lockhart's entertaining encounters with the old bat a few more times. It seems that opportunity has now slipped away. At the dining table, Ron, while serving food onto his plate, sighed, evidently lamenting Professor Lockhart's injuries. It was rumored that, as a result of this predicament, they would have yet another change in their defense against the dark arts instructor for the next term, and the dueling club would naturally not continue. Hermione, do you truly not recall what transpired? Harry inquired, a question he had posed numerous times. Yet the answer remained a resigned shake of Hermione's head. Could it be a side effect of the polyjuice potion? Ron speculated, taking a sip of honey tea, expressing his vexation. If I had been present, perhaps I could have been of some assistance. The polyjuice potion does not have such side effects, Hermione countered. Seemingly eager to affirm her memory was intact, though her voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of nearby students. Hermione, keep your voice down. Snape is looking this way. Harry cautioned, glancing around to find Snape's irksome visage directed towards them. Do not worry, Hermione replied. Though she lowered her voice, I've already confided in the headmaster. What? Ron and Harry exclaimed in unison, nearly leaping in surprise. Isn't everything fine now? Hermione responded, theft is inherently wrong. We had no choice at that moment. But now that it is over, we ought not to continue concealing it, should we? Even if what we took was Snape's, Hermione's voice dropped even lower. Well, that's unfortunate, Ron said, exasperated. Does the old bat know? He asked with a hint of concern. The headmaster has already addressed it, Hermione replied cheerfully. That is reassuring. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to be punished again for this incident. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the Slytherin table. The sound of chairs scraping and colliding. Ron glanced over, scoffing. Those Slytherin students act as if he is a hero. The cause of such behavior was none other than Malfoy, whose mere presence prompted many Slytherin students to rise in reverence, some even bowing. Their chances of winning the House Cup this year are utterly bleak, especially with Hermione's 200 points, Harry remarked cheerfully, unfazed by the antics of the Slytherin students. Hermione gazed at Malfoy from a distance, her expression complex, and remained silent. Professor, does the polyjuice potion have any side effects? Hermione inquired of Dumbledore after class, sensing something was amiss. Ah, Miss Granger, it seems you have encountered a dilemma. Dumbledore paused in the corridor, stroking his silvery beard. Well, he mused, contemplating for a moment before smiling at Hermione. As far as I know, the polyjuice potion should not have such side effects. There's a saying that every wizard is a seer. Perhaps you should trust your instincts, Miss Granger. Hermione found his answer somewhat perplexing, but chose to believe Dumbledore, despite her lingering doubts. But isn't it rather impolite? He saved me, and paid such a heavy price for it. I must say, your sentiment is commendable. Yet I fear you may find it challenging to locate him now. Dumbledore shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He is transferred to St. Mungo's, and if you wish to visit him, It will have to wait until the holidays. He might even be preparing for interviews at this very moment. Very well, Professor, Hermione nodded. Miss Granger, do you have any other emotional concerns? Dumbledore probed further. Hermione's expression stiffened as she slowly replied, Thank you for your concern. I have no other issues. That's good to hear, Dumbledore said with a smile, then turned to glide towards his office in his flowing robes. Forgive me, Professor, for I have lied. Hermione silently apologized in her heart. For aside from her baseless animosity towards Lockhart, she found herself unable to harbor any ill feelings towards the architect of her predicament, even holding onto a faint thread of guilt. Chapter 57. Questions and Clarifications. Guilt? Hermione felt her emotions might truly be in disarray, at least from the words of others. Lockhart had protected her during the battle with the basilisk, while Malfoy was the true culprit. Yet her own perspective on both individuals seemed to be in direct contradiction to reason. Dumbledore's words were laden with deeper meaning, leaving her bewildered, as if he were hinting at something beyond her comprehension. Due to the cancellation of the final examinations, a sense of relaxation has enveloped everyone. Compared to the usual tension of the curriculum, there is a noticeable ease among the students. Harry is spending his days immersed in the Quidditch pitch, striving to catch up on training, as they cannot afford to become complacent simply because Hermione's Special Contribution Award has garnered them exceptional scores. Although training can be exhausting, for those who possess a genuine passion, it remains a source of enjoyment. It is almost predictable that all related items have found their way onto Filch's confiscation list. The drawer designated for George and Fred is nearing its capacity. Previously, during the reign of the Basilisk, the issue of the Howler had sparked considerable discontent among the professors, as these items frequently disrupted their teaching. However, in times of panic, the students needed a means to stabilize their nerves, and the emergence of the Howler provided a much-needed distraction. Thus, apart from a few professors, the majority chose to turn a blind eye. Now that the threat of the Basilisk has dissipated, these Howlers, which could severely disrupt discipline, are deemed more harmful than beneficial. Consequently, the two brothers were soon summoned to Dumbledore's office for tea. The outcome was remarkable. By the following day, the Weasley twins had ceased to provide Howlers. Yet they were not disheartened. My goodness, even the headmaster wants to purchase your Howlers? Ron exclaimed, rising from a patterned crimson armchair in the Gryffindor common room, incredulous as he addressed his brothers. Of course, George puffed out his chest, proud of this development. The professor has always been an open-minded individual. In fact, he has supported our pranks to some extent. However, it seems our Howlers have taken turn for the worse. Fred waved his hand dismissively. Then why would the headmaster want your Howlers? Harry interjected from his side. Ah, that is a long story, George teased, though the slight curve of his lips betrayed his good spirits. You will find out at the end of the term, Fred added with a knowing smile. Sometimes, the most significant distinction between high achievers and those who struggle academically lies not in innate intelligence, but rather in self-discipline. Upon learning about the cancellation of the final exams, many students began to languish. However, Hermione remained unaffected. In a sense, her inquisitive nature is both a flaw and a virtue. Her leisure time continues to be spent in the library, and she shows no signs of easing her academic pursuits. One morning, after the class with Professor Flitwick, Hermione, much like she had previously done with Professor Dumbledore, called out to him, Miss Granger, what question do you have for me today? Professor Flitwick inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Professor Flitwick, a wizard of Fey lineage, possesses a diminutive stature. However, in contrast to others of similarly small stature but questionable morals, he commands the respect of both students and faculty at Hogwarts. His character is imbued with a delightful sense of humor, and students frequently engage him in playful banter during lessons. They collectively believe that a harmonious blend of his personality with that of Professor McGonagall would yield an ideal educator. His voice, though high-pitched and somewhat squeaky, is unwavering when he utters spells. As a former dueling champion and current charms professor, Flitwick's prowess is not to be underestimated. Hermione Granger is among his most esteemed pupils, exhibiting impeccable academic performance and attitude. Aside from Severus Snape, who naturally clashes with Gryffindor, Hermione is likely the quintessential student in the eyes of all her teachers, perhaps with the exception of Professor Trelawney, who might find her lacking in the requisite aura. As an eager learner, Hermione often poses questions to her professors, a practice that is wholly natural, given his superior knowledge. Professor Flitwick should be able to address most inquiries with ease. However, upon Hermione's latest question, he paused thoughtfully, stroking his beard before breaking the silence. Miss Granger, do you truly believe that your amnesia stems from a memory charm? He shook his wand as he spoke. Indeed, her inquiry was centered on seeking a method to restore memories erased by such a charm. Although Professor Dumbledore's response had been somewhat cryptic, it ultimately assuaged her concerns. Hermione trusted that Dumbledore would not deceive her. Since the Polyjuice potion had proven sound, the only remaining possibility for her emotional dilemma was a memory charm. With an expression of eager anticipation, Hermione looked to Professor Flitwick, yet his subsequent answer left her profoundly disappointed. According to the standards of the wizarding world, he stated, only the caster could reverse the effects. This response, lacking in utility, was something she could have swiftly garnered from any other professor without the prolonged deliberation required here. Yet, Flitwick's subsequent remarks ignited a flicker of hope within her. Though he acknowledged that it might seem somewhat self-aggrandizing, Professor Flitwick, with a hint of pride, continued, as the head of Ravenclaw, it is my duty to set an example for my students. I delve into not only the tomes of our realm, but also those of the Muggle world, fortuitously acquiring some knowledge therein. He further explained, magic is not omnipotent. If, Miss Granger, your suspicions hold merit, you may encounter some lingering repercussions. He recounted the tale of an individual afflicted by a memory charm who instinctively cast the killing curse upon encountering a foe. According to Muggle scientists, certain memories are indelible, akin to instinct. For instance, if I were to cast a complete forgetfulness charm upon you, erasing the memory of sustenance, would your body as intrinsic need truly be extinguished? Thus, one might ponder whether the memory charm could be classified among the 4 unforgivable curses. He made a rather unamusing jest. As a wizard of Muggle origin, your understanding of both realms is likely more profound than that of a pure wizard or Muggle. Perhaps during this holiday, you might uncover some desired answers in a Muggle library, and my sole piece of advice is to seek stimulation. I must prepare for the next lesson, Miss Granger. Should you have any inquiries, I hope to address them next time. With that, Flitwick leapt down from the tower of books and strolled toward the door. Stimulation? Hermione murmured softly, gazing at Flitwick's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Chapter 58. The Faux Hero Lockhart. Time flies swiftly, and the academic year at Hogwarts is drawing to a close. The Great Hall has been adorned magnificently, with students gathered joyfully, giving Gryffindor's substantial lead in points. The hall is festooned with red and gold ribbons, the colors emblematic of Gryffindor, and a banner depicting a majestic lion hangs behind the guest of honor. Ah, it seems my students can hardly wait. I, this old codger, cannot compete with the vigor of youth. Dumbledore chuckled at his own expense, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his students were captivated by the man behind him. Now, let us welcome the individual you have all been anticipating. I'm certain he is eager to share his thoughts with you. Dumbledore ceded his position to the man behind him, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. The man in question was none other than Professor Lockhart, who had long been absent from Hogwarts. Regardless of culture or nation, the adoration of heroes is an innate instinct among the masses. However, the students of Slytherin might be the exception at this moment, as their hero's accomplishments have been overshadowed by the one on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted once more into fervent applause, with Harry and Ron clapping until their hands were sore, vociferously chanting Lockhart's name. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Lockhart gestured for silence. However, due to certain circumstances, I can no longer teach here. I believe Professor Dumbledore has informed you that my magical abilities have been severely compromised. As for the crucial defense against the dark arts position, I contend that the instructor must possess not only sound theoretical knowledge, but also formidable practical skills. While I could barely manage before, I am now wholly incapable of fulfilling that role. A wave of sighs swept across the audience. The students felt a sense of regret, yet recognized their powerlessness. Though they were grateful to him from the perspective of their parents and the school, they could not allow someone in his condition to continue teaching defense against the dark arts. Professor Lockhart. Suddenly, a voice from the Gryffindor section rose, and many, including Lockhart himself, turned to see the source of the commotion, where a head of fiery red hair was impossible to miss. Oh, is that you, Ron? Lockhart maintained his gentlemanly and warm smile, undeterred by the interruption. He extended his hand in an inviting gesture, encouraging Ron to rise and speak. Is there a question? He inquired. In the heat of the moment, Ron shouted without much thought, only to realize, after the fact, that he felt somewhat anxious under the gaze of so many. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and said, I've heard that our school S professor will retire next year due to his age. He teaches the care of magical creatures course, and I thought perhaps you might consider trying this class. Students from various houses began to murmur among themselves, with all but the Slytherins expressing a strong desire for him to remain. This reminded Ron of an incident that had occurred at St. Mungo's Hospital. He had bravely fought the basilisk, sacrificing himself to protect the students, coupled with the esteemed reputation he had garnered in society. Lockhart naturally became the darling of the wizarding media. Except for a rather peculiar magazine, nearly every publication sought an interview with him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself lying on a large bed, covered with a pristine white sheet. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a swarm of Western journalists rushed in, surrounding his bedside and bombarding him with questions. "Mr. Lockhart, we've heard that your magical abilities have been affected. Is this true? Do you regret teaching at Hogwarts? What were your thoughts when you saved Ms. Granger? How did you manage to defeat a basilisk that has lived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years?" The barrage of inquiries left him increasingly bewildered. Yet, despite his previous reliance on rudimentary magic, Lockhart had thrived in the wizarding world, undoubtedly possessing a unique talent for boasting. His success in selling books that were nothing more than reworked stories from others indicated that he was indeed adept at storytelling. The same tale recounted by different voices could yield vastly different experiences. After his eloquent responses, the journalists erupted in enthusiastic applause for his wit and bravery. One journalist adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Mr. Lockhart has just awakened. We cannot disturb his rest any longer. Let us conclude for today, confident that we will have more opportunities to interview him in the future." The assembled reporters nodded in agreement and, after bidding farewell to Lockhart, exited the hospital room together. However, after conducting a press conference, Lockhart was suddenly overtaken by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. He decided to set aside his thoughts and take a nap before contemplating the remaining matters. Just as he leaned back, his head nearing the soft pillow, his peripheral vision caught sight of a bedside cabinet, one drawer slightly ajar, revealing what appeared to be a thick stack of documents. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out to open the cabinet and retrieve the files. Upon closer inspection, Lockhart's spirit plummeted, sleepiness dissipating instantly, and he instinctively glanced towards the already locked door, relieved to find no one around before exhaling deeply. Chapter 59, The Handle. What did Lockhart discover within this stack of documents? He beheld a comprehensive list of all the targets upon whom he had previously cast the forgetfulness charm, accompanied by their current circumstances and, naturally, the accounts of their experiences he had clandestinely appropriated. As he flipped through the pages with increasing urgency, the rustling sound of the parchment echoed around him, seemingly a subconscious attempt to dispel the dread that gnawed at his heart. A fall from grace, a tarnished reputation. Should these dark secrets come to light, they would transform him from a revered hero into a pariah, despised by all. The recent heroic endeavor would also be met with skepticism, particularly since it was, in essence, a fabrication. Trembling, he turned to the final page, where a sentence inscribed in dark ink awaited him. "Take care of yourself." His gaze seemed ensnared by those words, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in his ears, reminiscent of thunder, as fragmented and hazy memories surged into his consciousness, stirring tumultuous waves within. Lockhart recalled that beguiling notebook, witnessed Dumbledore's formidable display in the Chamber of Secrets, effortlessly dispatching the basilisk as if crushing a mere insect, and saw his own unconscious form alongside his admiring student, Hermione. And the boy, Malfoy, who had presented him with whiskey. Why did he bestow this credit upon me? Lockhart pondered. He remembered the reporter's unusual fervor. For one who had faced countless journalists before, the significance of this event paled in comparison, yet their abnormal enthusiasm hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Yes, that was it. A sudden epiphany illuminated his mind, revealing a seemingly plausible explanation, which indeed held some truth. Dumbledore's reputation had reached its zenith, and as the renowned wizard who had vanquished Grindelwald, his triumph over the basilisk would not elicit astonishment. Faculty and students alike would regard it as a mere formality. Oh, the professor dealt with a basilisk, and tranquility has returned to the school. However, if the mantle were to fall upon him, the narrative would shift dramatically. Lockhart found himself increasingly captivated by the depths of Dumbledore's cunning. In the realm of heroism, if the act of saving the world appeared effortless, gratitude would be fleeting. Conversely, if the hero bore a considerable burden, the admiration would be fervent. He was, after all, the individual who had sacrificed immensely for this very cause. Dumbledore, perhaps cognizant of his true capabilities, had seized this opportunity to publicly acknowledge his merits while providing him with a dignified excuse to depart from the school. In contemplating this, Lockhart felt a blend of gratitude and reverence towards Dumbledore. He also speculated on the reasons behind Dumbledore's elaborate orchestration. If memory served him correctly, that girl named Hermione was of Muggle lineage, and a teacher risking their safety to rescue such a student would undoubtedly stir a tempest in public opinion, challenging the obstinate blood purists within the wizarding community. Wizards and Muggles coexisting peacefully is not merely the aspiration of Dumbledore. It is also a principle steadfastly upheld by Lockhart. While the former is a venerable figure, esteemed as the foremost wizard, the latter is a charlatan, a mere pretender. Reflecting on this, Lockhart felt an increased respect for the venerable elder who shared his ideals. Those who have experienced life and death often ponder more deeply. Perhaps Lockhart had an epiphany, as his analysis unexpectedly aligned with the truth. However, individuals tend to subconsciously forget memories that are disadvantageous to themselves. Clearly, Lockhart had gently absolved himself, accepting the official explanation with equanimity, while neglecting the significant possibility that he might have been manipulated by the diary. It is conceivable that Professor Dumbledore had altered more of his memories than one might assume. In any case, Lockhart, though perhaps motivated, still found himself beholden to Dumbledore's whims. Ron's information was remarkably astute. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and surveyed the audience. The students displayed expressions of excitement. Yet Dumbledore abruptly shifted his tone, raising his hands to quell their exuberance. It seems you have misunderstood something. There are indeed magical creatures that are far more terrifying than basilisks. Dumbledore's previously amiable demeanor grew serious. The students recalled that basilisks were, after all, a type of magical creature, and perhaps their safety depended on the teacher's strength, causing their heads to droop in disappointment once more. However, Dumbledore then teased a revelation, continuing, "Indeed, your third-year care of magical creatures professor will retire next year. He is aging and will require more time to tend to his beloved little ones." Pausing to adjust his slightly crooked glasses, he added, "Thus, you will welcome a new instructor next semester, likely someone familiar to you, so please await with patience." Harry displayed an expression of profound disappointment, slamming his hands on the desk in front of him. Clearly, the prospect of witnessing Snape, the old bat, being thoroughly bested was now off the table. They still held a flicker of hope, pondering whether Lockhart might regain his magical prowess one day and reclaim his former position, which would certainly be more convenient. Returning to the matter at hand, Lockhart commenced his report on heroic deeds, with what he perceived as Dumbledore's tacit approval. He indulged in elaborate embellishments, eliciting bursts of applause from the audience. Hermione, standing beside him, felt only a rising tide of irritation and inexplicable disdain. Amidst the cheers, discordant voices emerged from the Slytherin section. Each time Lockhart recounted his so-called exploits, applause and shouts erupted from other quarters, while jeers and hisses resonated from their corner. Such grandiloquence, yet who has truly lost their magic? They murmured among themselves. What a disgrace, sacrificing one's future to save a mudblood. These sentiments, though somewhat hushed, were far from rare. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape, who, in response, waved his voluminous robes, signaling his students to temper their reactions. The dining table remained in uproar. And who could deny Snape's favoritism toward his house? This pretense of restraint was merely a veil before the storm of his true fury, perhaps even a subconscious wish for their mockery to serve as a balm for his own humiliation. Such was the sentiment among many Slytherin students. Pansy sat beside Malfoy, abstaining from the ruckus, quietly observing him, wary of any deeper emotional upheaval. For today's gathering seemed unlikely to bring joy. The more the accolades for the hero's deeds were sung, the more pitiable the vanquished villain appeared. Enough. Malfoy slammed his hand on the table, startling Pansy, who braced herself for an outburst. Yet, Malfoy merely uttered a phrase. Despite his defeat, Malfoy's reputation within the house soared, and most chose to heed his directives. Indeed, his words held more sway than those of their headmaster. As he gazed at Lockhart on stage, eloquently spinning his tales, Malfoy could only sigh. Chapter 60, The Cost. All gifts bestowed by fate have already been marked with their price in the shadows. Malfoy recalled a phrase he had once encountered. Lockhart, basking in the limelight, seemed to parade about as a savior, oblivious to the fact that all of this had sprung from his own machinations. It felt rather unjust. Yet, in truth, it was quite fair. He had already paid a heavy toll for his acclaim. Perhaps only Merlin knew how much longer Lockhart had to live. Even in a world of magic, certain laws must be adhered to, such as the fundamental principles of transfiguration, which bear a vague resemblance to the scientific theorems discovered by Muggles. This is the law of conservation. The original Ginny escaped her fate due to the destruction of the diary, which could be interpreted as the life force it had drained being returned to her. But what of Lockhart? He may not be so fortunate, for he might have already exhausted his future long ago. At the pinnacle of the magical world stood Dumbledore, Voldemort. In Grindelwald, this is indisputable. In terms of magical prowess and spellcasting skills, they are unequivocally divine beings. As for the second tier, some professors at Hogwarts, adept in combat, might qualify. Even so, Snape could be considered among the elite. In the original tale, he managed to gain the upper hand against Professor McGonagall in their duel, and he could retreat unscathed when Flitwick joined the fray. His strength was formidable. Thus, the question arises, what price must Lockhart pay to defeat Snape in a formal duel? Even if Snape might have underestimated him slightly, this query may only be answered by Merlin. As a dark cult leader, Voldemort, even in his youth, he would not be able to boast of achievements that were not rightfully his. Professor, I urge you to pay attention to Lockhart. A hoarse and deep voice emerged from Snape's lips. A first-rate wizard would neither belittle himself nor succumb to unfounded arrogance. Possessing a clear understanding of his own capabilities, Snape was not as preoccupied with victory or defeat as the students seemed to be, even though Ron and Harry felt that his face turned ashen after the defeat. Rather than concern for the outcomes, he was more troubled by the peculiarities of certain individuals and the well-being of others. Thus, after the conclusion of the dueling club, Snape made this suggestion to Dumbledore. The office remained enveloped in mist, silverware continuously exhaling smoke. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, meticulously unwrapped a piece of candy, seemingly oblivious to Snape's proposal. Severus, please assist an elderly gentleman whose limbs are less nimble, such as unwrapping this candy, Dumbledore said, not even lifting his eyelids, casually tossing a piece of candy towards Snape. It was indeed a clumsy attempt to divert the conversation. With a thud, the candy fell to the floor, producing a slight sound that seemed to announce Snape's protest. Clearly, he did not pick it up. Oh, very well, Severus. Dumbledore sensed the rising ire of the man before him, even as he maintained his silence. You are overly suspicious. Dumbledore slowly uttered his aged, weighty voice carrying a semblance of calming magic. We do not possess the luxury to concern ourselves with a professor's prowess. As far as I am aware, Lockhart has been quite a figure during his time at school. Is it not normal for an exceptional student to evolve into an exceptional teacher? Dumbledore remarked with a smile directed at Snape. Yet, Snape tightened his grip on his wand. I know what you are implying. No matter how skilled a teacher may be, one cannot entirely avert mishaps in the classroom, especially during their inaugural lesson when nerves are inevitable. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape and continued. I believe you cannot guarantee that Neville Longbottom will not err during class, can you? But Snape sought to continue, only to be interrupted by Dumbledore once more. Professor Snape, my suggestion is that you concentrate more on your potions. Once the mandrakes mature, you will be needed to brew the elixirs. Dumbledore's tone grew serious and somber, as if he were reminded of his petrified students. Very well, Headmaster, I trust you will be satisfied. Snape ceased his insistence, sweeping his long robe back as he strode towards the door. However, just as his last foot was about to cross the threshold, a chilling undertone of suppressed fury lingered in his voice. I only hope that the next potion you request of me does not bear the prefix of revival. Upon finishing his words, the office door quietly closed behind him, though beneath the surface, perhaps currents of tension simmered. Wastefulness is hardly a virtue to be endorsed, Dumbledore sighed softly, picking up the fallen candy and brushing off the dust. He then began to search for a more convenient spot to tear open the wrapper. With a rip, the packaging was torn asunder. In stark contrast to the earlier perplexity, Dumbledore now exuded an air of effortless confidence. Whether he had merely been feigning madness moments ago, or was now employing some form of magic, remained a mystery known only to this venerable old man. Chapter 61. Interlude and Conclusion. Had a pesky insect infiltrated your mind? Just as Malfoy feigned earnestness while listening to Lockhart's incessant oration, a rather ethereal voice drifted into his ears. It seemed that those around were oblivious to the presence of a Ravenclaw student who had ventured into the Slytherin territory. Luna, upon hearing this, glanced at the loquacious Lockhart on the stage and then scrutinized Malfoy before curling her lip and declaring, I believe he is the one whose mind has been invaded by the pesky insect. Malfoy was at a loss as to how to respond to this remarkably intuitive girl. Luna, what brings you over here? A senior girl hurriedly approached them, her long, curly brown hair cascading elegantly around her finely featured face. Yet, it was her presence, intellectual and graceful, that captivated the eye. She was Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw. She swiftly pulled Luna aside, maintaining a respectful distance from Malfoy, and positioned her protectively behind her, softly apologizing. I'm terribly sorry for Luna's intrusion. I shall escort her back to where she belongs, and hope you can overlook her transgression. With that, she promptly whisked the reluctant Luna away, feeling a sense of duty to safeguard her younger peer. Malfoy bore no trace of the pesky insect. He was indeed a good soul. Luna, somewhat irked, muttered to herself, believing that had she engaged Malfoy a bit longer, she might have gleaned more valuable insights through her instincts. Penelope could only shake her head in exasperation, a look of pity directed towards Luna. Truth be told, she struggled to comprehend why the Sorting Hat had placed this girl in Ravenclaw. For the house epitomized wisdom and knowledge, while Luna seemed to embody none of those traits. Even though Penelope had somewhat acclimated to Luna's eccentric behavior, she could not allow her younger peer to stand so close to such a perilous individual, despite his relatively young age, certainly not as dangerous as his two younger brothers. A sudden realization seemed to dawn upon Penelope, her cheeks flushing with warmth. A lady in love often finds herself inadvertently connecting every matter to her beloved. "Why is your face so red?" Luna inquired. "Is it?" Penelope quickly touched her face and then hastily lowered her hand. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Luna. "Do not divert the topic. Keep your distance from him. God knows what peculiar creature he might conjure next. If you leave a lasting impression on him, you may be the first to suffer the consequences. But if what you say is true, then it may already be too late." A sense of foreboding began to stir within Penelope. "I sat next to him on the train at the start of the year, and he taught me many fascinating games." Luna playfully adjusted her radish earrings and nonchalantly remarked, "What?" Penelope felt as though she might require a new heart, as the one currently beating within her chest was on the verge of bursting due to the presence of the little girl before her. "In any case, keep your distance from him. Otherwise, even as the head of Ravenclaw, I would not hesitate to deduct points from my own house." Penelope endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet the recent explosive revelation rendered her momentarily incapable of coherent thought, leading to her subsequent retort. "The head has no authority to deduct points." Luna fixed her gaze on Penelope, her words piercing through with precision. At that moment, the head girl found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a vigorous round of applause interrupted the awkward tension between the two. "At last, it is coming to an end," Draco sighed with relief, as he had always despised these lengthy and unproductive gatherings, and found Gilderoy Lockhart's presentation utterly uninspiring. "Firstly, Miss Granger ought to be the inaugural reader of my book, for during the battle, she successfully drew the basilisk's attention, allowing me the opportunity to cast my spell." Lockhart rambled on, naturally pulling Hermione to the forefront to bask in the collective gaze of the audience. Hermione felt exceedingly uncomfortable during her previous recognition. She had at least been accompanied by peers, but now she stood alone, and her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, exacerbated by the headmaster's earlier insinuations and her inexplicable aversion to Lockhart, all of which made her feel quite awkward on stage. Nevertheless, she could only muster a smile for both the audience and Lockhart, attempting to present a facade of joy. Shortly thereafter, she heard a barely discernible cough. She was certain Lockhart had also heard it, as he suddenly flinched. Stealing a furtive glance, she discovered that Lockhart's gaze was directed toward Professor Dumbledore, who maintained his characteristic cheerful demeanor, as if nothing amiss had transpired. An ancient Eastern proverb states that every gathering must eventually come to an end. Lockhart shifted his tone, genuinely beginning his farewell. There was a hint of reverence intertwined with gratitude, reflecting Lockhart's acknowledgement of Dumbledore's current state of mind. A mere cough was sufficient for him to grasp the unspoken communication. Lockhart, fully aware of the secrets Dumbledore held, could not be deceived by the seemingly simple nature of the perpetually smiling elder. Recognizing the need to temper his exuberance, Lockhart assessed himself and realized he might have become somewhat carried away. For those who have not received signed copies of my book, do not despair. You will soon find it prominently displayed at Flourish and Blots. Now, I believe it is time to relinquish this moment to Professor Dumbledore, allowing him to conclude this term on a high note. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat a few times, seamlessly taking over the conversation. Draco had anticipated that Dumbledore would offer a few more polite remarks before concluding. It has been proven that he is quite naive. Professor Dumbledore collected the cacophony of howling letters, but chose not to destroy them, waiting for just this opportunity to unleash their chaos all at once. He has come to understand why the Weasley twins had previously chosen a compromise. The Great Hall subsequently resembled the scene of a deep-water explosion, filled with the unbearable cacophony of various animal howls. One might mistakenly believe that creatures from a Muggle zoo had escaped. Dumbledore's explanation was that he hoped these howling letters would never again be necessary, treating today as a farewell performance. Malfoy could only roll his eyes at this childlike old man. Chapter 62, Temptation. I can propose a condition he cannot refuse. In his past life, Malfoy had fantasized about the day he could fulfill such a classic line, perhaps after making a name for himself in the business world, skillfully discerning his opponent's limits at the negotiation table, and presenting an offer so compelling it demanded submission. or perhaps while confessing to the girl of his dreams, having transformed himself into her ideal through sheer effort, thus winning her affection. Yet, he never imagined that today he would utter this iconic phrase, not to a business elite nor to his beloved, but to a most unappetizing-looking goblin. "I can propose a condition you cannot refuse," he declared. "Impossible," the goblin retorted. The integrity of a goblin cannot be swayed by mere gold galleons. The room was dimly lit, with a stifling humidity that made each breath uncomfortable. In the center stood a dilapidated wooden table, its corners and legs marred by cracks, adorned with empty bottles and a dish of rather unrefined snacks. Should anyone push the door open, they would first notice a young man with light golden hair seated on the left side of the table, casually carrying a nondescript leather bag. Only upon closer inspection would they discern that another figure occupied the chair opposite him. If one possessed even a modicum of discernment, they would recognize the diminutive, unattractive creature with protruding ears and nose as a goblin. The goblin continued, "Mr. Malfoy, we are all delighted that you have graced Gringotts with your presence this year. However, your current behavior is tantamount to a crime, even though you are still a minor. I'm certain your father would not wish to see his proud son violate the laws of the wizarding world." The goblin paused, then added, "Given the wealth of the Malfoy family and your father's affection for you, there is almost nothing you cannot obtain. Why then must you covet the wealth of others? If you leave here at once, I can pretend as if nothing has transpired." "Oh, Mr. Rung, the integrity of a goblin? How effortlessly you utter such words." Malfoy feigned surprise, casting a glance at the goblin named Rung. "However, I have observed in my father's ledger that your actions are far from immaculate. He distinctly incinerated those items before my very eyes." The goblin, resembling a wildcat that has had its tail stepped on, contorted its already twisted features, nearly obscuring its oversized eyes, presenting an indescribable visage of ugliness. "It seems there is indeed something amiss." Malfoy stroked his chin, gazing at the flustered goblin with a smirk of derision. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" The goblin's bravado faltered, and the previously respectful address was replaced with a more familiar "you," indicating that he no longer wished to engage in pretense. If the goblin had once feigned a semblance of deference while harboring no respect, the disruption had now led him to regard this boy as a worthy conversational partner. "Oh," the goblin's curiosity was piqued. As an employee of a monopolistic bank, his remuneration was undoubtedly substantial, not to mention his own clandestine avenues for acquiring additional income. Thus, for him, the influx of gold was merely a boon, not a perilous necessity. Engaging in dubious dealings was acceptable, but crossing certain moral boundaries would not be tolerated. Should he be discovered, the consequence could very well be termination and a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that made the goblin anticipate the source of Malfoy's confidence. He was eager to discover what conditions the youth could present that might compel his submission. "I believe you may wish to inspect the goods first." Malfoy removed a satchel slung across his body and placed it upon the table before the goblin. To be candid, the goblin prided himself on his many years at Gringotts, having encountered countless treasures and rare magical materials that could quicken one's heartbeat, including the very Philosopher's Stone. He assumed he would never again lose his composure over mere objects. However, upon opening the satchel, his breath caught abruptly. "This is the sword of Gryffindor." The goblin's silverware instinctively repelled dust, so even after years without polish, the sword gleamed as if freshly forged, radiating a brilliant silver light. The handle was intricately engraved with peculiar patterns, crowned by an enormous ruby. Once fully drawn from its sheath, the dim room appeared to awaken, instantly illuminated. The goblin quickly regained his composure, though his expression remained fervent. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Malfoy preemptively interjected. "You despicable human wizard. This sword was originally lent to you by our ancestors, yet you shamelessly claimed it as your own. After centuries, it is time for it to be returned to its rightful owner." Malfoy regarded the goblin with a look of disdain. "I believe I have conveyed what you wish to express. Can the pursuits of scholars be deemed theft? Can the transactions of goblins be labeled as sales?" In a moment of distraction, the sword that had been firmly grasped was snatched away, leaving behind a stifling sense of frustration, causing Larang's face to flush crimson. This was not a blush born of shame for the peculiar customs of his clan. Rather, it was a manifestation of his fury. Often, anger stems from an intense hatred towards one's own impotence to alter an unchangeable situation, resulting in an unutterable silence. Before long, Larang broke his silence, his voice rasping and laborious, reminiscent of a rusty saw slicing through decayed wood. "Very well, what you desire. Whose wealth have you set your sights upon? I can assist you in concealing your intentions, but you must also be prepared for the possibility of discovery. I shall share the risk of being sent to Azkaban with you." At that moment, Larang exhibited an unexpected calmness, beginning to inquire about the terms. Indeed, this was a condition he could not refuse. He was not averse to resorting to force, yet he had weighed his own capabilities beforehand. Years of bureaucratic life had diminished his already limited combat skills to a considerably low level. He lacked confidence. Observing Larang's current subservience, Malfoy smiled again. "Who told you I was interested in those mundane possessions?" Malfoy intently fixed his gaze upon Larang's eyes and spoke slowly, "My objective." He hesitated before articulating each word with precision. "Is vengeance." Chapter 63, Conspiracy. With a routine of 9 to 5 and a linear existence, Malfoy's life had become remarkably tranquil. Much of his work was conducted behind the scenes, sparing him the troubles of direct dealings. It is known that both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds harbor their share of less refined individuals. Being ensnared in front-facing interactions not only squandered time, but also soured his mood throughout the day. In the blink of an eye, this third holiday was nearly half over. Since his clandestine meeting with Larang at the tavern, they had not crossed paths again in private. The first reason was to avoid suspicion following the incident, and the second was the sheer lack of necessity. He was waiting for a reasonable opportunity to set his plans into motion. As someone who could significantly enhance the efficiency of the goblins, yet was not technically an employee, Malfoy had been granted an exception, receiving an independent office. The comfortable leather chair allowed him to leisurely peruse newspapers after completing his tasks ahead of schedule, seeking the information he required. As he swiftly scanned through lines of trivial news, a series of bold headlines made his pupils constrict. "Notorious wizard Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." The Ministry of Magic confirmed this morning, stating that he remains at large. "We are diligently working to recapture Black," proclaimed Minister Cornelius Fudge, whose awkward smile in the newspaper photo betrayed his distress, clearly indicating that such an event during his tenure was a significant blow to his reputation. The opportunity had arrived. Malfoy smiled. He opened the drawer of his desk and randomly pulled out a sheet of parchment from a stack, smoothing it out on the surface. With a quill in hand, he began to write. "Dear Branch Manager of Gringotts, over the past year and this one, I have been honored to receive an opportunity to work here. However, rather than merely a job, it is more accurately described as a chance for personal development granted by your goodwill towards my father, for which I am profoundly grateful. Consequently, I feel compelled to offer my modest suggestions for the advancement of the bank. Prior to the apprehension of Black, I believe that the protective measures of Gringotts should be appropriately fortified, despite its already formidable defenses. After all, even the isolated Azkaban prison in the North Sea could not contain that murderer. I am convinced that if Gringotts were to take the lead at this juncture, it would undoubtedly enhance the loyalty and trust of existing clients, as well as attract potential ones. Not all families share my father's enthusiasm for investment. Many ancient families place greater faith in their own private vaults than in Gringotts. This presents a perfect opportunity, should Black indeed arrive, and we assist in his capture. I believe that the reputation of the British Gringotts branch would ascend to new heights, potentially bringing in additional business. The above is merely the immature suggestion of an informal employee. After humbly signing his name, Malfoy prepared to submit this letter of recommendations to the current branch manager. A rather conventional goblin lacking in vision. Were Malfoy to be an ordinary employee, this correspondence would likely have sunk without a trace, and a more assertive leader might have even reprimanded him. After all, no one wishes to be lectured by a lowly employee. However, he is not just any ordinary staff member. In terms of contributions, he is in a league of his own, and most critically, his family is one of the significant benefactors of this Gringotts branch. This alone would warrant careful consideration from those in power. Moreover, the suggestions are indeed sensible. No one would argue against the rationale of enhancing security measures. As Malfoy pondered these thoughts, an unexpected cacophony of owl hoots and the rustling of wings echoed from outside the window. A large, sleek black owl, its orange-yellow eyes peering in, was tapping on the glass with its claws, seeking attention. With a sigh, Malfoy rose to open the window, allowing the owl to enter. Only such a sizable creature could carry so many parcels, he mused, gazing at the numerous packages clutched in the owl's formidable talons. These were various snacks and necessities sent by Narcissa, licorice wands, sugar quills, an assortment of chocolates, and delectable desserts baked by their family chef. Yet, it was evident that his stomach could not accommodate all of these treats. He needed to assure her of his well-being. The basilisk incident had left him bedridden for several days, and when news of this reached Narcissa, she had been ready to storm Hogwarts to confront Dumbledore. In her daily life, She was fiercely protective, and hearing of her beloved son's injury, which had nearly cost him his life, only intensified her instinct to defend. Apart from those close to him, the members of the Malfoy family exhibit an unyielding cruelty, and one can scarcely fathom the extent of Narcissa's potential outbursts. Lucius made a concerted effort to restrain her, preventing Narcissa from actually visiting the school. Otherwise, it is predictable that Hogwarts would have descended into utter chaos once more. During a subsequent hospital checkup, the incessant offerings of nourishing foods and the multitude of instructions overwhelmed young Malfoy, yet these were expressions of concern that he could not dismiss. Lucius's standing among the school board has diminished due to this incident. However, because Dumbledore himself had overlooked certain matters, Lucius was not expelled from the council. Logically, one might attribute part of his decline to Draco's actions, yet he bore no resentment towards his son. He merely conveyed to him that the honor of pure blood must be defended without necessitating personal sacrifice, urging him to exercise greater caution in the future. To draw an imperfect analogy, Draco's behavior resembles that of a diligent Chinese student who, in fervent pursuit of academic excellence, neglects his health to the point of hospitalization, leading his parents to incur significant medical expenses. Who could bear to cast blame in such a scenario? In the eyes of Lucius and Narcissa, this situation aligns with their perception. Their beloved son sacrificed his health to uphold the honor of pure blood, sustaining injuries that only slightly impacted their lives. Regrettably, in the face of good and evil, life and death, they will one day come to realize the absurdity of the beliefs they uphold. Even Voldemort, whom they once feared, merely sought to consolidate all available power by uniting these so-called pure blood families. After all, he himself was of mixed blood. The notion that Voldemort would govern with a divide-and-conquer strategy or rule as a singular authority is naively simplistic. Should he rise to power, the first to face his wrath might well be these very pure blood families. There is a certain satisfaction in absolute control that mere collaboration cannot provide. His ambitions extend beyond life and death itself. Chapter 64, Inventory. Initially, Narcissa intended for Draco to spend the holiday under her watchful eye, ensuring her peace of mind. However, this proposition was met with resistance not only from Draco, but also from Lucius, who rarely opposed her. When has my son, a Malfoy, ever been deterred by a mere accident? Lucius asserted with unusual firmness. He believed that teaching Draco to be cautious did not equate to fostering cowardice. Having high hopes for his son, he was unwilling to see Draco's potential squandered. Narcissa soon recognized her overreach, and after some mutual concessions, they established terms. This is precisely what Draco is currently engaged in, sending daily messages of reassurance through the family's pet owl. Lucius, however, found himself perplexed by his son's frequent visits to the bank. Could it be that Draco has developed an affinity for wealth? This thought prompted Lucius to consider finding an opportunity to discuss with his son the exquisite allure of power. The continuation and expansion of their family lineage require not only the accumulation of wealth, but also the support of influence. Certainly, prestige is an indispensable element. The opportunity is approaching, and I hope you can seize it. That brazen human wizard has not exchanged a word with him for over 20 days since their last encounter. This cunning youth, more sly than an adult, has left Lahuan in a state of agitation. He has even begun to doubt whether the young master of the Malfoy family is merely toying with him or has simply changed his mind. Yes, he must have reconsidered. While at work, Lahuan often found himself entangled in such doubts. If he were in possession of that sword, he would not part with it so easily. Yet, even if it were a deception or a trap, he could only choose to leap into the unknown. He could only choose to believe. For this was a condition he could not refuse. At this moment, Lahuan traversed a spacious corridor, tasked with delivering a routine document to their branch manager, which was also one of his duties. However, the image of that sword lingered in his mind, enticing him and rendering him distracted. He kept his head down, lost in his thoughts, which made his already limited view, due to his diminutive stature, even more futile. Suddenly, he felt as if he had collided with something. He guessed it was a human being. As their sizes differed, he stumbled back a few steps and, losing his balance, fell onto the marble floor. The indistinct shadow before him merely swayed slightly. My apologies, Mr. Lahuan. It is my fault. I did not notice you. Malfoy extended his hand, attempting to help him up. Lahuan merely froze, allowing himself to be pulled up, his desire to speak caught in his throat. His large eyes stared blankly ahead. In a moment of distraction, Malfoy, after helping him, continued down the corridor without a backward glance. When Lahuan regained his composure, he discovered a note in his hand, presumably slipped to him by Malfoy during their brief encounter. The opportunity is approaching. I hope you can seize it. As Lahuan read the message, His once calm heart began to race uncontrollably. He was not deceiving me. Yet, questions arose. Opportunity? What opportunity? Even a fairy cannot enter a private vault without sufficient reason. This query lingered only for a few minutes. After delivering the document, he received a command from the branch manager. Prepare to enhance the security of the vault tomorrow. The decennial inspection has also been moved up to tomorrow, with the branch temporarily closing for the day. For Lahuan, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The exhilaration of impending treasure, coupled with the anxiety of betraying the fairy's loyalty, kept him tossing and turning. As dawn approached and the first light filtered into his narrow room, he knew it was time to act. He had no reason to hesitate. As the sky outside Gringotts began to pale with the first light of dawn, the brilliant red glow that crossed the horizon caught the eyes of the gathering fairies in the hall. The decennial inspection serves not only to ascertain whether any thieves coveting the treasures within have been ensnared by the enchanted gates, but also to inventory the amassed items for any signs of deterioration. Should potions be involved, the preservation magic encasing them may have waned, leading to spoilage. Weapons, too, may succumb to rust, as the efficacy of general enchantments tends to wane after a decade. Thus, the fairies have established a rule for inspections every 10 years. Even if conducted prematurely, such duties must still be fulfilled. Elder fairies, accompanied by their younger counterparts, traverse the obligatory path to the underground treasury, a journey vital to prevent a lapse in the passing of knowledge. During these inspections, it is imperative for the seasoned fairies to instruct the younger ones on the methods of examination. The fairies board small carts, which then propel themselves swiftly through the labyrinthine corridors, the sounds of rushing winds and the rhythmic clatter of wheels echoing incessantly. The winding paths, flanked by rocky walls and stalactites, create numerous forks, leading them to navigate with the dizzying sensation of being flung off course during sharp bends. As they encounter another sudden turn, a waterfall cascades down, obstructing their pathway. The fairies race past, droplets of water splattering against their forms. Nothing amiss occurs. This is the thief-repelling waterfall, capable of washing away all enchantments and magical disguises. While external defenses have their own unique countermeasures, one must occasionally guard against internal threats. Those bold enough to target the Goblin Vault would not hesitate to employ soul-stealing spells. Yet both the potion and the spell lose their potency beneath this waterfall, rendering all unrecognizable. This also serves to thwart impersonators and manipulative fairies, or even the original holders of the wealth. As for the current internal adversary, they appear to be willingly complicit. However, this spell does not possess the capacity to discern the true intentions of the heart. Chapter 65. The Intervention of the Ringmaster. Several carts have dispersed across various forks, with the most seasoned employees, including the Ringmaster and a few other fairies, tasked with overseeing the deepest vault, which houses the most significant entrusted treasures. A fire dragon fixates its gaze upon the group of fairies. Its massive form is adorned with scales. Yet years of confinement in the depths have rendered these once tight and vibrant scales pale and loose. A life shrouded in darkness has dulled the dragon's once blood-red eyes, leaving them murky and devoid of spirit, a morbid shade of pink. Its hind legs are shackled by heavy chains, the thick links tethered to a colossal stake embedded deep within the stone floor, while its spiked wings, which could serve as formidable weapons, are tightly drawn against its sides. A rough estimation reveals that, were it to unfurl, its wings could fill the entire chamber. The dragon glares at the fairies with a simmering resentment. Yet it is of no consequence. The fairies extract small metallic instruments from their bags, shaking them to produce a sharp, ringing sound akin to hammers striking anvils. Upon hearing this noise, the once menacing dragon immediately recoils, retreating in trepidation, its body quivering slightly. Who says wizards lack an understanding of science? This is merely a demonstration of conditioned reflexes, is it not? In the dragon's youth, it was subjected to painful punishments, accompanied by the clinking of chains, leaving psychological scars deeply etched into its very being as it matured. Despite this, the hoarse roars of the dragon, born from fear, still left the gathered fairies reeling. The fairies cautiously approached the vault's entrance, and one of them placed a finger upon the wooden surface, causing the door to vanish, revealing an aperture filled to the brim with exquisite treasures. Piles of gold coins were abundantly present, alongside goblets crafted from pure gold, standardized swords and armor, and the pelts of various fantastical creatures adorned with spines or wings, as well as an array of precious potions in a myriad of colors, their purposes unknown. It is said that after the fairy rebellion was quelled, they lost the right to wield wands. What could be resolved with a mere flick of light now required lamps for illumination in the dimly lit spaces. Yet, this was an exercise in futility, for their innate talents often allowed them to cast spells without the aid of wands. Perhaps by now, they had nearly forgotten their own gifts. A leading fairy addressed them, stating, as per tradition, be mindful not to touch these treasures with any part of your body, lest you suffer the consequences you are well aware of. With that, the fairies simultaneously retrieved gloves from their pockets and donned them. For such immensely valuable treasures, it was indeed prudent to impose an additional layer of security. Each item within had been imbued with both a fiery curse and a duplication curse, the combination of which exponentially increased their potency. Should anyone dare to pilfer what was not theirs, the scalding gold and other precious items would replicate endlessly, leaving the thief with two grim fates, to be burned alive or crushed beneath the weight of their greed. The fairies, having long dealt with such matters, had crafted numerous specialized gloves adorned with intricate patterns, unique to their craftsmanship and materials, allowing them to manage these possessions without triggering the curses. Lahuan surveyed the surroundings. Almost immediately, he spotted the small golden cup described to him by Malfoy. With two finely crafted pure gold handles, the cup's body was adorned with intricate carvings, featuring an emblematic badger. You need not bring it to me. I only ask that you destroy it. The difficulty of removing it and destroying it would be worlds apart. Even if he managed to extract it amidst the ensuing chaos, the meticulous records of Gringotts would inevitably expose him during subsequent inspections. Malfoy's sole requirement for destruction was simple. The liquid within the vial must make contact with the golden cup. Lahuan was uncertain of the substance contained in the vial he carried. All he knew was that he needed to follow Malfoy's instructions. If he deemed it revenge, so be it. It was rumored that the vault housed a collection of the Lestrange family, a lineage deeply entwined in the affairs of pure-blood families. A matter he had little desire to meddle in. Under the scrutiny of watchful eyes, he found himself unable to act. Lahuan could only bide his time, meticulously assessing the treasures, awaiting the opportune moment to act. The golden cup, shimmering beneath 3 spotlight beams, represented to him the sword of Gryffindor. Lahuan exerted every effort to regulate his breathing, striving to conceal his anxiety from the surrounding fairies. Although he was not in the act of stealing, it was nonetheless an affront to his employer's possessions, an endeavor that could not be executed openly. Moreover, who could fathom the contents of that bottle? He had heard whispers of something called liquid explosives in the Muggle world. Having resolved to proceed, Lahuan grew increasingly cautious. He needed to extricate himself from this predicament. He had no desire to lose this job. As time slipped away, the items to be inspected dwindled, leaving him with scant moments. Yet he understood that the more pressed he felt, the more he must remain calm. He continued to maintain the same efficiency as the other fairies, meticulously counting the items. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lahuan's mind. Trevor, my heavens, look at the coins beneath your feet. You've stumbled upon them, he exclaimed, abruptly casting a wine glass he was counting onto the floor in a fit of panic. What? Trevor, the fairy addressed, was equally startled and in a moment of shock. The coins he was counting tumbled down to his ankles. The disaster began to unfold. No, Trevor despaired as he watched the coins multiply before his very eyes, disregarding the searing pain of their heat as he vigorously shook the copies from his legs. Aside from Trevor, no one could ascertain whether there had indeed been coins beneath his feet earlier. Clearly, he was now in a state of utter chaos, unable to pursue the cause of this calamity. If Malfoy had been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked on the striking similarity between this fairy's plight and that of a certain gentleman of the surname Van. Don't leave me, Trevor cried out in desperation, watching as his former colleagues rushed heedlessly towards the exit, hoping someone might come to his aid. The spot where the coins had fallen was now engulfed in disarray, the fabric of his trousers barely discernible as the intense heat had melted it away. These seemingly useless coins appeared to have rooted themselves to his legs, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds as they fell. Yet, with each pile that hit the ground, more coins sprang forth. The searing heat elicited cries of distress from the fairy, waves of scorching air radiating outward, and no one dared to intervene, fearing that they too would be ensnared. In the blink of an eye, apart from Trevor and Lahuan, no one remained in the room. The coins continued to surge like a tempest, filling the once empty space, while poor Trevor, the beleaguered fairy employee, was on the brink of unconsciousness from the oppressive heat. Lahuan's expression betrayed his reluctance, his gaze a tumult of struggle and hesitation. Yet, in light of the circumstances, the arrow was nocked. There was no turning back. He retrieved the glass vial that Malfoy had prepared for him in advance, took aim, and hurled it towards the golden chalice with force. The sound of shattering glass was drowned out by the cacophony as the dark venom of the basilisk began to seep into the chalice. Lahuan felt as though the searing heat had conjured illusions before his eyes. As he heard a desperate and piercing wail, a chilling sensation coursed through his bones, causing him to shudder despite the oppressive heat of the surrounding area. He felt a curse that penetrated the very essence of his soul, a lamentation steeped in bitterness. Stumbling forward, he approached the nearly unconscious Travers, using his frail body and slender arms to slowly extricate the innocent victim from the sea of gold coins. A remnant of conscience compelled him to rescue this sacrificial soul. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. In this critical moment, a few oblivious fairies finally extended their assistance from outside the entrance, pulling the two of them back into safety and swiftly sealing the opening. Gasping for breath, he clutched his chest, relieved to have survived. Having run faster than anyone else just moments ago, he now felt reluctant to linger. The remaining fairies savored their newfound reprieve, while the dragon at the entrance exhaled a cloud of acrid air, yawning silently in mockery of the panicked fairies. A mournful sound emanated from the opening behind them, as visible cracks rapidly widened, revealing a blinding golden light within. No, damn it! The remaining fairies cursed in unison, scrambling frantically to escape. Fortunate enough to have discovered the danger early enough to afford them some time. As the last fairy finally emerged from the depths, the fissure at the entrance suddenly expanded, unleashing a torrent of golden light, accompanied by an overwhelming force and a searing wave of heat surging towards the passage. The dragon, which had previously relished the fairy's plight, now found itself braced to endure the horrific onslaught, as the fairies showed no inclination to assist it in unfastening the lock. By Merlin, this might very well be the moment in this greedy dragon's life when it most detested gold. Chapter 66. The Meeting. Dumbledore, I believe there is no need for us to further discuss the Triwizard Tournament, especially not in a face-to-face manner. Look, remarked the man seated at the table, casting a glance out the window at the gentle warmth of the sun. The weather in England is truly disheartening. I find myself longing for the climate surrounding Durmstrang, cold and blustery, where one's resolve as a wizard can truly be tested. With that, he lifted his own cup and downed the effervescent drink in one gulp. The tavern buzzed with lively chatter, the atmosphere vibrant, rendering the foreigner's sardonic remarks largely unnoticed. Even the drinks here are the sort that only women would consume, he declared, slamming his cup onto the wooden table, causing the already unstable surface to shudder, as though it might collapse at any moment. My old friend, I can only partially concur with your sentiments. Sometimes, it is not merely the environment that tempers a person, but also, I must remind you, we have a lady present. Shouldn't you exercise some caution in your choice of words? Dumbledore raised his own glass and took a small sip. That was indeed my oversight, the man replied, casting an apologetic glance toward the woman seated across the table. You are aware, Madame Maxime, that I was merely making a comparison, without any intention of disparaging women. It is of no consequence. The lady, named Maxime, smiled faintly, unperturbed by his earlier rudeness. Madame Maxime is a woman of extraordinary distinction, not merely unusual among her gender, but exceptional even among wizards and ordinary folk. Her stature is so imposing that she occupies the space of 2 seats at the table. Furthermore, she possesses an olive-toned visage, with large, dark, expressive eyes. Her hair neatly confined to the back. She is draped from head to toe in a garment of black satin, adorned with numerous exquisite opals. Her command of the English language is commendable, albeit tinged with a hint of a French accent. As for the individual whose behavior was somewhat coarse, he is named Igor Karkaroff, whose appearance as a quintessential gentleman is belied by his tall, slender frame, flecked with short, white hair, and a goatee, with its ends curling slightly, that fails to fully conceal his gaunt chin. An unsuspecting observer might mistakenly perceive him as a standard English gentleman at first glance. The trio at the table engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to the clamor of the surrounding pub, while those around them seemed indifferent to their discourse, which is rather peculiar, considering Dumbledore's esteemed reputation within both British and international wizarding communities, which would typically attract attention. Clearly, they had cast a spell to shield themselves from external distractions. Dumbledore continued the thread of conversation. I have no intention of interfering with the operations of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. In fact, it is you, Mr. Karkaroff, who appears to be the most invested in the Triwizard Tournament. So why have you summoned us from such great distances to converse? I feel that if this matter is not pertinent, there is little reason for me to journey to this dreary locale during my holiday, Karkaroff stated, his deep voice tinged with dissatisfaction. I, on the other hand, harbor no objections. Consider it a form of travel, Madame Maxime replied gracefully, though she still inquired. What then? Is the purpose of your summons? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, retrieving a badly worn black notebook from the folds of his ample robe and placing it upon the table. Dumbledore, what is your intention? Karkaroff's thick brows shot up, as if he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. This cannot be something you are crafting, can it? Madame Maxime furrowed her brow as well, as the notebook emanated an aura of malevolence and wickedness. The essence of a Horcrux is profoundly evil. While it remains intact, it can disguise itself and bewitch the heart. Otherwise, the original Ginny, Ron, Dumbledore, and the current Lockhart would not have fallen prey. However, now that it is damaged, it only exudes a repulsive aura of dark magic. Indeed, Madame Maxime, Dumbledore nodded, affirming his stance. So, what precisely do you seek from us? Karkaroff pressed his hands against the table, rising abruptly, his gaze fixed intently upon the man before him, adopting a tone of inquiry. Please remain calm. Dumbledore waved his hand and remarked, I believe my office would be more suitable for discussing certain clandestine matters. After all, this is a tavern. It was indeed an honor. Madame Maxime nodded, preparing to rise, her giant ancestry lending her an air of decisiveness. I have forgotten the last year I visited Hogwarts. Perhaps it is time to return, she mused, her words brimming with delight and anticipation. Chapter 67. Fear. Well, I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response. Karkaroff also stood, brushing off his sleeves with a cleaning charm that dispelled the grease and dust, before grumbling. If this tavern were situated in Durmstrang, I would not require my wand, but would instead deliver a punch to his face. The environment here is simply appalling. Perhaps you would not prevail against him, Dumbledore replied, as if struck by a thought, his long white beard quivering. What? Karkaroff questioned, doubting his own hearing. Nothing. Let us proceed. Dumbledore redirected the conversation and led the two out of the raucous tavern towards their destination. So, are you seeking to vindicate this half-giant named Hagrid? Karkaroff stood before Dumbledore's desk, his countenance dark as he scrutinized him. Dumbledore raised his hand to speak, but Karkaroff interrupted. I assure you, I have no interest in your nonsensical affairs. Your quest for justice is your own to pursue, and after all, he is merely a half-breed. Karkaroff felt the sting of his own words, his tone growing increasingly impolite. However, he knew he had overstepped. Madame Maxime, seemingly a half-giant herself, caused him to halt the term half-breed on his lips. Yet it was too late. Karkaroff could see the immediate darkening of Madame Maxime's expression. Others were not fools and could easily infer his intended insult, rendering his unspoken words nearly equivalent to their utterance. The old fox has set a trap for me. Karkaroff silently cursed, preparing to adjust his demeanor, resigned to the fact that he could only acquiesce. Just hours prior, the three of them had arrived at the headmaster's office via the Floon network, a privilege of Dumbledore, who had not hesitated to directly convey his thoughts to Karkaroff. In essence, he stated, I am an outsider concerning dark magic. Though I disdain the study of it, I now find myself in need of your assistance. The foremost wizard of the age seeking his aid was certainly flattering to Karkaroff, and the aura emitted by this diary, even in its damaged state, remained remarkably potent. He suspected it was the work of some dark wizard from the past, and thought he might gain some benefit from it. Durmstrang's curriculum even included the teaching of dark arts, not to mention Karkaroff's previous affiliation with the Death Eaters, leaving him devoid of any psychological burden. Outside, the midday sun gradually descended below the horizon, marking the passage of several hours. Karkaroff, having exhausted all his knowledge, could only restore a few scenes from the remnants of the diary and channel them into Dumbledore's pensieve. After toiling for hours, Karkaroff evidently found it difficult to accept this outcome, which prompted the initial scene to unfold. However, this matter is not entirely unrelated to you, aside from Hagrid. You must also be acquainted with the mastermind behind it all, Dumbledore explained calmly. Karkaroff scoffed derisively and retorted, setting aside the vast distance between Hogwarts and Durmstrang, and the fact that the Triwizard Tournament has been suspended for countless years. How could I possibly know a student from Hogwarts? It is utterly preposterous. This happened 50 years ago. Dumbledore replied with serene composure. Indeed, 50 years ago. Karkaroff seemed to ponder this, his words caught in his throat, and his expression suddenly stiffened. Disbelief filling his eyes. Impossible. He must be dead. Karkaroff was unwilling to accept, nor dare to believe that man was still alive. Calm yourself, Karkaroff. Dumbledore's gentle voice possessed a calming magic. Upon meeting Dumbledore's piercing azure gaze, Karkaroff found himself inexplicably tranquil. Dumbledore subtly employed the benefits of legilimency, even without actively using it. It would inevitably influence others. Last year, he had personally infiltrated Hogwarts in a bid to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect his body. even committing the heinous act of slaying a unicorn to extend his own life. This year, I continue to seek his whereabouts. I have traversed much of the Albanian forest, yet found nothing. I believe you are more fearful of his return than I am. Therefore, I require your assistance." Dumbledore pressed on, leaving Karkaroff little time to contemplate. Determined to leave a profound impression when Karkaroff's defenses began to crumble. The traitor seldom meets a favorable end. While other Death Eaters, whether imprisoned in Azkaban or in hiding, might realign themselves beneath Voldemort's wing upon his return, Lucius Malfoy, with his ambiguous loyalties, would find himself in a precarious position among Voldemort's ranks. Fortunately, Malfoy had left a good impression during their first encounter. For Karkaroff, a character stained by his association with Voldemort's faction, a flash of green light might be the best fate he could hope for, as numerous torturous dark spells awaited. I was forced to wander after losing my corporeal form, while my loyal followers endured unbearable imprisonment for my sake, and yet you chose to betray my faithful adherents for your own safety, even transforming into the headmaster of Durmstrang. Even a mudman would feel a spark of anger. How much more so the inherently cruel and neurotic Dark Lord? This was the root of Karkaroff's profound fear. "I shall stand by your side." Madame Maxime, having risen to the level of headmaster, was not to be underestimated. Their conversation revealed subtle hints, and she immediately clarified her stance. "Thank you immensely. Beaux Batons shall take pride in having a headmaster like you," Dumbledore complimented Madame Maxime. Thus, the three titans of wizarding education in Europe established a united front against the Dark Lord within Dumbledore's office. It was unfortunate. Madame Maxime tapped her head in frustration, exclaiming, "I've forgotten something." "Is it urgent?" Dumbledore inquired, stroking his wand, poised to rise and extend his hospitality to offer assistance. "Not to that extent," Maxim replied, her expression somewhat awkward. Chapter 68. Reception. One's own misdeeds bring their own downfall. Buddhism, one of the world's three major religions, espouses the law of cause and effect. Yesterday's actions yield today's consequences. Now relegated to the role of receptionist, Malfoy could only grumble slightly, though all of this was indeed his own doing. On the day of the audit, aside from the most trusted goblins who needed to personally verify their accounts in the vault, the other staff members could not remain idle. They too were required to assist the goblins, whether in reconciling items or attending to other duties. Malfoy was diligently engaged in his responsibilities within his modest office. However, upon hearing the dragon's roar that reverberated throughout Diagon Alley, he realized that events had spiraled beyond his expectations. The most formidable fortresses are often breached from within. Thus he opted to bribe a mole. Yet, it seemed this insider had not executed the task in silence, despite the ample conditions he had provided. Soon, he learned of the unfolding chaos, as the bank manager urgently summoned all on-duty employees. A goblin had sustained grave injuries, suffering extensive burns, and was promptly transported to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Others had either stumbled in panic or even fallen from their trolleys, resulting in head injuries. This incident further swelled the hospital's list of inpatients. Many goblins were simply terrified when had Gringotts, which boasted a reputation for safety second only to Hogwarts, experienced such turmoil. This led to a partial strike among the goblins. If the leadership were to emerge at such a moment and claim that the incident was merely a result of employee error, it might truly incite their wrath, leading to unpredictable consequences. The branch manager of Gringotts acted decisively, granting leave to most goblins, allowing those willing to take a break to do so, while also offering double wages to those who preferred to continue working, thereby soothing the majority of their concerns. The principle of supply and demand is inherently relative. In a distant Eastern nation, capitalists might simply declare, "Work or be gone," with ample cheap labor eager to comply. After all, it is the world's most populous country, constrained by its national circumstances. However, Gringotts was different. The majority of its members were goblins, with only a handful being human wizards. The Goblin Rebellion of yesteryear had drastically reduced their population, combined with a low birth rate, rendering each goblin laborer exceedingly precious. In summary, the seemingly idle Malfoy was summoned to serve as a hired hand. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Your vault is recorded under number 423. Please follow this guide." "Good day, dear guest. Regrettably, your vault is temporarily out of service due to some minor issues that arose in our esteemed establishment a few days ago. We are diligently working to rectify this." "What? I cannot access my funds at my discretion? Is this truly the only magical bank in Europe? What nonsense! Bring your manager to me at once." If fortune favors him, he might encounter some reasonable clients, leading to a peaceful resolution. However, should misfortune befall him and he encounters one of the aforementioned obstinate individuals, After an explanation, if they remain unyielding, it is said that to thwart the intrusion of a certain fugitive, the manager has recently hired numerous combat wizards, and it is time for them to prove their mettle. At this juncture, Malfoy would feign an unconscious soliloquy, hinting at veiled threats. Regardless of the scale of the enterprise, once a monopoly is established, it profoundly alters the dynamics between buyers and sellers, especially in the case of banks, as not every individual possesses the luxury of a private vault. Typically, these clients would remain subdued. However, today appears to be an unfortunate exception. The Goblin Bank of England treating its clients with such discourtesy is indeed disheartening. Suddenly, a young girl's voice emerged from the back of the line, melodious and light, akin to the sweet song of a lark at dawn. Though her words did not evoke joy among those present, her speech, though somewhat halting and interspersed with peculiar accents, retained an elegance that suggested she was not of British origin. As people began to gather and spectate, drawn not only by the commotion but also by the beauty at the center of the dispute, the combination of contention and attractiveness never fails to capture the attention of the masses. With cascading silver hair that fell to her shoulders, striking azure eyes, and a flawless set of pearly white teeth, it is reasonable to assert that, aside from certain universe, this young lady would be deemed conventionally beautiful anywhere in the world. Moreover, the subtle exotic allure she exuded, coupled with her air of nobility, only enhanced her appeal. For any man, conquering an aloof beauty is a source of profound fulfillment. Nevertheless, Malfoy continued to jot down notes, his head remaining unlifted as he remarked, "I sincerely apologize for the rudeness of the receptionist." However, after a brief pause, he added, "The courteous goblin you expected encountered a prohibited item while auditing a client's assets, and due to the lapse in protective enchantments, a significant incident ensued, resulting in injuries to numerous goblins and nearly costing one their life, who is currently in critical condition at St. Mungo's Hospital. Thus, I find myself lacking the inclination to engage with this so-called clientele, who may be in breach of contract. At this juncture, maintaining even the most basic civility is my utmost restraint. I find myself reluctant to reflect upon those who were once my colleagues. In the blink of an eye, their lives now hang by a thread." In the midst of our discourse, Malfoy subtly cast a charm upon his voice, imbuing it with an alluring quality that rendered it all the more compelling. Coupled with his innate acting prowess, a significant portion of the onlookers shifted their stance. Yet, the young girl remained somewhat unconvinced, defiantly insisting, "Where is the evidence?" In truth, she had already come to believe 7 or 8 parts of his claims, but her pride prevented her from offering an apology. "On the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital, should you possess the courage to visit a fairy whose body is 80% scorched, I hope you will not be haunted by nightmares this evening." Malfoy's expression was one of profound sorrow. As a survivor of the great digital age, engaging in verbal sparring with these naive young women was a task of utmost simplicity. First, he seized the moral high ground, and from that moment, he was virtually invulnerable. In reality, his earlier arguments were devoid of logic, relying merely on his rhetorical flair and a sprinkle of magic to elicit their effects. If one were to counter his claims, it would be exceedingly straightforward. Precisely for this reason, you must not betray the sacrifices of your colleagues, who strive to serve us better. Is your current behavior not a tarnish upon their actions? Regrettably, no one seemed to grasp the implication. Many, affected by business delays, chose to extend their understanding. When Malfoy ultimately departed from Gringotts, he even received a raise due to his impromptu crisis management. However, that was a matter for another time. In comparison to this trivial episode, the ominous feeling that lingered in Malfoy's heart was what plagued him throughout the morning. An ancient adage states that fortune seldom arrives in pairs, while misfortune rarely comes alone. His instincts warned him that something significant would transpire at Gringotts. Yet, he was obliged to fill in for the fairies who were on leave or injured. Resigning now would only arouse suspicion. "Sir, please present your identification." "Roy, escort this young lady to Vault 314. He could only proceed with a calm demeanor, resolutely shouldering his responsibilities. Chapter 69, The Attack. The queue advanced at a steady pace, those who had concluded their business departing, while more newcomers joined the line. The end nowhere in sight. As time passed, the young girl in the queue drew closer to the counter, feeling an impending sense of embarrassment. Yet, her proud nature prevented her from conceding an apology. "Please present an item that verifies your identity." In an instant, the girl found herself at the counter. Malfoy politely inquired, as if nothing had transpired moments before. This provoked her irritation, feeling as though she were being disregarded. She held great confidence in her appearance, and the adoration she had received moments earlier had been quite gratifying. In school, Her social standing was not particularly strong, often marred by the jealousy of her peers. Thus, she cherished this rare moment of attention. However, this was a misunderstanding on her part, for the individual in question had not even glanced her way. Had he done so, he would surely have stolen a few more glances, perhaps even deducing her identity. "Oh, esteemed foreign friend, your vault is at number 413. Malfoy lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the girl before him, his eyes momentarily alight with astonishment, though he had depthly concealed it. The desire for beauty is universal. However, to stare would be excessively rude. "Madam, are you listening?" he inquired, noticing the girl before him seemed lost in thought. "Thank you, I was momentarily distracted," she replied tersely. In an instant, she felt a sense of defeat in the presence of this boy, who appeared to be several years her junior. Overwhelmed by the weight of her setbacks, she remained oblivious to the peculiar stillness that had enveloped the once boisterous crowd behind her. No, it was better described as a deathly silence. She only registered that the boy had suddenly drawn a wand from the cabinet, pointing it at himself. Her instincts told her he bore no malice. Yet the practical training from years of defense against the dark arts compelled her to instinctively raise her wand and cast a spell. Expecto Patronum. Stupefy. A beam of blue light shot straight toward Malfoy, while his wand merely emitted a wisp of silver gas. The girl's pupils constricted slightly. No one would cast a Patronus charm while attempting to ambush another. Thus, the conclusion was inescapable. She suddenly turned to glance behind her, witnessing a throng of people collapsing in a manner reminiscent of wheat swathed by a scythe. Dementors. She recalled the infamous creatures described by her professor in defense against the dark arts. Cloaked in tattered robes, their forms appeared as if they had been submerged in decay. With scabbed hands and a rotting countenance, wherever they traversed, joy was siphoned away, leaving only the most harrowing memories. And the mouths hidden beneath their hoods would consume the souls of the living. They were the guardians of Azkaban, and only the Patronus charm could repel them. Flanking the crowd, two of these wretched beings floated ominously, resembling grim reapers harvesting lives. This year marked her 5th at Beauxbatons, where she was favored as one of Madame Maxime's most cherished pupils. Madame Maxime had, perhaps inadvertently, mentioned the possibility of the Triwizard Tournament being reinstated in the coming years, hoping she would bring glory to the school, thus privately imparting many lessons to her. Her quick reflexes just moments ago were a testament to that training. However, apart from the Patronus charm, she found herself most troubled by this particular incantation. She could not conjure thoughts that brought her genuine joy. At school, she was described in kinder terms as unconventional, but more often than not, the harsh truth was that she faced ostracism. Jealousy from her female peers often plagued her, compounded by her own somewhat haughty disposition, resulting in a dearth of true friends. Each time she attempted to cast the Patronus charm, if her thoughts lingered solely on her mundane existence, not even a wisp of white mist would materialize. Only when she envisioned her beloved sister, Gabrielle, would a faint trace of white gas emerge from the tip of her wand, yet it was never sufficient to form a corporeal Patronus. Now, she recognized the grave error she had committed. The only individual present capable of casting the Patronus charm lay incapacitated before her. She possesses ample confidence in her precision with spells. Perhaps her strength is lacking. Yet her delicate control of the wand as a female wizard surpasses that of her male counterparts. As for the boy she inadvertently harmed, he was in a far more precarious position. Had he not cast the Patronus charm, perhaps the ironclad charm could have provided some protection. However, since both spells were cast simultaneously, the prospect of evasion was non-existent. She was poised to immediately lift the curse on Malfoy, but as she turned to speak, she was struck dumb as if confronted by a ghost. Before she could complete the incantation, she halted her spellcasting. Before her stood a figure utterly unharmed, already ready to wield his wand and continue casting. "My lady, if you wish to banish that bothersome Dementor, I suggest we refrain from dawdling. I should have time later to address your concerns," Malfoy said, his gaze fixed intently on the two repugnant creatures. The girl nodded in response. The boy before her appeared several years her junior, yet he exhibited an unexpected maturity and composure in the face of danger, far surpassing her peers at school, who merely sought attention through superficial antics devoid of substance. At that moment, she also noticed Malfoy's summoned Patronus, a lively white rooster formed from swirling mist, which endeared him to her further. While others might favor imposing dragons or noble phoenixes, as a Frenchwoman, she felt a sense of warmth at the sight of one of her country's symbols. If possible, you would do well to conjure your own Patronus. Even if it cannot dispel these loathsome beings, it may at least serve as a means of self-defense, Malfoy suggested. casting a glance in her direction before gesturing for his Patronus to charge at the Dementors. The potency of a Patronus is not determined by its form. Records indicate that the most powerful Patronus can merely take the shape of a mouse. Malfoy had previously vanquished a basilisk with this spell purely by chance. Now, however, the charm was poised to fulfill its true purpose. The proud white rooster soared towards the left Dementor, which recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy. Yet it hesitated, unwilling to abandon the prospect of a meal. It had long forgotten the last time it had feasted. The prisoners in Azkaban succumbed to madness after only a few days of being drained. Today, however, the abundance of human emotions was too tempting to resist. It yearned for a satisfying indulgence. Suddenly, the ethereal form of the rooster solidified further, radiating an even more brilliant white light. The Dementor fled with greater urgency, its tattered cloak whipping through the air, stirring a fierce wind. Though blind, it sensed that these intense emotions were far more potent than anything it could witness visually. Its instincts warned it that this delectable sustenance was beyond its reach and could even prove harmful. "Thank you," he uttered, expressing his gratitude. The young girl's face suddenly flushed, her already exquisite features becoming even more alluring. Unfortunately, Malfoy had no time to savor this moment. After expressing his gratitude, he continued to command his Patronus to drive away the two creatures. In the midst of a wizarding battle, one could not afford to be distracted. A moment's inattention could spell the difference between life and death. Perhaps satiated or perhaps overwhelmed by Malfoy's assault, the Dementors ultimately abandoned their feeding after just a few more seconds and retreated from the hall. "Are we safe now?" the girl inquired cautiously as she observed the Dementors being expelled. "No, we must cast a banishing charm as well," he replied. "Do not underestimate these greedy creatures' thirst for joyful emotions. The battle, just now, may have merely unsettled them. We have yet to discover a method to completely vanquish such beings, so we cannot afford to lower our guard. But I have only heard of the Muggle banishing charm," the girl said, feeling increasingly embarrassed, realizing that her sole advantage before this young man was merely her age. "That is not for you to worry about. However, could you assist me with a small favor?" Malfoy surveyed the group of unconscious individuals, suddenly snapping his fingers, which startled the girl. Of course, she nodded, her successful participation in the earlier battle instilling a sense of trust in the person before her, a feeling born of shared struggle, perhaps even a vague, inexplicable fondness. "Proceed straight ahead. After entering that narrow stone corridor, take the left fork and walk 2 meters, then turn right and go all the way to the end. There's an unlocked room there. Upon entering, you'll find a mahogany desk. Within the third cabinet beneath the right side of the desk, there are several packages. Please bring them all to me. I cannot leave this spot." "Understood." She nodded and trotted away without inquiring about the purpose of the items, speculating they might be some magical artifacts. With a moment to spare, Malfoy began to contemplate the unexpected events of the day. This was something he found particularly perplexing: the Dementors. Since we were discussing Dementors, it was impossible to overlook the Ministry of Magic. The Wizarding Society, like any other, is structured, which necessitates a governing body. The Ministry of Magic fulfills this role. Given that the wizarding world possesses its own cohesive financial system and various regulations, it could be likened to a small nation. As a nation-like entity, a military force would also seem essential. Observing the world map, even the minuscule Vatican has its own military, albeit symbolic. Yet, the Wizarding Society lacks any semblance of an army, which perhaps explains Dumbledore's strained relationship with the Ministry. He commanded the Order of the Phoenix, a force capable of standing against Voldemort. While it is true that all members of the Order are good people who would not engage in wrongdoing, this is merely their own perspective. The Ministry's bureaucrats would not share this sentiment. The human heart is the most inscrutable entity in the world. Furthermore, they do not possess any military-like organization. If one were to consider the Aurors as such, it must be noted that these Aurors also fulfill the role of law enforcement, tasked with apprehending prisoners from Azkaban while simultaneously combating Voldemort. In reality, a formidable and uncompromising enforcement agency is imperative. One need only observe the Ministry of Magic's enforcers. Aside from a select few Aurors, such as Moody and Kingsley, what competent combatants can be found among them? At best, their abilities are sufficient to manage the mischief of minor wizards. During tumultuous times, the authority of Aurors has swelled, permitting them to employ the unforgivable curses in battle when deemed necessary. A reasonable provision, for it would be unwise to bind one's own hands in life and death scenarios. However, the subsequent actions of their direct legal enforcement branch have indeed trampled upon human rights. If the aforementioned circumstances arise from the unique nature of the wizarding community, such as its difficulty in governance and the disparity of individual powers, they might be somewhat excusable. Yet, to imprison individuals without trial is a gross affront to the evolution of law that has been refined over millennia. Anyone, even should they be live-streaming a murder, remains merely a suspect until a judge strikes the gavel of justice, at which point they may be deemed a criminal. To illustrate an extreme case, if Voldemort were to surrender during the climactic battle, no one would possess the right to unilaterally cast him into Azkaban, let alone execute him. Regardless of whether this world is steeped in high magic or low magic, or governed by slavery or imperialism, a lack of respect for order will ultimately lead to its collapse, no matter how prosperous it may have once been. Perhaps this is the retribution for the Ministry's ineffectiveness and hindrance following Voldemort's return. Next, let us consider the Dementors. While a lack of military might may be understandable, the Ministry's creation of Dementors is truly perplexing. For instance, today, the Ministry seemingly unleashed a contingent of Dementors in an attempt to capture Black, resulting in utter chaos. They indiscriminately devour the joys of the living, and the vile Dementor's kiss is far more terrifying than the death penalty. However, these matters are not the crux of the issue. Are we to believe that these formidable beings have turned traitor following Voldemort's return? These creatures, devoid of discipline or organization, who cower before a Patronus charm and can only prey upon imprisoned souls, have betrayed us. It is perplexing why officials of the Ministry often harbor disdain for ordinary wizards, yet are inclined to trust these inherently malevolent magical beings. It is indeed a bitter irony. Chapter 70, The Delayed Bureaucrat. Thoughts race through the mind, a cacophony of ideas colliding within the span of mere minutes. As Malfoy was engulfed in tumultuous contemplation, the young woman who had fought alongside him retrieved the parcel he had mentioned, placing it upon the counter. "Thank you," Malfoy expressed, then began to unwrap the package, revealing its contents. The girl initially gazed at him with eager anticipation, hoping he would produce some precious magical artifact to alleviate the lingering crisis. However, her hopes were dashed as her expression abruptly froze, caught between amusement and dismay. "You should partake as well. Battle can be rather taxing on one's stamina." As Malfoy spoke, he retrieved a piece of chocolate from the assortment, offering it to her, before tearing open another piece for himself and tossing the wrapper into his mouth. "What do you mean by that?" the girl inquired, refusing his gesture of goodwill. "Did you not say we would resolve our concerns with the banishing charm? Yet, I'm not versed in such incantations." Malfoy merely shrugged in response. "Then why do you still?" Before the girl could finish her sentence, a commotion arose from the crowd behind them. She surmised that the Dementors had returned. Reacting swiftly, she turned around and pointed her wand at the throng. Yet she refrained from casting a spell, as all she could see were individuals beginning to awaken, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. "Do not flaunt your knowledge," she exclaimed, snatching one of the packages from him and swatting his hand away. In a huff, she strode toward the crowd, distributing chocolate to those who had just regained consciousness. Malfoy, perplexed by the sudden shift in her demeanor, remained oblivious to the fact that she was masking her embarrassment with anger. Earlier, her singular focus had been to drive away the loathsome creatures, neglecting the plight of the innocent onlookers. This realization struck her deeply, for she had been raised to lend a helping hand to those in need. She had always believed she practiced this virtue well, exemplified by her earlier defense of Comrade, even if the outcome had not been favorable. When did I become so selfish? She pondered, her opinion of Malfoy shifting slightly. His calm demeanor amidst chaos, coupled with his capacity to aid others, even in dire moments, left a favorable impression on her. When one forms a preconceived notion about another, it becomes all too easy to misconstrue their actions, interpreting even the most benign gestures through a distorted lens. In truth, Malfoy had not contemplated the matter deeply. He simply believed that if he possessed the means to confront the threat, he ought to do so himself. Should this girl prove more adept with the Patronus charm than he would not mind playing a supportive role. As the chocolate was distributed, heartfelt expressions of gratitude resounded, filling her with a blend of joy and embarrassment. After all, the food was not hers to claim, nor had she suggested it. Her role was merely to distribute it. Malfoy, too, busied himself, handing out the remaining provisions to the recently awakened, receiving his share of appreciative glances and words in return. Suddenly, the silver door they had shut to repel the Dementors began to tremble, revealing a narrow gap. In unison, Malfoy and the girl raised their wands, joined by a few recently revived wizards who also brandished their wands, eager to contribute. Contrary to their expectations, a figure emerged not clad in a black cloak, but rather a head with gray, slightly curled hair. Upon confirming that this intruder was indeed human, they lowered their wands. "I'm truly sorry." The man who pushed open the door surveyed the scene with a sweeping glance before bowing deeply to the gathered crowd. It was then that Malfoy had the opportunity to observe this individual, who was clad in a deep green coat and a finely striped robe, an incongruous ensemble for his short and stout stature. As for his face, Malfoy had already encountered it several times in the Daily Prophet. The inept bureaucrat, Cornelius Fudge. What followed was the customary rhetoric of officials from various nations. He introduced himself, then lamented that, due to his managerial blunders, the Dementors, who should have been under strict control, had suddenly gone rogue and, disregarding commands, caused this incident. Every politician is a born actor, arriving promptly at the scene to assert their position, offering seemingly sincere apologies, and donning an expression of grave remorse that dissuaded many of the aggrieved victims from expressing their anger. Instead, they felt he was brave enough to shoulder responsibility. "Let us not forget these two children," a middle-aged man interjected. "Had they not driven away those two Dementors, we might still be lying unconscious on the ground." Indeed, indeed. You must reward them handsomely. I care not for apologies. After all, a politician's words are often as hollow as the wind, remarked a stout middle-aged woman. Her words coarse, yet not without merit. The others who had awakened chimed in, echoing sentiments of rewarding the children. Fudge, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he rubbed his hands together and forced a chuckle. "Where are they? Are they still at the scene? I shall certainly speak to Professor Dumbledore and request that he awards them extra points for their house." He did not believe that any other students apart from those at Hogwarts could have dealt with the Dementors, since the man referred to them as children. They cannot be very old. As a minister of magic, he naturally made the most logical assumption. "That won't be necessary," the girl said, pulling Malfoy forward, thus revealing their identities. Malfoy, initially reluctant to draw attention to himself, ultimately acquiesced to her insistence. Before Fudge could commend them, the girl spoke first, her voice melodious. Yet to Fudge's ears, it sounded like a death knell. As her words lingered in the air, Fudge's forced smile vanished. He had intended to smooth things over, but he had unwittingly entangled international relations in this debacle. The phrase diplomacy is not a trivial matter applied not only in the Muggle world. Overwhelmed by the complications that Sirius Black's escape had already wrought, he felt that his political career might be nearing its end. Before Fudge could respond, the girl continued unabated. "The resolution of this incident is entirely due to his efforts. I require no reward for my lack of contribution. If you can appease him, I shall likely forget what I need to forget." At that moment, Malfoy found himself thrust before her. "Hello, Uncle Fudge," he said, offering a polite and perfectly practiced smile as he directed his gaze toward the man before him. Chapter 71. Extortion and Invitation. Emerging from the Gringotts' office, Fudge wore an expression of displeasure. In truth, when he first laid eyes on Malfoy, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him, as he believed that the day's matters had seemingly resolved themselves. This was the son of his old friend and partner, and with Lucius's influence, he fancied that today's affair would undoubtedly conclude favorably. After all, the younger generation ought to show some deference to their elders. However, to his astonishment, this young rascal proved to be an even craftier fox than his father, managing to extract a significant concession from him. "Your father would surely take pride in having a son like you." Even after being substantially extorted, Fudge could only muster a forced smile. The matter of erasing the violation record paled in comparison to this. Malfoy, having learned from his previous experience, had successfully obscured his traces by various means, yet still lacked official recognition. Today, however, he fortuitously seized the opportunity to request Fudge to expunge the record of his prior off-campus spellcasting. "Thank you for your kind words." Malfoy smiled from within the office, then turned to offer him consolation. "You may have lost some tangible benefits, but I assure you, collaborating with my family will yield far greater rewards." Fudge could only chuckle awkwardly, unable to continue the conversation. Previously, he and Lucius had already engaged in transactions involving power and money. He received funds, while Lucius gained status and a modicum of prestige through some ministry promotions. Yet, he was taken aback that Lucius's son had extended his reach into business, seeking, for instance, tax exemptions for certain specialized industries. He was utterly perplexed as to how this mere youth, not yet in his teens, had acquired such clandestine knowledge, information he was certain he had never divulged to Lucius. Of course, it was a ruse. Malfoy merely speculated and successfully deceived him, unexpectedly reaping substantial rewards. As Fudge exited, he noticed his legs trembling, unsure whether it was due to prolonged sitting or the aftereffects of extortion, yet he maintained his characteristic politician smile. They could not openly haggle in front of the public. So Fudge concocted an excuse for Malfoy to assist him in contacting a short, stout goblin, thus allowing them to discreetly negotiate terms. The actual discussion transpired in mere minutes, with most of the bargaining focused solely on the two of them. At that moment, the others in the hall had little to say, resigned to their misfortune. Given the day's events, most business matters could wait, barring any urgent crises. It is worth noting that, compared to ordinary folk, wizards tend to place greater faith in omens and luck. Suddenly, a feminine voice echoed in his ear. "How will you thank me?" The girl's voice remained enchanting. Yet there was a hint of playful charm and flirtation, starkly contrasting with her earlier haughtiness. "What would you like as a token of gratitude?" Malfoy found himself quite fond of this girl. No one would mind spending time with a beauty, especially one who possessed more than mere looks. Her earlier display during a crisis had certainly earned her his admiration. "Then perhaps you could treat me to a meal," the girl boldly offered, surprising him with her initiative. Amidst the crowd, a gentleman clad in a checkered shirt suddenly pierced the air with a sharp whistle. The remaining onlookers turned their gazes towards the duo, sharing knowing smiles. The previously composed young lady felt a rare flush of color rise to her cheeks. A tale of gallant heroism rescuing a damsel in distress. Such narratives are universally cherished, and witnessing one unfold before their eyes today warranted a heartfelt blessing. Malfoy, under the scrutiny of the crowd, suddenly felt an invisible pressure, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Accepting or declining the invitation seemed equally inappropriate. He was not the oblivious protagonist of shoujo manga. He could discern who harbored affections for him. Moreover, if a young lady had the audacity to extend an invitation to dine, refusing would hardly reflect gentlemanly conduct. Thus, he acquiesced, albeit with an inkling that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. As it was not yet mealtime, and he had not touched the snacks earlier, he suggested they indulge in a treat, perhaps some desserts and cold beverages. The Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley was quite commendable, and being somewhat acquainted with its proprietor, Malfoy put forth his recommendation. "I have no objections," the young lady replied eagerly, her anticipation palpable. Sometimes, it mattered less what one consumed and more with whom one shared the meal. The naturally exuberant French girl began to believe in the concept of love at first sight, convinced she had uncovered the key to successfully employing the Patronus charm. Chapter 72. A date subsequently, the pair traversed through the gleaming bronze doors, exiting the towering white edifice, and crossed the lengthy cobblestone street, their feet feeling the heat radiating from the sun-baked pavement. August was nearing its end, yet there were no signs of autumn's approach. The pale golden sunlight bathed the entire street, its afternoon warmth slightly softened, yet still somewhat oppressive. Not far across the street stood Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, its gilded lettering gleaming under the sun, captivating the attention of passers-by. A delicately striped awning extended from the upper floor, providing shade, while simple wooden tables and chairs adorned the area, alongside a few potted plants unique to the wizarding world. "Florian, it's been a while." Malfoy greeted the proprietor as he stepped inside. "Welcome indeed. It has been quite some time since you and your father last visited," Florian replied, his keen eyes catching sight of the enchanting young lady accompanying Malfoy. The astute merchant sensed an opportunity. "I presume this beautiful young lady is visiting our little shop for the first time?" Florian approached her, ready to employ his charm and wit, as the adage goes. Women and children are the easiest to please. A flurry of extravagant compliments, even for someone accustomed to praise, left her feeling somewhat bashful, a delicate blush creeping onto her exquisitely crafted visage. Subsequently, when he began to recommend various new chilled beverages, she found herself unable to decline gracefully. Malfoy, observing her reaction, couldn't help but smile. It bore a striking resemblance to their past outings. This strategy proved effective, particularly for those with thin skins, and a girl seemingly showered with affection from a young age was even less capable of resisting. Yet, he refrained from exposing the tactic, as inviting someone to dine was a gesture that required a measure of sincerity. Thus, both of them ordered a rather luxurious dish, said to be an adaptation based on popular concoctions from various Muggle beverage shops. "Today, I am meant to thank you. In truth, I'm the one who owes you gratitude. I certainly couldn't handle those repugnant individuals alone," she began, initiating their conversation at the table and reiterating her appreciation. The notion of gratitude was merely an excuse for their interaction. In reality, it matters little. If I were absent, everyone would simply faint for a moment. Those things wouldn't dare unleash their kisses, Malfoy stated calmly. It would be better for them to perish than to encounter such a fate. The girl shuddered, as if conjuring a particularly revolting image, speaking with an unmistakable tone of disdain. "That is true. That group is rather disgusting." Malfoy chuckled in agreement. "Are Hogwarts students this formidable nowadays?" She scrutinized Malfoy closely, then inquired, "You wouldn't happen to be the famous Harry Potter, would you?" At that moment, a nearby table, unnoticed by them, trembled slightly. No, that can't be right. She quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that he was said to have black hair and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Gazing at Malfoy's face, she quipped, "Unless you've undergone cosmetic surgery and dyed your hair." "I think not," Malfoy replied, taking a small scoop of ice cream, savoring its taste. While it wasn't exactly a steal, it was indeed worth the price, especially with such delightful company. Nevertheless, an odd sensation nagged at him, as if he had overlooked something significant. The girl suddenly seemed to grasp something crucial, sweeping her silvery hair back and extending her hand. "I can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fleur Delacour. You may call me Fleur. I hail from Beaux-Batons in France. And you?" At last, she had presented herself. "Fleur Delacour?" Malfoy finally discerned the source of his disquiet. "You may call me Les Foam," he instinctively replied with a false name. "Les Foam? What an unusual name," Fleur echoed in her slightly accented English before asking, "Does it have any particular significance?" "Yes, my parents hoped I would become a good person," Malfoy offered somewhat perfunctorily. "Then their wish must have come true." Furlong remained oblivious, speculating that it might be the name of an unknown British national hero, akin to Francis Joan of Arc Chapter 73, the end of the date. Indeed, habitual thinking can be quite detrimental. As Malfoy engaged in casual conversation with Furlong, he began to reflect inwardly. Had he encountered this young lady during his 4th year at Hogwarts, his familiarity with the narrative would have easily revealed her identity. However, now was 2 years too soon. It was akin to Sirius Black escaping from prison in his 1st year. Malfoy would likely perceive him merely as a scruffy, lanky man without connecting the dots. Moreover, Furlong appeared 2 years younger than when she first made her entrance. The transformations during adolescence in young women can be quite profound. The tempest stirred by the butterfly's wings had begun to take effect. The trajectory of the plot had already shifted, necessitating that he expedite his strategic maneuvers. The butterfly effect is certainly more favorable than the pain effect. He had always intended to alter history, for that was the most disheartening form of despair. "What brings you to England? Tourism?" Malfoy inquired, feigning indifference. Furlong, without overthinking, casually replied, "Madame Maxime, our headmistress." Tilting her head thoughtfully, she continued, "It seems Dumbledore extended an invitation to her for a matter that required a face-to-face discussion, and she believed that bringing me along could provide me with some valuable experience. So she took me with her. I also feel that my English requires further practice," she added. "The Triwizard Tournament, perhaps?" Malfoy pondered silently before continuing. "It appears you are quite esteemed." However, he did not anticipate that his offhand remark would darken Furlong's expression. "Perhaps," she responded. Both Madame Maxime and she were half-bloods. In mainstream society, this was no longer a matter worthy of discrimination, particularly in France, which held a more liberal view on such matters. Yet, individuals often struggle to overcome their own internal barriers. For instance, Madame Maxime vehemently denies her half-blood heritage of giant and human lineage, possibly due to the stigma surrounding giants. At times, Furlong felt a sense of pride in her mixed heritage, while at other moments, she experienced a pang of insecurity. The complexities of human emotion are difficult to articulate. This, perhaps, is what one might call empathy, Malfoy mused. "What are you laughing at?" Furlong, who was already struggling to maintain her composure, sensed that the boy before her was mocking her. Embarrassed and vexed, she inquired, "I merely find that living beneath a mask can be quite arduous," Malfoy replied, suddenly struck by the realization that he himself often donned a mask. The atmosphere grew awkward, as both fell into a silence, mechanically scooping the remaining ice cream with their spoons. It was Furlong who ultimately broke the uncomfortable silence, stating that whether one finds life burdensome or not is a personal choice, and there is little to complain about. Shedding one's mask does not necessarily lead to greater happiness. Malfoy nodded in agreement. As the atmosphere began to ease, Fleur glanced out the window and noticed the sky had darkened. Almost as if awakening from a dream, she remarked, "I apologize, but I must take my leave now. Madame Maxime and I have arranged to meet at a Muggle train station." With this important matter resurfacing in her mind, she stood up to settle the bill. Just as she was about to retrieve some money from her exquisite purse, she discovered that Malfoy had already approached Florin, offering him 2 gold galleons. "I insisted on treating," Malfoy interjected, effectively silencing the words she had intended to say. He then added, "If your purse contains funds for the bill, I have no objection to your desires." He shrugged nonchalantly. It then dawned on Fleur that she had come to Gringotts solely to withdraw money. Her family was relatively well off, and she had some savings in England. However, the events that transpired earlier had left her without a single galleon to her name. Gazing at the few remaining silver coins in her purse, she sighed in resignation. The rapid pace of events had caught her off guard, and just as she contemplated calling out to him, Malfoy's figure had already vanished from her sight. Fleur began to resent her own timidity. Why was it so difficult to voice her thoughts? She chastised herself, feeling nearly destitute. Yet Madame Maxime awaited her at a predetermined time and place. Was she truly expected to walk there? Once again, she glared at her nearly empty purse, only to be astonished to discover several galleons resting quietly inside, gleaming with a captivating golden sheen. Additionally, there was a small note. At that moment, Malfoy gained an extra point for being considerate in her eyes, clearly acting with regard for her modesty. He truly was a gentleman, she mused. However, upon learning the truth later, her perception would surely change. What sort of gentleman would provide a lady with a false name? Chapter 74. The Meddlesome Protagonist. Unfortunately, the gentleman in someone else's eyes now appeared to be in a bit of trouble. What is this? The savior preparing to cause a ruckus in Diagon Alley. Seeking vengeance for your good friend? Malfoy inquired, regarding the dark-haired boy before him. The lightning-shaped scar on the boy's forehead signified his identity. With most of the holiday past, both had grown taller, the little had fundamentally changed. On the spacious street, Harry blocked Malfoy's path, his expression cautious as he scrutinized him, wary of any sudden moves. He then calmly stated, "You have received the punishment you deserved and paid the price for it. Furthermore, it appears I cannot defeat you." Harry added this last part in a tone of concession. Yet, Harry fixed Malfoy with a determined gaze, gripping his holly wand tightly, and continued, "If you have any other schemes, I will do my utmost to thwart them." "Such as?" Malfoy asked, a hint of resignation evident in his voice, feeling as though he was being unjustly targeted. "Why did you give a false name at Florin's ice cream parlor?" "Oh, it seems even the illustrious Harry Potter enjoys eavesdropping." Malfoy finally grasped the situation and deliberately averted his gaze from Harry, instead preoccupying himself with his wand, an act that conveyed a hint of disdain to Harry. Just as Harry intended to clarify that his presence in Malfoy's shop was due to his research on medieval witches, guided occasionally by the shopkeeper, whose knowledge in that domain was said to surpass even Professor Binns, and that he was also entitled to complimentary cold beverages every half hour, Malfoy's interruption thwarted him. "Are you going to explain? When have you ever encountered a reckless dandy who willingly invites trouble?" Malfoy retorted, then cast a careless glance at Harry, adding, "I believe our savior should focus more on preserving his own life. It is said that Black escaped from Azkaban for your sake." Malfoy's insinuating threat was not entirely unfounded, though few would interpret it in that manner. Indeed, risking one's life to attend a Quidditch match for the sake of a student, only to gift him a new firebolt after his broom broke, was a perilous endeavor. Besides, who would dare to perform magic outside of school after boasting about one's aunt? Malfoy glanced at Harry's wand again, stating provocatively, "I doubt the Ministry would repeatedly condone such behavior in their efforts to ensure your safety." His words seemed crafted to incite Harry into action. Harry recalled that even Malfoy had previously had his wand confiscated for casting spells outside of school, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Previously, he had at least possessed his wand, which granted him the courage to leave home. It was his last bastion of support. He could hardly bear to contemplate the prospect of expulsion and the subsequent confiscation of his wand. Fudge had previously mentioned at the Leaky Cauldron that he would overlook Harry's transgressions due to Black's escape. A lesser evil had spared him. Now, with insufficient evidence and severe consequences looming, his indecision deepened. Indeed, what was the harm in using a false name? Had he not once impersonated Neville? A sudden thought struck Harry. He had feared being recognized on a night bus, and had used an alias then as well. Did that not implicate him too? He increasingly felt that this hasty decision had been a grave error. Even if Malfoy harbored some nefarious scheme, would it not be foolish to confront him so brazenly, thereby alarming him? Harry sensed that perhaps the weight of recent tensions had led him to act so irrationally. "I am sorry," Harry said with a hint of regret, retracting his wand and preparing to depart. Yet, as he walked towards the Leaky Cauldron and passed by Malfoy, he spoke in a low voice, even without revealing your name. "The dandy will eventually encounter trouble." With that, Harry left behind a curse that was not quite a curse. Malfoy, of course, paid it no mind. He was not the type to toy with feelings as a heartless seducer, and this was merely a response intended to create a negative impression in front of someone. Neither of them could foresee that the latter part of Harry's statement would, in a few years, prove to be prophetic. "Uncle Fudge left a folder in the office and asked me to retrieve it." Malfoy politely addressed a tall, slender man in a coat, still sporting a hint of stubble, while the other guards exchanged glances, appearing somewhat awkward. However, their discomfort was swiftly dispelled by a few packs of so-called Muggle special cigarettes. In and out, it took merely a few minutes, yet upon Malfoy's exit, he noticed the guards had begun to indulge in the haze of smoke. No light? A slightly weaker flame would suffice. Thank you, Uncle, Malfoy said, not forgetting to express his gratitude as he departed. A trifling matter, indeed. The leading tall man, savoring a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaled a few delicate smoke rings and remarked, "Travel safely, young Master Draco. Who will prevail?" He posed a question with an answer that was painfully obvious. Entering a shop that offered flue powder services, Malfoy tossed a handful of the powder into the fireplace. Green flames erupted, and after clearly stating his destination, he inhaled deeply and stepped into the fire. An unseen force surged towards him, relentlessly tugging at his body, causing the world to spin around him. Even with his eyes shut, he was besieged by waves of nausea and the urge to vomit. Thankfully, he had not eaten too much earlier, Malfoy thought with relief. Now he found himself in a bustling Muggle district, a concealed hub for wizards within the Muggle society. Masquerading as a small hardware store, a burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard was fiddling with a wrench at the counter, and at first glance, one would never suspect him to be a wizard. The counter was cluttered with various wrenches, screws, and parts, while a heavy scent of paint and plastic permeated the air, prompting Malfoy to instinctively cover his mouth and nose with his hand. The man revealed his muscular upper body, his left arm adorned with a tattoo of an unknown animal shape, resembling a member of some Muggle gang, though it was merely an illusion. As the wand concealed behind him betrayed his true identity, Malfoy approached him, and the man appeared to sense his presence, looking up to say, "Young lad, there's nothing here that would pique a wizard's interest." "I suspected as much," Malfoy replied, tapping the glass counter, producing a crisp sound. He then inquired, "Actually, could you direct me to the nearest fruit shop?" "This, I believe I can assist you with," the man responded, his face breaking into a surprisingly kind smile, a stark contrast to his rugged appearance. Chapter 75, The Hospital. With a luxurious fruit basket in hand, Malfoy strolled towards the ultimate destination of his mission, the cleansing department store. This establishment was an old-fashioned red brick department store where Muggles could only see a sign indicating it was closed for renovations, unable to enter. Yet only wizards knew that beneath this facade lay the most significant, and perhaps the only large integrated magical hospital for injuries and ailments in the wizarding world. The bustling crowd on the street flowed like a river, yet under the influence of a spell, St. Mungo's hospital remained cleverly concealed. Malfoy approached an inconspicuous glass window, where an outdated doll sat. Should it be presented as a gift to a child, it would likely be met with disdain. Time had left its mark upon the figure, rendering it less pristine than before. Malfoy uttered a few words to the doll, which, though lifeless, seemed to awaken, nodding slightly and waving its connected fingers, signaling that Malfoy had received permission. The wall resembling the platform was merely a barrier to the hospital, and without hesitation, he collided with the glass door, encountering no hindrance. It felt as if he had crossed through a curtain of water. Upon entering, he looked up to find a round plaque hanging prominently outside the hospital. Its deep blue exterior was adorned with a red gradient background, featuring a crossbone and wand at its center, symbols of the wizarding identity and healing function. After passing through a rusted iron gate, he finally reached the first floor of the hospital, a space that seemed to amalgamate the emergency waiting room, information desk, and visitor reception area. The spacious corridor was crowded with people, and therapists clad in dark green robes bustled about, engrossed in their urgent tasks. Some patients, afflicted by acute ailments or severe injuries, sat on chairs lining the sides, moaning in agony as they awaited assistance. Unlike the sterile scent of a Muggle hospital, the air here was rich with the peculiar aromas of various herbs. Those suffering from grievous injuries were typically the first to receive care, swiftly dispatched to the second or fifth floors, which housed the departments for biological and curse-related injuries, where patients often bore more serious wounds. Meanwhile, some individuals quietly sat beside the chairs, perusing newspapers or magazines they had brought, such as the Daily Prophet. These were likely patients attending for regular consultations, calmly observing their surroundings. Malfoy noticed an exceptionally corpulent man lying on a stretcher behind him, his arms nearly as thick as his head, his face a mass of flesh obscuring his features, rendering it nearly impossible to discern whether his eyes were open or closed, awake or asleep, as they were nearly hidden from view. The stretcher beneath him creaked perilously, and Malfoy felt as if he could hear its agonized groans as it threatened to collapse. With a look of hesitation, he inquired, "What affliction does he suffer from?" Augustus replied with a touch of exasperation. He was merely slightly overweight, but somehow acquired a weight loss potion made by a rogue wizard. After consuming it, he transformed into this. Indeed, it seemed that counterfeit remedies were ubiquitous. Malfoy thought this to himself, and then offered his assistance with a sense of acceptance. His earlier reluctance stemmed from the apparent lack of sterile practices in the environment. Should it have been an external injury, he would have had to apologize to the familiar therapist. The young man possessed considerable strength. Augustus cast a surprised glance at the youth, and both he and his colleagues felt an immediate alleviation of their tension. It was merely a levitation charm. He quickly realized that, as healers, they were obliged to wield their magic judiciously, always prepared for unforeseen circumstances. A fragment of their magical energy could signify the difference between life and death for a patient. Only someone like Malfoy, an outsider, could afford to squander such power. As the unfortunate victim of a counterfeit potion, they had to escort the man to the 4th floor to the Department of Potions and Plant Poisons, for which they were profoundly grateful. It was not until they had transported the rotund fellow to the ward that Augustus exhaled a long sigh of relief. Wiping the beads of sweat that had gathered on his forehead, shaking his hands to dispel the tension, he leaned against the bedside to rest momentarily and then inquired, "Whom do you wish to visit?" Malfoy listed several names, and Augustus promptly provided him with a few room numbers. "If anyone obstructs you, mention my name. They will not give you trouble." The healer held a favorable impression of Malfoy, especially after the assistance he had just rendered. "Thank you." Malfoy nodded in acknowledgement. "I have other patients to attend to, so you may proceed upstairs on your own." The names Malfoy had mentioned were all on the 5th floor, thus Augustus expressed, "Alas, we are short-staffed." He continued, "I am technically an intern assigned to the 2nd floor in the Biological Injuries Department, yet here I am, pressed into service." Such complaints he only dared voice in the presence of outsiders, for he was merely an apprentice, assisting the attending physician. Surely, there was no doctor-patient relationship to worry about here? Observing the affable healer, his thoughts began to wander. Setting aside the wizarding methods, bones could mend within a few nights, and most individuals here could recover with relative ease. He pondered further. If trouble were to arise, would it be the doctor who was at fault, or the patient who caused the disturbance? Moreover, the wizarding community was exceedingly small. There were but a handful of individuals, and this hospital could be deemed the sole authoritative institution, akin to the Mayo Clinic in the Muggle world, backed by countless influential figures ensuring its reputation. Anyone of sound mind would not dare to cause a ruckus. Even Lucius, 2 years hence, contributed a sum to this hospital to bolster his prestige, thereby receiving an invitation from Fudge, granting his family the opportunity to view the Quidditch World Cup from the upper tier. "Payne, what are you dawdling about for? The patients are still waiting downstairs." A thunderous bellow echoed from below, laden with dissatisfaction, as the individual evidently disregarded the hospital's regulations against noise. Augustus, startled by the roar, hurriedly led the few individuals trailing behind him down the stairs in a flurry. "Thank you." Malfoy waved a farewell to him as he departed. Chapter 76, The Villain's Deception. "Forgive me. I am unable to assist further." Malfoy could only cast a fleeting glance outside, offering a silent tribute to the innocent creature caught in the turmoil. "I shall avenge you." He contemplated that if vengeance were to be truly enacted, he himself would be the principal architect of this farcical affair. Subsequently, he made his way down the corridor, where muffled cries of anguish and moans occasionally emanated from the rooms he passed. He halted before the last door, gently rapping on it a few times before forcefully pushing open the ajar entrance. "Long time no see, Mr. Ragnarok," he said with a smile, gazing at the goblin reclining on the bed. Fortuitously, the creature was awake. Had it been otherwise, Malfoy would not have hesitated to awaken him through more unconventional means. Ragnarok was engrossed in the pages of a blue-covered book with a black spine. A cursory glance revealed that the title, rendered in an elegant script, was inscribed in a language unfamiliar to him, likely a unique goblin dialect. Startled by Malfoy's greeting, Ragnarok abruptly lifted his large head, his dark eyes locking onto Malfoy's for a fleeting moment. "What brings you here?" he asked, his tone a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Are you not concerned that the Gringotts personnel might suspect us?" Ragnarok endeavored to adopt a tone of seriousness, though the facade belied the turmoil within. Despite his outward appearance of a gallant hero, he alone bore the weight of his inner torment. In fulfilling the tasks assigned by this boy, he had effectively betrayed Gringotts and nearly jeopardized the life of a colleague. Ironically, that very colleague, whom he had saved out of guilt, had inadvertently bestowed upon him a reputation of honor. In recent days, Ragnarok's dreams had been haunted by a singular vision, orders from the Ministry of Magic arresting him, employing the Cruciatus Curse and Veritaserum to incessantly interrogate him, leading him to divulge every detail. He was oblivious to Malfoy's ultimate fate, but within his dreams, he found himself imprisoned in the grim, damp confines of Azkaban, a desolate island devoid of joy and happiness. A flicker of regret began to surface within him. The phantoms of his self-imposed fears had driven him to the brink of neurosis, and his only solace lay in seeking refuge within the pages of books. Confined to his bed, he was unable to act, yet the goblin-esque literature provided a temporary escape from his current troubles. The autobiography of Ragnarok, I serve as a means of self-deception. He yearned to immerse himself once more in the tales of heroism from his kind. A legendary goblin who was a master craftsman and whose magical prowess rivaled that of any wizard. The more illustrious Ragnarok's achievements appeared, the more he could convince himself that his transgressions were sacrifices made in the name of goblin honor. However, as he lulled himself into a state of complacency, he soon realized, to his dismay, that in his earnest endeavors, he had not received the recompense he had anticipated, leading to a burgeoning resentment towards Malfoy, fearing his fickleness. Yet, when Malfoy stood genuinely before him once more, Ragnarok found himself at a loss for words. The fear of the truth being unveiled surged within him. Malfoy spoke. Our meeting today is at the behest of the director, who requests that you maintain utmost discretion regarding this encounter, after which you shall receive what is rightfully yours. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter just now. You must be aware that in truth, you too are under a form of confinement, meant to prevent you from speaking recklessly outside. The expression on La Huang's face fluctuated. The hush money from the bank president signifies his silence. And now we must fulfill the agreement between us. Malfoy scrutinized La Huang with his steely gray eyes, causing a chill to creep down La Huang's spine, as though he were being watched by a lurking beast. Yet, upon hearing the mention of fulfilling their agreement, La Huang's demeanor brightened with eagerness. Where's the sword? Unable to suppress his excitement any longer, La Huang implored Malfoy for the reward he was owed, his large eyes darting around, assessing Malfoy. Naturally, the Malfoy family is known for their unwavering integrity. Malfoy nodded, adding silently in his mind, or so it seems. Where's the sword? La Huang's expression suddenly twisted into something more menacing. Besides the inconspicuous fruit basket, there was nothing around that could accommodate the long sword, and he suspected that this cunning little deceiver might be toying with him. My dear friend, it seems you have forgotten the concealment charm, Malfoy remarked with a hint of amusement, before adopting a soothing tone. Slowly, he withdrew the sword that symbolized Gryffindor's courage from among the fruits, revealing it bit by bit until it was fully exposed before their eyes. In the dim light of the hospital room, the sword glimmered conspicuously, its shining silver surface a fatal temptation for a fairy obsessed with craftsmanship. La Huang immediately seized the sword, and this time, Malfoy did not impede him. He cradled the sword in his arms, caressing it as one would a beloved, his gaze filled with rapture. The large ruby on the hilt and the array of intricate patterns captivated him, ensnaring him in its allure. The craftsmanship of the fairy artisans left him awestruck, his eyes wide with admiration for their exceptional skill. However, Mr. La Huang, I must offer you a word of caution, Malfoy suggested kindly. No need to elaborate. I understand that this sword was not acquired through legitimate means. I shall be exceedingly careful to hide it well, ensuring that no one discovers it. La Huang failed to detect the peculiarity in Malfoy's tone. No, that is not what I meant to convey. Malfoy subtly shook his head, but La Huang, wholly absorbed in the sword, instinctively inquired, what is it? Having obtained the sword, he did not realize that this could merely be a diversion to distract him. By design. I am a villain, Malfoy said softly. No sooner had he spoken than his wand was aimed at the blissfully entranced fairy. Oblivion, La Huang, who had been seated on the bed, collided with a streak of white light akin to a shooting star. His expression a blend of disbelief and profound reluctance before he fell, his not-so-large hand still tightly grasping the sword he had so tirelessly acquired. Relax your grip. Malfoy waved his wand again. He had no intention of prying open each of the fairy's fingers. It is evident that someone has gone back on their word. The dealings with the fairy are not to be termed transactions, but rather a form of leasing. Thus, let this lease extend indefinitely. Having destroyed Hufflepuff's golden cup while preserving Gryffindor's sword, Malfoy has completed a small part of his insidious plan, akin to a contractor who neglects to pay his workers. In truth, coveting what does not rightfully belong to oneself invites calamity. Malfoy shook his head as he gazed at the slumbering Lockhart. In a way, this also spared his life. Had he followed the original course, he would have claimed the sword only to be met by a wrathful Voldemort's lethal green light shortly thereafter. One wonders what kind of spark might ignite between this fairy and a man on the brink of death. Lockhart, oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared step by step in Malfoy's intricate trap since their first encounter, had fallen into a surprisingly effective, albeit crude, snare. It is the power of greed that ensnares. Once a person loses their composure, Even the most flawed lies or promises are believed without question. Perhaps this is further compounded by some mental suggestion and charm. Mental suggestion does not fall within the realm of magic, while charm merely stirs various emotions within a person. Thus, when Lockhart passed through the thief's downfall, he felt no sense of abnormality. Regardless of the temptation and manipulation, the decision remained his own, marking a fundamental distinction from the Imperius curse. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the areas of commotion remained noisy, filled with cries, moans, and wails echoing throughout. In stark contrast, the soundproof rooms requiring tranquility were eerily silent. The drop of a silver needle would resonate through the stillness. The healers diligently attended to their duties, while a doctor named Augustus faced reprimands from his superior. Everything appeared to be as usual, and no one noticed that a fairy patient on the 5th floor had undergone a significant alteration of memory. Gilderoy Lockhart, how dare you mock a fairy? Lockhart had not been unconscious for long. After all, this was not a sleeping charm. His first words upon awakening were a seething curse. The fairy's constitution is inherently different from that of humans. Perhaps his obsession with the sword renders even magic ineffective. Thus, Malfoy had designated a rather suitable target for his frustrations. Diverting misfortune is indeed the safest approach. The poor, inept professor was unaware that he had suddenly acquired a troublesome predicament. What is this? A witch clad in a green robe passed by outside a hospital room, suddenly feeling her foot snagged. Her role may resemble that of a nurse in a Muggle hospital, for the patterns on her green robe differed slightly from those of the other doctors, being more subdued and simplistic. Indeed, this was the case. She merely assisted with the daily care and rehabilitation of patients, akin to a caregiver, her proficiency in calming agitated patients with mental magic securing her position in the hospital. Frowning slightly after almost stumbling, she soon relaxed, spotting a beautifully packaged, luxurious fruit basket lying quietly outside the hospital room. This must be the culprit. Which family member would visit a patient without personally entering? Aren't they afraid of someone making off with their belongings? She pondered this, for the fruit basket before her appeared quite valuable, exuding the sweet aroma of various fruits. In a hospital teeming with all sorts of individuals, it was entirely plausible that such an ostentatious display could easily be pilfered. Suddenly, a note caught her eye, bearing only a few words that formed a complete sentence. Devoid of any name, she softly read aloud, "May our hero recover swiftly and emerge from the nightmare." The lady in the green robe glanced up at the ward number, 49. This was a ward she had only just taken charge of today. She had forgotten the patient's name, but vaguely recalled the surname. Lomberton. She tapped her head, recalling the surname from the medical record. Was this patient still a hero? She silently contemplated, then resolved to adopt a more earnest attitude towards her patient. Under the nightfall at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, everything proceeded as usual. Chapter 77, The Quarrel. Are you saying Malfoy has some new scheme? Ron inquired, sipping his grapefruit juice. On the final day before the school year commenced, Harry finally reunited with his two best friends, Ron and Hermione. Hermione had tanned to a shade of brown, while Ron appeared well, donning a new outfit. Harry then recalled that the Weasley family had won 700 galleons in the Daily Prophet lottery. Otherwise, he might still be wearing his brother as hand-me-downs. Due to their family's unwavering integrity, the Weasleys often faced financial constraints, and it was common for the younger siblings to wear discarded robes from their older brothers. Harry's thoughts drifted, wondering if the 700 galleons could purchase that firebolt. Lately, his interest had been fixated on the latest broomstick. Subsequently, they exchanged stories from their holidays. Ron recounted his visit to numerous pyramids in Egypt, where countless spells had been cast, a tale he had already shared in his letters. But he relished recounting his delightful experiences to his friends. And of course, there was the wand. Ron produced a slender box from his bag, revealing a wand that lay quietly within. 14 inches long, made of willow, and containing a strand of unicorn tail hair. "I think it will suit you well," Harry said earnestly. "I hope you'll refrain from breaking school rules with your new wand," Hermione interjected, dousing Ron with cold water. "Can't you say something nice?" Ron retorted, somewhat irked. "She insulted my parents." Harry clenched his fists, his veins bulging. The tranquility he had been enjoying during the last moments of his holiday was now replaced by agitation. Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words. Even though her parents were alive, she would not tolerate anyone slandering them. How much more intolerable was it for Harry, given his background, to endure the vile accusations of those irritating relatives? You could always find another way to handle it. Hermione's voice softened, losing some of its earlier firmness. "Perhaps." Harry drained his drink, the derogatory remarks from Aunt Petunia still igniting a fire within him even as he recalled them. Given the chance to choose again, he would still confront her, regardless of the potential consequences, even if it might lead to expulsion or regret in the future. Ultimately, the outcome was not so dire. Was it? He had managed to escape to the leaky cauldron for over a week. With a smile, he reassured Hermione, aware that her candid words stemmed from genuine concern for him. Beneath her forthrightness lay the care of a friend. The bond he shared with her and Ron was the most cherished aspect of his life at present. They engaged in light conversation, discussing their new textbooks and courses. The volume Magical Creatures, a compendium reminiscent of Hagrid. However, Hermione appeared troubled, her brow furrowing as if a thought had crossed her mind. School hasn't even started yet. Our brilliant Miss Granger, Ron remarked with a teasing tone. His carefree attitude towards grades was evident. He simply needed to avoid failing. You will come to regret this. Hermione shot back, casting him a glance before falling silent. The atmosphere grew tense with unspoken thoughts of exams. Sensing the awkwardness, Harry sought to lighten the mood, but struggled to conjure any interesting topics. His holiday had hardly been entertaining, marred by bothersome relatives and prejudiced treatment. Even in Diagon Alley, he felt confined, knowing that whatever he had encountered, Ron and Hermione had likely experienced as well. Ron would certainly be intrigued by the firebolt, but Hermione would likely have little to contribute. How about we set up a target? Harry suggested, recalling an unpleasant encounter with Malfoy that might serve as a distraction. Upon mentioning Malfoy, Hermione's reaction was subtle, her heart racing unbeknownst to the others. Harry, however, refrained from embellishing the story, striving for objectivity as he recounted the events, leading to Ron's inquiry. It's merely a false name. I doubt it's of any significance, Ron replied, seemingly uninterested in provoking Malfoy this time, perhaps having learned his lesson from their last encounter. But what about that girl? She seemed older than us and quite beautiful, he asked eagerly. Yes, Harry admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He had caught only a fleeting glimpse of her, yet it left an indelible mark on his memory. To mask his own awkwardness, he averted his gaze, but that brief encounter had etched a profound impression in his mind. There was an undeniable allure about her. Yet, despite her striking beauty, Harry sensed she was not quite his type. Her vibrant and exuberant aura felt intimidating, as if drawing one too close might be perilous. Perhaps Malfoy would be more suited to her, Harry thought unexpectedly. What a pity! You should confront him directly, Ron lamented. At that moment, I was eager to discern his intentions, yet in the end, the girl seemed to depart abruptly, leaving me with no opportunity. Harry shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Suddenly, both he and Ron fell into an unspoken silence, for they realized that throughout their conversation, Hermione had not uttered a single word, appearing to be marginalized. Discussions among the boys regarding a girl's appearance left little room for another girl to interject. However, Hermione's silence was not solely attributed to this. She had her name that rendered her incapable of remaining composed. She could never disclose to her caring parents that she might have been subjected to a memory charm. Thus, she began to utilize her strengths, namely her swift acquisition of knowledge. Consequently, during the holiday, in addition to preparing for her future subjects, her shopping list included several works by Muggle psychologists. Regrettably, those tutorials proved to be rather challenging for many university students with ample life experience, let alone a young girl still navigating her adolescence. No matter how high her intelligence, one cannot artificially bridge the gap of experience. In a sense, psychology is a branch of sociology, and thus, Hermione's solitary takeaway from her studies in psychology during this break might be a handful of terms she only partially understood. Even in a distracted state, Hermione did not allow their conversation to drift past her unnoticed, yet she found little interest in it. Feeling a sense of unease in her chest, uncertain of the emotions that stirred within her, she wished for them to cease their current topic and remarked, I believe that two cultured gentlemen would not discuss a woman's appearance behind her back. Following her statement, she resolutely gathered her belongings and prepared to leave. Just as Harry intended to apologize, Ron stopped him, asserting that letting her go was preferable, for such overreactions were rather disheartening. Observing Hermione's retreating figure as she exited the door, Ron expressed his discontent, showing no desire to retain her. Harry, witnessing this, felt it best to refrain from further comment. He too sensed that today, Hermione resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Perhaps it was best to allow her some time to calm down. With a resigned shrug, Harry acquiesced. Chapter 78, Confinement and Anticipation. In contrast to Ron and Harry, who could continue to stroll and chat in Diagon Alley, Draco Malfoy's fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Ever since the Dementor incident, he had been grounded. An incident at Gringotts had occurred, compounded by the invasion of Dementors. Draco concealed the details from his parents, yet Fudge, possibly out of a sense of retribution, disclosed both incidents to Narcissa. Naturally, this left the doting Narcissa in a state of prolonged anxiety. Unluckily, on that day, due to Draco's oversight, the owl returned empty-handed, failing to deliver the anticipated letter on time. Even though Fudge claimed he had witnessed Draco unharmed, Narcissa remained engulfed in dread. Moreover, on that day, Malfoy resolved numerous matters, which consequently consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus, in light of the impending conclusion of the holiday, Narcissa imposed a grounding on her son, ensuring that her beloved stayed at home until the commencement of the new term. This time, Lucius did not object. The recent days had indeed been somewhat tumultuous. Not to mention the frequent incidents at Gringotts, the escape of Sirius Black had stirred the once placid waters. He certainly did not wish for his son to be exposed to the gaze of a murderer, even though he was aware that Black's intentions might lie elsewhere. In light of this resolution, Malfoy had no choice but to acquiesce. The most crucial elements of his plans for the holiday had been accomplished, and remaining at home for a few days posed no significant issue. Next came the preparations concerning his textbooks. Upon discovering that the reading list from the headmaster's letter included the Monster Book of Monsters, he surmised that Dumbledore had likely succeeded in exonerating Hagrid. He was indifferent to the methods employed. Hagrid, such a character, would be a good person under the influence of a virtuous figure like Dumbledore, yet would turn malevolent in the company of a nefarious one. His intellect was insufficient to discern the morality of his actions. His only two commendable traits were his loyalty and a foolish kindness shaped by Dumbledore's influence. Had he not frequently transgressed school regulations with his foolish antics? Who could fathom a normal student keeping an acromantula as a pet? Even humans struggle to contain their desires. Could he truly expect a spider to honor their pact and refrain from preying on humans? If not for Voldemort's preemptive strike, the miscarriage of justice might have solidified into an undeniable truth. As for the clandestine hatching of dragon eggs and the rearing of dragons, such actions spoke for themselves. Had Dumbledore not been vigilant, anticipating that Hagrid might inadvertently disclose sensitive information, the Philosopher's Stone could very well have been stolen. In a Muggle school, even if a student were to cause an accident in chemistry class by disregarding the teacher's instructions, the educator would not be rendered utterly helpless, would they? Alas, what a dreary curriculum. Contemplating the prospect of enduring Hagrid's various hybrid monstrosities in the future, Malfoy felt a sense of disenchantment. From both the content of the curriculum and the caliber of the instruction, it was hardly a source of enjoyment. Perhaps his most suited role would be to cultivate dangerous species for the Ministry of Magic. He recalled the multitude of blast-ended screwits that Hagrid had carelessly produced. These creatures had been utilized in the Triwizard Tournament as perilous challenges for the champions. If they could serve a similar purpose to grenades in combat against Death Eaters, that might indeed count as a significant contribution. However, when the time came for him to part with these creatures, he might very well find himself weeping over his beloved children. As he pondered these matters, an owl flapped its wings and alighted upon his desk, reminding him that he had long neglected to attend to his correspondence. Upon hearing of his injury, relatives connected by blood sent nutritional supplements, while letters of consolation were dispatched by his followers at the behest of their elders, all of which were placed in his personal storage by the estate's steward. Among these items were also some undisclosed possessions, custom-made for Malfoy. For instance, the imposing black iron cage before him, crafted from unique magical materials, bore the intricate designs characteristic of goblin workmanship. As Malfoy drew near, he sensed a palpable resistance, both in his physical movements and the flow of his magical energy. Although goblins acknowledged this phenomenon, most human wizards remained skeptical, a reflection of the irreconcilable tensions between their races. At Gringotts, his dealings extended beyond merely one goblin. As he was one of the few humans employed within its confines, isolation was not an option. Thus, he devoted considerable time to studying goblin culture. Without additional sources of information, he pondered what would happen if the goblin chose to accept payment without delivering results. Scanning through the monotonous letters, Malfoy realized he had finished reading them, leaving him somewhat puzzled. A decision was imperative. With a sigh, he seated himself at the desk and, wielding his quill, began inscribing his thoughts upon the parchment. Malfoy held little faith in the Ministry of Magic's assurances. The Dementors, lacking effective restraints, could unleash their wrathful predatory behavior at any moment, which unsettled him. Thus, he considered it prudent to keep Pansy close, even if he were to utilize only a fraction of his incomplete Patronus charm to fend off the Dementors. Very well, he thought, feeling a headache coming on. Contemplating the events that might unfold over the coming year, he found it impossible to relax. Chapter 79. Her Transformation. Finally, the day of the new term arrived. Despite Malfoy's assurances to Lucius and Narcissa that the Blacks would not dare to act under the glaring sun, the couple insisted on accompanying him to the station, needing to see him board the train before they could feel at ease. Compared to other families sending their children off to school, the Malfoys appeared remarkably composed. They bore no cumbersome luggage, as Narcissa, indulging her beloved Draco, opted to pay extra for a more convenient shipping service. She could not bear the thought of her cherished son struggling with heavy bags, and Lucius was indifferent to the additional expense. Thus, Malfoy had no choice but to accept his parents' kindness. Without the need for a non-detectable extension charm, the large iron cage was indeed cumbersome to transport. The journey proceeded without incident. Upon reaching the station, they moved forward with a throng of travelers. Narcissa frequently expressed her discontent with the station's oppressive air quality. Amidst the bustling crowd, she found it intolerable. Her mild case of obsessive cleanliness prompted her to furrow her long brow as she critiqued the somewhat acceptable environment. Lucius, accustomed to his wife's temperament, refrained from comment. Before long, they advanced to the forefront of the platform, poised to board the train. The Crimson Steam locomotive was belching smoke directly above the platform, which was crowded with wizarding parents and their children alongside the Lucius couple. Hector, Lucius beamed, transferring his wand to his left hand, and promptly approached his old friend, extending his right hand in a gesture of delight at their reunion. Hector reciprocated with a symbolic handshake, acknowledging the encounter. Draco has grown taller. It seems he will soon be a young man, just like your father. Hector remarked with a smile. For parents, the most effective means of fostering camaraderie is to commend their offspring. Not at all. Your little princess has truly grown quite a bit herself, Lucius replied courteously. As the previous semester drew to a close, she had exhibited a certain aloofness, though it was evident that Malfoy could discern no apparent reason for it. Perhaps it could merely be attributed to the onset of adolescence. The two of them boarded the train and settled into adjacent seats, both lapsing into silence. However, only Pansy was aware of the tempest beneath her seemingly calm exterior. Given Pansy's apparent reluctance to engage in conversation, Malfoy naturally refrained from initiating any dialogue. As the train jolted slightly and confirmed its departure, he closed his eyes, leaning against the window in a feigned slumber. Gazing at that familiar profile, Pansy felt a sense of relief and reassurance. When the news of the basilisk's rampage reached her ears, she had been in Snape's office, tidying up robes stained by ink, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, wondering which unfortunate Muggle-born had met with disaster. However, upon witnessing Malfoy in a hospital bed, teetering on the brink of life and death, she sensed that she had misjudged the situation. The notion that pure-blood wizards were noble, while Muggle lineage was tainted, had been drilled into her by her parents, ingrained through repeated exposure, leading her to accept it as an undeniable truth. These beliefs had been etched deeply into her consciousness. Yet her encounters with Malfoy prompted a shift within her. He would visibly bristle at her use of the term mudblood, despite his own lineage being steeped in pureblood ideals. And even as he exhibited a sense of superiority derived from his bloodline in the presence of his parents, she knew that he viewed such distinctions with disdain. It was merely a facade. He would intersperse tales of Muggle history into his narratives, some of which sounded more fantastical than fiction, yet were entirely unfamiliar to her. Her own parents would never concern themselves with Muggle history, nor would they hire a teacher to instruct her in it. For her, everything was a novelty yet. In an effort to maintain her composure, she often masked her intrigue with sharp retorts, even as her heart tightened in response. She became aware that discrimination also existed within the Muggle society, yet the fact that a black individual could ascend to the presidency was beyond her comprehension. It felt as implausible as a mudblood becoming the Minister of Magic. She recalled the name of that individual, Barack Obama, and although Malfoy spoke of events yet to unfold, she chose to believe nonetheless. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind, though it remained subtle. She endeavored to suppress her inclination to utter derogatory remarks in public, unwilling to concede that she had been influenced. She reassured herself that this was merely the demeanor expected of a cultured lady. Yet, she could not entirely escape the urge to curse in her heart. The individual she detested most was a girl named Hermione, with her exceptional academic prowess. Had it not been for Draco's superior abilities, it was likely that Gryffindor would have claimed the top spot. Moreover, Hermione had even flirted with Malfoy. She had witnessed the two of them together, leaving her behind. She believed that only she deserved Malfoy's indulgence. He would thoughtfully save a portion of sweets for her, offer consolation after a Quidditch defeat, regale her with captivating tales, teach her defensive spells, and even apologize during her moments of irritation, despite her being in the wrong. However, she discerned from his gaze that his affection for her resembled that of a father's, doting rather than anything deeper. Perhaps, for the time being, Her teasing him and his subsequent blush were merely natural reactions. She might be the first peer he had ever known. Perhaps, with time, he would genuinely come to love her. Or perhaps, in his eyes, she remained but a child, gazing at the bed. Even as she observed the trickle of crimson seeping from the bandages, Pansy felt an indescribable terror. What if the injury had been to his head? Would he then be forever lost to her? The magic of wizards was not potent enough to resurrect a severed head. Did being pure blood grant one immunity from the grasp of death? Beyond their differences in status, she struggled to identify any area in which she surpassed Hermione. From her perspective, even Malfoy's life had been spared thanks to that Muggle witch. It was she who alerted Professor Dumbledore, thus enabling Malfoy to escape peril. She pondered this for a long time, yet outwardly maintained her usual demeanor and tone, all the while knowing her attitude had shifted. Even if she could not assist him, she refused to be a burden. This was part of the reason she had scarcely contacted Malfoy during the holidays. She had squandered too much time and resolved to catch up. Boys often alluded, intentionally or not, to the dangers that lay ahead, and she instinctively chose to trust him. Aware that she might not be able to fight alongside him, she at least resolved not to hinder his progress. Pansy recalled the countless nights she had awakened from sleep. The final image in her mind, always that of Malfoy, lying amidst the chaos of ruins, surrounded by crumbling walls and shattered bricks. Beneath the ominous sky, a flock of foreboding crows soared, emitting chilling cries that sent shivers down her spine. Surrounding her were many familiar and unfamiliar faces, including the parents of Malfoy, her own parents, and the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. Lying on the ground was another figure, perhaps no longer deserving of the title human, for his nose had vanished, leaving only two grotesque slits. She surmised he was dead, yet his ghastly visage instilled fear within her. This dream caused her heart to race. She was reluctant to ponder what it might foreshadow, or whether it was merely a glimpse into the future. She preferred to believe it was nothing more than her own wild imagination. Her heart was tainted by a poison called fear, and the icy sensation swiftly enveloped her, as if the last remnants of warmth were being devoured slowly by a minuscule creature. Suddenly, a radiant white light began to cascade before her, as if dispelling the dark clouds with its sanctity. In her ears, she heard that familiar voice. "Pansy, are you all right?" These loathsome creatures. She caught Malfoy cursing under his breath, yet she understood it as a sign of his concern for her. "Eat this, and you'll feel much better." Malfoy offered Pansy a piece of chocolate, as she felt a warm sensation spreading through her body. Only then did she realize she was nestled in Malfoy's embrace. She suddenly felt no need to maintain her facade of strength. After all, he was there with her. "Let me sleep for a while longer," Pansy murmured, feigning drowsiness as her eyelids drooped once more, inadvertently resting her hand on Malfoy's waist, as if clinging to him like a koala. Her instincts told her this was a positive change. However, recalling the recent events, anger resurfaced on his slightly softened features. "Are you all hungry? One day, I will make sure you eat your fill." Chapter 80. Luna's Gratitude. What a skilled Patronus charm. A somewhat hoarse voice reached Malfoy's ears. He looked up to see a weary man standing in the middle of the aisle, his eyes brimming with approval. The man wore a tattered wizard's robe, patched in several places, his gaunt face pale, with light brown hair interspersed with strands of white. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, there was a vibrant spark in his eyes. "But now I must find the driver. The rain is too heavy, and we need to restore the lighting promptly," the man said, glancing anxiously out the window. Large raindrops relentlessly pounded against the glass, which appeared coated with a layer of gray mud. Moments ago, the train had jolted violently, extinguishing all the lights, leaving only the dim glow from outside to guide them. As night descended, the only source of illumination might be the flickering glow of fluorescent lights. "I hope the remainder of our journey passes safely." Having spoken, the man began to stride toward the front of the train, preparing to consult with the driver. Remus John Lupin. Malfoy silently repeated the name in his mind. It was during his third year at Hogwarts that he would encounter the defense against the dark arts instructor. After a brief interval following Lupin's departure, the lights in the train's corridor suddenly illuminated, casting a bright glow throughout the compartment, indicating that the power supply had been restored. The raindrops outside gradually lessened, and as the dense, heavy clouds receded, the sky unexpectedly brightened. The sprawling fields were adorned with a myriad of colorful flowers, swaying in the brisk wind like waves in a floral sea. However, this picturesque scene was but a fleeting moment, for soon darkness truly enveloped the sky, signaling the imminent conclusion of the train journey. The prolonged sigh of released air and the gentle sway as the train came to a halt announced that the students had arrived at their destination. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Malfoy gently shook Pansy. Are we there? Pansy rubbed her drowsy eyes, feeling as though she had not slept so soundly in ages. Yet, upon realizing her current position draped over Malfoy, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Straighten yourself. We're about to disembark. Malfoy slowly extricated himself from Pansy's embrace, placing her back in her seat before reminding her. Pansy, her face still aflame, glanced down at her slightly wrinkled robes and hurriedly attempted to smooth them out, only to feel a sudden tap atop her head. In an instant, her previously crumpled attire appeared as fresh as new. Now, Pansy's face reddened even further before boarding. She had envisioned making a remarkable impression at the start of the school year, hoping to catch Malfoy's admiration. Yet now she had become the subject of jest, having forgotten even the simplest of spells. Ah, I truly wonder how you will fare in your exams. Malfoy sighed, clearly at a loss with the girl before him. He could only helplessly rub his forehead. Before long, the train doors swung open, allowing a gust of biting cold air to rush in. The outside temperature remained quite low. Malfoy leaned out of the window, observing the relentless downpour, and saw the platform blanketed in frost, with several students occasionally slipping and landing in the mud. Malfoy certainly could not abandon Pansy here, so he took her delicate hand and said, "Let us go." Pansy nodded, despite her attempts to distance herself from him. She found herself irresistibly drawn to his kindness, concern, and indulgence. "I'm sorry," she murmured, but her words were drowned out by the surrounding commotion. "What did you say?" Malfoy inquired, unable to catch her words. "Nothing." Pansy gently shook her head. Once they disembarked, a robust voice resonated in their ears. "First years, gather here." Hagrid's towering figure stood out among the throng of students as the newcomers prepared for the traditional boat ride, a tribute to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Malfoy, supporting Pansy, moved with the ebbing crowd. "I can walk on my own." Pansy, feeling slightly embarrassed, gently withdrew her hand from Malfoy's grasp, taking careful steps to indicate that she was indeed fine. Malfoy would naturally not impose. They followed the other students along a rough and muddy path, where a multitude of carriages awaited the remaining students. To their astonishment, there were no horses in front of these carriages. Malfoy was well aware that only those who had witnessed death could perceive the Thestrals. According to accounts, they possessed enormous black equine bodies, devoid of flesh, with their dark hides tightly adhering to their bones, each bone clearly visible. Their heads resembled that of a dragon, with pure white eyes devoid of pupils, and they bore long black tails, sprouting wings from the prominent scapular region. As he and Pansy prepared to board the carriage, his peripheral vision caught sight of a girl squatting beside another carriage, her gaze fixed ahead as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Her light golden hair, interspersed with hints of brown, revealed her identity. This was likely Luna's first encounter with a Thestral, last year as a first-year student. She had adhered to tradition and arrived at the castle by boat, missing the sight altogether. In truth, Thestrals were a rare sight, aside from a few wild ones. Most of the Thestrals in England were currently being tamed by Hagrid. Initially, 1 male Thestral and 5 females had been brought under his care, and they were rapidly developing into a thriving population. Even Dumbledore, when undertaking long journeys and unable to use apparition, would utilize them as a means of transportation. This must be Hagrid's innate talent as a beast master, Malfoy mused, just as he prepared to step onto the carriage, only to see Luna suddenly shudder, as if sensing his gaze, and walk directly towards him. The distance was short, and in an instant, Luna stood before Malfoy. "Thank you," she said, her slightly dazed eyes meeting his as she gave a slight bow, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Malfoy raised an eyebrow in confusion, feeling somewhat perplexed, as he recalled that he had not assisted her in any way. Luna offered no explanation, having sensed an inexplicable hostility emanating from the girl behind Malfoy. She turned and, with small, hurried steps, made her way towards another nearby carriage, though her eyes occasionally darted back to the Thestrals in front of the carriage. Luna did not understand why the other students could not see them, which only deepened her curiosity about the creatures before her. She resolved to seek out more information, perhaps by consulting the upcoming Contrarian songs, hoping it would yield some insights. Yet, perhaps when she eventually learns the true reason, she would wish she had never encountered these beings at all. Did I help her? Malfoy pondered as he settled into the carriage, still mulling over Luna's gratitude. Of course. You just weren't aware of it, Pansy interjected, taking up his musings and beginning to elaborate. If Malfoy were to cultivate a friendship with Luna, he might find himself targeted in retaliation should another incident arise. A poor relationship that would make it even more prudent to avoid entanglement with that eccentric girl. Being innocently dragged into such matters would be far more difficult to bear. This incident only served to diminish Luna's standing among her peers in her house. Yet she bore no resentment towards Malfoy. Instead, she expressed her gratitude to him, while others might have redirected their anger at him. Luna believed that those who distanced themselves from her based solely on hearsay, no matter how numerous, could never compare to a truly sincere friend. She was remarkably candid and uniquely individualistic. Despite the mockery from her peers, she continued to live freely, unwavering in her intentions and unperturbed by the opinions of others. For Luna, her innate ability to perceive the genuine emotions of those around her was a double-edged sword. Was it a stroke of fortune or a burden of misfortune?